From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1 the count. Smith the hold. The pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into right center field. Marte scores. Perdomo rounds third. He comes home and scores. And the Diamondbacks win 4-3. A walk-off victory for the Diamondbacks. The Rangers have lost 5 in a row.
Well, that's not a fun way to go to bed or start a Tolo Tuesday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on your home for Rangers baseball. And there are people whispering that the collapse is real. The Rangers lose in 11, as Jared Sandler said on this radio station. Houston and Seattle both dominate last night. So the lead is down to 1.5 and 2.
Yeah, it's getting tight. It's getting a little bit tight, and that was you chalked that up to a bad loss right there. You had a great outing from Montgomery, and the Bats yet again, they're swinging noodles up there. They're just swinging noodles. They have nothing. You scratch a couple runs over in extra innings when you've got a stolen base by Simeon. He's going on the pitch, and it's a ball that bounces off the outfielder. That's your 2 runs. On the play that he didn't have a great chance at it on the low single because it was such a line drive and he had to get there so fast. But the offense stinks right now.
It really feels like all or nothing. I'd like to go through their games and see what the run differential is in wins versus runs scored in losses. I'd be curious to see how little they score when they lose and how much they score when they actually win. It's like that stat padding that you went over yesterday. I don't know if it's necessarily against bad teams, but it just feels like in games that they win, when the offense goes, they score 8. And when they lose, it's absolutely nothing. But this is not good. It's starting to get uncomfortable.
I mean, hindsight 2020, but you don't intentionally walk Ketel Marte in the 9th or in the 11th inning. Will Smith was dominating. He got 2 quick outs, and then you put the tying run on base in a road game. You put the winning run at the plate. I don't care if you have the advantage or whatever. If the next guy sucks, you just don't do it. It was a bad move, and it backfired.
Let's talk about that, because that's the first thing I asked Choppy when he came in. I was like, did it make sense to put Marte on? And at first we had thought it was 1 out, so you're setting up the double play, but it was 2 outs. So that feels a lot less. That feels like it makes a lot less sense. Now, look, Marte just went deep, and he does have 20 home runs on the season. But you got your guy out there. Are you really that terrified of him? 273, 20 home runs, 63 runs batted in on the season. What do you think now? 2 outs, and you put the tying run on the base pass.
I probably wouldn't have done it with 2 outs. You got to ask yourself though. It's not just a tying runner for Bochy. I mean, he could have been looking at Marte's numbers against Smith. He could have been looking at Perdomo's numbers against Smith. Or would you just rather have Marte up there in a spot to tie the game, or now I guess win it, right? No, it would have been to tie the game. Or would you have wanted the next hitter up with him on base? And that's the cat and mouse game you've got to play.
And then the move that I have wanted this entire time backfired right in my face. When Aroldis Chapman comes in, I'm like, okay, here we go. Now we got a new closer down the stretch run. This is going to be the guy in the ninth inning for the playoffs. Aroldis gives up the home run, and then just when it looks like Nate Lowe has won this thing, and I'm going to look even worse because Will Smith is going to go back and reclaim the closer role, he ends up losing the game in the 11th. So everything went wrong. Everything went wrong with Chapman. Everything went wrong with Smith. I'm not the biggest fan of putting Marte on. I know it's hindsight, as Peyton said. Y'all tell us at 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
I wonder if the reason they used Chapman is they were hoping not to use Smith because he had thrown the day before and threw 22 pitches. Maybe they were like, all right, let's just let it roll this, finish this one out. We got gifted with 8 innings by a guy who never goes 8 innings. So maybe that was the reason that they brought Chapman in. But they never told him that this wasn't the ALCS against Houston. All right? Because if you want to have Aroldis Chapman give up a home run in a big spot, put him in a playoff game.
Yeah.
In Houston. And he will gladly do exactly what he did last night.
Bruce Bochy on what went wrong after Jordan Montgomery's incredible 8 innings.
Well, the one pitch slider, Marte, he's so good right-handed. That's why I put him on there in that inning on both sides. And so, he made a mistake there. Did a great job regrouping. He went out there and shut him down the next inning. And, I decided to put Marte on the next time. And Perdomo got a big hit and then another big hit. Just a couple of mistakes there.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically like he had a big hit, the home run. I wasn't going to go down throwing to their best hitter or one of their best, Christian Walker's, was a couple hitters away. They had already used Carroll in that inning to pinch hit. So, look, again, yeah, it is hindsight. I'm assuming that he was looking at the matchups and he wanted Perdomo up over Marte. I think it was as simple as that. And he was going to take his chances that he had a 75% chance of getting him out. Yep. Sports.
14-2, the Mariners pound the White Sox.
Are they good right now?
Have you seen their schedule the next week and a half?
No.
It's a cakewalk. They have the White Sox, the Royals, and then 3 against Oakland.
Oh, my.
9 straight against teams that are at least 25 games under 500.
And then 9 straight?
Yeah, because 3 against, now 8 straight, I guess, but 3 against the White Sox, Royals, and Oakland.
Then Chas McCormick homered twice, drove in 4. The Astros beat down the Red Sox. We got a race.
Yeah, we got a race. And I'm looking at, I haven't been able to do a makeup on the stat that you asked for on their
All or nothing. Offense.
All or nothing. I'm just looking at the up and down. The green is and then the red is the losses, and the differential. It's pretty stark.
Yeah, because that's what it feels like.
They lose close games, they win blowouts.
Or when they lose, there's nothing scored.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not. It doesn't feel like you're losing a 6-4 game. It doesn't feel like you're losing a 6-5 game.
2-1.
You're scoring 1 or nothing, and then when you win, you're scoring 7, 8, 9. That's what it feels like. But we'll get the RJ Choppy research project for you.
Yeah, I mean, because you had that one game against the Brewers where they almost came back in the 9th. They scored 8 and still lost the game. But yeah, because we talked about it last week. It was like 3 of their last 6 losses going into that the Angels series were all shutouts. And when you don't score, you can't win.
With the exception of 8 runs scored in the opener against the Brewers, in the games outside of that, they got shut out against the Angels. They scored 1 against Milwaukee, 2 against Milwaukee, 3 last night. That's nothing. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 runs in, basically 14 runs in your last 5 games. You got the 8th spot in the Milwaukee opener, but stock down right now. Seattle is just screaming up the standings. And then you have the Houston Astros saying, we've been here, we're the champs. We know that we are going to be around. So the Rangers are definitely the ones on the ropes at this point in time.
They are. But look, they've been hunted all year. And they've gone through I guess 2 meh stretches the second half. They lost 7 of 9. And then, they sandwiched that with really, really solid winning streaks. And then here, the Bats have just gone silent. And they have. There's really no explanation for it either. You could say they're tired. You could say they're just getting guys rest. They need to get guys rest. They need to get Josh Young back. But there's a lot of reasons why teams may just go into funks. They're also, swinging and missing a little bit more. And that's tough to take.
All right, Jonathan Taylor is going to get traded. At least he's in the James Harden, Dame Lillard category right now. He has been given permission to seek a trade. But Rangers not the only thing on last night. This was a really entertaining Monday Night Football game. I had zero interest in watching, and then the Commanders owner got on television, and the Ravens got trash-talked with the all-time winning streak ending. You got to hear this audio from the new owner in the NFC East, the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan. Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. It's a Tolo Tuesday on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. The Rangers are reeling. We'll get back into that with Bobby Belt for the 6 a.m. club. They lose again last night, 4-3-11. But you also had Monday Night Football, and without Lamar Jackson playing, I wasn't going to make this a must tune in because I do want to see the new look Lamar offense with Odell Beckham and company. But this was still very entertaining for a lot of different weird reasons. The 24-game preseason win streak for the Baltimore Ravens came to an end. 24 straight games. I know we're going to
record.
We're going to go through a where were you? What was happening last time the Yankees lost this much? Imagine here for the Ravens. 24-game preseason win streak. What was the world like when they last lost a preseason game? They lose last night 29-28 to the Commanders in D.C. And Sam Howell was trending in the first half.
Yeah.
With a lot of Commander fans saying, oh, this guy can play. There's a 3-read progression where Howell eventually throws it like to the right side where people are like, all right, y'all keep sleeping on Sam Howell, the new starting quarterback of the Commanders. He was one of the storylines. Of course, the preseason streak is number one.
Is that the play where the receiver was near the goal line? It comes back about 15 yards and he hits him. That was reminiscent. Zach Wilson had a throw like that in his first year.
It wasn't that one.
No,
they weren't near the end zone.
Okay. I thought he actually played halfway decent in this game. I was like, okay, all right. He may have something, and there was a reason.
You remember him much from college?
Yeah, I mean, going into his last year at Carolina, he was the presumptive number one pick the next year. At the end of whatever year that was, 2020 season or whatever, the next year, going into the school year, going into the college football season, most publications had him as, if not the overall number one pick, the first quarterback taken, and he wasn't even close to it. I mean, he was taken, what, 6th, 7th round.
Who have been some of those other recent guys? Rattler,
Well, Rattler, and we saw Rattler come out at the end of last year, beat Clemson and Tennessee, and now he's like that Jekyll and Hyde kind of, Jekyll and Hyde kind of player. Jekyll and Hyde, right? He's that Jekyll and Hyde kind of player right now, thinking, okay, if that wasn't a fluke, South Carolina and him are sneaky Heisman guys and sneaky SEC East teams.
You're talking about the touchdown throw right before halftime. That's one of the 3 first-half scoring drives for Sam Howell. We got to pay attention to him in our division now. He finished 19 of 25 for $188 and 2 touchdowns, as the Commanders are like, you're playing the entire first half of this game. So leading up to this, DC was crapping on the Ravens' winning streak, and it was Sam Cosmi, not Sam Cosby, Cosmi, the Washington guard, who said it's a stupid record. He said that last week. And you want an example? I know there's new energy and new ownership and everything, and the fan base is revitalized. You want an example of why the Washington Commanders have been lifetime losers? Their reaction, the way they conduct themselves in their celebrations after winning this preseason game. Like, the Ravens are on the other side with John Harbaugh. He's trying to be classy. He's like, yes, nice job. They deserved it. They played hard. And the Commanders are over here like Pat Bev throwing his damn jersey into the stands. And it's like, that was not a regular season game. Magic Johnson throwing out his typical Magic tweets saying, I know it's only preseason, but the victory, is a great one for the Commander fans. Of course, Magic is now a minority owner in the team. So you had the winning streak. You had Sam Howell, and then you had the new owner, Josh Harris, going into the booth to speak with Buck and Aikman. And this is the viral moment that you just can't watch enough. First off, Josh Harris, he sounds like he may have been enjoying the first game there a little bit too much. Maybe his voice is just gone from meeting all the fans. But Joe Buck, in the middle of the interview, is like putting out his hands. He's just talking like this if you're watching on the fan cam. He's just talking with his hands. And Josh Harris goes for the handshake. You're not going to be able to hear it, but Troy Aikman tried to stop himself from busting out laughing.
I think it's 2nd and 8 when we go back to work here. How exciting is this for you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, everyone's coming out. I've been told that this is energized compared to a regular season game. Washington's out before us, and look, we gotta get. It's preseason, but we still like to win.
Yeah, I mean, you're no stranger. You're no stranger to professional sports teams.
And that's when Buck had his hand out, and Josh Harris goes and is like, "Here, I'll give you a little handshake right here." And Aikman almost lost it in the booth.
The guy zooted.
That sounded much smoother on the radio than on television when you're looking at his face and looking at his eyes. And the whole interview was a train wreck. They go to commercial. I'm like, they're not going to bring him back. They're not going to. That's one of those interviews where you're like, all right, hold on for dear life. We're interviewing Charles Haley here. Like, hold on for dear life. I'm like, they're not going to bring him back from commercial break, and they did.
And they did. It's we've seen we've had pregame shows, and we're like, oh no, please don't. It's a party for them on these days.
Every day.
Every day's a party. Every day's a party. Ask somebody that's been to AT&T and that goes into the laundry room before the game. Like they ain't drinking water out of those cups, and they're getting ready for the game. Like they're not quite maybe on Josh Harris's level, but we've seen it at times. It's
like who has the mid conversation handshake? It never happens.
Never happens.
I'm sure they shook hands in the beginning.
I would think so.
And then Josh Harris goes in for the second handshake.
I would think so.
Last night in the booth. So the Commanders win. Ravens' preseason winning streak is over. Commanders celebrating like they won a playoff spot. And now we focus on Sam Howell under the new ownership in D.C. with Magic Johnson celebrating. 877-881-1053. Speaking of celebrating, how about the Spanish kiss after the Women's World Cup?
This got to me. So Spain's, football federation minister guy, however, they have a weird name. We just call him a CEO of the soccer federation in Spain.
Listen to this music.
His name is Luis Rubiales, and he apologized for kissing the Spanish star Jenny Hermoso during the celebration after Sunday's Women's World Cup final. Said, I made a mistake for sure. But initially, he said the critics were idiots, and he said people have felt hurt by it. That's what he's gone on to say. I made a mistake, have to accept it in a moment of such emotion without any bad intention or bad faith, yada, yada, yada. Even she was like, no big deal. It was mutual, totally spontaneous gesture. We have a great relationship. She called him the Prezi. Not the president. It was a natural gesture of affection and gratitude. Well,
and she had previously joked that she didn't like it during a live stream on Instagram.
Right. And you could tell, I guess, based on, I don't speak Spanish very well, that she was joking.
Chiquilín, come here.
So my question is, if the player says this is no big deal, why does anybody have a problem with it?
Okay, so let's first explain what happened. We can't really we could reenact it on the fan cam.
Could.
Yeah, you could.
Choose not to.
Man, that'd be ratings right there.
That would be all the Twitch ratings. Basically, you have the state official. He's on stage congratulating every player like a graduation. People walking across the stage. And he's kissing each one, on the cheek. He's kissing each one on the side. But for this one player, he goes straight for the face, straight for the lips, and he gives her the quick peck, and she walks off the stage. Now, if she's truly indeed cool with it, no big deal. I wonder if she's just saying this because they're in the moment right now. I don't know what their previous relationship is. I'm not saying that they're dating. Maybe they're really close. Maybe they're really, really good friends, but she definitely got the kiss on the lips when everyone else got the kiss on the cheek. It was... If you don't know anything about it, you're just watching it, you're like, okay, that's a little bit different.
Hey, there you go.
A little bit weird there.
Yeah. I guess, she could have said, I would think in the moment she would have said no big deal, and then afterwards said, okay, I actually had a problem with this. She went the opposite. That's not what I would have expected to happen. My thought is like, if this is, I don't get offended for other people generally. If they're fine with it, I'm fine with it. And that's to me, if Hermosa's, what's that?
It's like the Calipari thing with
with Holly Rowe.
Holly Rowe.
If Holly's cool with it, what the hell do I care?
Yeah.
That's all that matters to me. It doesn't, he wasn't, this president to me wasn't doing it to the camera. He was doing it to her.
They must have had, I don't know whether she's the best player, but they must have had a closer relationship for him to feel comfortable enough to go right for the lip peck.
Yeah, but
do you need a kiss on the lips? Because Tom Brady does it.
I think she's been around a while, so maybe they've had a relationship for a dozen years or so. I'm sure, Messi had a good relationship with the president of the Argentinian Soccer Federation,
right?
Because he'd been there for 15 years.
What do you think of this music selection here?
I don't know that
It's fitting, right?
What did you look up?
Oh, I just had it saved in. It's all in Spanish. I can't read it. That's the name of the song.
Okay, do you think
It's
this
all
may
in
be
Spanish.
more Mexico than Spain?
That's what I was thinking.
Well, I mean, tomato. Really?
Not even close. Jeez.
Tomato.
Wow.
Gather the foreigners.
Yep.
877-881-1053. Let us know on the Detroit.com text line,
So,
please.
from the 214, tell PP. The background, it says Pepe, but it's
Pepe,
they
PP,
didn't put the accento, so I'm reading it in English. Okay, so that's PP. The background music is Mexican, not Spanish.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This is Tejano.
That's
Is this
has
on the border
nothing
music?
to do with Spain.
If you see Chico walk by at some point in time, we
You
gotta
think
pull
he's
him
here
in.
at 5:54 in the morning?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's
That
good.
is-
That's a good point.
Nothing to do with Spain.
Michael Irvin is back, and Jonathan Taylor is getting traded. Your 6 a.m. headlines to kick off your Tolo Tuesday next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell live with the top audience of our entire show. Those numbers came in, Choppy, while you were out last week. The 6 a.m. club has reclaimed their spot. So great to have y'all back. And it's good to have the playmaker back. Michael Irvin has apparently reached a deal to have a role on FS1 and Undisputed with Skip Bayless. So the Sports Business Journal reporting that Keyshawn Johnson is closing in on a deal, and Michael Irvin appears to have a role as well. Richard Sherman is going to be part of the rotating cast. So here's our boy, the playmaker, looking like he's trading with Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. A whole look, they're got the market corner on football.
Who?
But FS1 will, with Sherman and Irvin, Keyshawn. You know, they're going all in. You know, while Stephen A is going to have an NBA guy on here or there, and Russo, they're going all in, hitching that wagon with the NFL.
Well, First Take has it pretty.
Yeah. But
ESPN is all in too.
Sure.
They got Orlovsky and Spears and Ryan Clark and Shannon Sharp now. Now they got McAfee too. So, I mean, that's the formula. It gets to all NFL, all football.
Yeah, like it seems like you're just going like all of it. You know?
I think Michael will be really good with Skip. It's unfortunate that he has to now hitch his wagon to such a piece of garbage weasel, especially knowing that his best friend Troy Aikman hates his guts. But Michael will laugh. He'll be able to lighten it up with Bayless. They're also saying in this report that Undisputed is kind of changing it up. The panelists will now agree as much as they disagree when they return on August 28th.
Oh.
So I guess it's not going to be totally fake arguments all the time.
Absolutely not. People love that. People love peace and quiet and harmony and watching on TV. They don't love train wrecks. I don't know what they're doing here. Have they not seen The Housewives? Agreeing is not a good thing. Drama and trauma are the things that you want to see on TV.
I mean, that's what happens, though, when you put two Cowboys fans together like Skip Bayless and Michael Irvin, as he's told everybody. Skip Bayless, a longtime Cowboys fan, been a Cowboys fan my entire life, obsessed with them.
And did they jump the shark in terms of, they did to me, I'm wondering with the general audience, did they jump the shark in terms of, we know it's not real disagreement.
Fair.
We know when you're going to, one hates LeBron, one loves LeBron, one hates the Cowboys, one loves the Cowboys, one hates the Lakers, all the opposites for the big stories. It's like it's not authentic at all.
Unless they've built up more credibility as a show that has legitimate disagreements with how everything fell apart with Shannon and Skip. I know we had Heckle and Jide and Scannon and Ship.
Late night in Arizona.
Man.
Thank God it's a 2-game series. I already checked this morning.
Yeah, that's two.
But no, with the Skip and Shannon disagreement becoming as intense and as real as it turned up to be, then I mean, I guess it's something where
turned up to be.
See, you know what I was doing? I was thinking,
you came in here crapping on Choppy.
Yeah. You know what it was? You know what it was?
Now you have two screw ups.
I've already mixed it up in my head because you guys do it. The end out and end up, and then I said turned up instead of turned out.
Well, end out is not a phrase, so you should not even have that one in your lexicon at all. I just look. There are two things I hate to see on TV when I'm trying to watch trash TV. One, agreement. Two, and this one even worse. Okay, I hate when people agree to disagree. Just no, get bloody knuckles until the end. Okay, fight until somebody has no fight no more. That's what I want to see on TV for those idiots.
Here's my question: is that
you don't watch any of them anyway?
No, I don't watch any of them anyway. I want to see other people triggered by it, not me. I don't care.
Here's the question that I have, because you pointed out, not that this would necessarily be a stumbling block. Michael's his own guy, everything else, but you point out, like, especially given how Skip hates Aikman, one of Michael's buddies, and doesn't just hate him, hates him for very personal reasons.
Skip hates Aikman?
No, Aikman hates Skip for very personal reasons.
You're on fire this segment.
I'm sorry that you miscommunicated it, or that you didn't hear it correctly.
Aikman.
So no, I said especially his best friend hates him in Aikman. Anyway,
go back and find it, Peyton.
So my thing is that did Michael hit a point where nobody else was giving him the opportunity, and so this was all he had left?
And why is FS1 cool with putting Mike back on, but the NFL Network and ESPN were not? What's the difference? Desperation?
Well, the ESPN has always been scared. Okay, they've always been scared of the NFL.
Yeah.
Fox and CBS, they're so locked in. They're more locked in than ESPN is. And then the NFL Network, I mean, they're owned by the league.
Yeah, I mean, the difference here is also you're talking about two networks that took him off of TV. So their threshold, their standard for putting him back on may be higher than just outright hiring him. Whereas Fox goes, we've seen this dust settle in a certain way. We feel comfortable enough to do this.
How do you feel if you're Bayless and you're just getting nothing but hand-me-downs? You're getting nothing but leftovers. Stephen A is just dating a hot girl, kicking into the curb, and there's Skip outside the club waiting for the 2 a.m. cast-offs.
I don't know that Michael or Sherman are hand-me-downs. Like definitely Keyshawn is. Keyshawn is one. Rachel Nichols is one. Those are hand-me-downs. So some of them.
Yeah, Michael's not.
I think Sherman and Michael still have relevancy today and are valued today.
All right, the big news in the NFL yesterday, the Colts, after Jim Irsay said it was not happening, they have given Jonathan Taylor permission to seek a trade, according to Adam Schefter. Schefter says other teams now are weighing whether to make an offer to Indy and what would be fair value for him. He led the NFL in rushing in 2021. They're asking for a first-round draft pick or multiple draft picks. That would be the equivalent of a first-rounder, according to ESPN. He's been seeking a contract extension before training camp, and it has created these weird Jim Irsay-esque tweets and quotes when it comes to the franchise player for the Indianapolis Colts, who now apparently will be on the move.
On the move, and now what does he get? What does he get for him? Third rounder, fourth rounder, higher, lower, running backs. This is a true test of the running back market because this is not an old guy. This is not an old guy, and it's not a guy. It's a guy you got to pay. It absolutely is. I mean, you're going to give him a contract. You can't just say, "Hey, here you go. Yeah. We'll trade Michael Gallup for you."
He's 24.
Yeah, I mean he's got years left theoretically. But it's not like you can just sit there and trade a player for him and then not pay him. He's not going to play without a contract.
Let's figure out and remember what he is, because it feels like he won the rushing title like 5 years ago. When you play in Indianapolis, at least in my mind, you get forgotten and buried. Bobby, when all is right, he is where? What is the skill set? And is he an over-the-top difference maker for the teams that we're going to go through that he could be a potential match for?
I just don't think that anybody is an over-the-top difference maker at the running back position anymore is the problem.
At any position other than quarterback, you can make that argument.
Yeah, I mean quarterback or the things that help preserve quarterback. So the receiver, the guys blocking for the quarterback, like these are all aspects that matter a great deal. Jonathan Taylor is a speed demon. He's a little bit of an undersized back, but I mean he's an absolute home run hitter type of player. He's a decent receiver out of the backfield. This is the guy that you would want, and I'm guessing why he's dug in so aggressively. This is the guy that you would want if you're the PA to fight for the running back market would be Taylor, because this is his first opportunity to be eligible for a contract 3 years into his rookie deal. And this is somebody who has the skins on the wall, is still under 25, and can argue from a more effective position that he should be paid. I still think it's a tough sell regardless of who you are at the position, but he's in a better spot than, Dalvin Cook was, or Ezekiel Elliott was, or even guys like Josh Jacobs are, because of the type of running back he is, which is a speed threat, not a guy who's a bowling ball who's going to wear down. He's in a better spot to do it and fight for it. It's just, I think that the running back market's time has passed.
And this is absolutely the right organizational move and play from Indy. You're rebuilding. There's no point in having a win-now running back. People are questioning why Anthony Richardson, who they're apparently in love with, did not play at all in their second preseason game. He did not play in their second game, even though he's getting all the love from Colts camp. They had to drag him off the field multiple days to stop signing autographs for fans 10 minutes at a time, as, by the way, Jim Irsay's whale passed away that he was trying to spend $20 million on to go ahead and
whale
save.
alert.
Yeah, big whale alert. Yeah, I mean, he's giving his cleats away.
The whale?
Anthony Richardson.
Oh.
Yeah. The whale was not. Anthony Richardson was giving his cleats away. That's how, like, the people are saying, like, this is, like, an amazing dude. And they are absolutely falling in love with him there for a lot of different reasons. This is it. This was the guy. Like, Bryce Young, was like the cerebral quarterback, great decision maker. Anthony Richardson in the draft. Anthony Richardson was the only one in the draft that had a chance to be Mahomes.
Josh Jacobs, another L for the running back market. He's decided to end the holdout, so he's showing up for the Raiders. So thank you, Saquon. Good job. Way to go ahead and fight the fight.
Undercut.
And now everyone else falling in line.
Well, as Blake Baratz, who's an NFL agent for the Institute for Athletes, is like Adam Thielen's one of his big clients. He had written yesterday on Twitter. He said, "Josh Jacobs, I don't know you, never met or spoken to you, but as someone in this business, my free advice to you would be to sign that tender ASAP. If you care about future running back salaries, sign it and go ball. If it gets pulled, you're not getting $10 million this year or anywhere." And so that's he may have just reached a point where it's like financially it doesn't make sense because the Raiders may pull this tag at some point.
PP has pulled the audio, and let's see who was right. Round
I'm
one.
gonna turn down my headphones.
Round one between myself and Roberto for the Tolo Tuesday edition.
Here's the question that I have, because you pointed out, not that this would necessarily be a stumbling block. Michael's his own guy, everything else, but you point out, like, especially given how Skip hates Aikman, one of Michael's buddies, and doesn't just hate him, hates him for very personal reasons.
Skip hates
agree to
Aikman.
disagree. Aikman hates Skip
Yes.
for very personal reasons.
You're on fire this segment. Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
Undefeated. Never lost against you.
Agree to disagree.
Brock Purdy, that's it.
0-1.
Man,
tie.
It's so sweet. What a way to start off the day. That just put some pep in my step. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. Any thoughts on Monday Night Football with Sam Howell, Bobby, the Ravens streak ending, or the owner, Josh Harris, going for the Joe Buck handshake?
The Joe Buck handshake was, I saw the Joe Buck handshake, and I heard you guys talking about it, but other than that, I did not see it because I was watching Balco. That's what I was watching last night. I was not watching the Washington Commanders and Baltimore Ravens play a meaningless preseason game.
And what did you think of Balco? We're going to get into it tomorrow.
It was really good. I actually thought the Tim Montgomery portion of it was much more fascinating than I was anticipating.
I think, you know what, as I got on, as it wore on, I thought the same thing. At first I was like, man, I don't give a crap about track and field. Just get me to Barry Bonds. That's what I was like. Seriously, just get me to Barry Bonds.
I thought you were Mr. Olympics.
Yeah, I don't care about the people in it. I just care about the competition. I watch it, and then I forget the players. I forget the participants. You remember Michael Phelps. You remember Marion Jones.
Yeah.
But I was just like, literally all I care about is the baseball side of this.
For some reason, throughout this whole thing, and we'll get into it tomorrow, part of the Untold series on Netflix that I think has been really, really good so far. Can't wait for the Florida Gators one with Urban and Tebow. This guy, is willing to admit everything else on who he helped cheat except for Bonds. He's going out of his way to protect Barry Bonds and say, I never gave Barry Bonds anything at all. The Rangers need some protection because the free fall continues. Is this a collapse? They lose again last night, and the worst thing that an owner can say is going to actually help the Rangers down the road. That's next. If you stayed up late, if you didn't, we got you covered either way. 6 a.m. Club with the Rangers collapse, or is it? After this. But first, Sean.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Marte, in his only previous encounter with Chapman, made an out. But here lifts one high into the air, deep left field. This one sailing toward the wall, and it is gone. A little bit of a backflip halfway up the first base line. Marte starts the slow trot. He has tied this game at 1.
Matt Hicks with the call. I wanted Aroldis Chapman to close, and I got Aroldis Chapman to close. Unfortunately, Will Smith was not any better, and the Rangers lose in 11. They had the 2-run lead late, and Arizona comes back to win 4-3 right here on 105.3. The Fan, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Bobby, RJ, and I already lamented this one to start the show. Your thoughts on the Rangers' 5th straight loss, with the lead being 1.5 over Houston, who won, and 2 games over the Mariners, who destroyed the White Sox.
Yeah, the inability to finish out the game twice is obviously not great. The fact that Chapman gives up that home run in the 9th, and then Will Smith gives up the 2 base hits in the 11th, that's obviously terrible. But man, the bats got to be better. I think it was the 7th inning where they had 1st and 3rd and nobody out, and then it was, Seager striking out, Nate Lowe grounds out with guys on 2nd and 3rd. They've got to come up bigger in those big moments. Last night, the pitching was great. Jordan Montgomery was fantastic for 8 innings. The defense was really good behind him. The 8th inning, Jonah Heim made that great play to get the 3rd out in the 8th inning. There was a lot of really positive stuff defensively with the pitching before Chapman and Will Smith, but the fact that the bats just go completely to sleep for stretches is bizarre. They're the best hitting team in baseball for a lot of the year, and then at other points they just go completely dead.
They do, and that stat that you asked for, runs in a loss versus runs scored in a win. In wins, they're averaging 7.4 runs per game. This is actually thanks to the fan text, because I was unable to find the stat. He went through the math one by one.
Who was it? We give props to the number.
From 8242.
Thank you, sir.
As opposed to our friend.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, Carol.
In losses, 3.1. So that's a 4.5 run difference almost. Wins and losses. And the pitching's the same. In wins, they're allowing 2.6, and losses, they're allowing 6.3. So not only are they, not hitting in losses, they're also not pitching.
Do you think that is like
I think it's
as high a disparity as there is like in baseball with that difference, 7.5 versus 3?
I'd have to go check. Good teams
8242. Let us know.
Good teams generally lose close games. You look at the NFL. Like when the Cowboys in wins, they might have a much bigger point differential in wins than they do in losses. Good teams generally, don't get blown out, but it's baseball, and this is customary to have this 5-game stretch where you can't hit. This is totally normal. The concern in this, and look, and the lineup has not been whole. Heim's been out. Young's been out. Okay, the lineup's not been whole either.
Seager,
absolutely. So there's reasons there. It's not an excuse. It's a reason, whatever you want to call it that. But they have been striking out too. In the Milwaukee series, they struck out, quite a bit. They had 10 last night. Anytime that you have chances of getting guys over and getting guys in, that's what this team has done so well over the course of the year. They put bat to ball, and they've been able to move guys over and manufacture runs without doing, giving up outs, without bunting, really. They've still been able to manufacture runs. Now, over the course of a game, those manufactured runs add up to the point where, hey, all of a sudden you look up, you got 5-6 runs on the board. Last night, neither team took advantage of the runner on second, nobody out. Now the Rangers would not be wise to bunt the guy over because they're playing for a big inning. But in the bottom of the 10th, Arizona didn't even attempt to bunt the runner over to third, which all they needed was one run. They needed to bunt him to third and then get a fly ball, right? That's it. And they didn't do it.
What did you think about putting Marte, I'm sorry.
I don't totally understand it with 2 outs. I understand he had just hit you for the home run in the 9th inning, but I mean, you need 1 out. Like, I mean, this wasn't Bonds we were talking about. This isn't somebody where it's like, well, you just absolutely cannot give him the chance to hit, especially with what was a 2-run lead. Like if he gets a base hit,
yeah,
all right, that sucks. But I mean, you're still up.
Or if
a
he
run.
homers.
And this is a continuation now of the Will Smith problem. And I was just looking it up. I was curious. Since June 14th, we're on 2+ months. 23 games pitched. His last 23 games pitched. What do you think his ERA is? Because it's worse than I bet you think.
6.4.
6.2. 6.2 for 2+ months is your
Really?
closer's ERA.
I'm shocked.
That's awful. And you got to remember, like, one of those 3 runs that scored against him last night doesn't even count. It's an inherited runner. The other times where he's had runners score, where he's blown an extra inning game, like this is something where he's had even more runs than that score against him than are earned. But 6.2 for the ERA over 2+ months.
Confidence meter in order. Put these 3 in order going down the stretch. Offense, starters, bullpen. Down the stretch. Obviously, you can answer. You could be a victim of the circumstances right now, today, but moving forward, closing this out, what do you feel best about?
Starters, offense, bullpen. Right now.
Sure, yeah. Now look, you're going to get Josh Young back, and you're going to get Nathan Eovaldi back, you hope. And so once you get those guys back, maybe this changes a little
yesterday.
bit. But, yeah, I mean, the starters have been really good for this entire month. I'm probably going to flip it a little. I know they've been inconsistent, but the offense has been so good. When they're on, they're on. So I would probably go offense, starters, bullpen. By far, number 3 is the bullpen.
Yeah, I'll copy Bobby here. Offense, starters, bullpen. The bullpen's 3rd, 4th. I mean, it's dead last in any category at this point.
I'll go starters, offense, bullpen. I'm not that worried still.
No.
I'm really not. The Milwaukee series was more concerning than some of the other bad series that they have had, but I don't think we're jumping off the Scherzer ship. Don't want to make the RJ mistake yesterday. Montgomery has been fantastic. Yes, Dane Dunning had a slip up in his last start, but I feel good. I feel pretty good about everything. I'm a little bit worried, obviously, about the offense right now, but that's how I would put it in order. But the lead is shrinking. And now let's see how this team plays with some pressure. If they do actually feel the pressure, because Seattle's confidence is the highest. And then the Astros are saying, we're the champs. All we got to do is hang around. And the Rangers are going to be in 3rd in terms of the confidence meter.
Now,
right now.
The division isn't even the main issue right now. You know, they're only 3 games up on being out of the playoffs. So Seattle's got the last wild card. They're 2 up on them, right? And then Toronto is 1 back. And then you got a little cushion with the Red Sox 4 back. And you got a big cushion with the Angels and Yankees 9 and 9.5 back. And neither one of those teams has a prayer. So you're looking at, okay, Toronto, which was everybody's darling before the season, it's kind of, hey, here we are, just kind of hanging out, and now we got ourselves a chance. And Seattle's red hot, and Houston's there, and Tampa's 5 games up on a wild card spot, 6 games up. They ain't going anywhere.
This is also, I think it's important to, while there is a little bit of a panic sense, obviously, I think from people, it's also important to remember it's been a long time since this team's been in a close race. And so I think it's easy to forget the natural ebbs and flows of a season and how series go. Like losing 5 in a row happens.
Everywhere.
The Yankees, the dominant 1998 year they had, I think the Yankees had 2 different stretches where they lost 4 in a row. The Mariners, who, when they won 115 games or whatever they did, I think they had a stretch where they lost 4 or 5 in a row. This happens. And so, I mean, you got to remember, we were just leading into the All-Star break talking about, is it time to hit the panic button? They've gone 2-6. They've lost 3 series in a row. And then it's, coming out of the All-Star break, we had a couple different series where it was, is it time to panic? And then we go on the stretch of, they're 13-2 in the last 15 games. Will they ever lose another series again? I think it's just easy to get lost in the ebbs and flows because you forget how broad everything can be during a playoff race.
Rangers GM Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation. How does your squad turn this slump around?
Well, I think the veteran players know that you're going to go through bumps. You're going to go through highs and lows and bumps in the road over the course of the season. I do think that the young players are learning that and how well they handle those moments. And we've seen some of the young guys go through this recently. We've seen these guys, some guys struggle a little bit, and we want to see them come out of it. We want to see these prolonged slumps be shortened down to really a few games instead of a few weeks. And I think that's part of the growth of a young player. The veteran players have done that over the course of their career. They've been through these lows and they know, I'll get through it. Just, stay the course, do what has worked for me in the past, and I'll get through it. But for young guys that have never gone through it, it makes it a little bit tougher. And I think it's really important that as a staff, as a front office, that we do stay steady, that we don't worry, we don't panic. We correct the things that we're seeing and try to help them. But in the end, these are really, really talented players. They've played wonderfully to get to this point, and I expect them to continue to, despite the results the last few days.
Meanwhile, let's get in the time machine to go way back when. The New York Yankees are 17 games back. They're last place in the AL East. They've lost 8 in a row. Aaron Boone is going to get fired so he can join Brett Boone's podcast, and we'll talk to Brett on, not this week, next week, here on 105.3 The Fan as part of the Odyssey baseball family. What was happening the last time the Pinstripes stunk this much?
Well, the last time they had a year under .519 winning percentage was 1993. They had that year. They had a .519 in 93. So it was 92 the last time they didn't have that. So 19.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
Under 519, 500.
This could be the first losing season since 92. First of all, they have lost 8 in a row for the first time since 95, which is 28 years ago. That was the most stunning thing to me. That 1995 was 28 years ago. that really threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
But, the 92 Yankees, that was their 4th losing season in a row. They had the 2nd worst ERA in the league. What was happening back then? Back in 1992?
Let's see how many of these things Pepe knows.
Okay. They had not yet drafted Derek Jeter. That's how long ago that was. The Cowboys triplets of Aikman, Emmett, and Irvin hadn't won a Super Bowl yet at the end of the 1992 season. The president was a guy named George Bush. The father. The father was the president. A guy named Bill Clinton was running for election that fall.
I did not.
Have sexual relations with that woman.
That was good.
Thank you. Peyton, the number 1 movie in the box office was?
What year?
1992. The fall of 92.
Fall of 92.
So like late September, early October.
I've got a guess.
Okay.
A Few Good Men.
Close.
Back to the Future.
Not even in the same decade.
Forrest Gump.
Titanic. Same decade.
Last of the Mohicans.
Oh.
Daniel Day-Lewis. Have you seen it, Peyton?
No, I have not.
Yeah, why don't you pull that music too, like you did 5:30?
Yes. The same weekend, another movie was made. Peyton, do you know the name Gordon Bombay?
Oh, gosh.
Gordon rings a bell. Bombay, no. Sorry.
Mighty Ducks. Have you seen the Mighty Ducks? Greg Maddux was still on the Cubs.
Wow.
Jump Around by House of Pain was just coming out. That is remarkable. It's been 30 plus years.
What?
People knew who Jay-Z was in 1992.
No.
Yeah, he had been with Jazzo already on Hawaiian Sophie.
Again,
I'm just saying,
heard
people
of
knew
Hawaiian
who he was.
Sophie.
People knew who he was in 92.
You Googled that
I
right
did
now
not.
because you have never heard of Hawaiian Sophie.
I'm a hip-hop head, thank you.
Steph Curry says Luka Doncic is next, and no more cell phones will be on the golf course right here on Sean and RJ. We'll talk about it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Does Steph Curry think that Luka is actually next? Steph made a dangerous move and went on the Gilbert Arenas podcast. My brother sends me these quotes from Arenas, and I feel like I need to double check them, but I also am like, I don't need to double check them.
No, it's Gilbert. Yeah.
Because that's Gilbert Arenas. He was talking about marriage.
Uh-oh.
He said, I'm not married because I'm buying V's, and that's cheaper nowadays.
Now, what does he mean by that?
Women out here want to eat like 3 times a day. They want to go to all expensive-ass places. There's a lot of things that come when I can just pay $200 to $250 and get right to the good stuff. Kind of like Paul Pierce, who brought the escort to his Kevin Garnett broadcast during the NBA playoffs. There's no one quite like Gilbert Arenas, I don't think.
Oh, no, I don't think there is. I mean, anybody dumb enough to bring a gun on an airplane anyway.
And the Wizards made him the franchise. Like the Wizards.
He's a good player. He was a really good player.
He was a good player.
Yeah, 38% shooting from the field. It was awesome.
He was volume.
Yeah, he was volume.
He was volume.
He was going to get buckets regardless of if they were going down or not.
So Steph Curry went on Gil's podcast, and he had some high praise for number 77.
Luka's like the guy, obviously, that's right on the precipice of accomplishing all those accolades and just, you know, what he's about as a player. That threshold of like, how do you just crack through? I hope it's not now, but it's like when you play against him, like you can feel it.
One of y'all brought up the Zion-Luka conditioning comparison. Was it you, Choppy?
Yeah.
Zion's, man, this guy up and down and up and down in terms of the weight loss. Well, now he's looking jacked. Like his arms have never looked bigger than right now. And Choppy was saying, how do we feel about Luka's conditioning and weight loss
now
compared to Zion's offseason?
Yeah, I mean, and everybody's body type is different. Like Zion, you know, Luka doesn't need 18-inch arms,
right?
You know, to do what he wants to do. You know, Zion, he probably doesn't need 18-inch arms either.
Yeah.
But
Zion has gotten big in terms of, you know, strength, and Luka has slimmed down. And
Luka's already big.
Yeah.
So is Zion, but Luka's already like he can body players. He's got a big enough body. You know, leaning out may help him in the fourth quarter. May help him on the defensive end. You know, a little bit more. Have some more energy.
Well, hopefully they play faster, a little bit faster.
Not according to the footage I've seen from him. That cone drill. That embarrassing cone drill. My 10-year-old goes faster.
Playing slow is kind of his game. Like if they're like when you hear players talk about it, they say that the pace which he plays with is actually difficult for them to keep up with.
No, I don't accept that.
Okay, well, I mean that's what they say.
Well, that's fine. That doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean that's the way the Mavericks should play.
No,
they have Kyrie Irving on the floor. They don't need to lumber up and down. I'm talking about their style of play.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Luka pace, like his way of pacing the ball.
Because you don't know start, stop, Euro step, all that. I think the Mavericks need to play faster. They need to get up and down the floor. They have 2 unstoppable players in transition if they want, and Luka just wants to keep the ball and dribble with it for 15 seconds. That doesn't need to happen.
He's a ball hog.
He's a ball hog.
He's Russell Westbrook without the speed, but with better shooting ability.
And better passing ability. He is a world-class, I believe, all-time passer. It's just, does he want to try to create easier baskets? Is he ever going to cut on the baseline? Is he ever going to do
move without the basketball?
The ball, move without the basketball?
Never. He's saving his energy. That's what he's doing. He's just saving energy. And you're going to have to find, I mean, every player has to find, you know, plays. Look, this is my energy saving play. You know, they do that. Most of them do. Like then there's guys like Russ who just never stop.
So Bassick was on vacation. He called me during a commercial break. We were talking about Luka's conditioning, which I'm still buying into. I am believing. But he said, have you watched him play in this tournament? And I was like, a little bit. I've seen the highlights. And what I asked Mike was, what I'm looking for is, does he have a quicker first step? Is he blown by defenders even more? And are they playing faster? And Mike wasn't focusing on any of that. He was looking at Luka's defensive effort. He said he's still not playing any defense whatsoever. He's not moving off the ball to get easy baskets. So let's see how much he actually utilizes and puts this into play with the skinnier offseason. We shall see.
We'll see. And in terms of Zion, talk to me when he plays 70 games.
Yes.
His issue's not his weight necessarily. He's got to stay healthy.
Well,
now, maybe the weight plays into it. There's no way of knowing. We'll find out.
Well, I mean, he can be as jacked as he wants. He can be in all the great physical condition that he wants, and it doesn't mean a damn thing if Zion doesn't feel like Zion. Remember, that was the line at the end of last year. He was in there doing dunks and ridiculous, 720s in the layup line, and then he was like, yeah, but I still don't feel like Zion, so I'm just not able to play today.
Then Steph was asked if he is indeed the best point guard of all time.
Are you the best point guard ever?
Yes. Yes. It's me and Magic? That's the conversation?
Yeah.
And he said, I have to answer that.
Yeah.
I have to answer that way.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, is he even a point guard? Do we even call him that? I think of him as a shooting guard.
I do too.
Undersized too, the way Allen Iverson was.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, and the slander on Magic that he's just this passing guy. He only averaged 4.5 points a game less than Steph did.
Did he?
He was a 20-point-a-night guy.
Steph's average
And Steph's
24?
24 and a half, 25. There's 4.5 to 5 point difference. And then Magic blows him away in assists. Blows him away. So, because it's 11-6.
Well, who's slandering Magic?
I think the common thought is that Magic was the old school point guard, just pass it. Where now, granted, they're completely different players with how they went about and got their numbers.
Steph averaged 29 last year with the career average of 24. He averaged 29 at his age.
At his age. Magic shot less than a 3-point attempt per game for the first half of his career. And then later on, he started to really jump that number up with, 3.5 a game. Steph averages 3.5 3-pointers with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. So it's a completely different way to get the points. But, man, I went back and looked. I had completely forgotten myself that Magic averaged 20 a night. That seems very, very high for him. It's 19.5.
I mean, he did it, 4 times it looks like? 4 times in his career he averaged 20. So, I mean, he was under that. It's just he had a couple years where he was really above it. But that's interesting, the idea of him being old school, because I've always thought of Magic as being, obviously the 3-point game was not. But I've always thought of Magic as being the forward type of player where he was all about fast-paced offense. He was the walking triple-double. I always thought of him as innovator. I never thought of him as old school.
So speaking of Steph, he played in that celebrity golf tournament and he ended up winning it because of a cell phone screwing things up on the course on the final hole. Well, now cell phones may be gone on the golf courses forever.
Way to go. Way to go, golf fans. Congratulations. So the PGA Tour is burying their head in the sand right now, saying they have not seen an uptick in spectators attempting to distract golfers for betting purposes since legal sports gambling began spreading around the nation. But this is Max Homa, who had who was in the final pairing of this past weekend's golf tournament. And on it was the 17th hole, here comes the heckler. Now, you can't hear the heckler. This is not the audio, but I tried to find that out. You couldn't hear the heckler, but he heard him, and he went at him, and this is him after the round.
There's probably drunk, I hope for his case, or else he's just the biggest loser there is. But he was cheering and yelling at Chris for missing his putt short, and he kept yelling that he had $3. One of them had $3 for me to make mine, and I got to the back of my backstroke, and he yelled, "Pull it," pretty loud. And I made it right in the middle, and then I just started yelling at him, and then Joe yelled at him. So it's just, I love that people can gamble on golf, but that is the one thing I'm worried about. He didn't care that I don't know what he had to lose. He got kicked out probably, and we were the last group.
Yeah, so he had one hole to miss.
This is fascinating because this is the one sport that you can impact and affect by being the one person yelling. So people are making live bets, you said.
Yeah.
And then screwing up the hole.
So here's what happens. You're at the golf course, and you see that, just use Max Homa for now. He's got a 3-foot putt, 4-foot putt. You can bet that he will make or miss the putt. And you're going to have odds on that, live betting odds. And this dude obviously said miss, and he only put $3 on it. Wow, big spender. But, that could have been, it was a 3-foot putt. He could have had 25 to 1 odds.
Yeah.
All right, there's a quick $75 off $3. I mean, who knows what the odds were?
Wow.
So if you're that guy, you could say, hey, am I going to get kicked out? Sure. Last hole, second to last hole. This is the last group. What do I care?
Yeah.
And this is the problem that we run into. Like you said, with Steph, there was that heckler.
Marty Fish. Yep.
And then this has happened in the the British Open too. So they're going to have the PGA Tour and golf is going to have to come. If this continues to happen, they said they see no uptick. Well, that's an uptick as far as I'm concerned. If this continues to happen, they're going to have to do one of two things, and that is either stop gambling, stop these sites from allowing gambling on their team, or B, or their sport, or B, no more cell phones when you go to a golf event, which, I mean, that is how you meet up with people. I mean, you can't leave when you go to Augusta and they make you leave your cell phone, you feel completely naked. You have no idea what to do with yourself. At least I didn't. I mean, I'm sitting there walking. I'm reaching for. I want to take photos of everything.
Yeah.
Like, you're completely naked.
There's one solution to this. Be a real sport that doesn't get distracted by people yelling.
Oh my!
Like, execute your craft. If you're so great, if it's this difficult sport, somebody go and miss it or hook or whatever. Grow up.
Is it different than sitting there taking a free throw? Because you're used to, I guess, 20,000 people all at the same time. You're already used to the noise versus it's dead quiet. And then that one noise on the golf course, I would imagine it's a lot easier to throw you off.
So golfers will tell you if they go to the 16th hole in Phoenix at the Waste Management Open, that party hole.
Yeah.
It's so loud, it's fine. They either want really, really loud and a lot of commotion or dead silence. The in-between, when there's no ambient noise and all of a sudden there's a pop, that throws you off. If it's just loud, like if everybody's just loud, they're fine with it. They don't care about that. It's the one pop that gets them.
Bobby, are you being for real or are you trolling?
No, I'm being dead serious. Your sport is soft. If one person going hook it is enough to just throw it off and, oh my gosh, this jackass, we got to throw him out of the building.
But you've never swung,
or out of the nature,
never swung
whatever
a
you
real
play.
golf club on a course.
I
ever.
swung it right over here.
No,
you can yell at me all day long. I'll make every putt.
On the fan.
I don't usually get noise. Doesn't usually bother. You could talk to me in my backswing. If you're talking to me while I'm hitting, I'm fine. We were playing the golf the other day with Sarah, and it was dead silent. All of a sudden, she says something right in the middle of my backswing. Completely screwed it up. If we were just talking, completely fine. It's the one sudden.
Are the Cowboys actually going to play the starters this weekend for game number 3? That's next with Sean and RJ. But first, let me tell you
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Are the Cowboys going to actually play the starters this weekend for the big game, preseason game number 3? Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell.
Do we would we brand the third preseason game as the big game? Typically, I thought we saved that for a different big game, but
no, it's always the third game where we get at least a half. At least what?
Not now, not this year. Not going to happen this year. I mean, you may get a guy or two.
4 or 5 games this preseason.
Three.
Yeah,
they adding the extra regular season game they took away preseason game. So
thank God.
Just 3 preseason games now. So after this one, it's all real football the rest of the way. And we've got actually practices at the Star in Frisco starting tonight, open to the public, by the way. So 6 p.m. practice tonight and the next 2 nights after that.
Now, are they undecided or they're not going to play?
No, it does not sound like they're playing anybody.
This is one of those things, though, that doesn't have an ultimate answer. It doesn't. They come out with a 13-play, 90-yard drive against the Giants and score. This is I think it's one of those unanswerable questions in sports.
Absolutely. It's completely unanswerable. Now, like, you could look at other sports, like baseball, for example, that the hitters need a couple of weeks. The pitchers, they need to build up their arm strength. Then again, most of these guys are doing work in the offseason, playing winter ball, whatever. In football, like, these guys are in shape. They don't need. We have reached the point where we probably don't even need preseason games anymore. Preseason games are less for they're less for rust. They're more for the bottom of the roster.
Well, it's also for getting your body used to getting
tackling
hit by a
Mack
Mack truck. Like, I mean, there absolutely is that aspect of it because people have felt like the minimization, like the minimalization of preseason games and padded practices have led to the body not being as prepared to take those hits.
They manage it in college. Where they go from 0 to 100 literally overnight. Now, maybe you say that starting with Ball State isn't going 0 to 100, but there's going to be a big game on opening weekend between a couple of powerhouses. It's going to happen every year. Maybe either you get rid of the preseason, but these guys come into shape, come to camp shape all the time.
I just think Mike McCarthy probably has it in his mind, that feeling of Dak Prescott going down, right? Was it the second game last year, and we're all like season over, and McCarthy does not want to risk repeating that again when the games do not count.
Was it at the end of Tampa that he got hurt? The first game?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
End of the Tampa game.
And then Cincinnati he was out for, and Cooper Rush won it.
And Cooper Rush came in and saved the day.
But in 21, you remember we had the same rust discussion when talking about Dak's shoulder. That Dak had that shoulder issue or that lat or whatever the hell they called it, that they shut him down for the rest of training camp. And we had that discussion then about, well, how rusty is he going to look coming out here against Tampa Bay? And so, I mean, we have those discussions with injuries. I don't know why we minimize it when we're talking about basically just sitting out.
Comes down to not enough reps to make a difference, not worth the risk. The offensive changes are not that big a deal, or we're just good to go. We're confident, or the offensive line is not who we want in front of them. Those are the 4 different options for not playing the starters at all in the preseason.
If they come out sloppy on the first 2 drives against the Giants, they are going to hear no end to this, because we did get that discussion last year. That was one of the first questions asked to Jerry after the Tampa Bay game last year, where the offense looked awful. Was one of the first questions was, why didn't you play the starters during the preseason? What's going on here?
That was an awful performance. But if they win 27-13, no one's going to care at the very end, even if you start off sloppy, I think. The big news in the league, the Colts have changed their mind. They've given Jonathan Taylor permission to seek a trade. Of course, with that trade, he's going to want a new contract. Some of the teams that have been thrown out there as fits, not rumors that they've called, just fits. The Miami Dolphins, the Patriots, Zeke, the Chicago Bears, the Arizona Cardinals, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the Buffalo Bills.
I got a little text from a little birdie that said the Chiefs are interested.
Oh, really?
Which
Chiefs have that money? I mean, I know NFL money's funny money, but What?
Marcus Spears saying the Cowboys should go all in on Jonathan Taylor on
simmer.
ESPN right now.
They just gave Pollard $10 million.
Oh, gosh.
Let's see if we can turn up Spears. Go ahead. Go to.
Pollard coming off of an injury, and we talked about how well Tony Pollard played. We see Deuce Vaughn, which is a great story. Father's in the building. Everybody understands that. Jonathan Taylor is the piece that Dallas needs for Philly. That's who they need in order to close that gap a little bit more. And we start talking about not only bringing more talent, the philosophy. What the hell the head coach been saying all season long?
To run it.
We want to get back to playing an efficient way of football. You know how you efficient playing football? You
run it, you throw it, right? You throw it.
You know how Dak throws less interceptions? You be able to turn around and hand it off to a prolific back. We're not talking about just a guy coming into your building. We're talking about an elite rusher in this league.
Look, two thoughts
All
jump
right,
immediately.
there you go.
Boy, losing as much as the Yankees have, it sounds like that whole panel also still thinks it's 1992, the way they're talking about NFL offenses and run the damn ball, and he's the missing piece.
I mean, I'm just thinking about, running backs have a net zero EPA per play.
Imagine your running back salary after that. Jonathan Taylor and Tony
My
Pollard
gosh.
getting $10 million. So there's Marcus Spears saying the Cowboys are the team that should go all in for Jonathan Taylor. Good job, Pepe, getting that live footage right here on The Fan. Unfortunately, this also happened live on The Fan late last night.
2-1 the count. Smith the hold. The pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into right center field. Marte scores. Perdomo rounds third. He comes home and scores. And the Diamondbacks win 4-3. A walk-off victory for the Diamondbacks. The Rangers have lost 5 in a row.
And that lunatic Tommy Pham helps be a hero. Tommy Pham's like fighting with fans actually it was in San Diego, but he's been in the national news headlines for getting into it with this fan who apparently disrespected him. And he said he was disrespected by a white man. Quote, it's always funny when you got a white guy feels like they can disrespect me. A black man or a Latin don't do that S. And this fan's wife said, we've been going to games. Yeah, we had some banter back and forth and some S talk. But after Pham started it, my husband said, go strike out. Go do like you usually do. Go strike out. And the wife said, this guy needs anger management ASAP.
He slapped Jock Peterson.
I think he's does MMA training, Tommy Pham.
Yeah, he's got a gym in San Diego that he goes to. He slapped Jock Peterson over a fantasy football argument from 3 years earlier. The guy he holds grudges more than Bobby.
Ooh, that's debatable.
Yeah.
I mean, I hold a hell of a grudge. By the way, I think strike out like you normally do. He struck out 74 times in about 100 games this year. It's not that bad.
It's not terrible. No,
That's
at all.
not like in
Joey Gallo.
In this modern Major League Baseball, that's really not that bad.
The Rangers waste a tremendous outing from Jordan Montgomery. The bats are basically silent except for an Adolis Garcia home run, and then Aroldis Chapman and Will Smith both blow it out of the bullpen. Now Mike Greenberg is saying the Cowboys need to go in for Jonathan Taylor as well. Oh, my God. The desperation. Jeez Louise. We thought that Nate Lowe had won this in extra innings with the 2-run single and make it 3-1. So they blow 2 separate leads, RJ. Houston and Seattle dominate. The AL West lead is down to a game and a half and 2.
This is disgraceful when you waste a pitching performance like that for Montgomery. A guy who doesn't go 8 innings. Hardly ever. His pitch count was low. He went that distance. I mean, you might have been able to say he could have gone out there again. But I think the reason they brought Chapman is they wanted to give Will Smith a day. They were hoping that was going to be the case because he had thrown the day before and he had thrown over 20 pitches the day before. Maybe they're thinking, hey, let's just get Chapman some work. Let him go out there and throw, and then, couldn't get it done. He thought he was in mid-playoff form yesterday. Mid-playoff form.
4 starts now for Jordan Montgomery, all of them at least 6 innings, all 2 runs or fewer. He's been fantastic. And when you consider they also got Stratton in that deal, that's been as good of a trade so far as the Scherzer one.
Man, and I'll tell you this. I know Boch is like a bullpen wizard apparently, but first of all, that's a misnomer. There's no such thing as a good bullpen manager.
Bullpen wizard.
All right, you're either
is that a song?
Pinball Wizard is.
Yeah, Pinball Wizard's
The Who.
The Who. So everybody really pretty much stinks as a manager when it comes to managing the bullpen. There are guys that just stink less. It's like clock management in the NFL. Everyone's really bad at clock management. Some are just a little bit less worse. Why did he bring Stratton in 2 days ago in a 6-1 game? If Stratton's one of your 3 best relief pitchers, or even 4, you're not chasing a 6-1 deficit. Very, very odd. I didn't understand that one. And then, yesterday, you can, make the argument he did nothing wrong yesterday. But, did you agree on the Ketel Marte intentional walk? They didn't bunt in the 10th or 11th inning. I think as the visiting team, though, you're in the clear on that one. Arizona not bunting in the bottom of the 10th with all they needed was a scratch run out. Literally all they needed. They weren't going for a big inning. That, to me, was criminal from Lovello.
How are the Michigan Wolverines going to survive this 3-game suspension for Jim Harbaugh? Self-imposed. And then they're going to kick off their season against East Carolina next weekend. So this Jim Harbaugh back and forth has resulted in the Wolverines not having their leader against East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green.
Yeah, they'll be slight favorites in those games. I really don't know how they're going to be able to manage.
What a joke.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, guys.
Chop.
I mean,
name one NFL player from any of those 3 schools.
Oh, Randall Cunningham from UNLV.
Okay, good.
Current
NFL
East
player.
Carolina was CJ2K.
Oh, yeah, Chris Johnson was
Nice
from there.
job.
And who was the other one?
Bowling Green.
Oh, man, I'm struggling. They're probably the one that had the most.
Thought you were going to go Larry Johnson with UNLV.
I can't think of one from Bowling Green. I know there's one.
Pros of any sport?
No, NFL players. The only NFL player I can think of currently from any of those 3
Did Larry
schools.
Johnson Chiefs play there?
No, Larry Johnson, the basketball player.
Okay, I was like,
Larry Johnson Chiefs was Penn State.
I was
Current
like-
East Carolina player in the NFL. The only one that I can think of from these 3 schools is Zay Jones, the receiver. That's the only one. So these are this is Michigan showing they're tough on crime, baby. That they're gonna make sure that Jim Harbaugh really feels this.
And then Shams reports that part of James Harden's disgust in calling Daryl Morey a liar twice was because Daryl promised he was going to trade me quickly.
Oh, no.
He was going to trade me really fast, and he didn't do it. And that's part of his anger. Good God, I hate this guy.
I mean, this is like, is he forgetting how the team works? Like, him not trading you quick enough isn't a crime.
in the NBA it is.
Yeah, I know, apparently, right? Ask Dame Lillard, who's sitting around waiting.
Yep.
Like the team, he still has a job to do. He still has to get some kind of value for you.
Yeah.
James Harden's been around the league long enough to understand this. Then again, maybe he hasn't.
All right, that's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here with Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mike Florio wants to come back on the show to talk about Michael Irvin's new job. Florio will join us at 8 o'clock, but the very popular Ask Reddit is next during the Expressway. We go commercial-free for the next 40 minutes right after this.
But
Number 1, how dare you?
It is Tuesday. It is time for Ask Reddit. This is where we get the most interesting and viral questions off of Ask Reddit from the past week. 43 million users over there asking compelling questions. Yeah,
43 million?
43 million active users on that forum. Wow. Not just Reddit, on that one forum, Ask Reddit. So,
that's amazing.
Very active. We want to get you active as well on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We also want to get the YouTube and Twitch crowds activated so you guys give us your answers to these questions. RJ Choppy, I'm going to lead off with you. What can a stranger do in public that will immediately make you judge them?
I'll say it. Wear a mask.
Oh.
I mean, if you're old, I get it. If I see somebody my age wearing a mask, I know they could be immunocompromised. I just instantly judge them. Right or wrong, I do.
What are some of the things you think about them?
That's for me. That's for me. But if you want me to be perfectly honest,
I don't.
Beta. Immediately. Beta.
And
soft.
And I judge the mask judgers. So,
it's fine. Oh, yes.
Wow.
There you go.
I judge the mask judgers. It goes counter to what we say on the show. It's your business. Do what you want. Keep your damn nose out of other people's masks. Let them do what they want. Chances are you went and you got the vaccine and the second shot anyway. So all you judgers, you probably went and ran in line too. So keep your damn nose out of it.
Twellovator on the Twitch has my answer, which is just being rude to wait staff. Like if you're a difficult person.
How often do you guys actually see that?
A lot.
You see it with other people around you. What do they do? Give me the last example of someone who was rude right next to you in a restaurant.
My aunt with the ice cream lady.
Yes.
Gelato, not ice cream.
Gelato.
Okay. No, usually it's just
I feel like way more staff is rude to people than vice versa.
Really? Because I don't feel like in my experiences with it, I very rarely get rude staff.
Okay.
But
when's the last thing that you've seen?
In general, it's usually just a snippy tone or just like general rudeness of this isn't right. And it's just the demeanor in which you're treating somebody. Also, somebody who's letting their kids just run hog wild, just like go ham and no control over. I understand. Look, I totally get the kids out of control and the parent is trying and they're frustrated and the last thing they need is somebody making it more difficult on them. But the person who just has not a care in the world or expects the flight attendant to pick up the little pirate booty that you knock over on the plane, you're bad.
Yeah, this one's from the 817. It's kind of interesting. People blowing their nose while eating, like making the loud noise. I know that's something you can't. I mean, do you walk away at that point? Do you have
the bathroom?
How do you do that?
I'm not leaving the table to blow my nose unless it's flooding. Like, you can blow your nose at the table.
I did that with Sarah one time.
Oh, you have a really loud nose blow.
I do, but I was quiet with it.
Yeah.
And we were at some of her friends, and they all gave me like a look, and she was like, "Don't ever do that again at the table. Leave."
Wow.
Like, okay.
Whoa. By the way, the 469 says Legrande is talking S about us right now.
Yeah.
So, how did that conversation go?
Chicaline came in here and said that your Spanish soccer team music was inappropriate.
Oh.
But we weren't talking trash. Well, RJ was talking about him getting in here later, Armando, and he did. He walked in here like 15 minutes ago with his eyes barely open, and this guy gets 3 weeks vacation in Paris. Must be nice. Sweet setup over there.
817, when someone pushes the cart into the next parking space and drives off at the grocery store after unloading their groceries.
You look both ways, but I always end up pushing the cart back.
I
don't want to be that person.
You don't want the cart narc to come get you. 214, not picking up your dog's S.
I always tried to get away with that. Walk him at night.
Man, because then somebody else is mowing their lawn and they're stepping in it. It's your dog.
I don't care.
You know, it's your dog. You got to clean it up.
Steve from Tyler.
It's illegal anyway. Isn't it illegal?
Illegal?
Can't you get a ticket? You should be able to get a ticket.
I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, our dog had diarrhea like violently on a walk on the curb, basically. And there's nothing we can really do about it. But some guy, I guess, saw us walking our dog, and he like followed us home in his truck to tell us to go clean it up. So we had to go spray it off.
Is that like the guy you followed on the highway on the way to my house?
I didn't,
psycho.
I didn't follow him. I caught up to him, and he got off the highway. So.
And why did you catch up to him?
Because he almost hit me while he was zipping through traffic. Sean, what has simultaneously gotten worse and more expensive?
Simultaneously gotten worse and more expensive. Go ahead, Choppy. I was gonna say eating out. I don't know if it's gotten worse. It's just like not worth it.
I think I feel, and this is completely
eating out costs a fortune.
It does. The customer service, I think, in general, has taken the dip down.
Drinks, like going to a bar.
Yeah, like anybody. I mean, every place now is asking for a tip.
Yeah.
And I always feel good because, if you waited on me or something like that, that's fine. But like, I feel guilted into it all the time, and I do. I still tip, but it's like if you just hand me a bottle of water, from the back.
You know what they need to do? We need to start tipping off of Fitbits. I need to know how much physical exertion that you're exhausting in order to get like Instacart.
Yeah.
If you walk in and I ask you to get $50 steak, I'm not tipping you off for that. If I ask for 30 items, I'm hooking you up big time. I need to see your Fitbit. I need to see how much you're going back and forth. I need to see how many aisles you're working.
I'm surprised that the man who wants to tip based off of Fitbits would have come at us for saying, when was the last time you saw somebody being rude to wait staff?
How's that rude?
I just think the
That's
standard,
that's
there's
not
clearly
rude.
different standards.
Wait, so nothing about what I said was rude whatsoever.
No, not that it was rude.
I'm not going to tip you off of you getting one $75 item.
You're still going to give them a tip.
A tip. But I'm not tipping off the $75.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
I'm not tipping off. I'm tipping off
agree.
the amount of things I asked for.
Yes.
When you go Instacart, Uber Eats, like, if it's not a pain in the rear end, but Instacart mainly for like groceries, if you still get that, I'm tipping you off of how many things I'm asking you to get.
Cash versus credit at a bar completely screwed this. When I was in college, or even in my 20s, we used to carry back in the day. We used to carry cash around.
$1 a beer tip.
You go to a bar, it was $1 beer. It didn't matter if the beer was $3 or $8.
Yeah,
it was $1. Right? You grabbed the beer, you take the top off, it was $1. Now, when you have the credit card slip, in your head it's 20%.
And do you feel shame leaving change with a bar tip? Like at the Rudder Room, everything came back with coins, and I'm like, am I cheap if I leave like these coins here?
So,
I don't want to carry the coins. They're gonna get lost in the sand. How many coins do you think are in that beach?
A ton. And I don't have a problem putting the coins in the tip jar, but I won't only put coins. So like if they give me back $3.50, I'll tip them the $1 I was going to tip them plus the 50 cents.
The answer to this,
so it's their way of getting an extra 50 cents out of you.
The answer to this one is easy, and it's cable television.
Yeah.
Cable TV, the price for what you're getting, like the price is doubled basically, maybe more, and what you're getting is so much worse. The fees just continue to go up. The number of channels you can get go down. The quality of the channels goes down. That one's terrible. 214 says insurances of all forms. On the Twitch, Badass Mofo Lady T says, I see people, quality of homes being built. She says worse and more expensive. So there's some of that. Fast food, according to Gasol 247 on the YouTube.
That's a great one. When's the last time you went and felt like, oh, I'm getting a cheap meal. I'm getting a cheap fast food meal.
A $1 menu doesn't exist anymore. It's now the $3 menu. This one, now you guys are all married men. RJ's about to be a married guy again. The 817 says marriage has gotten worse and more expensive.
Okay, how? How has it gotten more expensive?
The marriage license more expensive? The wedding venue maybe? I don't know.
I didn't know from experience if you all said, oh, it is more expensive.
I think a lot of people would say dating. Like everyone I talk to who's on the app says it's a nightmare out there and it's more expensive.
214 says Russell Wilson. Great answer there.
Wow.
254 golf greens fees. Is that true, Chop?
I mean, I hate to say this, but I don't know. I I don't play enough golf, and I don't really pay for golf.
Boy, these answers, it's all just taking shots at people. 214 Mike Greenberg. That's another one. 972, the tollway. The tollway has gotten ridiculous, and it is not the benefit that it once was.
It's not even the tollway. Those express lanes, which I love the express lanes. The Tex Express, where you can just choose to go in it or not. But, dude, you go down 121 to 183 in, like, the Bedford-Euless area around 5 o'clock at night. That damn thing is $20 for, like, 4 miles. It is insane. But it saves you 20 minutes.
Speaking of the expressway, this is the expressway, and this is Ask Reddit here in the expressway. Peyton Russell, with your vast wealth there in Rockwall, what's a dark family secret you were let in on once you were old enough?
Ooh, see, my family's too perfect. I don't know if there's a dark secret there. You know, so much money. No. See, we don't have any murders or anything, any scandals out there. I mean, there are a few arrests that were made that I wasn't know about until I was old enough, but
do tell. That sounds like a big deal.
It was like maybe running from the cops, but nothing big.
Okay.
I mean, running from the cops, depending on what they're running for, is kind of a big deal. My answer to this is easy. Grew up in a, as you can tell, 9 children, homeschooled. So grew up in a very religious home, strictly religious, and found out when I was 10 or 11, I can't remember. I was telling you the story of the weekend, Sean. Found out they had gotten pregnant before marriage. Like, they were 2 months into dating. Mom got pregnant, small town. Grandpa said, guess what? You guys are getting married. And so they got married as quick as they could. I think they got married like literally a week after finding out that they were pregnant, and tried to time it out. And it was my oldest sister. She started figuring out, she's like, why was I born 7 months after they got married? That was a little weird. And so I wasn't even let in on that one. We had to discover it. But, Chop?
I have none. My family keeps secrets at the plague. I have no idea how my mom's sister died. I have no idea how my dad's first wife's name or why they got to. I know nothing. They will tell me nothing. They tell any of us that if you weren't there to live it, it's not your business. We are the closest family that keeps the deepest secrets. And I have no idea. I know nothing about my family. They're acquaintances, basically. It blows my mind. I know nothing. There are so many things I would love. Why does my grandfather and his brother not speak? And why did they not speak for the last 50 years of their lives? I have no idea. I've asked. They won't tell me. Now, I mean, they're all basically gone, so I have no idea.
Maybe this is why. Victor Reyes on the YouTube says, on my grandpa's deathbed, he confessed to sleeping with my grandma's sister, and apparently part of his salary had been going to her family for years.
No, Victor for the win.
Man,
wow.
That's some serious stuff there. 214, I found out I had a sister who had been given up for adoption. Only reason I found out was the person who informed me no longer felt bound to secrecy after my mom died. Sean, you got anything here? Any deep, dark family secrets?
I don't think it's deep dark, but I slowly realized that one of my grandmothers, like, kind of scouted her children correctly in a negative way. Like, I found out later and later that she definitely didn't love them all the same. And she said, watch out for this one. Just keep this one in the back of your mind for some of her own kids. And she was right. She was right. I didn't know. I was like, oh, she felt this way about her own children? But she ended up being correct with many of them.
682, when I was in my early 20s, found an old photo of someone in a family album I didn't recognize. When I asked, my mom said, that's your Aunt Gloria. Then she lowered her voice and said, she's a nudist. I found out that poor Aunt Gloria became a nudist and the family ostracized her. So there you go. We're doing Ask Reddit here. RJ Choppy, this is a perfect question for you and MGC, Machine Gun Colon. Where is the worst place to have diarrhea?
Golf course, for me.
And Broadus.
There's very limited place to use the restroom. You got one every several holes. That's not usually very clean. I don't generally bring my baby wipes in the golf course, and I won't go without baby wipes. I'll be doing the dog, the dog thing where you just drag your butt against the grass or the carpet. I would do that against the grass if I had Rhea on the golf course. So for me, that's it. I've had it before. I've used the woods.
See, I feel like that'd be a good place to have it. You're isolated basically per hole.
You are isolated per hole, but like in Texas, You go in the woods, you don't know what's in there.
Yeah.
There could be some
rattlesnake.
There could be a rattlesnake, a copperhead in there. You drop trout, and all of a sudden, they'll bite you in a place you don't want. You do this up in Michigan, where I was last week. There are no venomous snakes up in the northern part. You go in there, you got a deer tick. Maybe you get a deer tick on your butt. Okay? That's not good, but it's better than the rattlesnake.
The answer to this is easy. It's the one that I have dealt with on 2 different occasions.
Her house.
Road trip.
Oh, yeah.
When you are on the road, when you're driving 6 hours or something like that, and 2 hours into this 6-hour trip, you're in the middle of nowhere. You're in Buffalo, Texas. And it hits, and you don't have a gas station for miles. And when you stop at that gas station, they have no Imodium or anything else. That one has been brutal, and that's happened to me a couple times.
Well, it's just something we can relate here at work. I mean, it's right here at work. You got 6-minute commercial breaks.
Yeah.
You don't have time. I need 15, 20 minutes, man. If I was gone for 20 minutes, man, we would not go on air.
I mean,
I could run the board.
Yeah.
The parents' house, her parents' house, or her place on a first or second date.
Oh, yeah, the first date.
That's probably the worst. I mean, I saw the scene in Bridesmaids the other day. That was unbeatable.
Yeah,
the wedding dress, like nothing's better than that. Squatting down in the middle of the street, that was fantastic. But that is the fear. You go over for the first time or second time for the date or the parents' house. That would be a nightmare.
Yeah, that is a nightmare. There's a Seinfeld on that one. There's a Seinfeld there.
YouTube, Gasol247 waiting in line at a concert. Boy, I think it's just lines in general.
Any porta potty.
Braxton Morris says,
I've never done that. I've never done anything but pee in a porta potty.
Really?
Ever. I would never do it.
I had to one time.
I had to.
I had to. Braxton Morris says standing in line at the DMV. Really, I think it's just any line in general. That one's usually a bad one. Some of the answers on the truckwreck.com fan text. A bar. I don't know that a bar is that bad.
Well, but some of these bars don't have doors on the stalls.
Oh, for sure.
Have you ever gone in a stall without a door?
Yeah, in college. I was at my buddy, my roommate was in a fraternity, and I went to a fraternity party. Their fraternity did not have stall doors. They wanted like unity. So like comfortability between you. So like and so I was like, what? So I went in there and
losers.
I had to do that in the stall.
The most popular answer on the truckwreck.com fan text, and one we have not said, is an airplane. That airplane is worse. That would be pretty bad.
Yeah, that's hard to dodge. The person behind you.
Yeah.
The person behind you.
817 says a strip club, so you got that. We're doing Ask Reddit here. Sean Sharif, you went over to your friend's house. They had a baby. They said, come over, meet our baby. And when they get you, they show you this baby. And it is the ugliest baby you've ever seen in your life. What do you say?
Nothing. You say it when you get back in the car, like, damn. That's it. But when you're there, it'd be like, every baby's cute. Oh my gosh, how adorable, how cute. You be fake. You be fake with the compliments. There's no other option.
No, you change the subject as fast as possible.
You can't lie.
So when are you having another one? That's what you said.
Do you have a friend? You don't have to. Obviously, you don't have to say. Do you have a friend in mind who had the ugly baby that you can remember, where you're like, dang, that's an ugly kid?
I didn't think so, but our neighbor, before they had their baby, so we had a neighbor who we really liked his girlfriend.
Are they listening?
No, this is 15 years ago. Right. Really liked the girlfriend. They break up, and we were all upset that they broke up because we really liked her. New girlfriend comes in. She was kind of a B to us. And we all had just chattered about we missed the old one. The new girlfriend gets pregnant really fast. And the baby didn't even get a chance to come out before my younger brother, who was like 7 at the time, just walked over and relayed a joke that the kids had been saying to the guy and said, yeah, we all think your baby's going to be ugly because it's with her. And that was massively uncomfortable as he came over and talked to my parents later that day about our kids talking too much.
I've made comments half true about one of the parent, about the father not being the parent. When I've looked at, my brother's kids, I see none of my brother with the kids that came out of his wife.
Is that other Gene Strong?
Yes.
Yeah.
Real strong. And then my buddy the other day in Southlake, this kid's got bleached blonde hair. And I'm like, whose kid is this? I have said that a couple times. I say it with a laugh and a joke, but I'm really kind of meaning it. Like, Who's the father?
Yeah.
Because this kid is not yours.
I always let people know when their baby's ugly. And the reason why I say that is because I'm establishing a precedent right now that I always say when the baby's ugly, so that when I encounter an ugly baby and I don't say anything, then they're gonna believe my lies that I didn't see it. So
somebody says here on the Trucker Hub text line, you say, "Wow, he's wow."
Yeah, just breathtaking.
He looks just like you.
Look at you. Wow.
Well, the 469 says when they're ugly, just say the baby looks just like you.
Yeah.
That's the go-to play. Sean, you want one more, or is that it? You want to tap out here?
Oh, go ahead. Do one more.
Okay, one more.
Mike Florio coming up at 8.
Peyton Russell, what do you, due to experience, know not to F with?
Oh, well, it's wasp in general. I let them go. I'm scared of them. They're my worst fear out there.
Really?
Yes, wasps. They can fly you and they can kill you. I'm out. Just don't look at me. I won't look at you.
Overrated. Knock on wood.
Oh, you're gonna get stung.
I did have a bunch of wasps until the Tolo brought out that wasp spray. I've never been stung by one. Yeah, they fly around, but bees, wasps, I've never been hit.
I got attacked at an early age.
Once.
That's why.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Dude, for me, I mean, to that degree, ants. Ants F me up.
They do.
Any one ant bite on my foot swells up. It has me considering spending way too much money for turf. Try to go ahead and just get rid of ants and have that out of the backyard. Ants, I can't F with them.
Yeah. Have you seen the guy who got stung on purpose by a bullet ant?
No.
A bullet ant? I don't even know what that is.
I think they're in like South America. It's like apparently it's supposed to be the most painful sting bite you can get. Just remarkable. Angry women. This is girlfriends. This is the one. Like, if you're dating on that, the hot crazy matrix.
Mm-hmm.
If she's like over a 6 crazy, not to mess with that. And I've messed with that before. That was a mistake.
HOAs.
Do you not mess with them?
No. I'm gonna advise you on this, Bobby. If you can, when you eventually make your wife's dream come true and get her out of that apartment with the 17 of y'all that live in there, try to find a house that does not have an HOA. Try.
Man, I'd like to. The problem is that all the communities it seems we want to move into, like, they have it, and now it seems like it's unavoidable. I do want to. I think it's dumb that this community appointed, like self-appointed, we're the police around here. I think that's stupid, especially when I have to pay you. That all seems stupid to me. The answer to this one, and it's not from experience with me. I've never done it to somebody else, but I've witnessed it off to the side too many times and recognized, okay, don't do that. And it's a line you'll hear a lot. Don't F with someone's money. You start screwing with someone's money, you will tap into an anger and an irritation that you didn't know existed for that person. A couple of submissions on the truckwreck.com fan text 817, don't mess with your ex. She will raise your child support. Let's see here. Oh gosh, 302. Jerry Jones called Randy Gregory his ugly baby. That's not nice. 214, a hungry pregnant woman.
Yeah, anger.
214, honeybees. I got stung 38 times.
Woo!
Jeez.
Wow.
Ugh, that one's not good. 817, road rage. Don't mess with road rage. So
Mike
don't mess
Bassick
with
is
me.
one that I just told Bobby in the break. When we were talking about golf swings, Bobby was going to text something back to Mike. I said, don't do that. So Baskey, one you probably don't want to screw around with that as well. Ask Credit every Tuesday during the Expressway. We are commercial free for 40 minutes. Mike Florio wants to talk about Michael Irvin's new job, and we'll go around the NFL at 8 o'clock here on your home of America's team. So I'm getting some quotes from Peter King's interview with Jerry Jones. Peter King caught up with Jerry before the Seahawks preseason game. I'll bring you some of the quotes. I know how hard it is to win one of those Super Bowls. Now, he's unwilling to call a 12-5 season a failure. You shouldn't give up the ghost because you fall short in a highly competitive league. Just because we haven't won it in so long doesn't mean what we've done is meaningless. And I think this year we're in better position to win it than we have been in years. We have the team and we have the quarterback. And then Peter King will not let go of the San Francisco games. He will not let go of the 49ers games. He was asking Dak about it.
They won't. That building won't let go of them.
Really?
The Cowboys won't. No.
You don't think McCarthy and Dak and Jerry are tired of talking about it?
I think they're tired of it, but I think they also recognize that it's a source of frustration for them personally. Not just that, they lost, like losing any playoff game is, but that they've lost to the 49ers specifically twice, that they feel like they can't get over that specific hump. I think that that's something that's really frustrating to a lot of people in that locker room. And it's frustrating enough that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys have made significant changes in response to those losses in 2 consecutive years.
So Jerry is talking about 48 seconds that if they went a different way, the Cowboys would have won the Super Bowl last year. 48 seconds against San Fran. You know what they are, Choppy?
The injury to Pollard?
No. 48-second series in the final 3 minutes at San Francisco. The dropped Dre Greenlaw interception on first down, the misfire incompletion from Dak to Gallup on second down, and a frustrating sack on third down punt. 3 plays, 0 yards, season over. Does this jump out, Bobby?
It does, because this is the play sequence that I referenced last week when Dak talked about, sometimes it's good to punt. 3 and out and punt and live to see another day, because I know the defense will get you the ball back. Is where I referenced this series specifically as this was an example of, no, you can't just count on, okay, the defense is going to give me the ball back. Didn't matter they got you the ball back. You need to be able to execute. That's what needs to be of importance, not settling for, hey, we should all feel comfortable with a 3 and out every now and then.
Jerry said, I can live with those circumstances. Those 48 seconds, though, I truly believe if we won that day, we could have won the Super Bowl.
There's a chance. Look, obviously you move on. They would have gone to the conference championship game. Anything can happen.
Would have beaten the Eagles for sure.
But he's acting like this is
the Chiefs.
07 Cowboys. Like
2016.
They weren't in control of that game. It was pretty much even throughout the first half. You deserved to lose the previous year. You didn't have some blown opportunity. You deserved to lose both times. So it's not like you had like the outright favorite. He doesn't need to be talking like that.
Settle down just a little bit.
I like the general thought that because they have, if they look at it, since Parcells got here, the only years in which they've had a losing record, they lost their quarterback for an extended period of time that season. That is a testament to consistency, to good quarterback play, to a solid roster. They've had a good roster. Yeah. They've had a really good roster for about 20 years now. It just hasn't, manifested itself into a championship. And part of the reason for that has been bad luck. Part of it has been bad quarterback play at times.
That was the deepest I've gotten into a playoff game in, like even take
last year
in terms of divisional round playoff game, where even though they weren't in control of it, that is the deepest I've gotten where I went, they might win this. They might actually go to the NFC title game, and this might be a legitimate contender, because that was one that we were into the third quarter. I remember deep into the third quarter, it was like 9-9, and Dallas felt like they were in control in that moment. And I remember looking up at the scoreboard and thinking, like, this is uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable position. I'm not used to covering this football team, because in 2016, even though they were in the divisional round and they were at home, like Green Bay was in control of that game most of the day. Even 2014, the Dez caught it game. That was a game where I never really felt like they were going to win that game in the second half. I never really felt like they were going to win the game in the second half at all against the Rams in 2018. And so that was the first time where I will say that as deep into a divisional playoff game where I was like, this team's in control and they could get to a Super Bowl.
Peter King asked Jerry, still trust Dak to win the Super Bowl here? Very much, very much. We're relying on him, and I feel very good about that. His preparation, his presence, how the team responds to him, I believe he will get us there. So those are some of the quotes that are coming from Jerry Jones and his interview with Peter King. He went to Dak and asked about those 48 seconds, and Dak said, I think you have to use your scars to say I'm continuing to relive it. It's past me at this point, but a lot of the offseason was about that, with Mike taking over the play calling and some of the details. There's a lot of details that allowed those 3 plays to not be successful. I love their taking it down to these 3 plays. Versus you had no offense throughout the entire game.
But doesn't that speak to they're not, like, when you say Peter King's still wrapped up in, doesn't that speak to Jerry and Dak clearly have their minds on that game? As much as they want to say they don't, they're hyper focused on 3 plays that occurred.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're commenting on it to this degree because Peter King is isolating it, but maybe. I mean, and that's fine. I don't have a problem if they are, but like Peter King always does this. Like we're almost a year past. We're 6 months past, and it's take me back to that. Take me back to the Zeke play 2 years ago. I mean, just hanging on.
Quarterback
to it.
draw.
Quarterback draw.
I'll say that was the one moment I felt like a player wasn't totally honest with us in Oxnard. Was when J-Ron Kearse said, no, I'm past this one. I'm past the San Francisco game. He was one who didn't let the previous year's San Francisco game go the entire time. And he, said, yeah, I think you can put it in better context now. But I mean, that's something that still, when he talks about that game, he's bugged by it. Your leadership is bugged by that game still.
Dak said, I want to win the Super Bowl. The only way to do that is to win playoff games. Those 2 wins aren't going to be enough. It's about stringing 3 or 4 together to make sure we're playing in the Super Bowl and winning what we hold as our expectations and what all these fans have as our expectations. That's the standard. When you wear this star, it's a high standard, but we love it. We embrace it.
Precious privilege.
Iron sharpens iron. I hear one more damn thing about iron.
Iron sharpening iron? Oh, it's so annoying.
Iron sharpens
so
iron.
annoying.
They've got an iron deficiency, clearly.
That's their mantra. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Last night, interesting preseason with the Commanders ending the Ravens' 24-game preseason winning streak. Bobby, did you have any take? Well, you didn't watch the game, so there's no point in asking you.
I did have one takeaway
I want to know
based on something you said this morning that I heard driving in. You were upset with how Washington celebrated.
Yes.
And you said they were losers for that.
Yes.
The fact that Sam Cosmi had mocked the winning streak, I think that was a mocking of the Ravens pretending like their winning streak was something. So I think they get all hyped and like, oh, this is like winning the Super Bowl. Y'all want to talk about this record? This must be a big deal that we just beat you then. That's what I think it was.
Okay, I want to know what people thought about Sam Howell. Like, because I've been laughing at this the whole off season. Is there a chance that I could end up looking or sounding stupid when it comes to Sam Howell?
There's a chance. He was a
double
good,
lip smacks right there.
He was a good player in college. He had a bad final year, but going into that last year at UNC, like he was thought to be the number 1 pick in the draft or the first quarterback taken. Like he could absolutely do the job.
This guy reached out to me last night and said, hey, I got something to say about Michael Irvin and his new job as we go around the NFL with Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He is responsible for the #1 YouTube clip in the history of the station. Last week when he was on, the media publications were quoting him and writing about him. So what the heck? Let's go to the well with Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America, and author of Father of Mine, with the Tolos buying up the mob story from Mike, who's joining us here on your home of America's team. Good morning, buddy. How are you?
Doing great, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me back again.
Yes, thank you for coming on. Your reaction to Michael Irvin, which was the YouTube clip that blew up, having a new job at FS1. And if FS1 can put Michael on the air, why can't ESPN or NFL Network?
Well, and that's what kind of struck me yesterday when I saw the report from John Orand of Sports Business Journal that Michael Irvin has a deal to be part of the rotating cast on Undisputed on FS1. Now, I'm not 100% sure that it's a done deal, and as we know, these deals aren't done until they're done and announced. But when you think back to what transpired, the idea that he's – and look, I'm not defending what he said, if he said something he shouldn't have said, but consider the broader circumstance. He's in a public place interacting with somebody that he doesn't work with. What employer is going to do anything to anyone for saying something to someone in a public place, to someone that they don't even work with? And they're not working. They're not on the clock. He's not doing anything that he's getting paid for. He's off duty. It's just been odd to me from the get-go that there was even any scrutiny applied to him over that. And I know the personal conduct policy is very broad, but if they're going to apply a standard like that to Michael Irvin as a non-player, what standard do they apply to the owners who get accused of wrongdoing in the NFL? So that's always kind of bothered me. So, and it clearly doesn't bother FS1 if they're willing to hire him. I think what's going on, NFL Network, they're coming up on the start of the season, and he's still listed as one of the 4 primary cast members of Game Day. They got to figure out what they're going to do with him, and I don't think they've figured it out yet. And the FS1 thing actually is better than the ESPN gig because FS1 and NFL Network are in the same general location. It'd be easier for Irvin to do both. But I don't think they've figured out what they're going to do with Irvin yet. They need to figure it out at NFL Network. Whatever happens at FS1, they still need to figure it out. And as we said on Friday, they need to make a decision. They need to either cut him loose or put him back on the air. 6 months is way too long for this thing to linger. And if they are going to fire him over it, it's a standard, it's a precedent that I'm not sure you want to have applied to other non-players, especially owners in the NFL.
Is the question that NFL Network and ESPN and people like that they're grappling with, is it a legal question or is it an optics question you think that they're dealing with?
Well, I think it's probably a little bit of both, because he's going to have language in his contract that would support whatever it is that they're contemplating doing, but maybe it's a little bit too aggressive an interpretation of the contract. But then you've got the optics, you've got the PR, you've got the fact that the complaint was made by the Marriott employee. And I think that anytime you're talking about a business that big with a bunch of different departments, a bunch of different arms, a bunch of different people, it's not necessarily an easy thing to do to get it all worked out and to come to a decision. And I guess a lot of times maybe it moves more slowly than it should. But when you have a guy who's one of the four main members of their signature show, multiple hours on the air every Sunday during football season, you get to the point where you got to make a decision. And I think that is what's so interesting about this to me right now. Here we are 16 days away from the start of the season, and we still don't know what they're going to do with Michael Irvin.
So maybe it's the network just testing the waters, like letting themselves see what the reaction or overreaction would be to Michael getting another job somewhere and then making their decision based off of that.
Yeah, and I didn't see any negative reaction yesterday to the news that he's going to go to FS1. It's not like people are up in arms and this guy can never work again. Look, I don't know what he did. We've seen the video. There apparently was no inappropriate contact. So the worst case scenario is he said something he shouldn't have said. What does that mean for his broadcasting career? What does that mean? I mean, I'm not defending him saying something that he shouldn't have said. It may have been something horrific that he never should have said, but he wasn't on duty. It was in a public place. It wasn't a coworker. At what point does any employer have the right to come in and turn your life upside down because it's something you said when you weren't even working? It really is a strange situation to me.
Do you think that Michael, in addition, Mike Florio here on The Fan, does Michael have a case against the networks in addition to the hotels? Is one stronger than the other?
Well, I think the reason he never sued the NFL is because he'd like to go back to work for the NFL. And I think once you pull the pin on that grenade, it makes it pretty hard to rebuild the relationship. So he went after the party that he thought was responsible for him getting in trouble when he shouldn't have been in trouble, and he never went after the NFL. Now, I think if the NFL would ultimately fire him over this, there could be some form of litigation, or there may be something in his contract that requires him to go to arbitration. But I think in hindsight, one of the reasons why he didn't ultimately sue the NFL is he hoped to go back to work for the NFL. And there's a chance we're going to see him in a few weeks when we tune in NFL Network on the first Sunday of the regular season. He'll be sitting there at the big desk with Rich Eisen and Steve Mariucci and Kurt Warner, and you know, everything just moves forward.
You know, Jerry Jones and Michael Irvin have always had a very strong relationship. Jerry is somebody who has publicly fought and endorsed for Michael Irvin over the years. Jerry Jones is also the chairman of the NFL Network, the committee for the NFL Network for the National Football League. Do you think that Jerry maybe privately is doing any sort of lobbying and saying like, hey, can we get a resolution here?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he is, for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's got a strong affinity for Michael Irvin. And number two, this is a precedent the NFL wants to set for how it's going to apply the personal conduct policy to non-players. The owners better be ready to have it applied to them. And that was one of the big arguments in the Deshaun Watson case last year, that the punishment imposed on him was disproportionate to the punishment that gets imposed on owners who engage in misconduct, if there's ever even any punishment imposed on them. And, you know, the personal conduct policy used to say, the player version of the personal conduct policy used to say that owners and league management are held to a higher standard. That language still appears in the personal conduct policy applicable only to non-players. But if there is a vibe out there that we're going to hold owners and upper management to a higher standard, and you're going to fire Michael Irvin for something he said while he was off duty in a public place to a non-coworker, That's a hell of a precedent, and that's a hell of a standard. And I don't know that anyone high up in the NFL wants to have that applied to them.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think of whenever we have Orlovsky on, and I personally hate Skip Bayless's guts. I can't wait till he's off the face of the earth. But we get what they're doing here.
Strong. Man. Just be content with him to be no longer on TV. That's a scorcher.
That'll be quoted in the article later on today after your interview. What do you think of the whole Cowboy game though, Mike? Like, do you roll your eyes at it? Like, you got to have the villain. Stephen A. hates him, and Michael loves him, and then Skip loves him, and LaShawn McCoy hates him. What do you think of the obvious game that the networks play when it comes to the star?
Well, look, the Cowboys are the biggest draw that pro football has to offer by way of individual team. Consider the fact, and this dawned on me yesterday, in the first 29 years of the Cowboys' existence, they played in 12 conference championship games, or conference championship games equivalent. The first time they did, it was an NFL championship game, but it was to get to the Super Bowl. 12 times they played in the game that qualifies you for the Super Bowl in their first 29 years. In the last 28 years, they haven't been to that game once. It is amazing. It is a bet that I would have wagered everything I own and would ever own on, that there's no way in hell the Cowboys are not getting back to the conference championship game after 1995, that it's never going to happen again, at least until 2023. It's astounding. And through it all, they're still the most popular team. So that's why the folks who are trying to have relevance in the media that covers the NFL are going to gravitate toward the Cowboys. They move the needle. So pro-Cowboy, anti-Cowboy, Cowboy, that's the way to attract and hold an audience, because if most of the football fans out there are either passionate about the Cowboys because they love them or passionate about them because they hate them, they've been the most relevant team across decades of the NFL, dating back to when I started watching football in the early 70s.
How does this Jonathan Taylor thing play out?
It's a hell of a time to try to expect a team to stop everything it's doing as it's getting ready for a season, come up with a trade package that'll make the Colts happy, come up with a compensation package that'll make Jonathan Taylor happy, and then take Jonathan Taylor and wedge him into the plans you're already putting in place for your offense for this year. Who's going to do it? Chris Sims and I went through all the teams earlier this morning on PFT Live. He said the Chargers, I said the Eagles, the two teams to watch. And even then, I think it's too much. And it could be what the Colts are trying to do. Last-ditch effort to get him to realize his best move is to just have a big year with the Colts this season, and then we'll figure it out next year. If he goes out there and realizes no one is going to be in a position to offer him what he wants and to give the Colts what they want, that may be the way that Chris Ballard is, last-ditch effort as the GM of the Colts to get this calmed down and get Jonathan Taylor to say, all right, I'll play for the Colts this year. I'll give it my all, and then we'll figure everything out next year. Because this is stuff that should have happened in March, not in August. And in March, who knows if it would have worked out. Austin Eckler got permission to shop himself via trade in March, and he couldn't find somebody who would give him what he wants and give the Chargers what they want. So I think it's going to take a lot, and I would bet against something getting worked out at this point.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Two Cowboys had ACL injuries over the weekend in Seattle. The players have been begging the league to get rid of turf and go to grass. Is the players' union really taking up the stance for them? I mean, what are the chances the league ever makes this change?
The union pushes for it publicly, and they've tried to wage a PR campaign for it. The NFL resorts to word salads to defend the decision to go with turf fields versus grass fields, and the data is inconclusive, and we need more data, and it's data this and data that. Look, you don't need data to know the difference between walking onto a grass field and walking onto a turf field. And anybody that's ever played on it and then tried to get out of bed the next day. I remember back when it was AstroTurf, and we thought it was so cool. Hey, we're going to go play two-hand touch on AstroTurf. This is great. And you can't walk the next day because all the forces go right back up into your body. None of it gets absorbed by the surface when you're playing on artificial turf. There was a great item on HBO Real Sports. Andrea Kramer did a thing about grass versus turf and how, because all the NFL teams have made field turf and the equivalents, the gold standard, and every high school's got a field like that now. All the injuries that are suffered by youth athletes, leg injuries from the foot not having any give, and head injuries from the head striking the turf. There's an epidemic of injuries in youth sports playing on these fields. So the union's doing what it can, but at the end of the day, it's all about money. And, Jerry's going to bring in the specific field that FIFA wants for the World Cup, and they're going to have a grass hybrid field that would be more cushion and more give and maybe safer for NFL games. But he and the other owners who want to have all the concerts, and it's just easier and it's cheaper, there's going to be plenty of teams that still insist on using fake grass.
May have to get Irvin's money and give it all back to Florio here for these types of appearances. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America, #1 YouTube star on this radio station and author of Father of Mine. Go and buy it now if you love mob stories. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. See you.
RJ Choppy says the Texas Rangers are the future of the American League. Peyton with his second ethnic music of the morning.
Spanish music there?
That's not Spanish.
Choppy says the Rangers are the future of the AL. Find out why next.
Let's get you healthy, boys.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The pitch, low swings, loops one to left field, it dropped for a base hit! 1 run scores, Seager rounds third, he comes home, the throw goes to second, Lowe slides in safely, and it's a 2-run single. The Rangers lead 3-1.
Woo! Ball game!
And then they won.
Is that a Ranger crowd in Arizona?
No,
I mean,
it was
the Cowboys draw a bunch of fans in Arizona, so
it was the game's going to be over now. We can go home kind of crowd. They're just happy.
Play the beginning of that. Listen to the sea of Ranger support. It must be Jeff Bannister and his old Ranger fan base.
The pitch, low swings, loops one to left field, it dropped for a base hit! 1 run scores, Seager rounds third, he comes home, the throw goes to second, Lowe slides in safely, and it's a 2-run single.
Right?
The Rangers lead 3-1.
Sounded like a little Ranger crowd.
You got a surprise out there, spring training.
Good point.
there we go. They were just excited to hear Jared Sandler calling games again. They're like, oh yeah, that's what I need. I need a Jared Sandler base hit call.
Rangers lose their 5th straight. They blow multiple leads. Aroldis Chapman and Will Smith blow their opportunities. They screw up Jordan Montgomery's fantastic start, and they lose 4-3 in 11 last night on the Fan. We thought Nate Lowe won it right there with the 2-run single. Did not happen. Houston and Seattle win. The lead is down to a game and a half in the American League West, and you're only up 2 games on the Mariners. Man, Brett Boone is going to be insufferable when he joins us next Wednesday.
Do you think he'll remember who he actually picked to win the AL West this time?
Or what time the interview is. So, look, whenever bad things like this happen, we got to go ahead and use a distraction. Let's point to other things. Let's look towards the future. The future of the American League
is the Texas Rangers. Thank you to John Angelos for making this happen.
Man.
The Angelos family has been ruining sports in the greater Baltimore area for years.
But Kevin Brown thinks they're great. They're just great, and he loves them.
Yes,
and he's not soft at all.
The New York Times, which I don't believe is, I think they're ditching sports, their sports department. He did an interview with the New York Times in this article in the paper.
And again, I told you that Peter Angelos was the Dan Snyder of baseball.
Yeah, and
this is his son.
John seems to be cut from the same cloth. He made arguably the dumbest comment I've ever seen. Basically saying there's no way we can afford to keep this team together. First of all, they have a $70 million payroll this year. That's 28 out of 30. The Mets' payroll is like $340 million before they made all their trades. Now, a lot of that is because they've got a very, 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 very young team. Like, most of their guys are in the first, second, third year. They haven't even hit arbitration yet. Angelo said the hardest thing to do in sports is be a small market team in baseball and be competitive because everything's stacked against you. Everything. And he said it will not be feasible for this popular young core to be career Orioles like Cal Ripken, Brooks Robinson, Jim Palmer, etc.
Wow.
We're going to have to raise the prices here dramatically. And he said, quote, let's say we sat down and showed you the financials. You'll quickly see that when people talk about giving this player $200 million, that player $150 million, we would be so financially underwater, you have to raise prices massively. Now, are people going to come and pay that? I don't know if we're at the limit, to your point. I don't know if we're in equilibrium elasticity, supply and demand. Maybe we are. So he kept going on and on and on. Future labor negotiations. The current CBA runs through 2026. Listen, the Tampa Bay Rays are showing you can win on a shoestring budget. The Baltimore Orioles have their own TV network. Masson. They share it with the Nationals. That's a way to print money. Yeah, you could show me your financials. Why do you think, like, the Cowboys and Yankees joined to make Legends Entertainment? Why do you think that the Red Sox wanted Nesson and the Yankees wanted Ness? To hide money, man. You hide your money in that, and then it shows you have less money. I don't care what the Orioles think their financials are. Baseball teams are loaded. Football teams are loaded. They get so much money from TV deals, local and national. It's stupid. It is insane.
There's nothing more disheartening than this.
Nothing.
You have a core, you have an exciting, young, great future core, and your owner just said, We can't keep them all.
No. And
prepare yourself.
Because of this is a huge avenue.
And this is different because this is a non-capped sport.
Right.
This isn't the NFL where the Cowboys have to worry about the pie.
Right.
There theoretically is no pie in Major League Baseball.
Right. The pie is what you want to make it.
Yep.
So if Steve Cohen, the Mets general owner, gives $40 million this year to a pitcher, like you say Max Scherzer a couple years ago, that doesn't take away from his ability to pay Justin Verlander unless he personally puts a cap on himself. There is no league cap. So it's like, hey, if you want to pay this guy $40 million and that guy $40 million and that guy $40 million, you can buy everybody. You're going to pay for it. But this is good for the Rangers because they're a young team. I'm young. I mean, they got a ton of young guys. They have a good farm system. They've got one of the best young farm players. Wyatt Langford was arguably the best player in this draft. Arguably.
Kylie McDaniel had him number one.
And they've got him coming up the pipe. So they've got a good farm system. They can capitalize on this. Adley Rutschman becomes a free Gunner. I mean, all these guys, they become free agents. Baltimore wants to sign them. You've got a chance.
By the way, Wyatt Langford in 17 minor league games so far, his OPS is 1,005.
That's pretty good.
So
I just wish there was a way to punish. Look, there's obviously two reasons to get into ownership. Three reasons. One, make money. Two, win titles. Three, both. And it just sucks that once these type of people get their hands on a team, you got to go through a commander's type process to wrestle it away. You have to have someone screw up to that degree to wrestle it away back to the community. And it sucks. But if he just wants to view it as a money-making venture and like the Marlins, who at least got titles out of it, then the fans have to suffer. It's just awful. We thought we were kind of going through that years ago with the Rangers ownership until they exploded with the Seager, Simeon, DeGrom deals.
Yeah, maybe they just saved up money for years and years and years. And we're like, okay, we got a lot of money to spend. I don't know. I know when the Marlins owner bought the team, he was like, we're basically going to strip this thing down until I recoup most of the money I paid for the team, and then we'll spend. I mean, who knows what happens?
Speaking of the young guys, Chris Young was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday. They asked the Rangers GM, do you fear that the young players are starting to press a little bit too much here down the stretch?
Well, yeah, and just for the common fan out there, I would sort of say that if you've ever had a day where you really sucked at your job, and you care about what you do and you care and you have pride, then you're going to press a little bit. That's natural. And so I've certainly been there as a player, but if you care about being good at what you do, it's only natural to press when you're not performing at the level you expect of yourself. And they're humans, and that's part of it. But we recognize that it's our jobs to continue to support them, to show confidence in them, and encourage them that they're not as bad as the results. And ultimately, that's what Boch does. That's the beauty of a manager like Boch. He's able to just provide a calmness and steadiness when things are tough, and the guys respond to that, and they'll respond to it here.
Bobby, the heat is finally affecting Texas sports.
Yep, you're going to need those Friday night lights because everybody's trying to kick off after sundown this week. Dallas ISD, this is from Fox 4. Dallas ISD says teams playing this Thursday and Friday are going to get extra timeouts to try and combat the heat a little bit, give guys a little bit more rest. All 6 varsity football games in Arlington ISD slated for Thursday and Friday have been moved to 7:30. Junior varsity games have also been shifted to 7:30, and running clocks will be in place to shorten the games for the doubleheaders. Fort Worth's varsity games have all been adjusted to 7:30. Frisco ISD will have 30-minute delays on all of their games. The district tells Fox 4 it has around 100 football teams at middle and high schools to now reschedule, so time slots are still a little fluid. North Crowley's freshman and JV teams are also going to start an hour later than normal, so this is something that actively, if you've got tickets for some of these Thursday and Friday night games that are kicking off for Texas high school football, these start times are all pretty much starting about 30 minutes later, some cases an hour later, so you'll need to keep up with the changing times, and we'll put this on the Facebook page, the list that Fox 4 has running of active games. But look, this is a check in your favor, because you've always marveled at the high school football practices that you're like, how are they doing this?
Yeah.
this summer might be a little too hot.
Well, they do in the morning. They do, a lot of them are in the morning anyway.
Are they out there on the?
They're on the field right now.
They're right there on the football field. Yeah.
My kid, my oldest one, Luca, his middle school team. I mean, they practice at 6:30 in the morning. So they do it early. Normally in 8th grade at his school they practice in the afternoon, but because of the heat they just moved it in the morning. The 7th grade gets the morning, and the 8th grade usually gets the afternoon.
But even baseball, I marvel at it. I mean, first off, your kid's wearing catcher's gear. What is the worst time of year? The worst moment for you as a Texas sports parent with the heat?
Oh,
sport wise, where are you sitting?
It's early July in baseball. Oh, I'm under a tree if I can.
No, but we're talking about practice. We're talking about games. We're talking about weekends, morning, weekday afternoon, early evening. What's the worst time as a Texas sports parent?
Worst time of day? Saturday at 2:00. That is the worst. Really, any time after 12, between 12 and about 7, it's awful. Summertime, July, we are asking for the 8 a.m. game. Give me the 8 a.m. game on a Saturday, 8 and 9:45, 8 and 10, whatever it is. That's what you want. I'll tell you this though, on a March game at 8 a.m., that's no picnic either. On the flip side, you are bundled up, and I don't know which one I'd rather have. Be absolutely bundled up, freeze my butt off, or having to find any stitch of shade I can, worrying about whether or not I'm getting sunburned.
I almost prefer a hot bleacher over the cold bleacher. The cold bleacher will freeze you.
It does
really fast.
It does, man. And if you don't layer up, you're miserable.
877-881-1053. I'd be curious. The worst moment or time as a Texas sports parent. They're pushing back the high school football start times. Pat Doney is going to join us for the patented high school preview Thursday at 8. The Machine. Pat Doney, NBC5, is going to take you through all the major high school storylines. He may get just as excited for this as he does Cowboys football.
Mm-hmm. He loves it, man.
He loves it.
And he does an incredible job every Friday traveling around, doing the big games and everything else. He is a machine. He has Jared Sandler-like knowledge when it comes to these Texas high school football teams.
We think he could just throw names out there, and we would have no idea. Oh yeah, sure, Steve Jobs. Wow, what a pitcher!
I think you'd know Steve Jobs.
Kyler Murray, he's an Apple guy now. Kyler Murray out in Arizona. Dak with another payday. The future for NFL quarterbacks next, and below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get.
1053thefan.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Why Miles Jack chose leaky faucets over trusting his NFL future to Jalen freaking Hurts. More on that in just a second. Dan Graziano has a list over at ESPN of NFL quarterback predictions. Now, he says there are 19 teams of the 32 NFL teams. He says there are 19 teams with starting quarterback questions of some variety. Obviously, some worse than others. Sometimes it may be we have no idea who our starter is at all. Sometimes it may be we're just not sure about the guy we have here. Real quick, do you think the Dallas Cowboys are included in these 19 teams?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, they are.
Wow, what a bold call.
What a great. Well, here are the list of teams. You tell me if anybody's missing just off the top of your head.
That has a quarterback question?
Mm-hmm. These are the ones that do have quarterback questions. Arizona, Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas. Ooh, Chicago, Justin Fields. That you like hearing that. Dallas, Denver, Detroit, Green Bay, Las Vegas, LA Rams, Miami Dolphins, Minnesota Vikings, New England Patriots, New Orleans Saints, New York Jets, San Francisco 49ers, Seattle Seahawks, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tennessee Titans, and Washington Commanders. No New York Giants, by the way. You did notice there was a New York Jets, not a New York Giants there with Daniel Jones. The Dallas Cowboys. Let's jump to the Cowboys first, and then we'll take a look at some of these other teams that they discuss after I get this out of the way. There we go. Dak Prescott. The question obviously is, do you pay him? He's signed through 2024. What are you going to do? It says the Cowboys chose to restructure Prescott's contract this offseason for 2023 cap relief rather than extending it with 2 years remaining. So he's got the most likely outcome and the long shot outcome on each of these. The most likely outcome, let's see if you gentlemen agree, Cowboys and Dak Prescott eventually just agree on a contract extension, probably next offseason.
Okay, I think that's fair to put them in there from that perspective, because he does have that, he is coming up. And they have to make that decision to give him the extension, which they will. And I think that is the most likely.
Break down the Dak pie for me. Into three different, I'm going to give you three categories.
Okay.
The reason that he gets paid. Ready?
Yep.
Ability.
Oh, yeah.
Cap relief. QB purgatory. Give me the reasons.
100, 0, and 0, baby.
The percentage of why he gets paid amongst those three factors.
Why the Cowboys do it?
Yes.
Look, I could argue that they're in QB purgatory right now.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Bobby.
Okay.
He's talking middle of the road.
I know.
If you don't have elite, and we know what elite means.
I know we want to nitpick 32, 8, and 8 from Luka too. I get it. We like to nitpick elite in this town.
Elite is.
Man, if you put him in the same sentence, Luka again. Good Lord.
Sean was ready to snap.
Elite is Patrick Mahomes and Allen and Burrow. That's elite. Everybody else is hoping. If you're not those guys, then
he is the step. Dak is on the tier below the step below the tier that says quarterback who can just drag a team to a Super Bowl title regardless of anything else, which means he is as good as you can get other than the rarest trade at quarterback.
But give me
the breakdown is 50% cap relief, 30% quarterback purgatory, 20% just his talent.
Okay. I respect you.
Fair.
I respect you more for that.
Because, cap relief is huge for that.
Yeah, I mean, the cap relief is honestly, especially when you hear clearly how much Jerry is thinking about paying Micah already, and they've got to get CeeDee Lamb done. That's clearly a big focus for them. Next team up here on this list, the Arizona Cardinals.
That's the most fair, rational, balanced thing you've said about this quarterback in 2 years.
Fair as F. Balanced as F.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals are next on this list with Kyler Murray, who is signed through 2028. You remember he just signed that huge extension last offseason, got a big payday. I think it's interesting that the most likely outcome, according to Dan Graziano, but before I get on to the Arizona thing, because I forgot one other line here from the Dak Prescott thing that I think is important. He said, and you remember Dan Graziano was out there talking to power players at Cowboys training camp. We saw him, rubbing elbows with Stephen Jones and those guys. He said, I'm sorry, I know everybody loves Cowboys drama, but I have to be honest about what I've heard. I don't see any way Dallas moves on from Prescott, and I don't even see him holding out even if there's no deal done. So right there, it sounds like everything he's heard is that Dak's here solidly. But on the Arizona front, on Kyler Murray, he says the most likely outcome in his opinion is that after Kyler Murray takes a little while to come back from his ACL injury, the Cardinals finished with one of the league's worst records in 2023, and then they draft either Caleb Williams from USC or North Carolina's Drake May, and then they move on from Kyler Murray. Wow. What an evolution a year after you pay the guy.
And if you want to throw him into a Baker Mayfield, Josh Rosen, wait, am I messing up? Josh Rosen, the kid in New York, Zach Wilson. Throw him into that mix.
Know-it-all.
I will buy Kyler Murray real quick.
Yeah, I will too.
I will buy that talent is still through the roof. Let's see what happens with the attitude. And let's see how good of a soldier he is while carrying a team that people think is going to have the number one selection.
I'll buy it with you.
Number one and maybe number two. You remember, they've got Houston's pick.
Yeah.
And so if they're picking top two, isn't there a compelling argument that says let's bank on the Kyler Murray talent and then just use two of the top picks in the draft to build around the guy?
Or, I mean, what they should do is take those, because if they are not going to replace Kyler Murray, they have to trade the number one pick. Because the number one pick is going to be Caleb Williams or Drake May. Someone's going to overpay for it.
Sure, just the same way Houston overpaid to come up and get Will Anderson
Absolutely.
this year. Yeah.
Absolutely. And if they were going to move on from Kyler and they got pick 1 and 2, guess what? I'm trading pick number 1, and I'll just take the leftover.
Real quick, how young do you think Kyler Murray is?
28.
Let's see here. He was picked in, 19? He's 24.
That's a hell of a disparity y'all got. 26 right in the middle. I was thinking he was younger. I was thinking he was 24. He's 26, still an eternity left.
He had left.
He had the transfer from A&M to OU, and that kind of, but I thought for some reason when he came in, he was 21. The Chicago Bears, next on this list, Justin Fields, which you have said, Sean, you are not buying the Justin Fields hype. No. You think that it's a big PR campaign. He's signed through the 2024 season. They've got a 5th-year option for 2025. But the most likely outcome says the Bears and Fields both take a step forward in their progression this season, improving on last year's record, but not quite contending for the postseason. They pick up Fields' 5th-year option next May, and if he's shown enough, maybe even start talking extension. The long shot outcome is that Fields regresses, keeps taking too many hits, doesn't show the improvements the Bears want. It leads to them picking high in the draft again, armed with Carolina's first rounder in addition to their own, and they're in a position to maneuver Fields' replacement at or near the top of the draft. Now, this was your argument all this offseason about Justin Fields is, hey, they had the number 1 pick, and we were kicking around the idea just 2 months ago of trading this guy.
Yeah.
Where has MVP talk come from?
I don't know.
Dan Orlovsky. It's honestly, it's the talking heads that are enamored with. You know what I think it is?
It's also gambling. Like Vegas takes advantage of the Chicago fan base.
Mhm.
I think the Bears bet a lot on their team.
Bears, Lions, they're huge betting on their team, fan bases.
It's interesting because Justin Fields, I think part of it is also, you know what? I think the public media campaign is also gambling a little bit, that they're trying to bank on finding the next one and being brilliant about spotting the diamond in the rough. But it's also, in all likelihood, the progression of guys like Lamar Jackson and the progression of guys like Jalen Hurts makes them go, okay, where's the next one? Where can I find the next one?
I mean, it is the hardest thing to defend as a quarterback that can run, because you are playing 11 on 10 on every possession.
And I think he's more naturally gifted as a passer than Lamar or Jalen.
Well, you know, he's more naturally gifted as a passer than Jalen Hurts.
He's not as polished, but I think he's more naturally gifted.
He was definitely better than him in college.
Well, your new favorite analyst is going to be James Jones, who shut the show down on FS1, comparing Justin Fields to Jalen Hurts, the former NFL receiver.
This is disrespectful to Justin Fields, right? Okay. Number one, we talk about arm talent. His arm talent is better than Jalen Hurts, right? His arm talent is better than Jalen Hurts.
Wait.
He's faster, more explosive. His running ability is better than Jalen Hurts.
Hold on.
He does not have A.J. Brown. He does not have Devontae Smith. He does not have Dallas Goedert. He does not have that offensive line in front of him. He did not have Miles Sanders last year. You didn't. Right? If I was to tell you these are the number of an MVP quarterback, 22 touchdowns, right? 3,700 yards. He in the MVP conversation. You got Justin Fields throwing you can't even name them, Shady. And you got 2 number ones and a number 1 tight end and a number 1 running back and a number 1 offensive line and a number 1 secondary and a number 1 defensive line. The team is winning. But when you talk about individual players and you say poor man's, right? Justin Fields at the quarterback position is more of a talent than Jalen Hurts. And I don't care what y'all talking about.
Sounds like for college.
There's a clip for you.
This is tough because James Jones in the past has been critical at times of Dak Prescott, and so it's hard for me to weigh which I like more. I definitely like what he's saying about Justin Fields in comparison to Jalen Hurts, and I love that he presses Shady to the point where Shady cannot name anybody that Justin Fields is throwing to. Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet, by the way, guys like that, Equanimeous St. Brown, those are the guys that he's throwing to or had been throwing to before he's throwing screen passes to DJ Moore for 60-yard touchdowns in the preseason. But I do like that. One more name here before we get to why Miles Jack never wants to play with that crappy quarterback, Jalen Hurts. The Denver Broncos, which we've all wondered, has, Russ gone from let Russ cook to just Russ is cooked. And the most likely outcome says we might never again see the Wilson we remember from his Seattle days, but he likely rebounds under Peyton to some degree, enough at least to convince the Broncos to keep him around for at least one more season. Do we all feel like heading into the season that's the most likely outcome, is that Peyton taps into something that makes Denver go, let's run it back?
No,
maybe.
That's not the most likely
I don't think it is either. I think this is...
Choppy and I disagree on Russ this upcoming year. He's betting on the brilliance and the mastermind of Sean Payton to resuscitate him.
I'm just saying.
Resuscitate?
Yeah, resuscitate. I just think Russ is going to have positive regression.
That it'll even out, that he was just so bad
last year. I think he'll just bounce. It's the general bounce back.
I think we saw the beginning of it in Seattle. Most of us missed it. I did. When they pulled off the trade. The Seahawks, I think, saw it. Props to Pete Carroll and John Schneider. And we'll be talking about a new quarterback next year, just like we will in Chicago.
Not just Pete Carroll. Who else? Brian Schottenheimer, who is now here trying to fix problems here in Dallas with the offense. Miles Jack, the former top pick out of UCLA, a guy that there was always questions about exactly how long he was going to play. He fell in the draft like he did. He was initially supposed to be like a top 5 pick. I remember Broadus had him as his number 1 overall player coming out of school in 2015. And Miles Jack had knee issues that ultimately pushed him down the draft board. Some people had him off the board completely. And his career is over now. He's decided to retire. And this comes just a week after he was speaking to Philadelphia media. He'd been cut by the Steelers in March, signs with the Eagles late, signs with them at the beginning of training camp. And when he spoke to reporters on Wednesday, they asked him, hey, what were you thinking about doing after the Steelers cut you? Well, he made $57 million with the Jaguars, and he said, I like to work. I couldn't sit at home. I've been blessed to make a lot of money. I could retire and sit at the house. I want to be innovative. If a zombie apocalypse came, I want to be able to build something. So he said that he was going to pursue trade school if he didn't play football, that he was going to go become a plumber or an electrician.
Good for him.
And after a week of spending time around the Philadelphia Eagles and seeing Jalen Hurts throw the football, he thought, I would rather go into a trade. I'd rather do something productive than play with this god-awful excuse for a quarterback.
Where are they on your DFW sports hatred list of teams? Are they behind the Astros or the Spurs?
Astros are 1. I hate the Astros a ton. Sorry, Twolo Andy. I don't mean to be offensive to you, but I hate them number 1. Honestly, my least favorite team in the NFC East for years has been the Giants. I hate them more than the Eagles.
Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday. The Rangers lose again, and RJ with a college football kegger as we're getting closer and closer. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But look, it is still
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1 the count. Smith the hold. The pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into right center field. Marte scores. Perdomo rounds third. He comes home and scores. And the Diamondbacks win 4-3. A walk-off victory for the Diamondbacks. The Rangers have lost 5 in a row.
And the fan cam is even scarier than that. Final hour fist pump time. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Dum Dum in the back, putting Bobby on here.
Wow.
Come on, Ryan. What are you doing? Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
So weird. I can't even look at it.
Right? It makes me mad. It really makes me mad just looking at his face.
They love it on the Twitch. Blue Map says, give it to him, Bobby.
They do?
It's what they want more.
You know how when
They want more.
somebody commits a crime, you hear about the crime, and then they put up the person's mugshot, and you're like, oh, yeah, that looks like the person that would do that.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah, it is.
It does.
No, it
A
is.
series of crimes, different crimes could be committed by that face that Ryan zooms in on.
I think Bobby has a very specific few kinds of crimes that his face would commit. I'm not going to say which ones they are.
Why don't you name them? Name a couple.
I don't want to. I'm just saying. I could maybe come up with a couple that you might commit.
Oh, it's tonight Hard Knocks.
It is.
That's
Let's see if they bounce back from episode 2.
Yeah,
let's see if Chop and Peyton actually watched the whole episode.
That's right.
Instead of giving us cliff notes.
Episode 1 was really good. Episode 2 was pretty weak, except for The Mentalist. So we'll see what happens with episode 3.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Rangers lose 4-3 in 11. Jordan Montgomery, fantastic outing. Bruce Bochy, what happened after that?
Well, the one pitch slider, Marte, he's so good right-handed, so I put him on there in that inning on both sides. And so, he made a mistake there. Did a great job regrouping. He went out there and shut him down the next inning. And, I decided to put Marte on the next time, and Perdomo got a big hit, and then another big hit. Just a couple of mistakes there.
What lost in all this is the idiocy of the start of this game. Now they were using an opener. Arizona was. They threw 5 pitches.
Oh yeah,
and then they take him out after 3 hitters before Adolis is up. It's like, well, this is not baseball. What are we doing here? Like, what's going on? You want to do an opener? Fine. Let him pitch the entire inning.
Yeah.
And, 5 pitches? Really? 5?
This needs to be the next thing they fix. In addition to the shift and other things, they need to fix these stupid bullpen days. I hate them. I really do. It does ruin baseball to me.
I mean, the game took forever, in part because of that. It felt like it dragged on, at least to me it did. But look, we can nitpick on all the moves. If you don't hit, they should not have been in a situation where this game went to extra innings. They got a gem from Montgomery, a gem. And they were in a position to go to extra innings because they couldn't hit. And they haven't been able to hit for, almost a week now.
Do you want your obscure stat of the day?
Sure.
Aroldis Chapman and Will Smith are now tied with 4 blown saves. They each have the same number of blown saves, even though Chapman hasn't been closing all year.
Wow. Rough stint in Kansas City, apparently.
Yeah.
For Aroldis. So Chapman closes the 9th, which I've been wanting. That didn't work. And then Will Smith has a chance to close it. That didn't work. They lose. Houston and Seattle, of course, both win. So the lead is down to a 1.5 and 2 over the Armpit and the Mariners. We'll talk to Mike Bassick about why you put Marte on. I can't wait to hear Mike's explanation for that. Why do you put Marte on? Smith, Chapman, why the reverse order from Bochy? And then Mike will insult Bobby's athletic career at 9:40. But first,
I'll insult his back.
RJ Choppy for the College Kegger.
College football!
Woo! Okay, we are really, really, really getting close.
Are we really?
To the start of the college football season. And the playoff may be expanded. It may not be expanded, but it will be expanded with new rules, according to Greg Sankey. He is the commissioner of the SEC, and he did an interview with Chris Lowe of ESPN, and he said things are going to change. Like, be prepared to deal with change. What has happened around college football, and I want to make sure that people know this, all realignment has done was make two conferences more powerful. That's all it's done. It's made the SEC and the Big Ten more powerful. And the SEC has been long saying that they do not want restrictions on how many teams can make the college football playoff. They didn't want automatic qualifiers. They had kind of quasi-agreed on the Power 5 champ and the group of 5 best team get an automatic, and then the other 6 teams will be at large. Well, now at the Pac-12's demise, Sankey's like, yeah, that's not going to work for us anymore. And, like the ACC and even the Big 12, they better not overplay their hand here, because if they continue to try to expand, the SEC feels threatened, they're just going to pounce. And I don't care who you are, if the Big Ten or the SEC come calling to you, you're going to leave the conference you're in. You just are. The money's too great. You can't say no to it. The SEC and the Big 12, the Big 10 are getting nearly double what some of these other conference teams are getting, and these other conferences are getting. So you're just going to go. Doesn't matter who it is. Texas couldn't say no. Oklahoma couldn't say no. USC and UCLA couldn't say no. These are mega programs. And that's all this realignment really has done, is make those two conferences' positions stronger. And Greg Sankey basically said as much here. We want to expand the playoffs, but we're going to expand it on our terms. And the ACC can have a problem with it, and the Big 12 can have a problem with it. Oh, well, them's the breaks.
This has gotten to a point where this realignment is just...
I hate all this talk.
There's so many things that are for the better in the NIL era and everything else, but this is such radical change that I can't even keep up with how fast it's happening.
I'm so thankful that RJ has a love for it. I don't know how many people actually care about it. Obviously, you do when it's your school, probably your conference, but I can't keep track. This is like making travel plans, connecting flight plans for me. RJ loves that crap. I hate it. I hate all this.
Yeah,
when you write every night, you got a health scare in your email every day, and you got a TV network college deal, and I'm like, I'm not reading either one. You just take it away.
Yeah, it's like, look, I mean, if you're a college...
Realignment talk to me is a beating.
Yeah, if you're a college football fan, that's your real, diehard fan of college football, you really have to be into this, because it's going to affect you in some way. It's going to affect TCU. It's going to affect Oklahoma State. It's going to affect Baylor. It's going to affect Texas, Oklahoma. It's going to affect SMU. It's going to affect A&M, Arkansas, LA. It's going to affect all these schools, because there are in 5 to 10 years there are going to be two groups. You either are in the Big Ten or the SEC, or you're playing North Dakota State and Frisco for the FCS championship. That's basically what it is. That's basically it's a little bit exaggeration, but that's basically what it's going to boil down to. You are in the AFC, NFC of college football, or you're in the XFL.
The what?
Basically where you are. A group of former Northwestern athletes has sent an open letter criticizing the university for the lack of due process in firing Pat Fitzgerald.
This is in a courtroom.
That's right. They said it, quote, left a welcome mat out for the weaponization of sexual harassment, hazing, and racism allegations. Basically, all you gotta do is say, this coach hazed me, sexually harassed, was racist towards me, and the school is just going to say, okay, take your word for it, fire the person, instead of doing a real investigation. And the reason they say that, this is signed by 86 Northwestern athletes. Most of them former athletes. Basically saying, look, you cannot suspend him on Friday and then fire him on Sunday with no new investigative knowledge. All you did it was based off of social media pressure. And there's fair. That is true. They came to this agreement with him on a Friday, and on Sunday, or Monday, I guess, Monday morning, he was gone.
And they had no new information?
And the reports say they had no new information.
Okay.
I've always felt companies should stand by their employees no matter what until the process is played out. That's what a good company would do. But in this case, the student athlete also is, I don't want to say an employee of you, but they're part of your university too. So it's like, this isn't an outsider accusing them of it. This is an insider.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where they're functioning as employees, these
Correct.
athletes.
Yeah,
And
they
so-
are. They are functioning as employees. So now it's like, if you take the side of the coach, are you not believing the other employee? So it's really, really a difficult spot for the university to find themselves in. But it is odd to go from a 2-week suspension to fired in a couple of days based off of social media. But that is the way the world is now, right? I mean, that's kind of how things go.
Yep.
And then one more thing, Stanford.
I mean, that's probably why, Barstool Sports was one of the first to be like, okay, we're going to be non-PC. And they really didn't do it politically. Like, Clay Travis and his website, it's more like leaning right, but I don't really sense
Leaning? It's hands on the clock or 3. It's 3 o'clock.
That's right. It's 3 o'clock. But Barstool was like, we're not going to be PC. We're not going to sit there and fire people or suspend people for soft society. And that's why I think, Barstool blew up. But how many other people take that approach?
Right. But, like sexual harassment or, hazing or racism allegations, that I don't think would fall under the guise of soft society. It's growth. But
but if you suspend someone on a Sunday,
if you suspend someone,
and then you suspend someone, and then 2 days later you fire without any additional information. What I'm trying to say is caving to public pressure.
Right? Yes, I totally agree.
Not that Barstool would not investigate sexual assault and all the serious stuff.
Yeah, it's just I think people generally have a problem with allegations alone being a reason for you losing your job or losing, anything.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I don't like just losing just for allegations. Stanford, real quick, I forgot about this one in realignment. Stanford made a desperate plea to the ACC and reportedly was kind of told, not really interested in you. And the reason that and they're showing their true colors here, man.
Crimson and white.
The prospect of them having to go to a bargaining table and to have a board meeting with the likes of Utah State and Wyoming and Boise State for Stanford, one of the prestigious universities, one of the most arrogant universities, I'm sure, but for the prospect of them having to go and have a vote that counts the same as San Jose State has to just enrage the people at Stanford.
Weren't you throwing SMU into a Stanford comparison?
Well, like because they're doing the same thing from a different perspective. They're at least semi-close to the ACC. They're halfway across the country, and they're doing the same thing. The difference there is they're already at the bargaining table with those same kind of teams.
And Rhett Lashley talks to us.
Right.
That's also that.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy as we get closer and closer to all the pigskin, including your Dallas Cowboys. And he's being called a must-listen from many of the Tolos. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com with your update on the Star next. But
Frankel and Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 every Tuesday and Thursday at this time, though. It is Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. And we may have to change the Twitter handle, Bobby, if what you're saying is true about Patrick's voice of the what this morning?
Voice of the rasp, maybe? Voice of the sinuses? What is it?
Well, first of all, Bobby Belt, you text me back when I text you, so let's get that straight.
Okay, I didn't see the text till 5:30 this morning, and then I told Sean about it, and I was like, okay, I didn't reply because it was 5:30 in the morning. Didn't want to wake you up.
So you did
at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, Pat, he doesn't come to work on time, so he wakes up a
that.
little bit later than we do.
Wholeheartedly.
Yes.
No, I brought back a bug from California, and honestly, I just blame it on being surrounded by so many In-N-Out restaurants. I mean, that has to be the culprit. That has to be the culprit. But I tell you what the remedy is: some Whataburger. Yeah, so Whataburger is the antidote. So I'll get some of that today. But no,
what's gonna be the order? What's gonna be the order?
Oh, you got to go patty melt. You got to keep it classic when you need the antidote. I mean, let's not get fancy here. I need the heavy hitter. So I'm going to get that patty melt, gravy on the side for the fries. And then when you're done, for those that don't know, when you're done with the fries and you still have gravy left, you pour that bad boy onto the patty melt and you have yourself a good time. So
he's a pepper on the fries guy too.
I am a pepper on the fries guy. You better believe it.
You finish your fries before you're done with the burger?
Yeah, I'm a side item guy first. I got to finish my side item before I get to my entree. I'm weird like that. Like I can't take a bite of my entree, no matter what the entree is. I can't take a bite of that centerpiece until I get done with the side piece. And I think it's because the side pieces get cold faster. Mashed potatoes, French fries, green beans, all that stuff gets cold faster than the red meat. So,
but hang on,
you learned something new about me today.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdos like that. They
I'm the reverse.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. What do you do?
I do not. I don't cross pollinate.
Right.
Okay. I only eat the entree, and then I will go to the one side, and then we'll go to the next side, and I will not go to a different side until the other one's previously finished, and I won't touch my drink.
You're the same as me. You're the same as me, RJ, in that respect.
Yeah.
We do it in reverse, but I'm the same. Like I don't cross pollinate, with the exception of. I think the only exception for me would be probably if I'm eating green peas and mashed potatoes. For some reason, ever since I was a little boy, I love mixing my green peas with my mashed potatoes. But every other side item, it has to go A, B, C entree or A, B entree. I can't cross pollinate.
Okay.
Wow.
Food can't touch for me either. So
what?
Yeah,
now,
I can't have my food touch.
Do you touch the drink before you're done? Because I don't touch the drink before I'm done.
That depends on what I'm eating. Because if I'm eating fries, and obviously you got salt and I add pepper to mine, before I finish the fries, I'm probably going to take a sip of the drink just because, that can get kind of rough on the back of the throat. But if it's something texture-based like mashed potatoes or something like that, I'll fly through those mashed potatoes before I take a sip of the drink because, it's mashed potatoes.
Patrick Walker just bonding even more with the morning show right here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, your reaction to all the Mozzie Smith panic after his second game Saturday night.
RELAX. Relax, everybody. When it comes to Mozzie Smith, I'm of the belief that first and foremost, before he gets his pass rush game under his belt, which is something that wasn't prevalent at Michigan because they did not ask him to do that, he's being brought in to be that big body nose tackle. And in doing so, his task is to eat up blocks, double teams. And if you go back and you look at the Jaguars tape, there were sometimes they threw not only double teams at him, they threw triple teams at him. And then when they finally did line him up one-on-one, he threw at least one guy right out of the club. So the strength is there. He's eating up double teams. That's going to free up his edge rushers. In the preseason, that's Sam Williams and Dante Fowler and those other guys. But in the regular season, it's going to be Dorrance Armstrong and DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons and those guys. So that's going to be his task. And the pass rush will come. And that's what a lot of people are talking about when they get concerned about Mozzie Smith. And honestly, it's a lot of people being told to be concerned about Mozzie Smith. I don't know that people are actually worried. They're worried that people are telling them to be worried. Just everybody relax. The get off could be better. Yes, it could be. But one of the reasons his get off is not as good as it might be is because they're tweaking his stance a little bit. And Bobby can attest to this from watching some of the practices. You guys came in as well because you were out there in Oxnard with me. They're tweaking his stance to help him unlock some of that pass rush ability. So it's kind of the equivalent of if you guys go to Japan right now and you hop in a car and the steering wheel is on the right side of the car, that doesn't mean you don't know how to drive, but it might take a second to get your bearings. So give the kid a second, and if he doesn't unlock that pass rush ability until the end of this year or year two, so be it. But I bet he will be an impact player up front if he does nothing other than eat up double and triple teams.
So we don't need to come close to taco worry right now out of Michigan.
No. For several reasons. One, the ones I just mentioned. 1, 2, and 3, however many I just mentioned. But also the difference between Mozzie and Taco is Taco Charlton was brought into a situation where, number one, there was a better player at his position that could have and should have been taken in T.J. Watt. Taco was also brought into a situation where he needed to be one of the franchise pass rushers. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence was here, but Taco was supposed to be that bookend. That's not the Mozzie Smith equation. You have Jonathan Hankins, who was brought back on a one-year deal. Looks fantastic, by the way, in training camp. Looks quicker for his size. He's being more disruptive in the backfield. So we have that, and you have rotational players. Quentin Bohanna's coming on strong in camp, so is Neville Gallimore, Chauncey Golston. Those interior players surrounding Mozzie means he doesn't have to come in and beat the man from day one. He actually has some time to develop. So, no, no matter how you slice it, the only thing that's similar between Mozzie Smith and Taco Charlton is the fact they both went to Michigan, and that's where it ends for me.
What was your big takeaway? McCarthy obviously back, Cowboys back in town here for practices at Frisco. What was your some of your big takeaways from McCarthy talking yesterday?
Biggest takeaway is that it sounds to me that they're going to lean kind of heavily on this young offensive line as far as not necessarily looking into free agency just yet. Zach Martin's back, wonderful, but there's obviously questions at the OL position depth-wise. Well, let's go shoulder subluxation, but the good news is it's his opposite shoulder. And I don't really know if that's good and not great news, because it's good news that it's not the offending shoulder from last season, but it's his other shoulder, so it kind of pops up other question marks in your head. But he's day-to-day. He might even go this week against the Raiders. I don't think he does, but the fact that he has a shot does make me feel a little bit better about his potential to start the season as the swing tackle. But TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman, those guys are going to be asked to come along, Awesome Richards. So it sounds like the Cowboys are going to kind of ride this young train behind the starting five. Hopefully those guys can get ready. At linebacker, I think they're going to keep their eyes open at linebacker. I do think they like what they're seeing from Jabril Cox. He's had the best camp he's ever had in an NFL uniform, in a Cowboys uniform, so that's promising. But you lose DeMarvion Overshown. Question being, where do you go there? Do you wait for the linebackers to start falling on the waivers from these other 31 teams, which I believe they will? But is that in conjunction with having a backup plan? Because who replaces what DeMarvion Overshown was going to provide to the linebacker core for Dan Quinn? And for my money, I think even though you're going to lose a couple of inches and 15 pounds to Marquise Bell over DeMarvion Overshown, if you study what Marquise was doing in camp, I think Marquise Bell will be the front-running candidate to kind of plop in and do what Overshown was going to do. So those are kind of my biggest takeaways from what Mike was saying yesterday, and he'll speak again today before padded practice in Frisco.
Do you believe Jalen Tolbert and Deuce Vaughn are going to be put on ice for this game, or is there still the chance that they could be active?
I want to believe they'll be put on ice. I want to believe that Deuce, Rico, Jalen, Osa, some of these other guys, Turpin Fowler, I want to believe that these guys that we know are going to be impact guys and who don't have anything else to prove as far as making the 53, I'm hoping they'll be put on ice. I asked Mike that question directly on yesterday. He said those decisions have not been made. They're going to go through the padded practices, be highly competitive against their defense, and then come Thursday evening / Friday, that's when they're going to start making the decisions on who will play and what kind of playing time they'll get. But I think that these guys who've made the roster, there's nothing more to gain, but there's everything to lose for them in the aspect of health. And you need to look no further than what happened in Seattle with Overshown and John Stevens Jr. And the latter in John Stevens Jr., I mean, he was really going to press them to make a decision at tight end. But you lose him to a torn ACL as well. And you just don't want to suffer any more of those injuries in the preseason with the regular season right around the corner. So do I think Mike McCarthy wants to sit his guys? I think the analytics department and some of his other coaches are probably saying, hey, you should consider this. And I think he's open to considering it. But then at the same time, I think there's that internal war with the old ball coach that's inside of him that's saying, hey, this is football, play football. I beseech thee, Mike McCarthy, put those guys in bubble wrap and let the fringe players get out there and prove to you that they deserve either a spot on the roster toward the bottom of the active roster or a 16-man practice squad.
Kelvin Joseph has played better these first two preseason games against Jacksonville and Seattle. When you take that in combination with Nashawn Wright dealing with an injury, Jordan Lewis still working back, is that going to be his salvation, give him one last reprieve from cutdown day?
I believe so. I mean, we talked about it a few weeks back in regards to Kelvin Joseph, and that at that moment he needed to find a way to carve himself into being a special teams ace that did not commit penalties. So the special teams component, he has it in spades as long as he can do away with the penalties. The question was, how does he find a way onto the depth chart? But like you said, Nashawn Wright, he's dealing with the injury. He's still in the walking boot. I'll keep an eye on that today to see if he's in the walking boot today. But that's going to impact the CB depth chart. Jordan Lewis, I've been talking to him the entirety of his injury more frequently this past few weeks. And he said that he's doing everything. That's his quote. I'm doing everything. So he's running full speed. He's doing cuts full speed. He's just trying to get his stamina back as far as being NFL game ready. So we'll see how the Cowboys play that. Will they get him on season starting or pup list to start the season, which will send him for 4 games? Then there you go. Kelvin Joseph is on the CB depth chart. If not, then how's Nashawn Wright doing? How's that going? Eric Scott, I have a lot of belief in the potential of Eric Scott. He's been practicing much better than he's been playing, though. Did well against the Seahawks at times, but not so much, but overall better than the Jaguars. So it's quite the robust cornerback conversation, to say the least. But I think Kelvin Joseph, over the past game, in addition to some of the practices prior, I think he's done enough at this point to solidify a roster spot.
Thank you for toughing it out, and enjoy that patty melt before practice.
Absolutely. I'll go grab me some Whataburger, see if I can get the cure in me.
Patrick Walker, every Tuesday and Thursday, voice of the Star, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. How many other food weirdos are there out there at 877-881-1053? One thing at a time, and no drink for you till the entire meal is done. What
Yeah.
a psychopath you guys are.
With fast food. With fast food.
With fast food for what?
The drink.
Okay.
Like if I have like an alcoholic beverage, I'll drink that throughout. But most of the time when I'm eating, I'm not really drinking because I'm just laser focused.
That's right.
On the food. But you know what bugs me? This is why I love, when they used to bring salsa. The place that just bring one cup for the table or one bowl. I hate that because I am not a dip it in the queso and then dip it in the salsa guy. Sarah loves to do that. She dips in one, then dips right in the other.
Really?
I don't like that. I like to have them separate. One chip. Maybe I want this chip. I want some salsa. This chip I want to have some queso. I don't want them together. So keep me separate.
Let's see if this is indeed a Rangers collapse with Mike Bassick and Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Corey Majors, what's coming up before we get to Bobby bashing?
Guys, we're going to discuss the relevancy of sports debate shows at 10:20 today and how important they are to radio or not. We'll get after that at 10:20. And what's happened to Will Smith right out of the gate? We got a lot of Rangers fixing to do today.
Why'd you leave out what I wrote hell on there?
Well, because, Kevin,
it's not.
We were just talking about God.
Oh, yeah.
Keep my wife's name.
That's different. Not that Will Smith.
Out your mouth. Do you know what Will Smith's ERA is over the last 2+ months?
I do.
Do you know what it is, Mike?
You mean during summertime?
Yeah,
over the last 23 games.
See what I did there? Nobody gets me.
I got it.
Nobody gets me.
The living's not easy though.
5-1.
I think it's a 6-2.
6-2.
His ERA
That's
this month
how
is
tall
11.
Corey is.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Are you gonna measure him
You have
today?
your tape measure
I
today?
forgot.
Did you hear about that yesterday?
No, I heard the donkey punch. Or,
What
Whoa!
the hell?
Did
You
say
might
that?
have to drop
I'm
that.
not
I'm not sure.
I don't
yeah.
know.
It's
You
CONCACAF.
probably should.
CONCACAF.
Reggie brought up. Reggie brought up some sort of soccer tournament because
You get into the CONCACAF champion.
yeah, but it's not the real Champions League where they invite the real major league teams.
Right, yeah.
And that's where they invite the MLS teams. And so I was like, oh, CONCACAF, that's where you punch a baby cow as hard as you can, like
Yeah,
whack-a-mole.
conk 'em.
Yeah.
Conk.
Never thought that in my life.
Calf. I get it.
Mike,
It was a great
real
joke.
quick, putting Marte on last night. Why?
I was a little bit concerned about that too because you're putting the winning run at the plate. The
2
time.
outs.
I guess because he hit the home run. He is their
You're
best
putting the
hitter.
winner on base, not the plate. On base, right?
It was it 3-1 or 3-2 when they did that?
I think it was 3-1.
I think it was 3-1
Oh,
because they
yeah,
brought
it
the
was
winning
3, yeah.
run to the plate. That's
Good
where I
point,
was
yeah.
concerned. I'm like, now if they hit a home run, they win the game. And we just saw. Now the other day, I'm wondering this. Recency biased. It happens. And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name. But they had Michael Conforto on deck, who is not good against lefties. And Will Smith was pitching. And they were up by 1 run. I can't remember if it was the 9th or 10th inning. I think it was extras. I know it was extras because there was the free runner on second base. He got 2 outs. They let him pitch to the right-hander who had great numbers against left-handed pitchers. It's just outstanding. And he hits the line drive down the left field line for a home run. The Rangers lose. And you're kind of like, hindsight being 2020, now that you see the result, should you have just put him on base? Now that puts the winning run at first base and have him pitch to a guy who bats 200 off of lefties and Michael Conforto. And it was San Francisco. They were out of position players. They had nobody to hit for Michael Conforto. He had to hit. And so I'm wondering that recency bias of the San Francisco series. Then you see
Marte hit a home run.
Yeah, so you're just like, maybe we should go to the matchup that looks better on paper.
Right, and Marte is a better hitter than Perdomo. And then
he just hit a homer off a lefty.
Right. So it's, I wonder if it was like, all right, let's just take our chances here. There's 2 outs. What's more likely, Marte hitting a home run or Perdomo getting a double down the right field line?
But now we've seen it work out negative both ways, right?
Yeah.
So this is the tough thing about being a manager. It's the tough thing about being a coach is the Rangers decided to pitch to, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry, but the Marte guy, and he hits a home run in San Francisco and you lose the game. It's like, why didn't you just walk him and pitch to the lesser hitter in Conforto in this situation? This time they do walk the better hitter to pitch to the lesser hitter, and he hits a base hit down the right field line that it just got it to be 3-2 because they held up Marte at third, and then they got the base hit to center field.
Why did they pitch Chapman in the 9th instead of Smith? Because of Smith's workload the day before?
Yes, I think so. And then I do think Smith has struggled recently.
We would have lost earlier.
And yeah, and then unfortunately, Chapman couldn't hold it either, right? I mean,
he's in playoff form, man.
They're in a tough situation. And I was worried about the 10th inning. I'll be honest, I texted and I said, we're going to lose.
I was just waiting to text you back and be like, in your face, Mike.
Because one of the reasons people are like, why doesn't Chapman close every game? Here's one of the things. Chapman does not hold on base runners well. At all. So if you're the closer and a guy gets on first, yes, he's left-handed, but he doesn't have a good move. And if you can't hold on base runners a little bit and you allow that guy to steal second and then steal third, and now he's at third base with 1 out or 0 outs, now that guy is a ground ball or a fly ball away from now tying the game. And so I do think that
said, name me the great closer who was really good at holding guys on. Like Hoffman wasn't, Rivera wasn't, Kimbrel's not.
Eckersley.
I guess it gets scary
Wagner.
in this. Is that now in extra innings, this is why I felt bad. In extra innings, they put a free base runner at second base. So for most closers, including Chapman, hey, nobody's going to get on base. I'm just going to get them all out. But when you give them a free runner at second
Yeah.
base, it becomes a little bit more difficult for that closer with nobody out. I think you saw Chapman throw 2 horrible pitches to start the 10th inning off.
Dude, I thought we were screwed when he threw those 2 pitches high and outside.
And I think he was trying to hold the runner on. He even gave an inside move because he's trying to hold that runner on base. Well, he's having to quicken up his motion to make sure that guy doesn't steal third for free. And then I think after 2 really bad pitches, he was like, screw it. If he steals third, he steals third. I got to throw a strike. And so he got back to his rhythm, his timing, which is a very slow motion.
Did you like the him standing there and doing his stand up when he gets the strikeout, even though he got them into extra innings in the first place by giving up the home run?
I'm not crazy about that, but I understand you still gotta somewhat be confident on the mound. I think the guys, and look, this is amazing to me. We interviewed Joe Nathan 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Since Joe Nathan, the Rangers have not had a closer. Can you in a decade, the Rangers, whoever they've gone to, they've all failed as a closer, whether it was Sam Dyson, whether it was, you can go through a list of guys, Keone Kella, everybody, Jose Leclerc, Jonathan Hernandez, everybody they give the ball to and they say, he's going to be our closer. Within 2 months, they have to replace that person because they failed to do the job. So for the first time, it looked like in a decade, you had Will Smith and then you traded for Aroldis Chapman and you're like, we kind of have at least the 9th inning solved, if not the 8th and 9th inning. And then last night pops up and you're like, oh crap, we're in trouble. If we're going to struggle now with Will Smith and Aroldis Chapman, what do we do at this point?
What did you have for crosstalk, Kevin?
Yeah, when is not rush hour?
Yeah.
Because it's obviously it's crowded on the highways, especially with school getting back in. That's going to make the traffic worse. But
4:30 a.m. is pretty good.
4:50 is
okay,
good.
all right.
Yeah.
But let's just say in the hours where the sun is up.
10:15 on the way home.
Not terrible.
So you guys have
Look at
the
right
perfect
now.
driving spot.
Yes.
Because it just confuses me that, like, when school starts, obviously I get that there's going to be a pickup in traffic, but it also seems like when we leave here at 2 o'clock
Yes.
or ish,
I'm
there's
yeah.
a ton of traffic. And so I thought, like, if people have different work schedules, maybe the traffic patterns flatten out a little bit and it's a little bit more crowded at other times of the day, but then not as crowded in what used to be like the prime 9 to 5 schedule traffic. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all.
Yeah, on my drive-in this morning, Lovers. I got to Lovers and it took me 30 minutes to get to Henderson from Lovers for a wreck that was on the other side of the highway.
Other side.
Look, we've screwed up. We should have built 16-lane highways.
That's fact.
Yeah.
They didn't know any better.
Nope.
Back when they were creating Dallas
Yep.
in the 50s and 60s for the most part, is it's like, hey, this is a city you can live in. That's when my grandpa moved, here from Connecticut, as there was job opportunity. It was less factory working and more what you'd consider, instead of that hard labor jobs, it was like, let's move to Dallas. There's maybe non-hard labor jobs to have here. There's also no air conditioning, but it's like, okay, so it was such a small little town, Dallas, and they built, here we have 75. When they built 75, I know my dad used to say when they went to Campese's, they just had to use side roads. There was no way from like Oak Cliff to
all the way up Mockingbird.
You just took Mockingbird the whole way. But so when they built these highways, they're like, what do we need? Like 3 lanes? Like that'll be like, traffic will just be flowing forever.
Let's do 4 just to be safe. And they're like,
even 6-lane highways get backed up. So you literally, if you had to redo it, you'd say we need to make
20-lane highways.
8 lanes both ways. So 16, and you have a service side too. So if there is a wreck, you can push it off to the side. So really, to your point, you almost need to make 20-lane highways to make up for what traffic is like in major cities.
Do you think, though, that whenever we get all the like computer driving cars, that they'll be able to systematically come up with an algorithm that puts all the traffic in free flow? Because it's all going to be like, they'll understand how far and what it's going to take.
Does that go off the assumption that everyone's going to go along with that plan?
I mean, it's going to be a while, Kevin. It's going to be a while before they force it. I mean, eventually they're going to force us to do it.
Than my AI claw in the sky.
It's going to be safer for people to let that happen than us humans and our idiot errors.
My system doesn't care what happens to those people, because we use AI for the claw in the sky, that if you're one of those Nimrods there's an accident on the other side of the road, golly, the claw flies down, just picks your car up off the road. Where it goes, That's for y'all to determine.
I think if you get in a second wreck, you should have your license suspended for a year and have to retake the hardest driving test in the world to make sure you
cause it.
If you cause it.
If you cause to, well,
Yeah.
because you'd be done.
I
You get in a
agree.
wreck every month.
You getting a lot of accidents?
Somebody, well, in the last 2 years, somebody hit and totaled my car, and then somebody hit and totaled my wife's car.
Yeah, I agree. If you cause 2 wrecks, that's a
You're
good
done.
one. That's a good
You
one.
lost it. You can't
You
drive.
don't get to drive anymore.
There's
For
Uber,
like 10
there's
years.
buses, there's transportation you can take. You have already let it be known you can't handle a car.
What are normal like working hours nowadays?
I don't know if that exists.
So the reason I ask, like
2 o'clock, it's packed on these roads.
right?
It's weird.
It could be you work the first half of the day. I mean, like there are a lot of places are saying, you're back at the office now 2 days a week. So my neighborhood, still not a single person in my neighborhood goes to an office. Not a single one of my friends.
And while you were out, we were talking about Zoom even saying it's time to go back.
Zoom said it's time to go back.
People are kicking people back to the
Yeah,
offices.
and because these companies are paying for these facilities. They're still in Roanoke, the Charles Schwab building. They spent like $8 billion on this thing. Nobody's in
feels
it.
too high.
It's empty. It's just empty. They're like forcing you to go back to work. Guys, I need to come back to work now. But still, people are pushing back on it.
You want to say something to Bobby?
Bobby,
Yeah.
brother.
Oh, no.
So he was making fun of golfers.
I meant to
And
call
get
you
it.
back yesterday, by the way.
You hate golf. Well, I'll tell you what.
Call someone back.
I did.
Mike called and I missed the call, and I've never
You know,
got around to calling back.
Gosh,
That's my
there's so
bad.
many things I want to talk to you about. I think I saw CD Lamb driving a Hummer, but maybe it might have not been.
Yeah, he thinks it said CD on the license plate.
It did look nice.
So
I'll ask.
you were saying golfers deal with it. But tennis players, they make sure everybody in tennis is quiet as they serve and volley back and forth. And I'm
Right.
with
Also
like,
a soft sport.
you. Okay,
Well,
but
as long as you're offending everybody,
but
great.
but because you've never played sports, how do you know how sound affects you?
I played basketball, and I was great at it, Mike. And they let you cheer, and you can still do. Look,
Mike-
they can't tell me how hard this sport is if you can't make noise. Like, this is why I'm the golf savant, and I'm gonna tear it up on the course whenever
When is that gonna
Holland's
happen?
little robo arm is gone and
Oh
he's a
my
full
gosh.
human again. I'm going to just
Holy
tear him
cow.
up.
So this is the golfer who got screwed with by a fan. People are live betting during tournaments.
Yeah.
And then screwing it with people in the backswing. Bobby says that's soft from the golfers. He actually got more support than disagreement on the fan text.
Yeah, get rid of the quiet thing. Because, Mike, I think if you are
You're just
playing it
loud.
in it all the time,
Ambient
then
noise.
but it's that one that's like, it's quiet, and now all of a sudden, bang!
Yeah,
You're like,
that's
whoa,
what it is.
hold on. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, if you want to at golf tournaments, what they should do, because most of us play golf with one of those
Music
speakers,
Yeah.
just blast whatever, blast rock and roll
like
music.
training camp music.
Yeah,
Just
training
yeah.
camp music.
So
And
now,
they'd be okay with that.
yeah, so I think golfers would be okay with that because now at all times
That
there's
gentleman
going to be huge sound, so a person can't affect you by like doing that.
They love playing on that hole in Phoenix because there's so much noise. There's no distraction.
Yeah.
Like you can't get when someone just screams, they're not going to get bothered by it because there's sound or
Lots of
trigger.
screams.
If you're talking to my backswing, you're just talking. We're having a conversation. I'm fine. But if it's quiet and all of a sudden you chirp as I'm in my backswing, that'll screw me up.
It's shocking. I mean, one of his best friends is Randy Gregory. I mean, that guy gets affected by sound all the time when he plays 4 games a year.
That's true. That's true.
Just have that mojo moment music, though. That's
Wow.
when it really, everybody's like, all right, now it's time to be quiet. Mojo moment.
Put Bones Fossil on the PA.
Twos are up. Twos are up.
That was a practice, Mike. KMC is next.
Oh my God.
Right here on 105.3.
I saw 15 minutes of practice. It was worthless.
Be a part of the show. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the sarcasm from at least one person on this show is already flowing off air.
I don't know who you're talking about.
See, that makes it sound like you know exactly, or it could be you. And also,
or it could not.
Disney Plus, well, they've had some struggles, but they did make a good decision today. They decided to release Ahsoka a day early, so congratulations to them. I'm definitely going to check that out.
Why did they say a day early? Why did they do that?
Because they got your note, maybe.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I think.
You
You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors,
That's me.
Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. Gentlemen, how's it going?
Not the best, man.
Yeah.
Not the best.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that with cut number 3.
2-1 the count. Smith the hold. The pitch. Swinging a line drive. Base hit into right center field. Marte scores. Perdomo rounds third. He comes home and scores. And the Diamondbacks win 4-3.
Yeah, so that game sucked. And it's a shame, too, because it was paired with Jordan Montgomery having one of the best starts we've seen from a Rangers pitcher this year. And I was, you stop it. Are you going to antagonize me in this first segment? Go for it.
All right. I think he was listening to our show yesterday, and he said, all right, Kevin, it is our fault. I will just throw a complete game shutout, except my manager took me out of the game to not throw the 9th inning.
Okay.
But like you were saying, it's the pitcher's fault. So he's like, all right, I will not give up any runs.
No. I said it was the pitcher's fault in the Milwaukee series because they threw 3 2/3, 5 innings, and 3 2/3. I get how the offense let you down. I get how the offense let you down again last night. I was really happy that Adolis Garcia hit that home run, and I thought, we're going to win this game 1-0. Then you lose, or you don't lose it, but it gets tied up in the 9th, and then it gets tied up again. There were 2 different times that I thought we were going to win this game for sure.
Yeah, I felt good about going into the 9th. I was not opposed to taking Jordan Montgomery out when I saw Aroldis Chapman warming up. I'm like, all right, let's go get it, Chappie. Let's get this W and do your thing. And the only thing that is, look, I don't have Baseball Savant pulled up. I don't know what Marte hits off of fastballs versus splitters versus sliders against left-handed pitchers. I don't have that. But the first pitch being an off-speed pitch at 91 when you're throwing 101, I'm like, oh, crap, man. Like, I don't, he might have taken the 101 and turned it around, and maybe there's a scouting report. I'm sure there is that says, hey, Marte, you might want to avoid first pitch fastballs late in the game. He's going to jump on it. But, man, did he jump on. I believe it was a splitter.
Yeah.
I believe it. That's the pitch that the home run was hit on, and I was just like, oh, dude, man, you're throwing 100 miles an hour. Do you know how many things I would give to throw 100 miles an hour? But I get it. You got to use off speed at times, even if you just keep peppering 100 every time. They will figure it out. So it just was a ball not located great. That was hit for a home run, and I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I think to add to that, Mike, we've only had one double-digit run game in the last 16 games. And, Kevin, they were at a rapid pace early in the season. We've been tracking that all year.
We're tracking that?
Yeah, we've been tracking it all year to just confirm. So, like, there is definitely a little bit of a power outage for this team at the moment, trying to figure out, like, how they can score runs. And, Mike, I think what I'm most concerned about there is when that happens, how you start to how that boils over and starts to get frustrating for guys, and how do they change their approaches because of it, or is it something simple that we can fix that quickly? And I just, in a clubhouse, whenever you're like, man, we need to score more runs when we're getting some good outings, so we don't have to because we don't have pitchers that can take on high leverage situations.
Well, and short term, who the hell's going to do that tonight? Like, let's say it's I'm going to be optimistic. A 6-4 game. I know realistically, it's probably more likely to be 1-0 or 2-1. But
last time we scored it, we did score 8 against the Brewers.
I know a lot of those were garbage runs.
Was it 9-2, 9-4?
I thought it was 9-4.
9-4, and then you scored 4 in the 9th. Yeah.
But you're not going to pitch Smith because he's pitched the last 2 days, and we're going to get back to him in just a second. You're not going to pitch Chapman because he just pitched 2 innings for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah.
And that's not an exaggeration, by the way. So I'm not entirely sure. We've got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. I do kind of want to ask him, like, already, how is that planned out? But to go along with it, Corey, when you're talking about we don't have people in those situations, is what in the world has happened to Will Smith?
Well, he's not pitching well.
That is true.
So, but you don't have other options. Are you going to now go, hey, Brock Burke, you're pitching the 8th inning? I think Will Smith has been through this. Will Smith is a back-to-back World Series champ, and he pitched in high leverage situations for Atlanta and Houston. So he's going through a funk right now. You believe in 32-year-olds who have a decade's experience in the major leagues that they're going to get out of it. You struggle with guys that have, let's say, 3 years or less experience, and you're just like, I think he can get out of it. I'm going to believe he can get out of it, but there's not the track record that he might get out of it.
Okay, when does it go from a funk to, in this moment, it feels like this is who he is? Because I only knew the stat about Will Smith over the last couple of months because I heard it on Sean and RJ, the 6.2 ERA. Is if that's over the span of a couple of months, at what point are you like,
well, here's the weird thing. He's getting guys out. It's the third out he's not getting. Good. So if you look at what like Funk, Jonathan Hernandez, let's just go back in time a few months ago before he got sent down. He couldn't get guys out at all.
Yeah.
It was hit, walk, out, hit. And then you're like, crap, like I guess he did get 2 outs in this inning, but he gave up 3 walks and 3 hits. Now I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it felt like that when you're watching Jonathan Hernandez try to get 3 outs. Like the outs were vastly dispersed in the inning. And you watch Will Smith against San Francisco, runner on second. It's a free runner. He didn't let the runner on second. He gets the first guy out. He gets the second guy out. The third guy hits a home run. Game over. Yesterday, if I have it correct, he gets a fly ball to right field. The guy tags up, which who cares, right? That run means absolutely nothing. Then he gets a ground ball to short, I believe. So you have 2 outs, and I guess the run hadn't scored yet. Maybe it might have been opposite. It might have been grounder to short, then fly ball to right. But he gets the first 2 guys out of the inning, so you're feeling good. All right, nobody's reached base. They have their free runner still on. The tying run is up. But nobody's got on base. He's gotten 2 outs. I'm feeling good. And then they walk Marte intentionally. And I did go, well, this is interesting. They're bringing up the winning run here. And that park is easy to hit home runs, by the way. That is one of the best places to hit in Major League Baseball is Arizona. So that worried me from a standpoint of I know how easy it is, especially from a right-hander standpoint, to hit home runs in that ballpark. But I'm like, all right, I'm trusting Bochy here. I'm trusting Maddox. They know what they're doing. Marte did just hit a home run his last at bat against Aroldis Chapman. So I get what they're doing here, but it is a little bit dangerous to bring the winning run up. But they're like, hey, 2 outs. We just need 1 more out. And then unfortunately, you get the base hit down the right field line, and then you get the base hit to center field, and you lose again. But that is a funk. I'm not trying to make like an excuse here. Will Smith isn't pitching well. I am admitting that. But in a weird way, he's getting the first 2 guys out pretty easily in these games. It's just getting the third out that's been an issue.
So we need a third out pitcher.
Well,
is what you're saying.
Then you can't retire the first 2 in order because then you have to face at least 3 hitters.
Oh, so we're going to have to then walk the next guy. Then Martin Perez can come in and close it.
Yes, Martin Perez.
He can get 1 out.
Right?
1 out.
That might
1 out is all I'm asking for, Martin. You can't do that for $12 million.
19.
It's 19. Yeah. Sorry, Corey. I feel like we made your day worse.
I tell you what. It's 10:10. We have 5 minutes to discuss this. I'm nervous. I know I'm a former player and I should go, hey, there's still 40 games left. But I'm nervous, man. This is getting to the point now where I'm looking at this and I'm really nervous about this team making the playoffs. And I know I should not live like this. I should just be like, hey, it's another baseball game. So they've lost 5 in a row. Everybody loses 5 in a row. But at this point, I'm starting to go, crap. They are only 3 losses away and 3 wins away from the Toronto Blue Jays of being completely out of the playoffs.
I definitely understand that line of thinking. Like I really, really do. Is this felt like a pivot game for me. Like, I'm still in and believing in the Rangers and obviously hoping for the best. But now you have a season-long 5-game losing streak, and it felt like they were going to win last night. We talked about it. The only other time they went on a 4-game losing streak, they went 11-4 after that.
Yeah.
And it felt like you were going to go on the road and get a win against a solid, not a great, but a team that had been playing pretty well, and get a solid road win. And I thought, here we go. The bullpen was going to prove something. Then that failed with Chapman. Okay, they got another shot. Then that, and props to Nate Lowe, by the way. That's going to get lost in all of this, is Nate Lowe fighting back from that 0-2 count to even up the count and then get that clutch hit right there. Yeah. That's going to get lost to the Will Smith blown save. And so I wish I had something more optimistic, but this is a loss that really hurts.
The other thing, Mike, you pointed out the other day that Leote had the hot first part, and I said my thoughts on it, and you said, well, right and wrong at the same time. And then you said, now pitchers are saying, well, this is the adjustment that he made to be better. Here's how we readjust to that. And I am wondering if the Tim Hires approach has been a certain thing all season long, and they were good enough to get by. And now they need to make 1 or 2 adjustments to kind of counter that. But Kevin, maybe not do it too soon. Like before, but you need to do it soon at some point, whatever that is, to get the bats back. Because I can't just buy that everybody on the team's just kind of falling apart at the same time. Yeah, although I guess I could buy that everybody was hot at the same time, right. So that was a factor.
I think that's where I was about to go with what you just said. I think you're right. And unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah.
Everybody's regressing back to the mean.
See, and I saw somebody say that, but that is not the case with Will Smith.
True.
Will Smith right now is on pace to have the 3rd worst ERA of his entire career for a full season, and the 2nd worst in the last 10 years. His ERA has jumped a whole run in the last 4 games. And I know we might be like, it's just 4 games, but think about it. 2 of those are blown saves. And if you flip just those 2 games, I know that the Mariners are still just on a freaking roll, but I do feel like you might feel a little different if you were 5 games ahead for the playoff race and 3.5 and 4 games respectively. And so those 2 blown saves really, really hurt. And so I get it with some of those players. I do not think that's as simple with Will Smith, who's been on a horrible run.
Let's look at reality. And the reality is he's 34 years old.
Sure.
Last year, he had a $13 million contract that expired with the Atlanta Braves. He had won a World Series.
Yep.
Sorry, with the Houston Astros, because he got traded.
Yeah.
Sorry. But so he was on a 3-year, $39 million contract. And then October, November, December, no phone calls. January, no phone calls. Now, I'm not saying that he's not getting phone calls, but he's not getting offers that are that good. And then March, at the beginning of March, the Rangers offer him, it says here, $1.5 million.
Wow.
So, scouts around the league turned in their reports on Will Smith last year. And I'm not saying he wasn't, like, you have the stats in front of you. He was a pretty good pitcher last year.
Especially for Houston. He was
right. And so the
earned runs.
The scouts turn in a report and they say, this is what we think Will Smith is at 34 years old. And so most of Major League Baseball goes, let's just see how spring training goes with our younger guys that we kind of like. And obviously Bruce Bochy knows Will Smith, and Will Smith might have been holding out for the right situation, but it wasn't like he was getting offered $8 and $10 and $12 million a year on a multi-year contract. So the Rangers signed him to be a 6th, 7th inning guy. That's who they thought they were getting. They're like, hey, let's get him. And if in a pinch we have to use him as a closer because our guys are hurt, our guys are wore out, we think we can use him. But we're using Will Smith in a role in a situation that the Rangers never wanted him for, that the Braves didn't use him as, and that the Houston Astros didn't really use him as. So I do think in a way they're regressing. Well, the scouts kind of told you through the contracts that he was not getting offered that maybe Will Smith wasn't going to go out there and be 29, 30, 31-year-old Will Smith. So this is just the tough thing about this season being so freaking long. I wish it was a 60-game season because you're 40-20 after 60 games. And now you are 19 games above 500. You're 72 and 53.
Correct.
So if you take out the first 60 games, which you don't, thank God, You're a one game under
32 and
500.
33.
So after the first 2 months of the season, you are one game under 500. Now, you have to determine, what are you? You are 19 games over. That's what counts. But is this team more of a 500 team struggling to hold on, or is this team a team that is above 500 team that is just not playing good baseball right now?
And I feel like my opinion on that has changed week over week because of what they've been doing. At this point a week ago, the Rangers were in the midst of going 12-2.
Yeah.
They were the hottest team in baseball. They were back up to, we had this conversation last week or the week before about, are they right up there with or ready to overtake Baltimore? And so, like, that can be the fickle nature of a season that is so long. Is a week ago, we're all riding high on the Rangers, and then you lose the last game of the Angels series, which seems like kind of nondescript in and of itself. And then you get swept by Milwaukee, and now you lose that heartbreaker last night, and now you're on the longest losing streak of the season.
You're also, Kevin, at a point where, and I know we've got to go here, but he's had more save opportunities this month than every other month this year except for May. And
Will Smith?
June and July, Will Smith saved opportunities totaled 9, June and July. Total. He's got 7 already, which means the Rangers are playing closer.
Yeah.
Which means, how do you keep him from having to be out on the mound? Be up by 15. That's how you keep him from being out. Actually, I mean, that is.
I will say this, and it's Will Smith and it's Aroldis Chapman last night that had the opportunities to win the game and they didn't. It was a horrible hitting performance again from the Texas
Agreed.
Rangers. And so you would like, if your guy throws 8 shutout innings, you would like to be up 3 or 5 runs. I'm not asking for 15, but I would like, and look, Corey Seager's the best player in the American League when healthy. He just hasn't been that healthy this year. But when it's first and third early in the game, you would not like a strikeout. It happens.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect. In fact, if you're great at it, you're probably a 350 hitter in those situations, which still means you're sucking 65% of the time. But
mark that.
But when that happened, I was like, that was an oh-no moment for me. When Corey Seager struck out with first and third and 1 out, and then Nate Lowe, he did hit a line drive, but it's right to the center fielder. I'm like, oh, no. Like, we just can't get runners home.
And this is a thing where, like, sometimes they'll tell you, like, numbers can lie to you. You look at the 5-game losing streak. They're averaging 3 runs a game, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, that's not great, but that's not as horrid as it feels like. Well, take a closer look. 0 against the Angels. They did score 8 against Milwaukee, with 4 of those coming in the last inning. 1 against Milwaukee, 2 against Milwaukee, and then realistically 1 last night. I know it ended up being 3, but in regulation, that's in, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but even Reed Detmers almost threw a no-hitter against you.
Yeah, and so the offense has been struggling mightily, to be sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Irvin, Keyshawn, and the relevancy of sports debate shows. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
888-4522-E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Brother wants out, by the way. I'm just telling you what I know. I got my own sources. Brother wants out. He don't want to be in Buffalo anymore. He don't want to. I'm telling you right now. I have my sources. Stephon Diggs got to be there, but he would prefer to be gone because he's lost a level of belief in the Buffalo Bill. That's right. I said it. It's Stephen A., baby.
That's right. I said it.
Oh, my gosh. It almost feels like a parody clip, but it's real. So I want to just go ahead and throw this out at the beginning. I realize everything I say from here on out might be crossed out by the fact that we're bringing this up to begin with. But I saw all kinds of articles yesterday. It's like, oh, Keyshawn Johnson is going to join Undisputed on FS1. And obviously there was plenty of talk about Shannon Sharp's going to be on First Take now. And then Sports Business Journal reported also yesterday that Michael Irvin would be on Undisputed. Then no, he wouldn't. And then, wait, it looks like he will. There's all these stories, and I realize there's a reason for it. But when was the last time a sports debate, especially TV show, or you could say radio show where they take phone calls all the time and it's effing terrible, when's the last time that was relevant to you? Because there's definitely a time in my life where I watched Around the Horn. I watch PTI every day. That felt like a must watch, but it's been a long time since that was the case.
The Around the Horn, I always thought it was interesting because I liked the kind of the format of it, like the way that it was built. I guess they were arguing with each other, but it just felt like they were all trying to give information and get their point out.
Yeah.
What was the one with Kornheiser and Wilbon?
PTI.
Yeah.
Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption, which was, I always liked to see it, but I never liked to hear it because it felt like them just yelling at me as loud as they could the whole time. And I was like, why are you yelling? Can't we just talk? But I understand they had a clock they were trying to get through at the same time. I never loved it. Kevin, I'm sorry, man. I've never been a debate person when it comes to what I want for my entertainment. And I do listen to sports talk radio for entertainment more than I do for, man, that guy's the smartest. And I'll case in point, Randy Galloway was my favorite listen. That's the dude that I was like, I don't care what that guy is like, if he's right or wrong, because it felt like every other person that was on the show with him was trying to debate him. And he was like, you're going to miss every shot you take at me because I'm just going to turn around on you somehow. He was the drunk dude at the bar that was just making you laugh your ass off. And that's what I enjoy more, Kevin. So I've never been, and I don't think, Mike, that many other cities do radio the way that we do radio. Like in the format that's more entertaining and even entertaining about the sports part of it and less about the, hey, I have to be right, because that's why Colin Cowherd couldn't do a co-show, because he has to be right about something, right? Rather than being like informing you and having fun with the audience.
Are you insinuating that he wasn't right when he put out that list last week or 2 weeks ago where he said Dwayne Haskins was a quarterback that couldn't win the Super Bowl this
story,
year?
By the way, dude, did you see that?
Yeah, with the settlement and everything.
More to that. Yeah, so that's how I've always felt about it. Is I enjoyed Dan Patrick because Dan Patrick ran the show, and whoever he had on, he had a couple of different co-hosts along the way. They were there for fun and they were entertaining, but there was a lot more. The show got bigger along those lines a lot of the time, so it wasn't necessarily debate.
Mike, you do not strike me as somebody who would be naturally drawn into just two people yelling at each other if you weren't one of those people.
I don't think so, but at times I am.
Okay. Do you still get involved in the Undisputed's First Takes? Because, I just saw there's 3 people on screen because ESPN is on here a lot because there's baseball and basketball and everything like that. And the topic at the bottom was Fans make goat noises at Michael Jordan in Italy. And I could not imagine how that could possibly take up more than like 45 seconds of time. But there was 3 people discussing it. And there's always a Cowboys topic, and I get why that is and everything. But
Marcus Spears literally argued earlier that the Cowboys need to go after Jonathan Taylor. Like, that's going to...
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up. Because on whatever they're trying to make work with Greenberg now, is 2 of the 4 people... Yeah, okay, there you go. Thank you. 2 of the 4 people said it's the Cowboys that are going to get Jonathan Taylor. And I was like, 2 of the 4 of y'all.
That was Marcus and Greeny.
Yeah, and it was this. It's dreadful. Dreadful.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it, but there's times where I enjoy it. It just matters who they are.
Are there people then that you're just like, I'm not interested in what you have to say?
Yeah, where am I drawing a blank? Kendrick Perkins. At this point, he's lost me. Like, he's lost me as an NBA analyst.
Do you think it's because he's still shocked that the Nuggets won the title because Jokic is not that good?
Yeah, probably so. But he just says enough things where I'm just like, I don't feel like he's educated enough to do this.
Yeah.
I hate saying that. I mean, obviously, look, he's probably making $1 million. It's like $900,000 more dollars a month. Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously people that pay a lot of money for this think Kendrick Perkins is very good at that job. But there's just certain people where I'm like, all right, I do like listening to, I like listening to Richard Jefferson debate.
Okay.
Now, sometimes he's doing it against Kendrick Perkins, but there's certain people that I do like their, I guess, style and their debating style. And then there's other people obviously, I can't tell you really what Skip Bayless has said the last 5 years because I'm not.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just ignore it.
Yeah. I try to as much as I can.
And I think it's tough for me, like a person like Kendrick Perkins, just because you pointed to the TV and I saw him. I used to, he came on this show 5-10 times. But I used to kind of go, what does Kendrick Perkins have to say about this? And at this point, I'm like, I don't care what Kendrick Perkins has to say.
When we had him on, I just thought he was entertaining, because he was like, man, I love what Luke is doing. There was a lot of that going on. I was like, oh, this is good. It fits. But Mike, one of the great things I think about, I love our show. I really do. If I could listen to it, I would listen to it. But I'm here. So it's
what?
I can't listen to this show because I'm here.
Don't bother, Reggie. I've tried to have that discussion and argument before. It's a losing cause.
But that being said, when I look at this show, I'm always like, man, we can always, when it comes to baseball, we can always go to Mike for a reference on what it's actually like.
Yeah, in your face, Kev.
And when it comes to movies, we can always go to Kevin for the best movie opinions. And
oh man.
And so that being said, MLB Network does some really cool segments on what guys are trying to actually do at the plate and what guys are trying to do on the mound. I really do think they do a good job they've grown. They've gotten better on MLB Network at what they do. It's one of the reasons I actually kind of liked the morning show for a long time, not just because of Kay Adams, but I found the conversation they were having as opposed to the debate more interesting.
Can I ask you this question? I just got NFL Network back because DirecTV added it back to their programming. Is that show any good still? Because I have not been entertained by it. And I'm wondering, is it because of preseason football? I'll be honest. I'm not entertained at all by preseason football. I'm not that entertained by spring training baseball. I get it. I understand the practice. I understand a lot of the mechanics that go through at least baseball. Football, I honestly have an idea of it. I've had to go there for a decade and walk around. So I get that it's necessary, but I'm just wondering that show, and I'm wondering, is it because I'm watching preseason football coverage, or has that show gone down a whole bunch lately?
I didn't love it last year, but it just felt like they were kind of picking and putting their parts together. They never really had what I felt was consistent and strong.
Okay.
But
I'll see how it goes in regular season now that I have it back, but I'm thinking without Kay Adams and Nate Burleson was the other guy, right? They've replaced those two guys.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Nate Burleson's a star, man. Like, that dude is really legitimately a superstar in this industry. He's going to be. So I think that's a huge factor with it for sure. I think talent matters in this industry. It matters in this. How do you keep people around? People that are likable and also unlikable at the same time. Like, that's what keeps people around.
And that's why I was really curious where everyone fell on this, because one of the mistakes you can run into is thinking like your opinion or what you like is the prevailing opinion of what people like, right? Like, I always thought about that with Arrested Development. I thought Arrested Development was one of the best shows ever. Nobody watched it.
Yeah,
and that's why it got
still
canceled.
hilarious.
Yeah, and then everybody will tell you, I watched it back in the day. And like, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But places I respect and I like, people from our station were feverishly tweeting yesterday. It's like, oh, is it going to be Richard Sherman, Keyshawn, and Michael Irvin on Undisputed? Wow. And I was like, wow, I don't care about that at all. Sports Business Journal, which I respect a lot, was covering it feverishly. So I thought, am I just off base and there's still a humongous market for
I
this?
have not read what you've read. Is Michael Irvin back?
So I believe they think it's done now, but Sports Business Journal, they went through 3 different versions of this yesterday. First, Michael Irvin was joining Undisputed. Then, quote, it looked unlikely he would have a role. And then the last report I saw last night was he updated the report again, saying that negotiations almost fell apart, but Irvin reached a deal. And so I don't think it's going to be like an everyday thing, and it's going to be like a rotating deal. At least that's what I saw as of last night.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it's been updated again since last night or since this morning.
Was there does that change you? Does that move the needle for you at all?
Well,
if he is back.
Okay, so this is in a weird way. I don't know what Michael Irvin did or didn't do
gotcha.
in that hotel. All I can see is the video. It didn't look like on the video he did anything, but
Sure.
I don't know what was said or anything. But I kind of root for Michael Irvin being a Cowboy fan, especially a Cowboy fan of the 90s. And I get that he has not been a saint, but
sure.
I'm like, I hope Michael Irvin didn't do anything wrong. I hope Michael Irvin gets, I don't even know if you'd say a second chance, maybe a third chance. But I'm kind of hoping that Michael Irvin, first of all, didn't do anything wrong. And then second of all, gets back on television. I do find him very entertaining for NFL coverage.
Oh, man.
I mean, when he had the radio show here, I thought it was pathetic, but he wasn't following any other sport. He was only following really the Dallas Cowboys and somewhat the NFL. So
he loves
that's why
the NFL.
It fell flat on its ass, no matter how big of a name he was. It was like, dude, no, the Mavericks can't get LeBron James tomorrow. I don't know how this is a topic right now. And he's like, I don't know how it's not a topic. Just go trade for him. He's a good player. And I'm like, this is not good radio.
Yeah, but here it is from the 210. I much prefer the controversial style or the conversational style like y'all over the confrontational style. I was going to say controversial because that's what I feel like it is a lot of times.
Well, and I'm glad that you read that one because it's a fair question from the 682. What's the difference between them and y'all? Is I would say we don't fake opinions. Like you'll notice not every segment. In fact, most of the segments we have do not devolve into arguments because we're not told you take this side, you take this side.
Wait till Nuggets.
Yeah, sometimes Mike throws some things out there that none of us are prepared for, but we all bring our real opinion to the show for better or worse. And that's a big difference between Stephen A., Skip, and a lot of people in that field.
I also kind of think that like they talk about Cowboys how often because they think that's the like they
Sure.
like that's the national story. Like we kind of, I think when we look at this show, we try to talk about the things we want to talk about. And if we don't want to talk about it, we're just like, all right, I'm not talking about that today.
You know what I want to talk about now? Baseball nuggets with Mike.
Sorry,
Benson.
Mike's been saying that a lot. And it's just.
Never mind, I take it back.
I love her.
What did Chris Young have to say on the G-Bag Nation? Next.
Turn the feeling of defeat.
Peace on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
So Chris Young comes on every Monday with the G-Bag Nation. Times can vary, but it's a great interview. Chris Young, look, I've said it before, I'm biased. He's my friend. I played with him in 2004 here in Oklahoma City and a hair with the Texas Rangers. He's on the Texas Rangers more than I was. I think he's a genius. I think a lot of the credit has to go to him. I understand that John Daniels was a part of some of the things that happened that are positive now, but I think Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox being here in a weird way, I know this 100%. If Chris Young was not a general manager of the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox would not be part of the Rangers organization. Fact. So a lot of the leadership that is with the team and the coaching staff is because of Chris Young. So yesterday, the G-Bag Nation, there was a little bit of a sell issue with Chris Young, but he had great answers. It was just a little bit broken up. But we do have a couple of good audio clips here on Cut 5, which didn't happen yesterday. How does your team turn this slump around?
Well, I think that, I think the veteran players know that you're going to go through bumps. You're going to go through highs and lows and bumps in the road over the course of the season. I do think that the young players are learning that and how well they handle those moments. And we've seen some of the young guys go through this recently. We've seen these guys, some guys struggle a little bit, and we want to see them come out of it. We want to see these prolonged slumps be shortened down to really a few games instead of a few weeks. And I think that's part of the growth of a young player. The veteran players have done that over the course of their career. They've been through these lows and they know, I'll get through it. Just, stay the course, do what has worked for me in the past, and I'll get through it. But for young guys that have never gone through it, it makes it a little bit tougher. And I think it's really important that as a staff, as a front office, that we do stay steady, that we don't worry, we don't panic. We correct the things that we're seeing and try to help them. But in the end, these are really, really talented players. They've played wonderfully to get to this point, and I expect them to continue to, despite the results the last few days.
If I can just say, Mike, that is where I'm really glad that Bruce Bochy is here, because if you're going to have somebody to steady the wheel, I feel pretty good about having that guy.
I'm with you too on that. What's interesting here is you have to answer that in general terms, because what you're talking about is the maturity of a person. And so you have to say veteran player, young player. Well, Joey Gallo's a veteran player. He cannot handle slumps. Like, it crushes him mentally. It crushes him, in a lot of different ways. And so you'll look at a guy like Rugi Odor, who I believe is out of baseball now. So, you look at, there's certain guys that we just went through with Nomar Mazara, Rugi Odor, and Joey Gallo. Well, you'd say by now they've been able to handle those bumps that they had with the Texas Rangers. Now that they moved on to other teams, they understand how to handle those adverse situations, like he's talking about veteran players, and go through it. But a lot of times there's some guys that are younger players that are great at handling adverse situations. Yes, everybody's going to go through a slump, but then you'll see younger players get out of it quicker than older players do, veteran players, because they're just maturity level on handling a 162 game season is just a higher standard than what maybe the average Major League Baseball player is. So I love his answer. It's always tough because you can't really, because if you were to say, is it year 3 that you're able to handle the adversity? Is it year 5 you're able to handle the adversity? What year do you go, all right, you're not a young player handling adversity, you're a veteran player handling adversity. And that's what's always tough. Now, we understand Duran, Leody Taveras, this is their first year kind of as an everyday player in Major League Baseball. So you're finding out for the first time on how they're handling it. With a guy like Simeon and Seager, those are all-star guys, but we can also point at veteran guys who struggle to handle adversity too. So there's that. It's a great answer. hopefully they can, as a team, get out of this because they are struggling in all sorts of ways. You pointed out the starting pitching yesterday. I pointed out the hitting, which continued. And now you have a game that is very winnable yesterday in the end, and your two best relievers couldn't close it out. So they are struggling in all three aspects. And even defensively, they're struggling because Ezekiel Duran's playing third base and struggling with that.
But if I'm not mistaken, I think you like the next clip even better because it gets
I think this is where I know Chris Young as a person, and I know he cares a lot, and I know he can be an emotional person. As a general manager, you really can't be, but I know him as a player. And this is, how do you feel the young players are handling this, or they might be pressing? Are they pressing too much now that you're in the end of the season playoff run?
Well, yeah, and just for the common fan out there, I would sort of say that if you've ever had a day where you really sucked at your job, you care about what you do, and you care and you have pride, then you're going to press a little bit. That's natural. And so I've certainly been there as a player, but if you care about being good at what you do, it's only natural to press when you're not performing at the level you expect of yourself. And they're humans, and that's part of it. But we recognize that it's our jobs to continue to support them, to show confidence in them, and encourage them that they're not as bad as the results. And ultimately, that's what Boch does. That's the beauty of a manager like Boch. He's able to just provide a calmness and steadiness when things are tough, and the guys respond to that, and they'll respond to it here.
So as somewhat a coach,
I love that answer.
I always try to avoid this answer to when a person is struggling in a lesson, in a game. Hey, you're trying too hard. That would infuriate me. I'm trying too hard. You want me to try less?
Yeah.
You want me to be a lazy SOB? Is that what you're saying? And no, that's not what they're saying. It's just very tough because you know that they're pressing, right? And so you're like, hey, you need to relax. You need to stay within yourself. I feel like there's better ways to say it than you're trying too hard, because I feel like that's almost, I understand where you're coming from. I get it, but I almost feel like that's a bad way of saying, hey, you're giving too much effort. You want it too much? You want me to want this less?
No, that would infuriate me as well. I think I've told the story of my debate coach when I made a girl cry. She took me out in the hall and said, sometimes there's too much killer instinct, and I thought that was preposterous. But I like that he answered it like a normal human. Like, whenever we have other GMs and stuff, like I think about Steven immediately when he's like, well, if you look at the percentage of the salary cap vis-a-vis blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. Chris Young's like, have you ever had a day at your job where you sucked?
Well, this ticked me off.
Yeah.
This grinds my gears.
That's how I feel like people think and talk and feel.
Yeah. There is that part of you that's like, I want this so much though that you do press. But I like that, man. Like the best answer in any interview is I'm too much of a perfectionist, right? Isn't that right, Kevin?
Yeah, I work too hard. Like, what a stupid answer. I would not hire that person immediately. If you ask somebody what their greatest flaw is and they give you that BS answer, don't hire that person.
I'm just always thinking about work.
And I think it's tough because, look, this is your dream. Your dream is to make the major leagues. Then your dream is to stay in the major leagues. Then your dream is to be on a winning major league team. Sometimes it all happens at once, and you have the great start to a major league career. Cal Ripken Jr., right? Gets it all done, and it's like, man, I got another decade or 2 decades to play, and then he never makes it to another World Series.
Yeah.
Is never really on a great team again, but it all happened for him in a hurry, and you want it so bad. And look, I never really considered killing myself, but you feel like killing yourself when it's not going your way. You put in so much time and energy and work, and when it doesn't go your way because you're competing against the top people in the world at this, and you used to destroy everybody in grade school and everybody in high school and everybody in college and everybody in the minor leagues, and then you're not destroying them. They are at times destroying you. And you're looking inside yourself and going, what is wrong with me? What have I done so wrong here? Why am I causing this? And you're looking internally, I always say eternally. You're looking internally. You're looking at your coaches going, are they teaching me something wrong? And at times they are, and at times it's you, and at times it's a multitude of things that are causing issues to happen. And then you're like, am I not talented enough to do this? Should I be looking to do something else? And right now, a guy like we talked about him yesterday, Leody Taveras did have a pretty good day yesterday. He did get on base. He walked and he got on base with a hit. So that was a really good day for him yesterday. Does that mean he's out of his slump? No, but it means that he can build upon that. But Leody Taveras probably right now is asking himself, am I talented enough? And guess what? He knows who Evan Carter is. Yeah. He knows they drafted Wyatt Langford. He knows JP Martinez is on the team and could possibly take his everyday job right now. So you want to press? You want pressure? Yeah, he's been a really good player for the Rangers. He hasn't been lately, and he knows that they are looking in other places to replace him if he doesn't get better.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We did the positive yesterday, so you know what it's time for. Through training camp and 2 preseason games, which Cowboys have negatively changed your perception of them? Next on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, Corey, are you ready for some exciting, not really breaking quarterback news?
Yeah.
Yesterday, remember how we told you that Baker Mayfield was actively investigating two of his dad's companies? Good news. Today, he was declared not the loser of the quarterback competition.
I don't care about that. I care about his legal controversy that's going on with his dad.
That's why I said
now.
not exciting news. He wasn't the winner. He is just not the loser.
How does that work? That means he's the
you
winner.
You saw those videos. Yeah, does it?
Well,
I feel like we all lost.
That's a fact, actually.
Sometimes when you win, you lose. And sometimes when you lose, you win.
What movie is that from?
And sometimes when you tie, you lose. And sometimes when you tie, you win. And sometimes when you tie, you tie.
What movie is that from?
Major League.
There's a booby in it.
And Jeopardy.
A single solitary movie?
That's White Men Can't Jump.
That is correct.
We're doing a movie segment, right?
Yeah, my
We
bad.
are not. That is the next segment.
I don't know where my brain
right
was
here,
just now.
right now, we're talking about Cowboys.
Well, yeah, real quick, actually, Kevin, the Twolos are calling for a pizza party because of they're calling for a pizza party
because we were number one
from you. They want you to
Oh, if Kevin's paying, yeah, great.
yeah.
I'd do that.
I messaged them. Thanks again to all of you for making this such a big deal. This show's such a big deal. We're crushing it right now, and you are the reason why.
Done.
Y'all should pressure Kevin to throw a Twolo pizza party.
Done.
All right, there you go, Twolos. You're welcome.
Let's work. I probably should have waited till we worked out some of the logistics. This is going to come back to cost me. I should have said.
Watch him do pizza rolls.
I am never.
It's like here for the
never.
boars.
And if they were, they
For
would
the
be
boars.
good pizza rolls from a good place.
What?
I am definitely open to that. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Okay, so like.
You mean like calzones?
Yeah, not exactly. You can go to places where they do have pizza rolls that are kind of like that, but they're like higher quality as opposed to the 80 in a bag from Totino's that used to, I know not anymore, inflation and stuff.
Double Days
cost
used
like
to have some
$1.99.
awesome pizza rolls, right?
Yes, they did.
Those were gigantic.
K-Dog, how you doing?
I'm doing good,
Are
man.
you sure? Have you seen the breaking news?
Oh, no.
Your guy, Kyle Trask, out.
I just effing said that, Mike.
Oh, because Baker Mayfield won?
Were you not listening
Good
to
job.
that?
See, this is why we have Mike, so we can know what
Yeah, I
news
just
is
want to make
happening.
sure we have new listeners. They say we have new listeners all the time, and
That's
if you
true.
weren't tuned in at 11:01, at 11:03, Baker Mayfield has the job as the Tampa Bay Bucs starting quarterback.
But Kevin,
What
this
were
is
you doing for the first 3 minutes of that segment?
I'm trying to figure out who played besides Danny Green, who played for the 76ers and the Spurs. I'm trying to find a unique guy.
Oh, you're doing immaculate basketball grade
yeah,
right
like
now?
for the Spurs, 5+ assists a game for a season. I got Alvin Robertson, and that was only 0.7%. That was pretty good by me.
What
problem-
about James Harden assessed a $100,000 fine for his public
I'm sure he's really sad about
yeah,
that.
for
He's like, oh no, you charged me 1/350th of my annual salary. I think I'll be okay.
Kevin, this is
That's like 6 strippers he can't get for one night.
I feel like this was supposed to be a Cowboys segment.
It
though,
was.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Baker
All right.
Mayfield.
Shut up. Yesterday, we talked about the positives. So today, through training camp and 2 preseason games, which Cowboys have negatively changed your perception of them. One good thing I will say is, before you say anything, Mike, I had more people on my positive list than I did my negative list.
He doesn't matter, but unfortunately, watching preseason football, I call him Russell Maryland, but I think his last name's Hoffman, number 67.
Brock Hoffman.
Yeah, Brock Hoffman, the
He's-
offensive lineman. You don't like him?
He stinks.
Oh no, why?
There's a lot of people that do kind of like.
Why do you think he stinks so much?
He seems to be chasing the guy instead of blocking the guy.
All right.
Okay.
And I'm like, we're not playing chase, we're playing block.
Yeah.
Your job is to block, not chase.
That's a valid point.
You know what?
Technically correct.
You know what? This is why I simultaneously love and hate our fans all at the same time.
Uh-huh.
From the 682, I was actually walking to my truck from class, so I didn't hear the news at 11:01. Thanks for the update.
See, Mike, good job,
I'll
man.
tell you what, and that's why we're number one.
Mike, a man of the people.
He is a man of the people. All right, if we can play cut number 10, I think this is who it is for me, and I'm just done with this project. I'm done with it.
Right.
At the Seattle 20, snap to Greer. Looking, he runs out of the pocket. Throws on the run to the end zone. It's picked off. In the end zone and running it out to the 10, to the 20-yard line. Oh, that'll hurt your feelings.
It did hurt my feelings, and I get it. At once upon a time, he was a third-round pick. He's now 28 and has never thrown a touchdown in an actual NFL game, in a regular season game.
I mean, I guess I'll play the other side. Who cares? He's not even going to make the team. They're going to release him.
So why don't we bring in somebody else to try to see?
Or start Dak so we can try to win.
I see where this is.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
Corey, full circle.
No.
He wants the Cowboys to trade for Kyle.
No,
Trask.
that's not.
Dude, that's the way
That's
you
your
set
guy.
this whole
There's
segment
definitely
up.
a thread there.
Yeah, you started the segment with
why
the Baker
not
Mayfield
try
news.
Trask?
How would I have known that news was going to break in the break and try and get us to go get Kyle Trask?
I saw that news earlier this morning, Kevin. I'm pretty sure that.
So I
knew it
masterminded
earlier.
this plot from
That's
the
right.
beginning. No,
Yeah.
that's not right. This has nothing to do with Kyle Trask. I think I'm done
All right,
with the Will Greer experiment.
Agree.
I understand.
Thank you.
No, because I remember last preseason, I was like, Will Greer looks like a better quarterback than Cooper Rush. Now, clearly that was stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Cooper Rush, I think one of his, endearing qualities is that he's not getting frazzled. He's so comfortable with the system and knowing what he's supposed to do. Whether or not the ball takes a little while to get to the wide receiver, he is making the right decisions in that place. Will Greer, I cannot say that. And maybe I was just drawn in by the idea that he has a bigger arm and that he has a little bit of mobility.
Sure.
But if you do not utilize those tools properly, then it's for naught. And in this preseason thus far, it feels like we've seen the negative side of that, right, Kevin?
Yes, I agree with that. And no better moment to me. And I don't know who those people were in the suite when I went to the Jacksonville preseason game. Is this guy behind me is like, oh, you just watch. Will Greer's about to cook. Very next pass, he throws an interception. And I wish I knew that person so I could be like, good call, dip ass.
D. Holland isn't here.
That's true.
But we do have a Michigan jinx.
You think Mozzie Smith?
He's not Taco.
Okay.
I will say, Mike, he's not ready yet. But he's not Taco. All the things that we knew about him coming out were, this dude is strong. That's the biggest factor, is he's strong and should be able to hold up this spot. There have been moments where he's been pushed off the ball, and there have been moments where you're just like, okay, his hands, he needs to work better on technique, and he has a lot to learn. He has a lot to learn. That is a fact. I don't think he is a first-round bust by any means, but I think the fact is he has a lot to learn in this spot specifically. You can go watch the way each of the veterans play the position right now compared to him. That's why he's in so late, Mike. That's why he's in so much right now, because he needs the reps. He absolutely needs these reps for it. I know the Twitter wanted to go nuts on him on Saturday night, but when I watched, I was like, okay, it's not as bad as what Twitter was trying to say on Saturday night.
Right.
There are moments, though, and I think that you're not going to sit there and go, well, he's the plug and play guy right out of the gate. But I think by the end of the season, they'll be able to work with him enough to grow a lot of his technique and a lot of his responsibilities.
You need to listen.
All right.
Kevin said we're supposed to be as negative as possible during
I
this
was going
segment.
to bring him up. You did say
You
that.
did. You were really negative on Will Greer cheese.
Uh-huh.
And then we went
Do
to
you think his name is
Mozzie.
Will Greer?
It says right here, negatively changed your perception. of him.
Yesterday
So-
was positive. We did the
Yeah.
positive first.
And to be fair, there is some negative change there because Mozzie Smith, we have to remember the framework of where you're drafted impacts this. And being drafted in the first round, he does not feel like he's living up to that status at this moment.
I thought Broadus had a good, a quick way of describing it yesterday is he used to be read and react in college. Now he's switching to react and read. And I thought that was a really quick, to-the-point way of describing it that people could understand. I thought that was an excellent description.
Yeah, and a lot of it does deal with what your responsibilities were in college and what you were taught and how quickly you can adapt to a new responsibility. That's absolutely true.
So he says Mozzie. I say Will Greer. Who say you?
Man, none of them. They've all been great so far.
Really?
They've all been
I got
perfect.
another one for you if you need
I was
going
to say Mozzie's, but not Mozzie in the negative way. I was going to say that Twitter and the internet thinks that Mozzie is not good right now. But if you have another one, that's fine.
What about, we're going into year 3.
Your middle name's Optimistic, huh?
Uh-huh.
Can we call you Optimistic Prime? Yes. Can we call you that?
Sure.
That would be awesome.
That
That's
is
a
kinda
cool
cool. I
nickname.
like it.
It's year 3, and I know you drafted him, but even in the
Simi Fehoko?
No, even in the preseason, but he is on the offense. When you see Josh Ball play, aren't you kind of like,
what number is he?
I thought Well Let's Go had better moments than I've seen Josh Ball have. And Well Let's Go hasn't had great moments.
What number's Josh Ball?
I don't remember.
Oh, great. I don't know these people's names. I just know
You
numbers.
don't see their names on the back?
I know. That's what I'm asking you, but a lot of times I'm like, 67.
Mike, when
Russell
we were
Maryland,
at practice.
79, Eric Williams, but that's not Eric Williams anymore.
75.
It's not Eric Williams.
75.
That's true.
When we were at practice, they gave us the sheets that had all their numbers and names attached to them.
Once they make the team and actually play in a real game, I will really respect them.
Gotcha.
So it's not just making the team. You got to play in the game. Do
Yeah.
you need to make an impact or just play?
You need to start making an impact. Like, it took me a while to learn who Clark was.
Okay.
Damone Clark?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to know his name and who he is and that he is going to be a part of this team. I'm not just going to see him make 6 special teams tackles for the year and go, I don't care.
Right.
Like, until you're Kenneth Gant, and he did play slot corner, and you're winning championships doing the shark before these things, then, like, hey, figure out how to win something important. You're in a special organization, and so then you can become a special player that will be remembered for a long time. Like Ray Horton. You know, like, who's Ray Horton? He makes donuts, but he is on a championship team.
Tim Horton.
Yeah, but Ray Horton's more important because he was on a championship team for the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, a valid point.
And he heard of
Yeah,
who?
remember who Ray Horton is. Tell me who the white guy was who kicked field goals for us one time.
Jeff Heath.
Yeah, Jeff Heath. Like, I can't remember him because he's on meaningless Cowboys team.
Man, I remember Jeff Heath just because Corey, there was like 3 years in a row where you're like, I'm telling you, this year.
I don't know. No, that was a different guy.
That was a different?
That was a different white safety from
Who played on the red field,
the Big
right?
Sky. He was from the Big Sky.
He was hurt all of the time.
And I was like, this dude actually.
I think his name was Injured Magoo.
Yeah.
Help us out. Who was the
Injured reserve?
white
was his name?
safety who was always hurt?
Was Johnson his last name?
Corey told me it's like Matt Johnson.
Matt Johnson.
Who's like this?
Wow.
This dude.
I came up with that.
He wasn't even on a championship team, Mike.
I couldn't remember his first name.
But you remember the Johnson part.
Yes, you did.
I don't know. I still I think Simi Fehoko needs to do something big. Like Jalen Tolbert has solidified that spot, right?
Simi Fehoko going to make this team?
I don't know. I don't like. I really they loved him coming out of the draft a couple of years ago, and they were really high on all that, and the personality was fun and everything. But like, what has he not had the opportunity
He's
to
not
beat
going to make the
people
team,
out?
is he?
I'm a little concerned.
He's
about
your
that.
do the math?
He's your 7th receiver, right? Do you keep 7?
No, you will not keep.
You're
seven.
gonna keep CD, Michael Gallup.
Sure.
You're gonna keep probably Brandon Cooks,
Absolutely.
Jalen Tolbert.
Sure.
All right, where are we going next,
Well,
Reggie?
and then do you? I'm assuming he's still going to make the team. Do you put Kevontae Turpin then?
For sure. He's on the team.
But
Turpin's
do you,
in.
Do you count him as a special teams player as opposed to not counting towards that?
I think if you're gonna keep him on special teams, you need to. He's shown he can catch the ball as a receiver.
You're going to have him. You're going to have him
Okay.
as your 5th or 6th receiver.
So best case scenario.
Now you're talking, this is where Simi or Jalen Brooks or
Dennis
Dennis
Houston?
Houston start coming in.
Yeah, and that's best case scenario for one, right? One spot.
Dontario Drummond's trying to wave his hand. Jalen Cropper's trying to raise his hand too.
I don't know that he is going to make the team at all.
in this game, Jalen Tolbert, good, you did it, buddy. Good job. Go sit down. We'll see
Yeah.
you next week or in a couple weeks for the season opener. But Simi, we need to try and make you a focal point of this offense on this thing. Let's see if you can actually do this, man.
As you can probably guess, Mozzie Smith's name has come up a lot, but then also Kelvin Joseph and Jabril Cox. The Jabril Cox is interesting because it felt like for most of training camp in the preseason, his shot was done. Like, it felt like Overshown was the guy. And if not for him getting hurt, I don't see how Jabril Cox was going to step on the field in anything other than garbage time. Now there is an opportunity for him to maybe get some playing time. But again, we've talked about that since last year.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I know there are like the Devin Harpers of the world out there too that are like, hey, I'm fighting for a job here too. But yeah, this is another, those two guys, I would say they have to flash something. Cause I think that Jabril Cox at this point, Kevin, will be out there out of default. But for them to be like positive about it, and I know that trade season's about to happen, and the Cowboys are looking offensive line, maybe to add an addition there. Maybe they could do something there. I heard somebody, a whisper about Cardinals in that world and how that could make sense.
Does that 80-year-old guy want to come back that helped us
Jason
out last
Peters?
year? Yeah.
Hey, yeah, why not?
Well, he says that he wants to play this season, and he's out there.
Him.
You could always bring him back, right?
You could.
So yeah, I think
collecting pension.
This is
AARP,
So rude.
and he can be a backup.
So rude. Isn't he younger than you?
Barely.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that. I know you're also not trying to make
making
a
fun
comeback.
of a guy who's a borderline Hall of Famer and who's played 20 years in the NFL.
That's a dicey situation.
And you can
right
kick
there.
my rear end.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan.
If you
Coming
could
up
catch
next, is there a movie you didn't like on first viewing that you now love? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on the Fan.
DFW's number one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know how much of that went out over the air.
It wasn't a lot. I just saw the red light.
Okay,
So we're good.
Corey and
I'm good
I
at my job.
were involved in the conversation, but I'm curious to see where this goes. Is there a movie, because I know at least Mike and maybe Reggie and perhaps Carter as well are struggling with this, that you didn't like on the first viewing and now you love? This is based on Logan Paul. Now, people made a big deal about the first part of his quote, which is fine. He said he walked out of, on his Impulsive podcast, he said he walked out of Oppenheimer 20 minutes in because nothing happened and people were just talking.
Sounds like what Mike wanted to do.
I mean,
wait, what type of film did he think this was?
That's a great question.
People were just talking. This is going to be a dialogue-heavy film, buddy.
Yeah. It was a science film. I thought there was going to be more science.
I can't remember the movie.
More fiction.
I think it might have been Drive. I remember it was some movie a while back I rented at like a movie trading company, and the guy goes, I think you'll like this one. There's not a lot of like dialogue and plot to it. And I thought, oh no, do I just look like somebody is like, you look like you can't handle a complex plot?
Dummy head movie.
Big Michael Bay fan.
But the more important part of his quote was he said he walked out of the movie Interstellar after 18 minutes. First of all, that is way too specific of a number if you walked out of the theater. But here's the part. Because it was so slow, and now says it's one of his top 3 favorite movies ever. So, I mean, I've seen that movie. It doesn't get faster.
Yeah, I was like, what changed his mind about that?
It doesn't get faster in certain areas of it. But he said, I walked out after 18 minutes. Now it's one of my top 3 movies ever. So then I posed a question to y'all. Was there a movie that you didn't like and now you love it?
And that is a tough movie to watch too. Interstellar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of a lot of emotion that goes into that one.
Backwards space helped us push a book into the dust.
Yeah, look,
Come on, dude.
It's not like the best. I mean, it's good. Christopher Nolan, right?
And the visuals are amazing.
And the sound.
What is this Paul brother doing if he's like, I'm gonna go watch Christopher Nolan movies expecting fantastic action sequences?
Let me be honest with you, Reggie, and I'm gonna have to move this microphone so I can see you at some point.
Hey.
I didn't know, like I really wasn't thinking Christopher Nolan whenever I went to see before I went to see Oppenheimer. When I went to see it, everybody kept talking about Christopher Nolan, so I was like, all right, what is this dude's like work? And so I wanted to watch it thinking must be the way that he works. And when I watched Batman, Kevin, I didn't, or Dark Knight Rises, Dark Knight, I wasn't thinking Christopher Nolan. I was just thinking story of Batman.
Sure.
And so now that I know this a little more, I know kind of what I'm trying to look at. And I think y'all are big
film watchers,
film heads. Yeah, when it comes to like knowing the directors, a lot of people are just like, this actor's in it. I kind of like that actor. It's going to be good. And some people are like, I need to know the director and the cast and all that stuff. And I'm just kind of going in there going, I want to just be entertained for the next 2 hours. So it didn't make much sense to me. But I will say, Reggie, do you have my cut here? It is this movie, which now is very beloved by me and beloved by many.
Discovered by the Germans in 1904, they named it San Diego, which of course in German means a whale's
Did you do that,
Shout
edit?
out to Troy Hughes.
Okay.
The first time that I saw Anchorman, I was just like, I don't know what I'm experiencing, and I didn't like it.
yourself, San Diego.
And then it became the most quotable movie of all of the movies that I'd watch with my buddies, because you could apply so many, like that escalated quickly, like all of those things.
I love Lamp.
How many times, Mike, do you think you said the San Diego thing while we were in Oxnard when we would mention San Diego? Felt like every time. Okay.
4 to 12 times.
And we laughed every time.
I have a request. If you ever leave the show or the station and for some reason I'm staying behind, will you please say, instead of say goodnight, Kevin, will you say go F yourself,
Yes,
Kevin?
exactly.
I just think that would be amazing. I realize the logistical complications it could cause for me. All right.
But I didn't get it at first.
Okay.
But then it was like, that's it, man. I love it. Me and my sister quote it all the time.
Mine is in that same vein. I'm going to go to cut number 13. Part of the problem I ran into is they showed Natalie Portman in the trailer, and I thought she was going to be a bigger part of this movie, and she just makes like a little cameo. I didn't appreciate the humor, but now I do appreciate this movie.
If there's anything that this horrible tragedy can teach us, it's that a male model's life is a precious, precious commodity. Just because we have chiseled abs and stunning features, it doesn't mean that we too can't not die in a freak gasoline fight accident.
It's a great point. That is from Zoolander. The first time I watched it, I was like, I don't like it.
I didn't either. I don't. It's not one of my favorites now, but once I watched it again, I kind of went like you. I got the sarcasm in it all, and I understood kind of the jokes that were going on. Adrian loves that movie.
You know what's interesting is, Reggie, you had asked, like, what would these movies look like? I see a lot of comedies to start because...
And kind of like irreverent kind of comedies.
Napoleon Dynamite. Now, Napoleon Dynamite, because I know how you feel about this, Corey.
I didn't like that movie either.
It depends on when you saw it, too, because there was a time when everyone told you, like, it's the funniest movie that has ever existed. And if you watched it then, you're like, I mean, it was all right. But like, I watched it when I had to explain to my friends what we were going to see. And one of them was like, so it's a movie about the French guy, Napoleon? And I was like, no, it's not. Just come watch it. And we all loved it. But Napoleon Dynamite from the 469, from the 270, Napoleon Dynamite. And so The Hangover from the 817, I thought it was overrated the first time I saw it. Now I can quote it from the 469 again. No, Napoleon Dynamite. And then, or Me, Myself, and Irene. First time, didn't love it. Now, love both of them. So I'm not saying they're only comedies, but there's a lot of comedies that are coming through.
There are. Someone said Nacho Libre, but what I also am noticing is that we're getting some that are like super serious films, right? Like you can't call them movies; they're films, right? Someone said Shawshank Redemption. You mentioned Interstellar. Someone said Godfather 3 and Coda. I also wonder if like
I've still not seen that version of it, the one that they
Coda,
the one that they changed up.
Got you.
Yeah, because I've seen Godfather 3 a couple times, but the newer version, the Coda version, where they switched it up, I haven't seen.
Oh, I thought they were talking about the movie Coda. My bad.
Oh, I think that was the version of.
But I wonder if those are just I was not ready. I was not in the right headspace for this, and I guess that works in the other way with some of these other comedies. But if you're just like I was not ready for a deep film that was going to make me have to like think about a whole bunch of stuff.
And I saw that The Hunt for Red October came up, and so obviously very different from a comedy, but I need y'all's opinion if you've seen this movie, because there is a movie that I hate that I've never gone back and watched again that is beloved. Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Interesting.
All right. But I have to tell you the circumstances. I hate it because I was in college and it was a Friday or Saturday night. And so, like, let's go out and do something. But somehow...
The girl that you were with made you watch it?
No, not the girl,
Oh,
but
okay.
because there was like a whole bunch of us. And the prevailing wisdom became, let's stay in and watch this DVD. And I was like, what? Let's go out. And so I watched it and I just sat there like pissed the entire time. And I have no appreciation for that movie.
Get pregnant.
That came later.
I think the other thing that you can add to this like conversation is the state of mind you're in when you watch something.
That is
because I think you could ask a lot of Kevin. You suggest
Are you talking about
a lot,
substances?
Yeah, I think Kevin suggests a lot of times that Tolo's that are listening.
I
Are
guarantee
under an
you,
influence.
multiple people just smoked, are
No.
smoking, or about to take an edible, or already have
No.
that are listening to the show. That's a fact. I don't need any market research for that.
There's too many people out there that are responsible, and I don't think you can see a single
but not
text.
all of them.
But like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, when you watch that, you're like, man, as you watch it sober,
Yeah.
not the same. Pootie
Yeah.
Tang, on the other hand, Pootie Tang is great anytime.
Holds up, yeah.
Every single state of mind I've ever been in, it's been great.
I'm glad that somebody went along with my choice, walked out of the first Zoolander, love Ben Stiller now, love the movie. From the 817, hated Paul Blart Mall Cop the first time, freaking love it now. I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
I haven't watched that a second time.
You watched it the first time though.
That's a
I
good
did
point.
because Avery was like, I have to watch this movie.
Big
and I was
Kevin
like,
James fan?
No, I don't know why he wanted to watch that movie so badly, but he definitely did.
Did you come up with the movie, Reggie?
I still because
Mike, I'm guessing no.
Yeah, I agree that I'm not somebody
I didn't
who
like it, I didn't like it.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm not somebody who's going to circle back on a lot of these films. I will say the thing that came to mind when I came with this premise was There was a film that I was like, I thought the premise was stupid, and then I watched it and I love it. And that is John Wick, Kevin. You need to watch this film. I'm telling you, you need to watch it.
Bro.
I am currently on probation from talking to Colby until I watch the John Wick movies.
Colby
By the
texted
way,
us multiple times last week.
I asked him, what if I watch one? And he goes, no. Once this conversation's over, he's like, you have to watch all 4 of them.
But to be fair, you just need to watch one, because once you watch one, you'll want to watch the
Okay,
remaining.
and I am interested. I don't know why I just never saw them. I've heard really good things about how much fun they are and how the action's awesome. So I do want
the
to see
visuals
them.
are great, man.
Are they?
Yeah, the visuals
Incredible.
are phenomenal.
Oh.
Like even like and the thought that they put into it and staging it and everything is I mean it's great, man.
Have you seen these movies, Mike?
No.
Oh.
I was thinking of the lighting because there's a lot of candles in it.
It's true.
Because it's John Wick.
Mm-hmm. But he's also technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Kind of correct. I agree with that. But I'm also sad for everybody listening and for myself more specifically sometimes, because that I didn't even have to think about it. I knew immediately he meant John Wick with all the candles around everywhere.
Is that Keanu Reeves?
Yes.
From the 469, get him
Stops
to
the
the
bus.
Greek. I like get him to the Greek. I thought was
Speed's a great movie. Mike.
Yeah, I thought it was Speed. Mike loves that movie.
Speed 2 is terrible.
That's what he's about. Speed 2.
Speed is like a value proposition, because you're basically getting 3 movies in one.
By the way, I want you to go back and listen to what you just said and mark that for Masterpiece of the Week about it being a value proposition.
It is.
Because Speed also is other things. So,
Codex, yes, we get it. Thank you.
Got that Reggie.
Yeah.
That's what I learned last week too.
That sometimes he forgets words too.
Oh yeah, that was kind of a fun part.
That was when Colby texted.
From the 715. And yeah, it's comedy over and over again.
I think sometimes like it takes you a second to go, why was that funny? Sometimes you don't catch why a joke's funny initially.
Sometimes you get older.
Yeah.
Right?
Sometimes
I get it.
sometimes you're too young for a joke. You know, maybe you just haven't experienced whatever they're discussing right now.
Yes. No, I could definitely see that.
Why are you smiling, Mike? Why are you making that smile face?
I don't know.
Do you not? Or are you not sure you can say it on air?
No, I can say
Okay.
it. I just didn't know if we were done with the segment or not.
We are, but if you got something you want to add, go ahead.
Add anything, Mike.
Baker Mayfield, starting quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
And then Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think, did he break his wrist or he's
He's having wrist
surgery?
Yeah, he's having wrist surgery.
Yeah, and
Just for fun?
No, because of it could be a ligament issue or something. Somebody else texted in earlier and they're like, "Hey, Mike, I just got my car. Did I miss any breaking news?" So
Breaking news.
Oh my God, it's not.
Baker Mayfield has been named the starting quarterback of Tampa Bay. He has decided not to drive away from the complex and go to Norman, Oklahoma because there was competition.
They would accept him very quickly.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up, let me ask you just real quick. Baker Mayfield is the starting quarterback for Oklahoma this year. Do they win the national championship?
No.
They don't have enough defense.
They didn't win a national championship even when they had him.
He got older and better,
Because
right?
there were good teams in the way.
They gave up like 97 points every semifinal game they played in.
I tell you, their
I think that's
defense gives up an average of 22 points per game.
Do they win the Big 12? Yes.
But they don't win.
They don't win. They don't win against Georgia and Bama.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Ooh, this might be topical. This is definitely the worst division in the NFL, right? Next on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? This is
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Kick is good. And with 9 seconds left, the Commanders are on top by 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where we are very, very thankful that neither our current nor former employers are actively suing us. Thank you for that. Now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I think the paper would have had a reason. Paper probably had a reason.
Well done.
If they wanted
Litigation.
They didn't have enough money for that. All right. The Ravens' 24-game preseason winning streak that I know Mike was super invested in is over. The interesting thing is I know that one Commander's player is like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. Who cares? That sideline was celebrating hard when they made that field goal and won that game.
Yeah, they were excited about it, man. It's a big deal in the world. What about the betting industry?
We had to fake celebrate walk-off wins in spring training too. That meant absolutely nothing.
Did everybody
have to fake celebrate it? You could have just been like, well, that's great. See you later.
Well, we all pretended like it was a big deal.
Did you guys go back to the clubhouse and you're like, who gives a crap?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think
the guy who got the hit was happy.
Yeah, in this instance, you had a whole bunch of fourth string dudes scoring a touchdown or getting them in field goal position rather to kick a field goal. I imagine they were excited.
I do think that, Mike, I understand the idea on preseason there, but it does feel like you just kind of want to win games when you go out there and you have to play them. Like I think that you kind of
I understand.
You're still wanting to win.
I've watched because my son really does like the HBO Hard Knock show.
Yeah.
And they're at halftime of their second preseason game because they get an extra one. Like, remember, we always say this. It doesn't matter how you start a game. It's how you finish. And I'm looking at my wife going, 90% of the people who started the game are not finishing the game.
Yeah, that's true.
These are going to be all brand new players entering the game starting the third quarter. So it kind of does matter how you start in this one because you're going to remember that a lot. So, hey, stupid coach, stop lying to all of these people. Tell the truth. This is a preseason game. You better do good, you second halfers, because you're not supposed to make this team.
What would you think if I told you my next story, I can convince you to kind of give a crap about a preseason game?
I don't think you're going to be able to convince me.
Oh, my gosh.
What do you think, Corey?
Challenge accepted. I don't know, never mind.
Andy Reid said that Blaine Gabbert and Shane Buechele are real close in the quarterback backup competition, which means this next preseason game could tip the scales for Shane Buechele to back up Patrick Mahomes.
I'm rooting 1 for Shane Buechele to do great. I'm rooting 2 for Blaine Gabbert to do really bad. But I'm not supposed to do that. Remember when Steve Buechele was listening?
He was disappointed in you for that.
I know. He can't say that or I guess do that. But I can root for Shane Buechele. I want him to do great. It'd be awesome. Remember when I asked their owner at the Super Bowl about that? And he was really mad at me. And I was like, I wasn't rooting. Was it Blaine Gabbert who came in and did well when
Chad Henne.
Yeah. But I was kind of hoping Chad Henne would get hurt just so Shane Buechele could get in. He looked at me like, I will kill you with my look.
You do get that though, right? He's the owner of the team and he's like, you know what, Mike, I got a different perspective.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great.
I do. I get where he's coming from. You don't have to look at me that way.
I get it.
I'm rooting for the person.
ESPN ranked the NFL divisions from best to worst, as one often does rankings. Who do you think is the worst division in all of football? I don't even know if I think this is close.
Pac-12.
In all of NFL football.
Well,
Fair enough, though.
He said the Pac-12.
Yeah, which is now down to the Pac-4. I can't remember which one. One of their coaches was like, hey, we got to try to build it up. I'm like, well, sure. Or else you play a round robin schedule a couple of times.
I feel like it's the AFC South.
Wow, you hate the
look on your
Jaguars that
face.
much. That's crazy.
What say you?
I'm wearing my Jaguars jersey tomorrow because you said that. I'm
Good for
jagging
you.
out tomorrow.
You know what?
Okay,
I
all
bet
right.
you're not.
But if you didn't come into work, what would you be doing?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I don't know.
I know what you're getting at. Don't think about it either and go, oh, he meant. I don't think you will, Mike.
I'd probably try to play golf in the morning.
You said you were going to bring a tape measure in for Corey, and you
Ooh,
didn't. So
you
I
really
say
didn't.
you won't
Tomorrow,
wear your Jags.
I'm jagging out with a tape measure.
Oh, my God.
It's better than it could have been. You got to admit that.
I know. I just think my heart skipped a beat there. Is the AFC South is only the second worst.
Okay.
Because they do have a competent team. It's the NFC South, which we'll see about the Saints. But ESPN's analytic department ranks the teams as such. New Orleans Saints, 22nd. Atlanta, 26th. Carolina, 27th. Tampa, 30th.
Not now.
Now that they have Baker. What's that
Number
new-
one overall pick. Breaking news. Baker Mayfield has won the job in Tampa Bay, and Kyle Trask will now cry to his mom.
I guess
and it worked for Miles Sanders. Will it work for Kyle Trask?
The reason that I put the NFC South over the AFC South is, and I will agree with the New Orleans Saints fans, their roster is better than a lot of people give them credit for. I have concerns about their coaching, but Derek Carr's the best quarterback aside from Trevor Lawrence out of all those, and I think that the Falcons are going to be better than the Titans or Colts.
Well, this might lend credibility to your argument. Per ESPN Analytics, the Jags, 12th. This is the amazing part. The Titans, 28th. Colts, 29th. Texans, 32nd.
Okay, yeah, so I feel pretty confident there.
If your team doesn't go 6-0 in the division, something
Last
has
year,
gone
I think they went 4-2.
something has gone horribly wrong.
By the way, I did see this. This is about the Saints, and this was a valid point on how the Saints could have a good year. When you go down and you look at the quarterbacks they are playing, it is
It's
a
not
horrible list.
Bunch of rookies or like newer starting quarterbacks.
So I'm not going to go through it, but if you want to go look at the Saints schedule and look at the quarterbacks they play, I do think Trevor Lawrence, if I'm looking at this correctly, is the best quarterback, and it is by far the best quarterback they play this year.
Number 6 is the NFC North, then the NFC West. The NFC East, I think, is too low at 4th. ESPN's analytics has the AFC West over the NFC East. I don't see that at all.
You're a big Eagles guy.
Because I'm just not a believer in the Broncos. And that's probably part of the disconnect. I get it. You have the Chiefs, and the Chiefs are freaking awesome. You have the Chargers, probably. We'll see.
Their offense is going to be exciting this
That's
year.
true. But you have the Eagles and the Cowboys, two of the top 3 teams in the entire NFC. And then the Giants and the Commanders versus the Broncos and the Raiders.
They don't believe in Dabes?
They
Is what
do
they're
not.
saying? Or is it the Commanders that they believe less in?
No, they believe in the Commanders the least.
Okay.
But still, I don't believe in the Raiders or the
Beat
Broncos.
the Ravens in the huge
That's
preseason
right.
game.
Yeah.
So that means the top 2 divisions are the AFC North 2nd and the AFC East 1st. Do you look at the AFC East and be like, that's the best division?
I think preseason wise, yes. But I do think the NFC East could be pretty darn solid.
It depends on probably how you feel like Aaron Rodgers is going to go.
I'm having a real difficult time picking the winner of that division.
Who are you
I
leaning
still
towards?
still go Buffalo just because they
Sure.
have the most complete team.
Sure.
Until I see facts, evidence that Aaron Rodgers is different than I saw last year. There were a lot of problems for him last year, but I still need to figure that out.
And what did Broadus call Tua T? Oh, he said something about his head.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Because, he has
Yeah.
concussions. It was really funny. It wasn't during Crosstalk. It was during G-Bag Nation.
I don't remember.
But it was good. He called him something, and it was good.
A couple more quick things for you. Terry McLaurin is having an MRI today. They believe he has turf toe. and the Colts gave Jonathan Taylor permission to go seek out a trade. They are hoping for a first-round pick in return, hence where all the Cowboys rumors come up. Supposedly, Miami's the favorite, and there are people that expect Miami to at least take a shot at that.
Terry's not trading a first-round pick for Jonathan Taylor.
No way.
Steven's not doing that. They just got rid of Zeke because the money that they needed to spend there. So that's not going to happen. But Kevin from the 817, they want you to believe in the resuscitation.
Okay, that
you love plays on words. A resuscitation.
Oh my gosh, multiple people, because we got Tolos, YouTubers rolling with us. They said he has scrambled egg brains. That is not good.
Yeah, it was funny though.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
Because his
here
head gets knocked around.
on 105.3 The Fan. No, I get it. Coming up next, what would you have done with Jordan Montgomery after the 8th inning? Plus, was this the worst loss of the season for the Rangers? We'll talk about it next right here in The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So we got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20, but I wanted to ask y'all, because one of the easiest things to do in sports is just second guess in general, but especially second guess the use of a pitching staff. But I wonder how many people felt like they were at the forefront of that last night, and they were like, don't take Jordan Montgomery out of the game. Because his pitch count, I don't know, I was going to say manageable. I don't have to manage a baseball team, though, so that could be a foolish statement. Theoretically, on its own, it seemed manageable at 92 pitches. And Jordan Montgomery had been freaking lights out yesterday. He was getting swings and misses all over the place. He was at 92 pitches after 8 innings. He was a juggernaut. Did you look at it in the moment and think, well, this is the right move because I have confidence in, I know it ended up being Chapman, but whether it was Chapman, Smith, or whoever going into it, did you think that was the right move, or would you have trotted Montgomery out for the ninth? Keep in mind, I haven't heard directly from Jordan Montgomery, who's like, oh, yeah, I told him I got nothing left.
Mike, so far this season, his highest pitch count is 107.
Okay.
He's hit 100, 107, and 100. So that's it 3 times this year.
Okay. That helps. This is good information.
And in the last 4 games with the Rangers, it's 80, 95, 91, 92. I don't know how much of that affects like your decision on that, but that's right around, Kevin, where it sounds like they like to cut him off.
That is good information. That actually makes me think that this was kind of the general vicinity, and they're like, hey, I know you're pitching great, but I'm not pitching everything tonight. You know, like I'm not winning anything tonight besides just this game.
And I feel kind of like Bochy is still in this mindset of like, these guys should be able to close it down. Like they should be able to shut it down whenever I put in Aroldis and Will Smith. So
I remember when Montgomery got the double play in the 8th inning, because you had a leadoff.
Which he had at least 2, if not 3 double plays last night, I want to say.
But then he got the double play, then he got the strikeout. And that's when I thought, oh, maybe you could send him back out for the 9th, because I had to go back. I'm back on the box score right now. He did have a 1, 2, 3, 7th inning. So if you look at it, you could say he had a 1, 2, 3, 8th inning. He did give up a single, but immediately got a double play and only faced 3 batters. So I can remember after the double play going, all right, if he gets this guy out, maybe we got a CG possibility. Yeah. Now, that being said, I don't know this. I wonder if it's a healthy, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here, because I was okay with Chapman coming in. If it was Nathan Eovaldi who was rolling in that kind of month of May, June, I think he just rolls. Now, he might have had also less confidence at that point because Will Smith hadn't established himself as the closer of the team in May. It was still like, well, he's closing now because the month of April didn't go well for anybody else, and he's doing the job and doing it well, but let's just roll Eovaldi out there and let's get this CG. And I'm just wondering, because he's only had Montgomery for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
If he's just like, this was awesome, and you have been awesome for me. But Chapman's been awesome for me, too, for the most part. And Will Smith, yes, I know his numbers have gone down, but I think he believes a lot in Will Smith, and rightfully so. Will Smith has given him a lot of reasons to believe in him for a 5-month period. And so he's probably like, well, I'm not even going to have to use Will Smith. I'm using Aroldis Chapman, right?
Yeah.
So Will isn't even in my mind right now. I'm giving the ball to Aroldis Chapman for 3 outs, and I feel confident in it. And I understand, especially, Corey, I did not know the stats on Montgomery and how much he was used, obviously, also in St. Louis. So it gives you an idea. If you give him another 10 pitches, it might not be the best 10 pitches. But at the time when he got the double play, I thought to myself, hey, do you throw him out there for the 9th? And then I was like, I was okay with going with Chapman, though. It was like, it's kind of like, it's interesting. When you have Bochy, nothing against Chris Woodward.
Yeah.
But when you have Bochy, who's won 3 titles, and you just kind of go, yeah, I'm cool with it. Like, let's do this.
To add to that, Kevin, he's only surpassed 6 innings twice this year.
Montgomery.
He's had twice. He had 7 innings against Milwaukee in April. He got 7 innings against Washington in July.
Wow.
Other than that, it's like 6 innings. It's right around that range. And I know like pitches and innings is different. I don't know how much that affects it, but this was the 8th inning versus so Mike.
And it's a 1-run game. It's different. If it's a 3-run game, maybe you go, hey, let's see if we can give them, because a 1 home run or a hit and a homer, we're still winning. But in a 1-run game, all I got to do is be wrong that he gives up a ground ball, and then I give him one more batter and it's a home run, and they've walked it off on us. So I understand where Boch was at, and you're giving a lot of good information on that Boch had, and he's like, hey, man, this guy hasn't really been pushed into 8th, 9th inning territory.
And that's what I was going to say, Corey, is you're spot on about that. Now that you gave us that information, I think I was already fine with it. But now,
because you're just fine with whatever Bochy decides most times.
Well, and also, like, I have a semblance of confidence in Chapman.
We're about to talk to him.
I definitely have confidence in Bochy, but now that you're saying that, I'm like, well, then this was definitely the right way to go.
I am kind of curious, though, like, Mike, this is regular season. What if Jordan Montgomery is pitching a gem in the playoffs and you have a chance to save your bullpen?
Well, I think...
Like, you still don't know how after 90-something pitches, how he closes out a game. Oh, yeah. But how he
is now in jeopardy. I mean, let's be honest here. You're 3 losses away from being out of the playoffs if this streak continues. I don't think it will continue like that. Also, all the other teams behind you have to win their 3 games, which would be Toronto, Houston, and Seattle, and then you are out of the playoffs. But I look at it and go, recency biased. Maybe the next time Jordan Montgomery pitches, he's at, I mean, I hope this is the case.
Yeah.
I hope he's at 90-something pitches through 8 innings, and you're in a close game. You're in a save situation. Let's just say he gave up a run this time. He really struggled and gave up a run in his 8 innings.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, it's 3-1. He's gone 8 innings, 92 pitches. My bullpen's a little bit tired. Last time I did this, it didn't work out as well. I'm gonna see if Montgomery can do this for me. If it's a playoff game, hopefully it is a playoff game. And you're like, you know what? Let's roll it. This is a big situation. You have proven to me you can get these guys out in multiple different ways. Let's go for it.
Yeah, because that would be my thing, Kevin. If a dude didn't pitch in the 9th inning at all the entire year, my concern is in the playoffs is, well, I don't have anything either way.
Yeah.
Like I didn't see him do it. So I don't know if maybe he gets to the 9th inning, and we talk about this all the time. The closer mentality is different. I think Max Scherzer now knows how to go from being a guy that started a game and went 8 innings, and now he goes in the 9th, and then he's like, now I have to be a closer. Like that's the kind of guy that has the mentality to do it. I know it for a fact. I don't know that about Jordan Montgomery yet, but it would have been cool to see it. But I understand Boch wanted to win last night, and he was like, "This. I think that putting Chapman out there gives me the win."
Well, with that in mind, then, because we've already got some feedback about this, was this the worst loss of the season? And immediately, what I saw from somebody, and I get this,
I was embarrassed.
No, the 3 don't. Yeah, we've been down that road. No, the 3 losses to Oakland were the most embarrassing. Like I get or the worst, and
gotcha.
I get that. I think this is the second worst loss of the season because, first of all, it pushes you into the longest losing streak of the year at a time when, man, oh man, has Seattle been hot, and obviously Houston's picked up a little bit of ground in the last week. But I go back to July the 3rd. It was an afternoon game. You lost to the Houston Astros 12-11. That was the game where after the top of the 4th, you were losing 10-2.
Yeah.
And then you cut it to 10-5. Then 10-6, then 10-9. Then by the 7th, you tied it up. In the 8th, you took the lead. And it looked like, holy crap, not only are you going to win for the purposes of this divisional race, you're going to make a massive comeback against a good Houston team. And then, unfortunately, that was another game where Will Smith blew the save, but you lost it 12-11. And that's one where if you flip it, you have a little bit more room on Houston, but I think that was the worst loss, and this is second.
Yeah, I guess I'm with you. That one probably was worse because of how much energy and effort you got into the comeback.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, not that you're not trying, but you get to a point where it's 10-2 and you're like, hey, man, I just want to have a good at-bat. I care about my at-bat here, but it is 10-2. But those guys fought back for a 3-hour period to then take the lead. I remember
Yeah.
how devastated I was as a fan of this team. Now, I do remember this one too. It goes to Houston, right? Because you gotta, I guess I need to stop counting out Seattle. Like I haven't, but like I need to
7 in a
remember
row now.
Seattle I just remember the game about a month ago. It might have been less than that, where you were up, I believe, by 2 runs, and Chaz McCormick hit a 3-run homer off of Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah.
That one stung tremendously
Wasn't
too.
that those are the first runs he'd given up as
Yes.
a Rangers pitcher, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
and I remember that one stinging a lot too. And so I would say those two are worse than last night. But last night was really tough because you have a 1-0 lead, and then you blow the save situation, okay. And then Chapman actually from that point on does a really good job. He gets you out of that situation. He doesn't give up a run in the 10th inning. And then you score 2 and you're like, all right. Because I texted, I thought we were going to lose. After not scoring in the 10th inning, I thought we were going to lose. And then you score 2 in the 11th. And I'm like, dude, I was wrong. We're going to win this game. And so now you have the belief of, again, you're going to win this game. And then you lose it. So it was tough, but it's definitely, I'd say, top 5. It's just a matter of where you rank what, and then also what you can remember and can't remember.
Yeah, and somebody brought up the Heim plate interference as being a really bad loss. Man, I felt like, I think I was angrier about that loss, like at not the Rangers. I realized there was
Right.
their own share of mistakes in that one. But yeah.
But not in that moment.
Yeah, no, in that moment, I was just furious. And by the way, Mike, there are a couple people have keyed in on that game that you're talking about. I think it was July 24th against the Astros. And again, there's Seattle's right there. But if you flip both of those results, all of a sudden now you're 6.5 games up on Houston instead of 2.5?
Mike, something you have put in my head, it was yesterday, is that 2009 team that was kind of, it was,
I think 87 wins.
Yeah, they were a good team, and they had Frankie Francisco as their closer. They had a couple of different guys they ran in and out, and there was no consistency in their closer. And then the next year, they go to the World Series, 40 saves from Neftali Feliz. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, are we that team that's like right there? And this is the one thing that we got to figure out, is that one little piece, and then that's it. And that's what I'm looking at right now, is that's the only thing, is a confidence that a guy can go out and give you that many kind of saves, that kind of opportunities. And now I'm more thinking this might be that struggle, Kevin, that towards the end of the season to finish this out like that because of that
rule
lack.
it out. I wish I could. I wish I could be like, this would be fine.
And
I thought this was going to be the game.
And I guess we kept talking about you have to address that at the trade deadline. And they said, well, we'll get this Stratton kid and we'll get a starting pitcher at the same time. And we're pretty pleased with that. Like the Jordan Montgomery's good. It's nice to have him.
Absolutely.
I'm curious on Evaldi. I have some questions about Evaldi when we talk to Boch in a minute, but that one little thing is kind of where we left that dangling out there as a hanging chad, if you will, Kevin.
Oh, what a timely reference there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a vote today or what?
No, there's not. I was being sarcastic about that being a timely
But
reference.
yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that we just kind of left dangling out there was, did we completely address the closer situation? They're like, Will Smith will be fine.
This is a tough situation right now. There's adversity throughout a season, and we're about ready to talk to Boch, and he's like, I've been through this 20 different times, and I've had, it work out 10 times, it not work out 10 times, teams not play their best September baseball, teams that I didn't think were going to play good September baseball, play great September baseball. So, we're coming down the stretch. I'm worried. I'm concerned. I hope that the Rangers go, hey, farthead, you don't have to worry or concern yourself about us. We've had adversity throughout this season, and we've come back and we've shown the guts and resolve to win more games than we lose. And I hope that's the case, but I am worried right now in this moment about this team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk to the man himself, Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, right here in your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is the manager of your Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. Hey, how we doing?
Well, probably about the same as you, and I was kind of curious.
We're here to help, Bochy.
Yeah,
We're here to fix it all.
Please. I'll take some help.
Are you able to separate your personal mood from what's happening with the baseball team? Like, you've been doing this for a long time. Like, how much does that trickle in to your personal life, your mood based on how a team is doing?
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't say it affected your mood at times. I mean, we're human. I mean, after the game, I get the group together in the clubhouse, say, hey, I'll own that one. I decided to watch Walt Marte there. He's such a big right-handed bat. I didn't want to get burned again. We have some history. I'd seen him a lot back when I was with the Giants, and he's just a big threat and didn't work out. And I told the guys, that's on me. So, you have your moments in this game where, some sting more than others. But sure, last night we got hit twice. I had a 1-run lead in the ninth. The home run got us, and then had a 2-run lead. We couldn't hold on to it. Those games are going to bother you. I don't care who you are, the players, the coaches, manager. But with that said, you can't hold on to it. You wash it off, as we say, flush it. But it takes a little longer on some games than others. There's no getting around that.
We were just talking about, based on like pitch count for the year and depth that Jordan Montgomery's gone in the game, we felt like it made sense why he didn't go out there for the ninth. Was there any conversation between y'all about sending him back out there for the ninth?
Well, Mike and I talked about it, but when he was coming off the ninth, it just made all the sense in the world to take him out. And I'll tell you why. The first hitter had a line drive base hit, even though he's a left-hand hitter. Marte had a base hit one, a line drive to the wall. So, we thought with it going back around the order, of course, where he was at the pitch count, and on top of that, Chapman was fresh and good to go, that it was time. He did his job, and we had a really good closer out there with really good stuff. And, gets the first out and things that split, and, unfortunately it didn't work out. Now, you can always look back, if he'd gone out there and given up a home run, then, the question would be asked, what's Chappie here for? So you just don't know, how it's going to play out. But, with all the things, all the variables that we looked at, sure, that's what made our decision. Hey, he did his job. We got a really hard thrower out there now for 3 outs. And then he goes out there in the 10th. I'm talking about Chappie. Now he does a great job with man on second. You just got to, I guess, tip your cap to a piece of good hitting by Marte.
Well, Bochy, I just wanted to let you know, Kevin, whenever we have a bad show or something like that, Kevin calls Mike and yells at him, and that's like his typical approach. And so that's, if you have somebody like that can take it, Mike does a good job of being there for Kevin in those moments. The
motivation by fear is really a go-to.
I always kind of like these games that have been kind of close or been, ones that you're like, man, what really happened there? It's where the bats just aren't quite the same. And we keep seeing people saying, oh, they're just out of gas. And we're trying to figure out exactly what are you looking at? What are you seeing with the bats that isn't quite the same as it was earlier in the year?
Well, I think that's fair to say. I mean, the bats are not quite where they were. Jonah's coming off that injury. I don't think he's gotten his timing yet. I think he's fine. He doesn't feel anything with it, but it's pretty obvious he's just not locked in at the plate. Dolly, it's good to see him hit a home run yesterday. Now with him, he was just expanding the zone, and he should not be tired. These guys I'm talking about have had time off, the ones that are going through a tough time right now. Now, hopefully, Adolis is out of it and he can get back to being who he is. But, you can't say enough about what Corey's been doing for us. Marcus had a couple hits yesterday, but we're not seeing quite the same production at the bottom of the lineup that we were getting with Duran and Leo. I was encouraged with Leo's at bats. He hit a couple balls hard. I thought he competed really well last night, but that was a big part of our production if you go back early in the season. So there's no question you're going to miss a guy like Josh Young, but we haven't made excuses all year. We're not going to do them now. But you look at a really outstanding player that has been missing with their defense and with their offense, and that's where we got to pick it up somewhere else, and that really hasn't happened.
Now, you just brought up a player I was interested in. You gave us a really great answer a couple weeks ago about the struggles of Duran and how to overcome it. I'm kind of curious what needs to happen with Leody to get him kind of out of this month-long funk. Yesterday notwithstanding, which obviously that was a step in the right direction.
Right. It's just work. You got to keep working and get back to having that good foundation he had when he was going well. Sometimes he just has loose feet, I say. You'll see him sometimes when he takes a pitch. We want him grounded well and staying behind the ball and just shrink the zone a little bit, just make them throw strikes. It's hard to take a good swing at a pitch that's not in the strike zone. And that's why you're seeing some of these swings, because we have been expanding more. You look at, the walk percentage, that's down. And so whether it's pressing, I don't think fatigue should be it. I just think sometimes that, your confidence gets shaken a little bit. But, these guys are our guys. You saw J.P. Martinez. He came up and he couldn't do anything wrong. And then I think he started pressing a little bit, and it's that's one of the hardest things that come out of it. You talk to them, you build their confidence, and you just keep working at it, and that's what we have to do. And hey, I really believe we're going to come out of this. There's no question about it. Meanwhile, we got to find a way to win these close games. That's what's hurting us, and what's hurting us is the lone ball. That's what's kind of gotten us here. I mean, you go back earlier in the week, Spores, he's been so good. Santana got him for that 3-run homer. San Francisco, we gave up a home run. Of course, Chappie yesterday. And so, I thought that's what Montgomery did so well yesterday. He kept the ball on the ground for the most part.
Boach, these are, first of all, amazing interviews. This is so fun to listen to and to get to learn from you specific situations from last night's game throughout your career. And then I'm wondering, because you've managed a lot of different teams in different situations, and a team can kind of change on you during a season. When we're talking about this offensive team, how do you get a feel of, you know what? I'm going to put on a few more maybe hit and runs. I'm going to steal a few more. I'm going to try to steal a run in this situation. Like, when do you have a feel for your team? Like, I don't need to. They are hitting doubles in the gap left and right. Or, you know what? I'm going to manufacture something here. I'm going to put a little bit more pressure on this team.
Well, that's something we talk about every series. We look at the pitchers, the times that we think we have a chance to steal a base. As far as the hit and running, you have to have the right personnel, guys that can do that. We do have a couple guys, but we have some swing and miss guys. It's a little bit tougher. We have a few guys that's probably not their strength, so to speak. But I do like 2 or 3 guys at the plate where we do put them in motion when we're trying to get something going. But overall, it's not a real hit and run team. If you run down the order, I mean, Corey, you're not going to hit and run with. Lowe's not really a hit and run guy. Garcia's not. Josh Young, Garv. I mean, so it's a team that has to be aggressive on the bases. Don't get me wrong, and we do try to push it when we can as far as still in the base. Corey took second base yesterday in the 11th inning, and ended up being the second run. So, if we can get it, we'll get it. But at the same time, you don't want to start running in and out. And now you've gotten in a little bit of a panic mode where, okay, I got to force the issue and have them come out of what they're good at doing.
Boach, I've seen before games, Ezekiel Duran work so hard at shortstop, third base, left field, learning multiple positions at the big league level. What can you say about, I know defensively he struggled a little bit here of late on somewhat his work ethic and how he can feel more confident when that ball's hit to him at the hot corner?
Right. Zeke has really handled everything so well. Third base is a position that he hasn't had a lot of time at, and it's a reactive position. I mean, it's at shortstop, got a little bit more time. Second base, where he's really comfortable, or even the outfield. So he's, I think, done okay there. Now he had the game with the 3 errors, and I've seen that before. When a young player makes an error, then he starts pressing a little bit down there. But he's big enough to get over that, and so we're confident that he's going to continue to do a nice job there. We don't try to base anything on one game. I know early go, I think he made an error, but he's been making some pretty good plays too. So you stick behind these guys. It's who we have, and we need to because our third baseman is out right now.
We just saw that Evaldi's kind of getting more of the bullpen time and feeling a lot
live
more,
BP.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot more confident there, and I'm just kind of curious how important you think it is to get him back in this lineup and how quickly, or in this rotation, and how quickly, and what do you think him being back would mean to this clubhouse?
Well, I certainly think it would be a shot in the arm for the guys. He's one of our guys. When Jacob went down, he became the leader of the staff, and he was just throwing so well and doing a great job out there. So that's going to send a sense of confidence throughout the club. He had a really good session yesterday. Got up and down twice. Then the third time he got up and just threw some warm-up pitches. So I really like where he's at. We're going to talk about his situation today and see what our next move is. But he's knocking on the door right now as far as coming back. It's just up to us and Nate to decide, what's the best way to come back here, whether it's start a game like an opener, 2 or 3 innings, give him a rehab. These are all the variables that are involved with our decision.
I had a question about one more of those variables. Is the biggest thing you learned today, like Evaldi telling you how his arm feels, or is it how it felt while he was throwing? Is it more important in the bullpen or this morning?
I think today, if he would have felt something during the session yesterday, he would have said something. But sometimes it shows up the next day, and that's kind of what happened maybe 4 or 5 bullpens ago. He got through the bullpen fine, and the next day he woke up and had a little behind the arm, a little bit achiness, or it just became a little cranky. That's all. It was nothing that really concerned us, but that's when that showed up. So I think today we'll really know where he's at.
Now, I saw a picture over the weekend of Corey Seager's bat, and it looked very used and very worn. Will Middlebrook said, if you ever see a player whose bat looks like this, it means they're all the way locked in. I'm guessing That's because he's been on fire and you don't want to make a change. Are all guys like that with their bats? Were you like that with specific bats while you were playing?
Oh, no question. My bats never last that long, though. I got my bats broken a lot. Yeah, that's how good Corey is. And so if you see a bat with that much pine tar and that dirty, that means he is squaring up the ball. He's not hitting it on the handle or on the end of the bat where he's breaking it. So that's always a good sign when you see a hitter holding an old dirty bat.
So, Bruce, I have a fun question for you, I think. I was watching a documentary by Ken Burns this week, and it's about country music. Now, you've talked about you're a country music fan?
I am.
So this was on the 1970s of country music. So the young listeners right now might be like, I have no clue what you're talking about. But I was wondering if you could only listen to one person, would you listen to George Jones or Hank Williams Jr.?
Oh, that's tough.
Ooh, man, you got me on that one. I like them both. I would go Hank Jr. I just, George is. He's more traditional country. Hank's a little more country rock. He was more in my day in the 70s. George was big in the 70s, but he's also big in the 60s or even late 50s. Outstanding. But I grew up more on Hank Jr., on Bocephus.
Did you know that Hank Jr. fell off a 500-foot cliff on a mountain?
What?
And survived it?
I did. Incredible how he survived that. I think it split his head open. This guy, he was hanging by a thread after the fall, and he not just recovered, but recovered to have a tremendous career, didn't he?
Yeah. Do you ever tell that to a player who has a sketchy injury and might go on the injured list? You're like, did you know that Hank Williams fell off a 500-foot cliff and he was all right?
Yeah, I don't know if it was 500. I thought it was like 70 feet.
Oh, maybe
that's a big difference.
I will tell you what, it might be different.
It was a 500-foot trek.
Okay. So, by the way, Boach, you said that people
that would leave a mark if I fall.
So got that one wrong.
No, it was 500 feet. He fell 500 feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Sorry.
Okay. Well, Boach, when you say that you need something to be loaded on your computer, Ken Burns, who did obviously the baseball documentary on PBS, he has a country music documentary that I don't know how old it is, but it's really good. So if you need something to watch on country music, it's good.
Yeah, I'll try to get that on tonight because we fly to Minnesota. We're off tomorrow, and I'll turn it on, try to just get away for a little bit.
Well, we appreciate your time, as always, and the in-depth answers you always give us. Best of luck, obviously, this evening, finding that documentary, and we'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. Thank you. Good talking with you. I will see you.
There you go. There's Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy as we were on the fly trying to get follow-up information about Hank Williams. Reggie, did you look it up?
No, but I love that question, Mike, and it started me thinking about Tales from the Tour Bus by Mike Judge. It was on Cinemax. It also has like a country and outlaw country season 1. Talks about a lot of those types of things. You get to, you get to learn a lot about the likes of like George Jones and folks like that. It's fun. So
I'll tell you what, it goes into, it's a good documentary. Obviously I don't know a lot about country music. Right. I don't love country music. I like country music. I didn't know like how big of a drug addict and drunk George Jones was.
Yeah, he's a wild boy.
And Hank Williams Jr. was pretty much the same thing. I didn't know the relationship that he had with, why am I drawing a blank? This is horrible for me. The guy all dressed in black, Johnny Cash. Yeah, Johnny Cash and June Carter, like they really helped him out through his recovery when he was in the hospital for a long time, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
500-foot cliff, I'm right? 500.
Yes, it was a 500-foot fall, yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Now, it might have, Boach might be right. I didn't read. It could have been just 70 feet of fall.
Okay.
And then hit, and then rolled 500 feet. But yes, there was a 500-foot fall.
Wow, that's crazy. On the baseball front, hopefully, obviously, Evaldi tells them all the right things and really means it today, and we'll see.
And he said behind the arm. Is that he was talking about a little bit of behind the arm, and you were trying to point out what is behind the arm mean?
When he said behind the arm, I didn't know if that meant like the back of the back of the forearm, but near like near the point of your elbow to your wrist, or if it meant somewhere else on the arm.
Yeah, and sometimes either back of the arm can mean tricep. Sometimes it can mean your lat muscle.
Okay.
So it was an answer. Like I'm amazed by Boach. Like this is just so fun. Like he's breaking down. Well, we don't really have a hit and run team, and then specifically goes through the team of like I'm not hitting and running with these guys. Like
he really,
and he's
did.
right about it,
Yeah.
right? So he gives you like a specific answer. Here's why we don't do this.
Yeah.
Not that I have to watch the film tomorrow and then never really gets to the answer. Thanks a lot, football coaches. So
we're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that last line kind of felt like the start of Mike Lakes.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't heard this, breaking news, Baker Mayfield is the starting quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What?
Kyle Trask.
What? You knew that, Reggie?
But if you weren't listening at 11:01 or 11:03 or 11:16, you might not know that.
Do you want to tell them that Jackson Smith and Jigba also needs surgery for
It's
his
on
wrist
the
injury?
it's on the play that he almost scored. That's
or
when
37?
Scott Jr.?
Yeah, that's when he injured his wrist.
James Washington look-alike? Well, he just has the same number.
Yeah, because they have the
don't look
same
alike.
jersey.
Yeah.
You're like, it could be the same guy. I don't know.
One day, maybe you can own that 37. Right now, it's owned by Washington.
Mike, you have a respect for James Washington that I don't.
He's great.
In history of the Cowboys fans. I don't know where he ranks, but that dude leveled people.
Before Darren Woodson, it was a short, right? He was in in the Herschel Walker trade, but before Darren Woodson started really taking over at safety, that was James Washington. The other guy who I mentioned earlier in the show is Ray Horton.
Yeah.
He is a really nice safety too. And then in 93, I want to say they let go of Ray Horton and let Darren Woodson, who was a rookie in 92. If I have my years right, I might have them wrong. But then they're like, all right, we think this second-year guy who we drafted in the second round, who was a linebacker at Arizona State, we think he's ready for safety now. So I believe they let Horton go, and then obviously kept James Washington, who had, some really big Super Bowl plays, especially in the one in Atlanta, right? He was arguably the MVP.
Yeah, I think that is right.
Of the second Buffalo game, because he had some turnovers and big plays. All right, so we got through with the Baker Mayfield breaking news. I'm glad I hit that,
Thanks,
Kevin.
Mike.
Still not.
Let's hit this. As yesterday around 5 p.m., I started getting texts from a lot of my card collecting friends. As this is huge. If you don't care about cards, well, deal with it. But this is more than just cards here. This has to do with the NFL and the money that they make off of all these autographs. Remember when we interviewed Jabril Cox's rookie year? He's like, I signed like 40,000 things or whatever it was. So Panini, who makes all the cards for the NFL, they are the ones that you're buying. If you're buying an NFL card, it is Panini. Well, yesterday at 5 p.m., the NFL Players Association said, I don't know if it's breach of contract. They were just like, we're done. Even though this contract runs through 2026, starting immediately, you cannot make NFL cards anymore with name and likeness of any of our players in the league. And Panini was like, wait, what? We have a contract that goes through 2026. We get you want to go to Fanatics. I'm sure everybody's been to Fanatics website where you buy the jerseys and hats and you can buy memorabilia there. Like Fanatics is taking over. Yes. And they do have a contract in place to take over NFL products through cards. But that's not till 2026 when Panini's contract runs out. Well, so anyways, Panini's like, we don't get it. We don't get what you guys are doing. We have made you guys over, I think they said 1,000% more money from when we took over the NFL cards. In 09, they didn't take over, but they got into it. And then 2014, I think Topps was out of it, and then they completely owned it.
They're making the 1,000% claim since 2009.
Right.
So, and did you see that they were like, hey, we have licenses with the NFL and 360 individual players. Panini will honor all of its contractual obligations.
Yeah, because people were texting me, did you know anything about this? I was like, I did not. And then they're like, what do they do? And I'm like, I guess they can't put out product.
But now they're gonna.
Now Panini is saying, look, this is going to go to court. I guess it just matters how fast it goes to court, right? Because if this is like, look, it's not a thing that we want to put in court quickly, we don't care too much about it, then Panini's going to put out all their products next week and a couple months from now, and you're going to get all of the 2023 rookies and all the cards you want to buy. But if somehow the court says you can't make any more product,
and
the court says, Fanatics, we're not willing to let you make product yet, you could have, I think this is a very small percentage. You could have a year where there's no football cards. Now, I don't think it. I think there's a small percentage that Panini's going to keep
Williams
putting
rookie
out
cards.
Well,
Wow.
it would be this year. It'd be this year's class.
Okay, well, at least there are some products out.
Right. Well, you'd
already.
be buying Caleb Williams because you could put out college product.
That's true.
You can't put out NFL. You
Yeah.
can't put out any Dallas Cowboy product. Obviously, you name a team, you can't do it.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering where we go. And I think a lot of people that own card shops and stuff are like, look, if we don't have any NFL product to sell from, let's say, September through
Especially,
March.
This is a good year with all the first round quarterbacks
Right.
and stuff.
Bryce Young, like, could there be no Bryce Young rookies?
Yeah, I don't quite know. Like, I would love to see the contracts because otherwise I don't understand how you can just say we're terminating this agreement effective immediately. I mean, I realize there could be language in there that allows for that. I just don't know if that is the case or not.
Okay.
If it is,
Yeah.
holy cow.
What do we need to be scooping up then, like right now?
Nothing. They make 1 million different
Chronicles
cards.
is going to take over.
There's
now.
nothing good that's out there right now that you can say, well, this could. Okay.
Select is last year.
It's tough.
All right.
They make so many cards now. It is really tough. You gotta pay $5,000 for a National Treasures box to get something like possibly rare.
Yeah, I was at Target, and I remember the times, Mike, when we went to Target and you couldn't find anything. And
Yeah.
I was like, man,
You can
all
find
these shelves are
stuff
stacked
now.
right now, and I don't know
And
what to grab.
I always tell people that I support if you buy it because I think it's a fun open. Or if you're like, hey, now I can say I have a CJ Stroud rookie card or whatever. Like, it's not going to make you tons of money, but I think it's a fun open. And there's a possibility that you could hit something amazing. More than likely you won't. But people are like, hey, what is this Bryce Young rookie card worth? And usually I'm like, like $4.
You sound like big card right now, man.
There's an 80 to 90% chance if you go to Target and you buy a box, have fun, like Kevin's saying, open it. The 80-90% chance is you're not going to make any money off of that box. You've spent your $30. You've had fun opening it. You see the cards.
Yes.
They're fun cards to have. But if you're like, all right, I open this box. Do I have $70 worth of cards? No, most likely you have $10 worth of cards.
That's
But you
right.
had fun opening it. But there's that 10% chance or maybe even 15% chance that you do have a $100 card in your box. It's very lottery system when it comes to that. All right, so I want this audio right here. I thought this was interesting. This is going to the NBA, and this is going to Steph Curry, one of this generational player. I would say that LeBron 1 and Curry 2 are the two generational players of this time. And here is Steph Curry talking about who is possibly the next generational player in the NBA.
Luka's like the guy, obviously, that's right on the precipice of accomplishing all those accolades and just, you know, what he's about as a player. That threshold of like, how do you just crack through? I hope it's not now, but it's like when you play against him, like you can feel it.
So I saw where Steph Curry, if this is right, he won his first championship at 26 years old. Luka's still 24 years old.
Yeah.
He'll be 25 in February. So if you're kind of looking at timeline, age, it's a little bit different because he went to school for 3 years in the States. Obviously, Luka was more of what you'd consider a high school guy because he came out at 18 years old into the NBA. But it makes me feel better in this. I don't feel great about this year, by the way, as a Maverick fan coming up right now with the team they're putting out. But it does make you feel good that one of the greatest players in the last decade is saying, look, I see it as Luka. I think if you ask, because sometimes people say we're homerish, and I get it. Look, we crack on Luka quite a bit. Yeah. But if you ask LeBron, if you ask Curry, if you ask some of these top players, now if you ask Booker, he's probably not going to list Luka in his top 100 players.
I can see that.
But
is he mad at him or something?
He's just a chicken head.
The only thing I'm surprised about this, and it might be the age difference, but it's only 4 years, is do players like that, do they just view Jokic as transitionally great or a player that will be really good? Because I think about it. He's 4 years older. Absolutely. He already has 2 MVPs and a championship. In the next 4 years, is Luka going to do that? I don't think so.
Probably not. I wonder if they see Jokic and Giannis as already have hit that. They're already primed.
Okay, so they're already
and Luka's not
at
in his
that
prime
level,
yet.
and Luka's not. Okay, that's.
I don't know. And those guys have won their MVPs. Like they've already hit that status. Possibly.
Okay, that's interesting.
But I do. it makes you, I think it does make you feel good if you're worried about Luka. And Sean mentioned it this morning. I called him while I was on vacation, and I said, man, I was watching one of the games Luka was playing in, obviously not against the United States. He wanted to give them an easy win, not embarrass, the United States by beating them by just
but not
himself.
because he was scared.
I don't want to answer that. But
Okay.
I was watching him. If you're thinking, hey, Luka looks like he's in great shape, is he playing defense? The answer is no. He could care less about. He still cares the same amount. Now, these are practice games, and they don't count as in you're moving on to the next round. I'm going to be interested to see when they're real games, when it's like, hey, if you lose, you're out of this tournament. Is it the FIBA World Championships
I think
or
that
something?
is correct.
He does not get back on defense still. He's like, I don't care. I don't feel like getting back on defense right now. Just play 4-on-5. I don't feel like staying in front of you. You can drive right by me and have a layup. I don't care who you are. I don't care that you're a nobody player. Like, there's no pride in, I'm not letting this nobody drive by me. He's like, I don't care. Just go drive by and lay it up. I just want the ball back. He still has that attitude in these games, which is worrisome to me.
Yeah.
He does look like he's in better shape. His passing skill, I'll tell you what, he's one of the 5 greatest passers I've ever seen in my life. And it is just amazing the passes that he makes. Offensively, what he sees on the court is up there with Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and John Stockton and Luka Doncic, and maybe you can name a couple other guys that see the court the way he sees it. But that is it, and that is all. But there's certain traits that I'm just like, he doesn't seem to care yet about the other championship traits that you need to have.
And are you getting closer and closer to the point that you just don't think he will?
He's only 24.
Yeah.
And that's where I just keep thinking to myself, at some point, will it kick in? He will, unless he finds a super team to join, which I don't think he will. I can see him leaving the Mavericks, but will he get 4 awesome other players that are all somewhat all-stars, like 2 other all-stars on his team and 2 other guys that are borderline all-stars? I don't think he's ever going to have that situation. If he refuses to play defense, I don't know how he ultimately wins a championship. And I think he'll understand that at some point. I think he'll understand, if I refuse to play defense, we ultimately can't beat the best teams in a 7-game series.
Unless everybody else plays the best defense and we have one other guy that's really good on offense.
To your point, and I know we got to get to the C block, is I was rewatching, they had Jason Kidd, Brendan Hayward, and Caron Butler talk about Game 6 in 2011 when they won the championship, and they talked so much about their defense, and they were even talking about, we knew we had to get a bucket here because Dirk got a steal.
Yeah.
Now, Dirk was a great rebounder, Luka's a great rebounder, but they're like, they were like, look at Dirk, like, look at our rotations right now. We're not even guarding like men. They're not in a zone, but they're like, we're just picking up whoever we have to pick up, and everybody is committed to, if you pick up LeBron, play your ass off on LeBron. If you pick up Wade, play your ass off on Wade. We're going to help. We're going to know where our helps are. We're going to know where our rotations are. Luka's not even close to that stage of wanting to do that yet.
Yeah.
So that's where we're not close to a championship until your main guy, like Dirk, is committed to, I might not be the best defender, but I am committed to knowing every rotation, every help, and where to send the guys that I know the help will be at.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I agree. I also got distracted because I saw a preposterous Texas Rangers Mount Rushmore. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I have some stuff on Luis Castillo. I got something from Dane Cook, Joe Burrow also, and then this question next on The Fan.
September 9th, it's an awesome. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey guys, can I get a shout out and a prayer for my 2-year-old? He's undergoing surgery here at 2 o'clock to remove his tonsils and adenoids. It will be much appreciated. Sincerely, a worried father. Yeah, we've got a couple of people that I think are listeners to the show and I'm friends with on Facebook that, man, they've had babies in the ICU for like a couple of months and it is just freaking heartbreaking. So yeah, prayers up for y'all for sure.
I did have a moment, Kevin, that I've always kind of stuck with on these things. And I know everybody has different experiences, but somebody told me once when Lucy was in the hospital that she was in the place she needed to be. And I've always stuck by that is like, I'm not a doctor. You and I don't know all the laws. Like, why would we go to the Frankels when we need to know all the laws? And so when you're in the hospital, when you're in those places, that's my comfort. I know, again, there's some of those situations are different, but my comfort is like Lucy's up in Cleveland right now with Adrian, and they're basically what we've learned is they're upping the dosage for the trial, for the study that they're doing.
Okay.
I don't know if she needs it, but for the purposes of the study, they need to see some certain results.
Yeah.
So they're going through with it. She's rocking along right now. She's in the place she needs to be in right now. So I'm really hopeful that everything's going to work out for the 2-year-old with the tonsils. Is it time now, Kevin, for
C Block starring Corey Majors?
All right.
Sorry, I already felt like I was immersed.
I get you. I started talking about Lucy, and that happens sometimes. All right.
Which is fine.
Somebody tweeted me earlier and said that they asked the question, what % chance do you think Mike has heard this? And I know it didn't get into the C Block last week because Reggie sometimes has some things on back order. All right. It's the supply chain, supply chain.
That's right.
Kills it sometimes. So, but Mike, I wanted you to hear this, and it's probably going to be in the next Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh, no.
And it's probably going to be the victorious Masterpiece of the Week winner.
I'm going to take it out of Masterpiece of the Week now.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
You're welcome.
Do I need to wait?
Nope.
All right, Mike, here we go. This is Kevin on Mark Zuckerberg.
I don't have Elon Musk money. Why am I being lumped in with this? Hell
we
yeah,
know
I
of.
would fight Mark Zuckerberg for charity. He'd probably tap my ass in less than a minute. But, okay, well...
Good God.
I didn't mean it like that.
Quickly, too.
And then Kevin would quickly take that money that he got his ass tapped for so that he could go to another planet.
I should have said, tap me out in less than a minute. I realized the mistake I was made. This is like the POG mistake, which I looked that up, Corey. I didn't know there was another definition. I was thinking about those things from the 90s.
Uh-huh.
They had those then?
Yeah. That's fact.
I know this next line is really going to get me in trouble, but you can like throw it down and thump the other things.
Still, I think we're still talking about the same thing.
P-O-G, not P-A-W-G, which I learned about after the fact.
Oh my gosh.
I did not know that was a thing, just like I didn't mean that for Zuckerberg. But yeah.
You can see that on Twitter at 1053 The Fan.
I believe it's on Instagram as well.
If you're busy and can't check it out, that's okay too.
So
I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube
I feel
as
like
well.
that's a pretty humble brag about your ass.
How is that, Mike? How is that what you...
In less than a minute.
Yeah. You're like, when he's tapping, it'll be less than a minute. And I'm like, dang. Congratulations on it.
I don't even know how or if.
Well, that's what you're saying, right? It would take him less than a minute.
Yeah, but I told you that's not what I meant. I said a lot of poor words there.
That's amazing that you said that, though.
I really didn't know about the POG.
For anybody who hasn't heard that, I was just making sure Mike got a chance to hear it as we roll into Masterpiece of the Week this Friday.
Willing to fight him, and then somehow in that fight, he decides to tap your ass.
That's not what I meant. From the 2-on-4. This is fair since I always say this. Whoa, Kevin, it is the middle of the day.
That's right.
That's a fair point. I have that complaint about this show frequently. I apologize to everyone who's listening.
My favorite part of that clip is that you committed an unforced error. Because
Is it the
nobody
thump?
nobody decided to tell you. You decided to go into the route of talking about pogs for no reason.
I know, and then I went all JYD at the end of it, and I just...
And so, Mike, if any...
I mean, how big of a battle did that change into? You guys are like face-to-face squaring off, and then you're like, hey!
Please don't finish that sentence.
So I just wanted, in case something pops up, Mike, you're a real good treasurer of these funny moments.
Where
I
did
wanted
he
you
go?
to have that in your arsenal.
Oh, my God.
He's behind you, Kevin. Don't worry, it'll be less than a minute.
He's got a reverse Nelson on you.
Look, we raised a lot of money for charity. I hope that is not the outcome of that fight. I meant I would get tapped out in a fight, not... I'm the worst.
All right. The next one, Mike, I want to help you.
I like this segment so far.
I hate this segment.
One of the things that you always say is that you're not great with names. And a lot of people here's how I've been taught is whenever somebody says their name, you shake their hand, you say their name back to them.
Yeah.
And then within the next sentence, you say their name again to them, and usually that'll keep it in.
I know.
Is there any chance we have that old Colby drop of what he does instead?
I can't.
Very Michael Scottish.
Here is, and I'm not a huge Dane Cook guy, but I was listening to this.
What about Brugler?
Yeah, love Dane Brugler. He's fantastic.
Way better than Dane
But
Cook.
this is Mike. Maybe you can use this as an avenue to remember people's names.
If you cannot remember people's names when you meet them, watch this. I got you covered. This always works. Check it out. When the person introduces themselves, take the first letter of their first name and immediately picture killing them with an item that starts with the same letter, like this. Whatever, I forgot to mention this. Whatever you're going to kill them with, picture an area or an injury that also starts with that letter. So it goes like this. Ready? I'm Dane. Natalie, nice to meet you. You meet Natalie, you think to yourself, nail gun to the neck, Natalie. You'll visualize it. You'll never forget the name. Your name's Peter? Peter, it's a pleasure to meet you. And then you think to yourself, pitchfork to the pecker, Peter. And you'll never forget it. See it, say it to yourself. It works. Promise. Check back in. Let me know.
There you go. So Mike, you're not trying to kill him. You're just trying to
you can chop off his private part, but that's not going to kill him.
You're just all you're thinking is how do I remember that name? And I just didn't know if that's a possibility.
I don't think it worked out because I wrote down K for Kevin and then immediately wrote down knife.
Okay,
but that doesn't sound like a K.
Knife, yeah. You'd have to say knife style, yeah.
Because now I'm going to think, is that Nick over there?
Nick with the knife.
I tell you, the other day when we're moving in Mary Grace, I'm like, oh, who's your roommate? I'm like, oh, and I'm like, it starts with an O, and I was like, Amelia, and they go, it doesn't start with an O, so now I call her Amelia. But I knew it was a vowel. I was really close, and it ended up getting me there. I was like, oh, and then I was like, it's Amelia, but it got me there.
Okay.
And nobody had to tell me her name.
Kevin, I'm just trying to help Mike out here. I'm just trying to make
a major mistake like that or a major funny, then it makes me remember it more.
Yeah. Just like Jose. That's how he knows his name.
Yeah. I just remember you right now by K-Dog. And then if I keep saying...
Not because you knew my name for years?
Sometimes I forget.
Oh my gosh. I just thought Dane Cook met somebody who's like, oh, what's your name? Chet? I like that. Now my name's Chet.
My name's Chet. Yeah, I'm going to steal that. He also does play Warzone, but that's all I really know
The
about
crazy
him.
thing about you, Corey, is, which I learned about you just a few weeks ago, you took the E out of your first name and randomly threw it in your last name.
That's true.
I didn't do that. My parents, I guess, did, but I did not. That wasn't necessarily my thing. All right. Next thing.
What are you looking at me for?
C-block time, man.
Have you ever heard
Give
of
him a
Luis
chance.
Castillo?
I have.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
The guy who used to hammer me when I was pitching against him when he was on the Marlins?
No, he's the
This
pitcher.
is not a good segment for innuendos.
He's the pitcher for
Seattle?
for the Seattle Mariners. Luis Castillo threw 47 straight fastballs last night against the Chicago White Sox.
Well, it worked. They won 1-0-2, I think, was the final score.
And I think it was like the last inning when they started trying to, they actually started hitting him hard. But I feel like that's disrespectful to throw 47 straight fastballs and just be like, you know what? I'm just going out here and working on my location against your crappy team tonight because y'all are
do
miserable.
something about it then.
When Brandon Webb, who I know signed with the Rangers, never pitched for the Rangers, in his 3 great years where he finished first, second, and third in Cy Young, I'd ask him, I'd say, what's your mix of, you throw 100 pitches? This was before StatCast and all that stuff. Now, I mean, they had an idea, but I'm just like, what's your mix? And he's like, I probably throw 92 fastballs.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, yeah, just sinking the ball. He just moves his sinker around. And then I remember when Oral Hershiser was my pitching coach here for the Texas Rangers, and he would say before he got hurt, so he got hurt right after I think it's 59 2/3 or it's 58 2/3. His scoreless streak, which is still the record to this day, is the next year he pitched opening day and got hurt pretty bad. But he said before that, in his World Series run and everything in '88 with the Dodgers, he's like, yeah, I pretty much just threw one pitch.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And it was sinker?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And I do wonder with the sinker pitch, like, is it just change the location, speed, like what you can do with that, or is it just it's just such a good pitch?
If you have movement, first of all, location, then second of all, the movement, and that pitch, in a weird way, I don't know how. I have no clue how this works. When you catch a good sinker, I used to play catch with Jake Westbrook. I don't know if you guys remember him, major leaguer for a good decade, but nothing special, just a nice starting pitcher for a lot of different teams. When you play catch with sinker ball pitchers, it feels like they're throwing a weighted ball. It feels like the ball is 2 times the weight that it is. And when you ask hitters about hitting good sinker ball pitchers, they'll tell you somehow, some way, when they faced Kevin Brown of the Texas Rangers, it felt like he was throwing like a waterlogged baseball.
That's interesting because it does kind of just look like it just gets tired and falls. You know, like it's just like I'm done going now, and that's as hard as I can throw.
I don't know how that works. I have no clue how you make a ball feel heavier than it is.
And then, Kevin, the rest of the internet, I don't know if you've seen this trend that's happening right now, but there were rumors floating that Joe Burrow potentially was engaged to his girlfriend, his longtime girlfriend, Olivia.
Have we not confirmed that?
Holzmacher. It looks like
Olivia starts with an O.
Thank you, Mike. And the rest of the internet is now currently sad with all the girls that were, I guess, in love with Joe Burrow.
Oh.
And I did not realize that this dude was a heartthrob to many out there. But is that the who's the sexiest quarterback right now in the NFL? 877-881-1053. Who's the quarterback that because Brady was
Garoppolo, right?
If women like a lot of forehead, if this is the case, I got plenty of forehead. But I'm married.
So sorry, ladies.
You got it.
You're
sorry,
taken.
ladies.
Yeah.
I have a lover.
Oh my God. Did you have an answer to that question?
I mean, I feel like
just want to open it
I
up?
wanted to open that up for
Okay.
the discussion.
I'm gonna say Garoppolo.
I think, but here's the thing about Garoppolo is that he's not good enough for the handsomeness, right? Like the handsomeness, he's not good enough for the handsomeness that goes along with it. There,
We might have an emergency
Oh,
situation
no.
happening. I'm
Yeah.
not entirely sure. But coming up next, hopefully.
Let me go look at all the quarterbacks and see who are
Okay.
sexiest.
Yes, please do that. We're going to talk a little bit about that Luka documentary series coming out. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
The pitch, low swings, loops one to left field, it drops for a base hit! 1 run scores, Seager rounds third, he comes home, the throw goes to second, Lowe slides in safely, and it's a 2-run single. The Rangers lead 3-1.
It looked like that was going to be the game winner. Unfortunately for the Rangers, it was not. They fall 4-3 to the Diamondbacks in 11 innings. Those two teams will play again tonight. 8:40 start, 8 o'clock pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan, because we're your home of the Texas Rangers. And we're also your home of the Dallas Cowboys. So right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for accommodating me today.
Are you healthy and well?
Yes, I am.
Nice. Did you hear about Baker Mayfield? He's been announced as the starting
God,
quarterback
who
for Tampa
cares?
Bay, and Kevin broke that news earlier today.
I did see that announcement. Are you fired up about that?
No, it's been announced on our show
Kyle
like
Trask
5
guy.
times today for some reason.
Nick, he's a huge Kyle Trask guy, and he is devastated that his guy did not beat out Baker Mayfield, who loves getting in his car and driving away from competition.
All right. I saw a story I'm hoping you can provide us with some insight on, that the Cowboys were undecided about Deuce Vaughn and Jalen Tolbert going against the Raiders. Have you seen enough from them that you're ready to just pack that up and you're like, no, you're good?
Yeah, I've seen enough for them, but I'm thinking maybe in McCarthy's standpoint, they might want to. It's not a matter of interviewing them for a spot on the roster. It's just giving them some more reps, giving them more experience actually playing. Because if you think about it, well, obviously Vaughn's a rookie, but last year towards the end of the season, Tolbert really didn't get on the field all that much. So I think he's going to try to balance that. But, yeah, he answered that question in his conference call yesterday, and he sounded like more so undecided than saying, well, no, I think I'm going to hold those guys out.
Hey, Mickey, when it comes to Mozzie's play, there was a lot of criticism regarding what they're seeing him do and what he's not doing. What was your assessment of Mozzie the first 2 games now?
Yeah, I thought the second game was better than the first game. I thought he did a better job of.
Oh, we hung up on Mickey. You did it. Did you do that, Kevin?
I did not do that.
Tampa Bay.
It has a red light on the screen right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Usually you have green light when he's on the air.
Yeah, he's not there at the moment. I want to take this opportunity then.
All right.
Oh, we've got him back already.
There he is.
Sorry, Mickey. We don't know what happened, but you just disappeared.
Yep.
Yes.
There you are.
Oh, there we are. Not sure what went wrong there. But I was saying he was doing a good job of kind of holding up against double teams.
Yep.
But I think they would like him to do more. And one of the things he has to be careful with is if he gets turned, because if he gets turned, then he gets pushed off the line of scrimmage. So I think, they keep working with him. I think we have to remember, sometimes rookies take a little time to develop and adjust to the pro game. And just because he's a first-round pick, let's remember he was 27th, right? So 26 other teams passed at him. So just give him some time. I don't know that he's going to be an instant starter, but I think he will work into the rotation before it's all said and done.
You feel comfortable with that now, Kevin? Is that a better...
I'm not the one who said that. I said I saw an article on Yardbarker that was like critics already calling Mozzie Smith a bust. And
Are you
I
willing
thought
to give him
before,
some time?
You know what you need to do with things like that? You need to understand that probably whoever wrote that wasn't at training camp and hasn't talked to anybody. They're just watching on TV and making a judgment just like any fan out there can make.
Okay, well, as long as we're talking about rash judgments, we, at least some of us on this show, have been pushing to just go ahead and make Deuce Vaughn running back number 2. But in reality, is it Rico Dowdle who has the inside track on backup running back?
I think if we're looking at what took place in this past game, I would say he has the inside track of being number 2. Deuce is going to have, he's going to have a package. They're going to work him in. Last week, I'm not sure which day, it was one of the padded practices. He got some reps with the first team. And I don't know if they were just trying to see what he would do against the first defense. But they certainly were playing with that idea of giving him reps in a game. And that's why these next 2 practices are really important for the Cowboys, because they're in pads, and they're going to treat these practices with the first team guys as if it's their, kind of warm up for the season. Instead of playing in a game, they can control the snaps and control the pace and the amount of contact they have in these 2 practices. But I think what people are going to see if they go to the practice is this would kind of be the warm-up, I think, for the Cowboys. Instead of playing in a preseason game, they'll do it in a controlled practice with the first-teamers.
Okay, and I am kind of curious then about, like Kevin asked about the Jalen Tolbert, where he's on this, and I'm kind of interested in Simi Fajoko's place right now.
Are you going to say concern?
Well, I'm interested in it. Yeah.
Okay.
What
interested is a good word, because when somebody asks McCarthy about his concerns, he changes the word to focus.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I would like to focus
on Simi Fehoko.
Yeah, let's focus on Simi, because the preseason stuff has left a lot to be desired. I know I was watching camp and I was like, okay, but it was just kind of clear to me that Tolbert had taken the 4th spot, and I'm not sure where Simi sits.
Yeah, and I think that because of his multiple talents, I think Kavontae Turpin, if you're going to count him as a wide receiver, has got the 5th spot. Yeah, and Simi, I think what he's playing for is to force 6 wide receivers, and I just don't know if he can use 6 wide receivers for 4 tight ends at the same time. So, I think he's playing for a spot on the 53-man roster. Now, he's had some really good practices for sure. And, he's had some plays in the games. So, again, you got to remember, when you're playing with a bunch of backups and, sometimes it's tough to perform. They like what he's done so far. I just don't know if he's an odd man out at this point. So, this preseason game will be very important to where his status remains when they get to the cuts on the 29th of next week.
Perhaps the biggest area of focus that I feel like we've discussed is
I like this.
Kicker. And one thing, and you talked about this in terms of other kickers who would have been available, is Brandon Aubrey going 8 for 8 via touchbacks on kickoffs. I feel like that is a big part of what they're looking for that maybe people haven't focused on a lot.
The kickoffs are very important, and they do judge that into the equation because, and I'm just going to use Robbie Gould as an example. Number one, he doesn't kick off. You have to have a kickoff guy for him. And number two, he knows he doesn't kick off well. And I saw a story early in training camp saying that wherever he goes, he doesn't want to kick off. Well, I wouldn't want to kick off if I don't do it very well, right?
Yeah.
And that's why, probably San Francisco moved on. I mean, Aubrey's their guy until he proves them differently. And so far, so good. I mean, I don't know, was it Tennessee? They cut 2 kickers, young kickers, and they signed Michael Badgley. Well, he just got cut by somebody else in training camp. So, again, you got to judge also what's out there. And do you want to bring in a veteran who last year made, I don't know, 85, 82% of his field goals? Or do you want to, stick it out until proven differently with a young kicker? And again, I know kicking in the USFL is not the same as kicking in the NFL, but the goalposts are the same width. And so right now, he's their guy. And I think what everybody needs to understand is they like him, and they think he has a ton of talent. And I think they want to see this one out. So I think the only way they change their minds is if he does something to change their mind, like all of a sudden can't hit an extra point or can't hit a 42-yard field goal. Now, he's not going to be perfect, right? But they were pretty close to perfect last year during the regular season with Brett Maher. And that kind of spoils you, right? Because not everybody gets that in the NFL, making 29 of 32 kicks and some of the distances he made. Those guys don't grow on trees. So I just think they're going to hang with him because of the talent they perceive him to have and give him every opportunity to keep kicking. And maybe if he has a problem, something, keep working through it. But as you've seen on the kickoffs, he has a big leg. He keeps getting touchbacks. And again, that wasn't something you got to do in the USFL because you got penalized for kicking the ball past the 20-yard line, which is another talent I think he showed, that he can kick them short and high if they indeed want to try covering things like inside the 5-yard line if the guy doesn't call for a fair catch.
Mickey, as you know, in this profession, in this game, you need to be good at follow-up questions. So my follow-up question is, what would you do if you saw a person growing on a tree?
That's a good one. We probably have to bring them down, right?
Yeah. Wait till they're ripe, I assume.
What?
Ripe?
So since you brought up the tree analogy, that was one of my and stop me if I told you this story. My esteemed colleague, the late Frank Luxa, would always use the analogy when there's a holdout.
Oh, yeah, you did. You
I
did.
told you about that, right?
Yes.
Don't die in trees, that somehow they all come down, and the holdouts all don't want to pass on a base salary on getting paid, and they all sign at some point, right? So yeah, we can keep using that tree stuff if you want.
I like it. Some people are kind of mad about this. Some people are excited about it, and I'm kind of interested in your thoughts. Where is Kelvin Joseph? Because it seems like the dude has put on a couple of good shows or solid performances out of the last two games here.
Yeah, number one, sometimes you got to have a special team specialist on the team. They lost a couple guys last year that filled that role, Luke Gifford being one of them. And right from the beginning of training camp, John Fossil was talking about they need special teams guys to replace some roles. Well, he's a guy that's going to play on all four special teams. And right now, he's the backup in the slot. Now, I don't know when Jordan Lewis is going to get back. I don't know if that's going to affect his status. Is it going to affect Deron Bland's status? I think Deron Bland's pretty solidified now, playing in the slot. But I think they look at Joseph as a guy that can help him on special teams and then be a backup for the time being as the slot corner. So I think that's where he's at. I know we've seen him make a few plays. That's encouraging. Sometimes, you draft a guy maybe a little bit too high than what you expected, or you draft a guy so low and he does something to, change your mind about him, Deron Bland. So, you need about 5 or 6 corners on the team, and I still think he's one of them at this point.
Thank you very much. Good, sir. Excellent insight as always. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay. Talk to you guys. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, before we do that.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find a new roads.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Wonderful, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Now, there are a variety of ways that we can go here. Do you want to go the house explosion route, AI on Thursday Night Football, or movies?
Allen Iverson's on Thursday Night
Not
Football?
AI like the...
I'll take the first two. I need to know the details on the exploding house.
Okay. It is actually really.
Was it built up natural gas?
I don't think I saw the cause just yet, but for Caleb Farley, unfortunately, they discovered there was one fatality there. It was his dad. At least that is what TMZ Sports is reporting. So he just bought a $2 million house and it exploded. And so, I mean, obviously his house is done, but of far, far more importance, I'm assuming, is the casualty was his dad. So I still haven't seen a specific cause, and I know another person was injured, but man, that is just...
You don't have an inspection before you buy houses?
I did.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. A $2 million home, you would figure they would have some type of extensive, type of survey.
Maybe it was operator error. You never know. A few years back, we had those situations in West Dallas where they had to redo the entire gas line for a few neighborhoods because
that's right.
So I don't know if the Caleb Farley's house was older or newer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would think that maybe you would have some type of inspection on that.
That's interesting because back at my old house, I remember, and we couldn't figure it out. We smelled gas in our house. It's because the dog had jumped up and hit one of the oven knobs and kind of turned up. She's very excitable, very friendly, but when she was jumping up, probably looking for food, she hit the knob, and luckily we found it before. Who knows?
Yeah,
what
maybe
could have happened.
I thought you were going to say the dog jumped up and got into a bunch of dairy.
No, it was not.
Caused a fart explosion.
That's a real explosion.
It was not a fart explosion.
Isn't the chocolate even worse though for the dog?
That
could be deadly.
Chocolate can kill
deadly. Yeah,
that is
Is that really true?
Yeah,
chocolate and dogs.
I think I thought it was dark chocolate specifically.
PSA.
But I'm not sure.
I hate bringing this up, but a month ago, my wife, because our dog was limping, was like, I will give it like half of an Aleve to alleviate the pain, like that.
Oh no!
And then I was like, "Are you sure that's okay?" And she's like, "Yeah." Well, then, because he was throwing up everywhere the next day, and you look it up, and it can pretty much kill a dog.
Good thing she gave it the half, not the whole.
Yeah.
Really wish you hadn't told this story to me today when Noah was just at.
She's much better with child
practice.
With human beings.
Okay. She just assumed it works for a 10-pound baby when they're running a fever. It should work for a 10-pound dog. It's very different how their body takes those things.
9 things that are toxic to dogs: grapes and raisins. Really? Cooked bones, alcohol, artificial sweetener, avocado, corn on the cob, macadamia nuts, chocolate, and number 1 is onions, garlic, and chives.
We could add some marijuana brownies to that list as well.
Well, I mean, but wouldn't that just
telling for a friend,
making them like
not
the
true.
brownies part?
I had a dog eat 8 of them.
What is the appeal of getting your dog high?
It's unintended. You think I wanted to give up that?
A little bit. I do. I want to be honest.
The excitable dog that goes into the bag and sees that there's brownies. You think I wanted him to have those brownies? Are you insane?
You want him to have
Are you out of your mind?
You wanted him to have the plate of stems and seeds.
Yeah, you go ahead and eat those up.
It happened. This happened, but it was not going in the bag. The batter ended up on the ground.
Oh no!
Like the batter bowl somehow ended up on the ground. And that's where the dog, and we took him to the vet.
Oh, no.
And the vet goes, this dog's ingested marijuana. And I grabbed the dog and said, well, thanks, Doc. Appreciate that. We paid the bill and moved on.
I made a mistake.
Yeah. I had a feeling what was the diagnosis for this thing. I just wanted to make sure, but we grabbed the dog and quickly got out of there.
Dog's ingesting marijuana.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds like a line from a movie.
Like
half-baked.
Thanks, Doc. Or a sitcom. The part where Broadus goes, thanks, Doc. We'll be checking out this. That feels like your laugh line to go to commercial break. Right?
Yeah, I took like 2 $100 bills and just threw them over my shoulder and went. And I'm like, okay, thanks.
No, Mike, I didn't get a chance to ask you about this. Are you excited about the Luka docuseries that's going to be released online about his Slovenian national team in the World Cup?
I am. I am a Luka fan. I'm frustrated with certain things. Like I said earlier in the show, I'm frustrated watching him in these practice games still could give maybe 5% energy on defense. It's who he is right now, but I'm interested to see more about him. He's one of the best players in the NBA. It's just that I want him to just work on those flaws.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And then are you excited or concerned at all that Thursday Night Football is going to use AI to tell fans if teams should go for it on 4th down?
Well, seeing the way this whole like chat GPT thing, it seems like it's regressing and not progressing in terms of its knowledge of things, right? Haven't we learned that? Where it started out, they came out pretty hot.
Yeah.
And then now it's like my A paper is now a C paper. My C paper is now, it's an F paper. So I don't know how you can trust them. Maybe week one you trust them more than.
We built that in to lower their ability to take
all
us
the
over.
college kids are cheating. They're like, no, we need this to suck.
Mm-hmm. Well, and maybe also because we were so afraid of it at first, the AI realized that, and they were like, I don't want them to fear me. I better back off just a little bit.
Oh, it's the master plan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make them think I'm
That's
dumb.
a little
and then take
terrifying.
over.
Are you more fearful of that or the actual robots that they show in those clips doing things?
Yeah, because they trained the robots to already do some stuff. That
The
feels
stanky leg and stuff.
that feels very real to me. And I feel those two things come together, and their robots like, nah, I'm done with this. I can run that fast, or I can be a military, operation.
Once we weaponize them, that's when we're really in trouble.
Screwed.
Yeah.
I think AI is just the next evolution of it. I mean, the computer program is already giving you an answer through the algorithm, whether you hit a button or have a script running from artificial intelligence.
Will it phase us out?
I think it'll phase out some of the decision making from the coaches, but you're still going to want a human to have final say. I just can't wait until Jerry Jones insists that the AI is like a simulated version of him. And he's like standing in the coach's box barking directions as a younger Jerry. This is going to be epic. You could have Tom Landry down there, where the possibilities are endless.
Okay. You might have sold me there. I've been very fearful
Entertainment?
of the AI takeover of society.
We're going for it,
But
man.
I feel like every movie I've ever seen, they're never like, and it turned out great. And we lived in cooperation.
It's because the movies are only working in like the extreme on one end. What if the extreme
That's
on
true.
the other end is everything's great and we can just live in my place where you can have all my peaches?
That's a boring movie, right? They're like, yeah, we got AI. We upped efficiency 12%. And I got a raise.
We share everything. Everything's good.
Sharing is caring.
Yeah.
Or how about you get AI Jimmy Johnson to coach the team, but still not put him in the Ring of Honor?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, big dude.
Or you do put AI Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor.
There you go.
Yeah.
Somehow, Jimmy comes back, coaches this team this year. They win a Super Bowl, and everyone's like, Jimmy's still got it. He's still not in the Ring of Honor, right? Because Jimmy's going to be like, the hell he is. I did this.
It'll be in his will.
Okay.
Steven, you can have the team, but if you ever try to put that son of a B, Jimmy Johnson, in the ring, it's going to Charlotte.
Wow.
It's going to Charlotte.
It's going to Charlotte. Yeah.
That is not a bad idea. I kind of hope. I want Jimmy Johnson to be in the Ring of Honor because he should be, but that should be a fun sitcom type thing to follow.
There's gold there.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. It is a Rangers Player Show Tuesday. We got Sporzy checking in at 5:20.
All right, excellent. I'm looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
With Elko next. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're back in studio for the first time in a couple of shows. Salute to Twin Peaks Plano for having us out. The happy hour is now open, and so is Twin Peaks Plano. It's back there at 3312, and now 11 locations in the Metroplex. We got a fresh batch of news stories to talk about. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pin Cup over there at Master Control, keeping the Gators down best he can. Woolchuck and Chiafalo. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And the truckwreck.com fan text is open for you at 877-881-1053. I mean, obviously the 5-game losing streak is the biggest story. I don't want to open with that, okay? I'm making a decision to be positive.
Good.
Cowboys practice tonight. It's open to the public.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go.
See your football team.
Yeah.
Chance to get out there and look at them. And this is the closest you're going to get to being able to observe them. You know, you go to AT&T Stadium, even the good seats are a long ways away. This is a really cool deal that the Cowboys make available to you every summer, and I always encourage people to go check out the practices once they get back in here.
This should be a good practice to observe, because this will probably be the last 2 physical practices that they have until they get to the regular season. So yeah, I feel like today and tomorrow you'll see some pretty good work, and then Thursday they'll start to prep and get their guys ready for that game on Saturday. But yeah, I'm jealous if you get to go out there and watch. Enjoy, tweet a lot, text a lot.
Yeah, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, let us know what's going on out there. Be happy to read them all.
Jason Peters on Good Morning Football today asked if he'd sign with the Jets. Said they give me the call, I'm going to show up and show out. That's what I do. I'm a straight professional. Do you think the Cowboys should be looking at Peters or another veteran offensive lineman in the next couple of weeks, Brian?
Yeah, I think veteran offensive lineman, yes. I don't know if it's necessarily the name of Jason Peters. Now, I asked that question before some of the things started happening, with some of the injuries and let's go and other things like that. But I just didn't get that vibe last week that Jason Peters was in their plans. Now, maybe it'll change.
Had some good moments last year, but overall it was...
I think that they feel like that Jason Peters for 2 or 3 games is really good. And then for the other maybe 5 or 6 games that he might have to play, there's going to be a little bit of a liability there.
At that age, you need a good month to recover.
Right. I mean, his body just can't hold up. He's 40 years old. I think he absolutely can give you a game or two. The name that I asked Brian to ask about, though, I've seen this circulating. The Cardinals are a team that has a surplus of offensive tackles, which is kind of surprising. You don't think of them having a great offensive line. But I've seen Mike Renner, our buddy John Owning, go ahead and circle this name out. It's John Jones.
Yeah.
The offensive tackles, plays both
John or
right
Josh?
and left. Josh Jones. Former Houston Cougar. Plays both the left and the right side.
Yeah, I did ask about him, and one of the gangs said, because I said, Josh Jones, tackle, Arizona, worth a trade. And one of my guys answered back. He said, I think so. Better tackle than guard, better left tackle than right tackle.
Ooh.
But as a third or fourth to shore up depth, absolutely. There aren't enough functional tackles for every team to have 3 or 4, and I think he's a functional tackle.
Wow, that's awesome.
Interesting, man.
What are you seeing, Chief?
He's 26 years old, and he was the 17th overall player at his position, according to Pro Football Focus last year, among offensive tackles. It's Pro Football Focus, but it's the best I can do here, pulling it up quickly. 17th overall, according to PFF last year, among offensive tackles. He's 26 years old. I want to know what the problem is here.
Yeah, what do you have to give up?
And they're a tanking team, you would think.
Yeah.
You can capitalize on that.
So they're just not planning to pay him? That's why
he's not projecting to start.
He's not starting.
They've got 2 other tackles that they're starting.
And they also have Kelvin Beachum as another player that believe he's an older player.
Yeah, SMU Tiger,
but
or a Mustang.
Certainly serviceable, and he's also not starting for them as well.
Well, veteran offensive lineman, veteran inside linebackers would be nice right now. I did see in one of y'all's emails, I forget which one. We're going to talk about a more long form coming up at 5 o'clock, but I think it's really interesting, the idea of Jalen Tolbert emerging. Would Michael Gallup at all be a chip that you would have in play if teams are calling right now?
Yeah, I keep seeing this. Blogging the Boys had an article today about this. People out there are writing about Michael Gallup as a trade piece for the Cowboys. I don't think they actually would. But yeah, I mean, if you get, let's say Jalen Tolbert does step up, play well early in the season, and we're seeing more than ever now, the trade deadline, trades are made in the NFL. So maybe if there's a move that you're weak at a position, offensive line, you're dealing with a tyrant injury, maybe Michael Gallup does end up being a guy that they could go ahead and dangle out there as a trade chip.
You're not going to have 3 highly paid wide receivers for long, and Lamb's coming up on a deal. Cooks has a deal. If you want Cooks, Lamb, Tolbert for your future with a little Turpin mixed in, I think that's still a really solid group of wide receivers. I love the idea of trying to have Michael Gallup in this mix too, though, for a Super Bowl run. So I'm not putting him on the table unless it's for a good starting offensive lineman. That's,
Agree 100%. He was a big question for me coming into camp of what version of him are we getting? And he made enough plays to where I feel confident, okay, we're getting the Michael Gallup of 2 years ago and not the one of last year. And that's a guy that is a legitimate contributor on your football team. And if you trade Michael Gallup and then all of a sudden CeeDee Lamb comes up with a hamstring or something and he's out for a couple of games, now it's sure, this is all fun, but Turpin as your, at number 2 or number 3 for an extended period of time, that just doesn't sound like a great plan. I want Michael Gallup here. Unless, if you're getting a legit starting caliber offensive lineman, it's okay, maybe I'm not saying it's just he's untouchable, but I'm not quick to move on from Michael Gallup right now.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like that you would go for, when you're looking for an offensive lineman, do you feel like you need a guard more than you do a tackle? And I ask this is because I think that Tyler Smith could play tackle for you.
Yes.
So then I'm going to kick him. It's that left guard spot that I would worry about.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about trading, again, this is just, if you're thinking about it, do you target that guy? You guys said,
yes.
you target the guard, right?
I want a left guard. If I can't get one of those, I would take a tackle though and keep Tyler. And plus, I also want to know if I have Michael Gallup in play, what's the right tackle market look like? Because I'm not totally sold that Steele's going to be great coming back from the ACL, or if I even want to keep Steele long term.
Right, that's a contract that's coming up too that you got to have a conversation about.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think that they're going to move MG. I think they like MG. He's a buddy of Dax. I do think he's going to have a bounce back season, but that is just another area that you can look to improve the football
But you
team.
do agree that in 2024, they're not going to have Gallup, Cooks, and Lamb making a combined $60 million on the books.
Yeah, it's going to be
The Cowboys didn't do it. They had Amari Cooper, Gallup, and Lamb together.
Right.
They moved on from that after a year. I think anytime this team manages to put 3 premium wide receivers on the team at the same time, and Gallup, calling him premium, he's a $13 million player, so he's fairly well compensated. I think it's usually temporary. 682, would a team take Gallup's contract, and is it best to trade Gallup before?
I don't think Gallup's contract is anything that's prohibitive.
No, it's not 26.
When these guys are getting $20 million,
Yeah.
I mean, Christian Kirk got $18 million. His contract isn't terrible.
It's
at
a
the wide
great
receiver
bargain
market.
for a number 2 receiver.
Absolutely.
If he's good enough to be your number 2.
Yes, but he needs to also improve his stock. He needs to come out the first 6 weeks of the season and get his trade value back up, because right now it's not very high.
But it is just a conversation, and it's a fun speculation because of the quality they have at wide receiver and the emergence of Tolbert, who has been one of the very pleasant surprises. Micah Parsons stepping into pickleball territory. He's bought a team there with a local golfer, Scotty Scheffler. World number 1 local golfer, Scotty Scheffler.
We're going to be out there covering pickleball here soon.
No,
Seems
it's
like
boring.
pickleball's blowing up.
It's terrible. I think it's pretty entertaining if you have celebrities doing this, but it's like it's a bad version of tennis with slow people. It's like giant ping pong with slow people. You get me
It is like giant ping pong. Yeah,
you get me elite athletes who are diving and whipping like baseline winners. Just like killing it. Then I think I could be interested. But so far, all the pickleball that I've seen is it's fairly mid entertainment. I'm much more impressed by tennis. Luka has announced the docuseries with the Slovenian national team. It appears Skip Bayless is confirming that Michael Irvin's going to audition for the Fox Sports 1. Be an addition to the Fox Sports 1 show, not audition. So congratulations to the playmaker for picking up that gig. All right, Rangers losing streak has reached 5 games. We'll try to keep it light with Sporzy coming up at 5:20. Have some Rangers fun with him, get the good vibes flowing. He is checking in not only for the Rangers player show, but hopefully his G-Bag blessing, Brian, as we've established over the years.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll hopefully get him going in the right direction. That one was a tough one last night. I don't know. I hope everybody, you hung in there till like 11:45. Just and some it's one of those things where Montgomery did, I thought, great job, great command, low pitch count. Everything about it was so positive. And then you find a way to get a lead. And fortunately, you're thinking like, okay, we've got this thing kind of buttoned up.
Yeah.
But man, what a terrible outing for 2 of your best relief pitchers. And then all of a sudden, you have everything, like I say, fall apart there and the extras for you.
Well, I'm glad I fell asleep early.
Runs. Yeah, you get you get the 2 runs. And it's not just a 1-run lead. It's
Nathaniel Lowe comes up huge. You're thinking, here we go, baby.
And they had really struggled to get with runners in scoring position. They had really struggled at that point, and they get kind of a swing, and they get the double out of it. And next thing you know, you're thinking, wow, the Rangers got a 2-run lead with their the best relievers.
You put your big guns out there. I mean, Jordan Montgomery did exactly what we asked of him yesterday.
Yeah.
Went deep into the game, 8 scoreless. He's been fantastic, and you just feel for a pitcher when he puts a gem out like that. I mean, John Gray also has had to deal with this, and then you find a way to blow it. But only the second home run Chapman's given up this year in that type of situation. That was just a gut punch, though. They got to find a way to win tonight.
This is where Bochy earns his reputation and his money for being the guy who can guide teams through this. And this is like the 3rd skid. Their last time they had a skid, they ended up tied with the Astros, and they pulled out of that. So
Sure did.
I do have full confidence. The
Brewers are not Brewers. Excuse me, the Mariners are now. It's it's a 3-team race.
Yeah.
You know, this is not. I mean, it's going to be exciting and all that, but man, it is going to be nights like I say, going to bed at 11:50, and you're like going, man, you had a chance. You had a chance in the skid. You had a chance, and then I found myself checking the scores before I went to bed, the Astros and then the Mariners, and I'm like,
yeah,
okay, though you just both teams picked up a game on you right there.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun for the players, I think, to be in a dogfight like this. It's amazing. It's what competition's all about. You got a month and a half to let this play out with your boys. It's us against them. You love this. As fans, it can be kind of torturous, especially if you had bigger leads throughout the year. And now it's getting tight. Now is when you start gripping a little
You're
bit.
stressing.
Well, yeah, and I have confidence in the bats that they will come back alive. That we have a big enough sample size to feel good about the lineup. I think the starting pitching for the most part as well, I have some decent confidence in. But the bullpen,
Are we back to that?
We're back to that, yes, because Will Smith, who was the man, is no longer the man. And I mean, an ERA in the month of August of over 11. And I think when it dates back into July, which is a bigger sample size, and it's well over 6. And so it's like the guy that you could depend on as your closer. If you don't have a guy that you can depend on there, I mean, there's only so many things you can do if you're Bruce Bochy over there trying to figure stuff out. But when Chapman lets you down, and then all of a sudden, okay, well, what about our guy Will Smith? Well, he hasn't really been that guy when you look at the ERA.
They've come up short at the deadline with our bullpen. I know we wanted a little bit more, and now I think there's been quite a bit of stress on it. We need this to be their low point, though. And you know, their bad bullpen pieces hit their low point and bounce back to respectability. Right. We need Will Smith to get this figured out, because if he doesn't, then you will not have a good enough bullpen to win playoff series.
Stratton's been great.
See, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you man, I hate this. You're sitting there talking about experimenting with a 2-game lead. You know, you're talking about experimenting with, maybe Stratton could be a closer.
No, I think that it would just be Chapman. I think you just move Chapman back there.
See, I was shocked.
If they're worried about Will Smith.
I was shocked that we got 2 innings out of Chapman last night.
Well, an 11 ERA in a month suggests there's something significantly wrong, and hopefully, you know, health is not a situation either for Will Smith. But you know, there's no reason to totally panic. Yeah, you got a game and a half, and you know, you're on a 5-game losing streak. It happens. You just got to get back, and you know, throughout these 5 games, it's not like they're getting their doors blown off. They've had bad luck, late innings twice, and then the bats didn't show up twice. So for me, I'm trying to see things a little bit more like they do, where, hey, it's a long season. You have a lot of ups and downs, and this has to be the downward swing. But this is definitely now the day where you show up as a player, and the manager and the coaches can say everything they want about we're taking it day by day. You feel it today. You feel like, guys, we got to go out here and start winning, because we're 2 more defeats away from us being the biggest storyline on Baseball Tonight or SportsCenter or wherever.
The pressure's
and then
on.
We ain't going to be able to hide from it pretty soon. Everywhere we go, they're going to be talking about our slump if we can't get this kicked back into gear. Okay, Josh Young and Evaldi. Obviously, we're still about 3 weeks away from Young. Yesterday, CY said there's really not much else they can say about Evaldi, who pitched for the 3rd time in 5 days. They'll see where he's at in the next 2 days, and then he could possibly jump back into the rotation, is what Evan Grant's writing about. They might skip a rehab start and just get him back in there. I'll be surprised still. It just seems like there's something they aren't telling us. You know, like there's
the DeGrom thing was, I mean, that's where I so appreciate the Rangers and what they've done for us and helping us along the way. But we kept hearing about positive rehab starts with DeGrom. Yeah. And then next thing you know, it's one of the baseball insiders is saying he's going on.
So we got
Tommy
PTSD
John.
from that. I do.
Yeah, I
can't trust it.
I get that.
Yeah,
It makes a lot of sense, but I do think it's encouraging if they're talking about just skipping a rehab start in general for Evaldi and just putting him right back in the lineup. I think that's an encouraging sign.
I know, but when Boch was asked about it, he said, "I can't rule out anything." You know, I was like, "Okay, I guess that's
Nothing
a good
definitive.
thing," or you can't rule out anything. Where are we going with this?
What do you mean, like not coming back?
Evaldi asked by reporters yesterday. He said he feels like he can go right now.
Okay,
it's just a whatever they want to do. So maybe it is when and not if with Evaldi, and we're just being paranoid. But Evaldi is a guy that had 2 Tommy John surgeries earlier in his career.
Is that Heaney then? Will Heaney be out of the rotation then?
Yeah, I think Heaney would go to the bullpen. Yeah.
See you later. Okay, what's being said about the big rookie on the hated rival? Are we watching the balance of power swing further in favor of Philadelphia? That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Window Nation before we do that, though. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. I do want to talk Cowboys-Eagles a little bit with you, but the truckwreck.com fan text is on fire, and a lot of people strongly disagree with my positivity about this Rangers team. How about this one? Epic meltdown. Books are going to be written on this year's Rangers collapse. Got to win the one-run games this time of year. I'm looking at it like this team's going to be fine. It's a very small sample size. They just won 5 consecutive series. They got into a weird series against a Brewers team with a great pitching staff. And the first night, they lost a slugfest. Then the bats have gone cold for 3 games. That's all we saw. And they failed to sweep whoever it was last week there. Was that the Angels or the Giants or whoever?
It was the Angels.
Well, they had
Detmers had that finale.
Yeah,
where
the
it was
A's.
just incredible.
They had the A's.
Yeah,
they went
A's,
San Francisco, and then caught the Angels at home.
I think the Rangers still make the playoffs and not win the division, but having a bye is going to be crucial for this team. How about this? The Astros left Smith off their playoff roster last year for a reason. So there's a lot of negativity. Isn't it worrying to y'all that when the Rangers are in their low, they just can't literally do anything coming into the postseason? They have 5 weeks to go until the playoffs start, 5.5 weeks until the playoffs start. And this all comes from less than a week's time. I mean, it does annoy me when the team says we're taking things day by day. But that wisdom applies right here. We don't need to really start worrying until we get to 9, 10, 11 games, and the Astros are more than 2 games up. That's when you really hit the panic button and say, crap, we've lost the division. Mm-hmm. All hell broke out, and now we are done. You know, that's the kind of situation we're in right now. But I mean, the Astros went on a similar slump. The Rays were on horrible slumps even before the drama with what they got going on.
It happens in baseball. There's 162 games. They won 5 straight bleeping series. And now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, they're in a skid. They're in a rut, but this happens. I don't think there's a need to panic, but it is kind of a fun thing, right? We haven't had to do this in several years. Now you're in a race for the pennant.
You're welcoming the stress
every night. I'm kind of loving living in this Rangers paradise.
He's just snorting the stress over here.
I am. You're looking. We're finally scoreboard watching. We're looking at the Astros. We're looking at the Mariners. I mean, we haven't done this since 2016.
No.
Playoffs started early this year, Brian.
No, I mean, okay.
Every series is
game
playoffs.
matters, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's right, Wolchuk.
Yeah, but Broadus.
Timmy the trumpet.
This is tough for. I mean, listen, Broadus has a heart condition. Okay, we found that out. So this is tough on a guy like him.
He's living it like it's an NFL Sunday.
If the Rangers
every
care
night.
about my guy, they'll go ahead and pull away here, and we won't have any sort of super stress until the month of October. In which case, we understand, right, Broadus?
You do not know how good I felt last night when Seager stole second, and all of a sudden, hey, we got a bonus run here.
Yeah, you and me both. I thought we won the game.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh, we don't have to worry about the zombie runner and all that stuff like that.
No, we got
zombied.
zombied.
That went down the way it is.
We got bleeping zombied last night.
I mean, and then I looked at this. I'm like, oh, geez, now I got to check see what the Astros and Mariners did.
Oh,
and
they did what they did.
Yeah, and then that way, as I throw up in my mouth.
But the opposite is also true. Like last week, we were on the ultimate highs.
Yeah, but this
now
is
we're
not
on the
fun.
ultimate lows. We're riding a little bit of a roller coaster.
No, I want it to always be the ultimate high.
Yeah, I mean that's the question.
As a fan, I don't want a team that won the World Series last year.
Well, you might not be cut for baseball, Brian.
I'm not.
It's
I admit
like,
it.
I'm not. This isn't for me. Like I tap.
I'm not when one team like them, and then they're like keep telling me, oh well, them played like 6 out of the last 10 games against the Mariners. I'm watching the Mariners just
they're playing
boat race
unbelievable
everybody.
baseball right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think they can continue that. I think that hot streak's going to end here in about a week.
It goes for all sports.
I
but
don't
it happens,
trust you with any of your thoughts over there.
That's fine. Don't.
We're not. It's a no trust bully Tuesday.
I think that's what we're looking at.
No,
Hey, I warned John Friday about the
anybody.
Mariners.
I don't trust anybody that's like, hey, I'm okay with this roller coaster ride we're on today.
Yeah.
Baseball, babe. It's the way
No.
baseball
I'm gonna need
goes.
some
Hell
Dramamine
no.
for this Rangers season.
No, I'm not. I'm not okay. I mean, I dropped a couple of F-bombs when that game, when the base hit happened last night.
So sports is only fun for you 100% when you win. Like if you have a football Sunday,
Yeah,
and it's
because
a great
the Rangers
day,
haven't won in so long, I want them to win. Yes.
No, but just in general though, because I think it's fair
No,
to ask
it's
the
not
question.
fun to watch LSU play. No, it's not fun to watch the Cowboys play. No, it's
Okay.
not fun.
It's a heart attack.
It's only fun at the end if you won the game, but
No, when
no
you're
matter what
invested-
happened, it could be the greatest game of all time. If you lost, then you don't consider the previous 3 hours fun.
You know what? I didn't feel any different after the USC Texas game. I didn't feel any different. I'm like, man, that was well played game. Boom.
That was
That's it.
fun.
But I didn't feel like I was emotionally involved in it that way.
Mm.
I'm not that guy.
Have you always been this way, Krusty?
I'm just talking when your
it's
team's
my
involved.
team,
When it's
my
your team, yes.
Yes.
It's only fun if you won the game. The previous 3 hours, no matter how much euphoria you felt over those 3 hours, if you lost, you no longer consider that football Sunday any fun.
I think that's a good point, Chief, because you're going to find the positive, the fun in it. This is a battle against our most positive member of the G-Bag Nation and our Crustiest.
No.
What I want to know from you though, Krusty,
Our Crustiest.
would you rather have them be horrible and not have to live and die every night?
No.
Because that's what it sounded like to me.
No. I'm happy that they're really good. I am, because I've been waiting. I'm the guy that's the buy-in guy, and then all of a sudden they become unwatchable.
Literally buy in. You bought Bally Sports.
Yeah, exactly. No, I did. I bought into that.
You bought Bally.
I bought into that. I'll say this though: when my team,
Full price,
my team,
the whole year.
He
bought he paid in advance.
He's bragging about his 10% discount.
He was, dude.
It's good for the Mavs.
I didn't get a discount. I paid full price.
He
for that
paid
thing.
full price for
I'm gonna say
less
this.
than a quarter of the season.
I'm going to say this. I am not interested. When my team loses, I'm not interested in watching other games.
Are you interested in some text? 682, leave Krusty alone. Let him take his antacids.
Perfect health that way. Thank you.
Okay, that's how baseball goes, says the 817.
Damn
Keep the
right.
same energy we have for the Cowboys. Hold them accountable, says the 214. I like it. Other 214 says fight. I thought we were heading in that direction.
No,
I really did.
I'm genuinely wondering. I'm trying to figure out, like, what did I have fun on Sunday when I had a great time? I had all the food that I wanted, all the drinks that I wanted. We scored touchdowns. We were leading, and then it was a great game, and then we lost. And then I find myself wondering, was today even fun?
No, it wasn't.
No,
It-
it's
it-
not.
It ruins the.
Hey,
it
how
ruins
about
the day.
how
Yeah, it
about
does.
the
There's no
playoff?
right or wrong answer here,
I do a post game with a guy that, like, after that San Francisco game was talking about jumping off the building.
Yeah, no, it's not fun. It ruins.
There's
the day.
nothing when your team loses. I'm not interested.
It
in
erases all the cool stuff that took place in lead up to the loss.
Let me tell you this.
Yeah, it does,
Let me
yeah.
tell you this. When you lose these games, you feel like the whole week's gone. You wasted a whole week. Is what you feel like when you lose a game. When your team's playing.
Yeah.
That's what and that's when I was working for teams. I
Yeah,
felt that
I
way.
agree with you.
Well, it is time
I'm with
now
you.
for the G-Bag of the day. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Oh,
Great
you
audio.
G-Bags. Oh, my God, you G-Bags.
Unbelievable, these guys.
Unbelievable
Like
stuff
cats
going
and
on.
dogs some days.
Our winner of G-Bag of the day is LA Rams coach Sean McVay. He was mic'd up during the game exactly when the Rams picked off Brian Hoyer. Check this out.
I think so. I mean, he's best once the ball is actually snapped.
Great job, Jake Hummel. That's a hook player. Taking it to the grid, baby. Yeah.
It's a new year, baby.
How about that hook drop? My man Hummel, captain tonight. Oh, man, is that exciting.
And I feel Ellie Meadow.
I get now why players like playing for McVay, man. That sounded
Yeah.
cool. Did he say Captain Tonight or Captain Knight? I'm not sure.
Great job, Jake Hummel. That's a hook player. Taking it to the grid, baby.
It's a new year, baby.
How about that hook drop? My man Hummel, captain tonight. Oh, man, is that
I still can't
I
tell.
think he said, I heard Knight that time.
It's kind of like an Elton John
If I wanted
song.
to hear
You don't know the
Tonight, I think I
words.
would have heard that.
Yeah. I pulled this right here for you, Mr. General Gavin Dawson.
Okay, all right.
Ross Tucker was on the broadcast during the Philly and Cleveland game, preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
Took some shots at the wonderful game of soccer.
Oh, no.
Took shots.
Okay, what do we
I love that the game is growing internationally. I mean, Scott, think of the kids. There are kids out there that think soccer is the best sport. We got to grow this thing internationally so they know. Lots of movement. And that's going to blow up the play before it ever gets started. How many soccer tweets do you go get now?
Offense, number 63, 5-yard penalty, second down.
The answer is quite a few. Quite a few. Well, listen, I just want young people all across the globe to at least know about American football, to at least know it exists. I played soccer till I was 11. It was great.
It was great. I played soccer. It was great, man. It was fantastic.
I like that he called it American football. I like that he took, a shot at it, but I love that he played the "What about the kids" line.
Yeah.
It's where you got to go.
You got to do that. You got to pull the heartstrings. You got to play the "What about the kids," man.
Yeah.
I got my daughter in here.
But you don't care about the kids?
What kind of animal are you? This is not one right here, gentlemen, but there was two cops tackling a man outside of a 7-Eleven in Arlington. I don't know which 7-Eleven. I don't know why he's being tackled. I don't know what happened, but he had like an emergency situation going on at the same time,
I'm on myself, though. I'm on myself.
It's not one, but
I'm on myself, though. I'm on myself.
I like how he added the though.
Oh, that's bad.
That's it on myself, though. Yeah. Hey, girlfriend. Oh, my God. That's it on myself, though.
It can be scary to have interactions with the police. I almost
I'm
bleeped
backing
myself.
up off of you if I'm a cop and you say that. All right, well, let me move her a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to just mace you, bro, because I ain't got time.
Yeah. Turned into, I don't know what this is. Medical situation. We got to call the ambulance.
Yeah, I don't want any of that. You can get sick. You can get diarrhea from that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Worse.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Probably worse. Let's see. What about this one? KSI versus Tommy Fury is October 14th. They had a press conference, and Daddy Fury goes wild, knocks over the tables, knocks over microphones. I understand the Furies. I understand. That's why they call it the Furies.
I don't want to go there, Nikki. I don't want to go there. The Furies are the best fights in the world. We're the only men on this island. We're the Furies. Drop them in.
Why is Tyson Fury ducking Usyk?
I can't hear you.
Why is Tyson Fury ducking Usyk? Why is he fighting Gandhi?
Talking all this bullshit.
Thank you.
About fucking people's personal bollocks. We're fighting men. My son are fighting men, and I'll fight anyone in the building.
I'll fight anyone in the building.
Yeah. Let's get a
I'll take you all
ball
on.
Get the cake and shove it up your ass before I do it.
John,
All
thank
these
you.
fucking little kids. I'm a machine. Me, thanking anybody question who I am here.
Nope.
If I say, come on.
Wow.
We're fighting, men. Why don't you put your dukes up, eh?
Is that Grandpa Fury or Grandpa McGregor? For crying out loud. You
Your
get in the
wife
proper 12?
was in me DMs. My man had a whole broken ankle, just swinging, still talking trash, sitting on his butt. I love that type of energy, bro. Your wife was in me DMs, though.
Yeah, he's getting sick of Dylan Danis and Logan Paul, man.
Yeah, everybody is. Somebody please. Which one is Paul's fought? Diaz? I can't remember.
That was Jay.
So Jay says if it was a street fight, he would have washed him, would have murdered him almost. Stop it, bro. Stop it. The cap is crazy.
He would, though.
What, you think Jake Paul would beat up Diaz in a...
No, Diaz would beat up Jake Paul.
Yeah, Diaz 100% beat him up. Yeah,
out.
Jake Paul said he'll beat him up, almost murder him.
Oh, jeez.
No, man. Once that man gets his hands on you, bro, you be like, oh, uncle, let me up.
Yeah, now I do want to see Nate Diaz get in a street fight with this dude.
Yeah.
Teach him a lesson.
Yeah, choke him out, man.
That would be awesome.
He starts grabbing for your forearm that's around his neck. He's grabbing for it. Yeah. You're going to learn now.
I mean, I respect the sport of boxing, but it's not really fighting.
Whoa.
It's
I
fighting.
feel you.
It's fighting with rules.
Yeah, scoring.
Yeah.
Yeah, scoring points off of people, setting them up and everything. But I mean, if I got into a fight with a boxer, I feel like I just got beat up by 88 people at one time.
A good boxer would just destroy everybody.
I got jumped.
But give me an all right MMA fighter against a boxer in a street fight, and I'm going to bet on the MMA guy.
Yeah, there's too many little technical moves that the MMA cats can do, bro.
Oh, get you out balanced real quick.
Have you looking all like an ornament on a Christmas tree? Let me go, bro. Let me go.
Yeah, tapping out. Yeah, that's tough, man. Those guys just know the whole deal. You know, the ultimate fighting. All right, what do you say? Is it Grandpa Fury? Is it the two cops tackle man outside 7-Eleven? Is it Ross Tucker thinking of the kids? Or is it our champ, Sean McVay? It's a good champ right there in McVay. I'm going to vote for Ross Tucker, though, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
All righty, Lucius, what do you say?
Daddy Fury.
Oh, we're tied at 1 still, Wolchuk.
I'll take any of yours on.
Oh, man.
Yeah, some great drops in there.
Yeah, the Fury's fun. I think I'm going to go with the champ, though, McVay.
McVay, yeah.
By a score of 3-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion, and Sean McVay doing play-by-play of his own defense on a house call.
What's a bollock? Is that butt? Your bollocks.
The Bollocks. Actually, the Sex
Or is it
Pistols.
BS?
Sex Pistols had an album, Never
Was it
Mind
just
the
an idiot?
Bollocks.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Mind your bollocks.
Mind your Bollocks, yeah.
All right, well, okay. We'll use a context clues here.
Yeah, I'm going to find out.
Yeah.
Like, if you say something is bollocks, you're saying it's kind of BS or it's rubbish?
Okay. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, but
Mind
look
your
at
own trash. Don't mind mine is what he said.
Yeah.
Unless you want to put your dukes up.
Testicles.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Not what I thought, but all right.
That's right. I thought a rectum was the front side, too.
Okay. Krusty's Corners. Really?
Yeah, no, that
on a
happened.
gal?
No, well,
live on air.
On
Anybody?
a man.
On
a
a,
man.
he looked down at his schwanz his entire life and thought it was a rectum until
Really?
2-3 years ago.
I think it was like the erection and the rectum kind of.
Okay. I'm sorry, we're late, but did your parents like make you skip health class or
I just
something?
wasn't very
Were you
good
just
when it
sick
came to
those
like
days?
biology and
You weren't paying attention
I
those
didn't
days?
pay attention at
Biblical
all.
cord?
I had like a really attractive teacher.
Ain't nothing changed, bro.
I didn't listen to what she said.
Hot for
Nothing
teacher.
has changed. Nothing has changed.
Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, let's play some Cowboys one-word answers. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers finally get a win?
Yeah, at Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you the best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find the road.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Some Mavs news for you. They have decided to stretch and waive JaVale McGee. They're bringing back Markieff Morris there with that salary space. It's going to free up about $3 million. So 2 and 12 to be here turns into 4 and 12 to not be here, and it'll count $3 million instead of $6 million against the cap. And one of the most disappointing signings they've had in a while. Here's Brian Broaddus, though, with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. I have to do this real quick here. I always, my guy, Elliott Shore Parks, that covers the Eagles, my guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Your guy.
Fanboy? The Bobby Belt
I'd
of
like
Philly.
to he's my guy now.
He's my guy. He is my guy. But he has, this is his thoughts on Twitter from the Eagles Colts joint practice today. He said, overall, Eagles very clearly the better team. I don't think the Colts first team offense got a single legit touchdown. Mostly all check downs, quarterback runs due to pressure. Eagles offense.
Those aren't legit touchdowns?
Yeah. It gets better.
That's their offense. They had touchdowns, but no legit ones.
Yeah,
they were legit.
I don't think it's funny. He goes, I don't think the Colts first team offense got a single legit touchdown.
But they did have multiple touchdowns.
But mostly all check downs and quarterback runs due to pressure.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he goes on to say,
that's phenomenal.
The Eagles offense won all 11-on-11 drills, mostly because Devontae and Hurts were just way better than the Colts defenders. Eagles weren't super sharp, but they didn't need to be against the Colts. Easy win. Decision, Eagles win. Hurts Sirianni's record 8-2 in joint practices.
Oh man, we're charting victories in joint. He didn't bring up the punching of Anthony
awesome,
Richardson,
dude.
Come on,
this guy is a freaking beast, bro.
I wish I could do that. I really do.
Maybe we could if we can get a Super Bowl trip. I think that's the kind of fun and enthusiasm and bullishness it'll bring to a team.
The fact that he is just this other
8-2 in joint
they
practices.
shouldn't be on the same field with the Eagles.
8-2 in joint practices.
That's awesome,
Elliott, my man.
I want to see who those 2 L's were against.
They've had. What was it? I did. There was when they did have the loss. I do remember. I should go back and find with the L's.
He was brokenhearted.
He was like me watching Ranger baseball
He's
last night.
bleeping him.
Yeah, it was not. It was not pretty.
Gosh, the season's over.
Yeah,
a lot of fights in that practice today. I heard.
And they were punching Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Dirty team, that Eagles.
Dirty team. All right. I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to say a player's name. Okay, the Cowboys player.
Okay.
And this is really this is the training camp edition.
Oh no! Wait, is this fill in the blank?
No, it's okay. I'm going to try and make it better than fill in the blank.
Thank you.
No, I just want to.
I know I F up a lot of things.
Those fill in the blank quizzes and tests.
Yeah.
Those right there expose you, bro.
Yes.
They expose you.
That's
Damn, what you mean?
great.
I got a 45.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you mean?
I thought that was a good answer.
I admit it. My games aren't always the best, but I'm going to give you a Cowboy player.
Okay.
Give me the first word that comes to your mind about the player.
Ooh, okay. Word association game.
Yeah, word association game.
This is fun.
And then tell me why you used the word. And Gavin, look like you're interested right now. Don't like
he's locking in. Dude.
No,
he's locking in.
He looks like he's just like, why would you do this to me, Broaddus?
No, this is the
I don't
segment
want
he
to
gets
know
to
this.
take off.
I'm trying to get my brain warmed up.
You're not. You're over there like going, I can't believe he came up with this stupid game.
This is great. I just want you to stop talking and start giving the names so we can react.
Okay, you ready? Deuce Vaughn.
Good player. Yeah.
It's supposed to be
I
just
was wrong.
one word. Yeah, just one word.
One
I'm
word.
sorry.
Yeah.
Rules.
And why would you just say good? Why would you and describe why you're using your word?
Because I think athletically he's capable of changing directions faster than the defense. I did not know if that was going to be the case. I faded his quickness and his stability, his balance. And it's incredible in tight spaces. Guys are swinging for him, trying to find him like they're Errol Spence and he's Terrence Crawford, Brian.
How about you, Chief? Deuce Vaughn.
I thought impactful. I think he's a guy that will make an impact on the offense. I know he's not going to be your every down back, and I know they like Dowdle in the third down blocking back role, but there is a skill set there with Deuce Vaughn that is extremely unique for all the reasons that Dawson mentioned, and I think he will make an impact on the offense.
How about you?
Playmaker. I mean, you put him in the game. That dude's got a nose for the end zone. Fun things are happening. He's exciting. I think that, the comparison of watching Tony Pollard back up Zeke, and we were just eager for Tony Pollard to get more touches, I think there will be a similar feeling for Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, I think the word, I love what you talk about with impactful. I think they're going to find ways to use him in these games that will make a difference for him.
Well, I sure hope so. And I don't know if Kellen Moore was still here that we'd feel the same way, would we?
Maybe not.
I would not feel the same way.
Maybe not. Okay, how about back to you, Zach?
Okay.
Jalen Tolbert.
Improvement. I think that's the biggest thing for him. I mean, he finally looks like the type of player we were hoping that he would be when they drafted him a year ago. He's taken major strides. I think he's the definition of why you can't just write off a guy after a bad rookie season. And I'm hoping that this translates into the regular season because he's done everything right. The offseason, we heard all the hype, but the eye test has passed that hype as well. I mean, he's performed in the preseason games and in practices.
How about you, Chief?
Ready. I think he's ready to go out there and make some plays for you. And to be in the fourth role as a receiver, I think is like there's not a ton of pressure there. But he seems like a dude, and you mentioned it as well in the first preseason game where he gets penalized, and then he still has the confidence to come back and catch a touchdown on that same drive and make up for it. I think it showed you the difference in last year Tolbert and this year. Playing with confidence, he's ready.
Gavin?
Crow, back-to-back players. I got to eat crow on Vaughn and Tolbert. I didn't think Tolbert had much of a shot at all. But congrats to him. Even going back and watching his college stuff, I was like, man, this guy is slow. There's no wonder. But he's figured it out, and he's proven me wrong, and congrats to him. Now, the final test is going to be the regular season, and if he shows out in the regular season, then we're going to be looking at 4 good wide receivers, and at that point, it will be clear that you could add all the wide receivers you want if you don't have a better offensive line, Brian.
I think the word I would use is grateful. And I think that with all the things that he went through, he carried so much with him that whole offseason, hearing that he was a bust, hearing he couldn't play. I think the things that him going to the DAC yard, him going on private workouts, him just preparing himself, I think he's grateful that he has this opportunity, and I think he's taken full advantage of that. All right, Gavin, how about you, Chief, on this one? I'll swing it to you. Sam Williams.
Super beast. You see flashes of it. We got to see a ton of it last year from a flash standpoint, but he's a guy that is I'm super excited about. His athleticism jumps off at you. Sometimes he's almost too athletic for his own good and strong for his own good, and there's a penalty. But the dude is going to be a key piece to the defense, and you make a good defense great when you got players like that.
Gavin, Sam Williams.
I'm going to say undisciplined. He's got a little bit of a screw loose, which I love in my edge rushers. Maybe maturity is a little bit of an issue, but he's got to rein something in to be a little bit more of a pro and play with more discipline.
I love what you're saying there, Gavin, because I think he's going to be his own worst enemy. If he's not successful, it's because of himself. But I would go with explosive. He's got just a rare explosive ability when it comes to, getting off the snap, the quickness. I mean, for his position, he's a rare athlete.
Yes. Oh, my gosh, he stands out. I mean, him and the fact that you have him and Micah Parsons on your defense, every other defense in the sport, every other defensive coordinator is so jealous of Dan Quinn for having 2 guys.
He can be special. He really
alien-like.
Yeah, I think he's got the ability to be as I think he's got the ability to be rare. But like I said, I think Gavin's really kind of nailed him with the undisciplined part. The things that you absolutely love about him could also be a detriment to him of how aggressive he is. Gentlemen, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. You hear from Krusty every afternoon at 2:40 right here in the G-Bag Nation, the former Cowboy Scout. Now we head off to the NFL news of the day, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
Sad day for wide receivers, especially my guy. The top 5 route runners, according to Justin Jefferson, and a Mayo deal. That's next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. A couple of news items here for you. If you missed it, JaVale McGee and the Mavericks are going to part ways. Apparently, they will decide to use the stretch provision on his contract if they can't trade him by the end of the month. They're going to re-sign a big man, Markieff Morris, and it'll cut McGee's salary cap hit in half, and he will be released, probably end his career. But that's what's going on with the Mavs. And then Stephen Jones at the Miller Lighthouse opening at the Star. They did a grand opening for it today and said it's no question going to be the hardest 53 cut we've had in years in terms of trying to get down to our numbers. Stephen talking with reporters just a few minutes ago. Wanted to pass that along to you. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
The Tampa Bay Bucks' quest for the number 1 overall pick has begun. They've named Baker Mayfield as their starting quarterback. Did they make the right decision, boys?
I mean, in their mind, they're trying to win, and I guess you probably feel better ultimately about Baker Mayfield being able to pull a rabbit out of his head, Jason Witten style, on 1 or 2 occasions.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, we haven't seen we haven't seen it ever from Kyle Trask. I guess this makes sense.
I'm excited.
I kind of feel like that Baker Mayfield will find a way to play well for like maybe 4 or 5 games,
and then it just
unravels on him.
But
that's the problem. I think you need to lose. I think you need to be like a 2 or 3 win team. So he might play too well.
Oh no!
For 4 or 5 games, and all of a sudden, then you end up to be the 2nd or 3rd team instead of you need to like only win 2 games.
Well, he's going to be playing with some anger this year because apparently he's got like a $12 million family scammer situation.
His
brewing.
old man, right?
They're alleging it's Pops. I don't know.
That's got to be the most uncomfortable, just heartbreaking situation when you have your dad's stealing from you. Oh man, I can't imagine that.
Little fam scam.
That's terrible. He's going to be like Aaron Rodgers soon enough. He's just not talking to anybody.
It happens.
Yeah, apparently he invested money with an Austin firm, and now it's all gone. He filed a court petition for answers, and all the witnesses listed are members of Baker Mayfield's immediate family.
Ooh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Brutal. There you go, LA. Let's get to the wide receivers. Terry McLaurin, he got hurt yesterday, hurt his toe.
That's
now,
sprain.
X-rays were negative. It is a sprain. They don't think it's going to be a serious injury, but we know how these toes go. I mean, the famous Deion Sanders toe. These things can linger about. Hopefully that's not too bad for Scary Terry.
Next thing, you got toes in every area code, you know?
I got toes in different area codes.
Bro, if you wasn't a quarterback, I'll turn your mic off right now for that joke, though. If you wasn't good at broadcasting, I'll turn that mic off. Toes in different area codes, you're on timeout.
Yeah. Does it?
Put your nose against the wall.
Go in the corner.
Against the wall.
Get in the corner now.
Didn't Deion have his first surgery while he was coaching in the Southeast? Now he's in Colorado. I'd assume some of his toes are in a different area code.
They've left him.
Point holds. Look, when you got to explain a joke.
Joke holds. Joke holds after further review.
Let me show you where I was going with this one.
Still a penalty.
Unnecessary roughness.
You should not have to explain.
That's a flagrant foul.
Okay.
Jackson Smith and
Nah,
Jigba.
keep them coming, bro.
We go.
Shoot or shoot, Dawson.
Better than that.
Let him
You can.
fly.
We got 4 more hours, Playboy.
My guy
Let's get that
JSN,
bad taste out of your mouth.
Rockwall Zone. He's having wrist surgery. Heartbreaking. I'm not happy about this. Now, the good thing is Adam Schefter says that the team feels that he still can be ready to start the regular season. They're going to have to see how the surgery goes. He heard it on the play where he beat Eric Scott, almost scored on it. That's where the wrist injury occurred. But I'm hoping that JSN has successful surgery, gets back out there, and continues his quest to win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, for sure. That's a huge bummer. One of my favorite things over the weekend was people sarcastically saying like, "Wow, I can't believe the Cowboys traded or gave all that money to Trayvon Diggs on the play where Eric Scott was being burned like they were making." Well, no, they were jokingly like they knew it wasn't, but I'm sure some people on Twitter, don't read it the same way. But
like Ted Cruz thinking the shark thing was real.
Yes.
Well, it happened too. It happened with like Cooper Rush through an interception, and they're going, Dak Prescott up to his old tricks.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good bit going on right now on Twitter. I like it.
Did Smith and Jigba have injury history in college?
Yes.
It was the hamstring.
Yeah,
the hamstring
Soft tissue
bothered him.
guy.
So I mean, this is one. The wrist. If it was a groin or another soft tissue injury, then I'd be concerned about it. But this is what happens in football.
That's an awful soft injury. You
The
know?
wrist?
To go down like that and break a wrist? Yes, you were fragile, bro. Prove it otherwise.
Yeah, we'll see when it comes to him. That's my guy right
That is
there.
Wolchuk's guy. You're going to have
Incredible
trouble.
player.
I don't know if you're soft if your wrist breaks.
You went
but
right
okay.
at Wolchuk. His face lost all color.
You can't deny it. I mean, it's not like he even had to brace from a hard fall. His
see that
shoulder
Lucius?
took most of the fall. His offhand comes down to touch the turf and it breaks.
Yeah. I'm not going to rip a guy for breaking his wrist.
You
there.
call yourself a
Playing
football expert? Yeah.
If you need me, I'll lend my
I know
sports
you're the
injury expertise.
I know you're the injury expert.
I'm
but,
available.
I mean, a wrist injury, I don't know. I don't know if that makes you fragile, but we'll see. I mean, if he ends up, this continues to be something, then I'll eat crow. I'll eat crow on that
Was
one.
that the final play that he?
I like how he
did
got
he
up.
keep playing? Because he got up and he seemed fine. He did
Tried
like
to shake it off. Yeah,
Seemed like
you can
everything-
see him doing his thing with his left hand load. Like, ouch, that doesn't feel
he's kind
perfect.
of,
yeah,
flexing it a little bit, but
yeah, he's all man celebrating that thing. but he went
hopefully
to the-
that's not anything that'll be serious. He's ready to go week one because my guy definitely not soft at all. Antonio Brown's been arrested.
Jackson Soft and Jigba.
Unpaid child support. Man, Rockwall's coming for you. Don't be making those jokes, bro.
Oh, is that? I forgot jokes weren't allowed. My apologies.
Only Gavin can make these jokes.
That's true.
soft injury, not a soft player.
Not a
Jackson.
soft player.
Yeah,
but a soft
very
injury.
tough. Just soft wrist bone. Like that's
maybe
that's not
he's
Jackson's
just
fault.
he didn't drink enough milk as a kid. We
Yeah.
need to get those bones stronger. But not a good day for Antonio Brown as things just continue to get worse for him. Unpaid child support. He's failed to make $15,000 in child support payments to his ex-partner Wiltris Jackson, according to TMZ. So, ooh,
How many payments you think it is? Maybe 2 payments? 3
For him?
payments?
Yeah, probably.
He's probably missed a couple months. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple months. They come for your ass.
Yeah, that's they should. And Henry Ruggs has been booked to serve his 3 to 10 years in prison. So they moved him from jail. He's now going to prison for that fatal DUI crash. So that has started his 3 to 10 year sentencing for Henry Ruggs. That's our wide receiver news. Now,
Is
here's
that a time served thing, by the way? What he's already been in?
maybe.
Ruggs? No, it's going to be minimum 3, so he'll have another year.
But like what he's already been in there for, does that count towards his time?
It should. In every case, it does. So
Yeah.
it should.
Okay.
All right,
Hey,
so we're looking
at least,
probably
what,
a couple
2 more years.
Probably a couple years.
That could
there,
help him.
Yeah.
That could help him. Justin Jefferson was talking with CBS Sports, and they asked him to rank the top 5 route runners in the NFL. Of course, he probably is at the top of the list, but here's Justin Jefferson.
I'll say a 1A and 1B. Me and Devontae Adams.
Nice.
I definitely was a fan of Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen definitely has one of the best routes and releases, in my opinion. Was number 4. I'll probably have to say Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
And then number 5, I'll say Jamar.
Yeah.
I'll say Jamar.
I'm not a bad list there. Pretty similar. I'd actually put Steph Diggs at number 1 and 1A, 1B. You and Stephon Diggs there. For me at number 3, Devontae Adams, it's tough, but I'm putting him at 3. I think, honestly, like, anybody wants to put those top 3 in any order, I'm not going to fight you for it. Like that's just like, that's the clear top 3 to me. I actually have AJ Brown at 4. I've always been a real big fan of him as a route runner. He's so explosive. And I think last year he showed that he was really good as a over the top guy as well.
For sure.
I think that was special. And 5 is so tough, man. You could go with an ultra unique guy at Cooper Kupp. I think like people forget how good Calvin Ridley was. The Lifetime Achievement Award should definitely go to Keenan Allen, like you said. But I'll go with the guy I've always loved in Tyler Lockett. I don't think there's anybody better at like working back to the quarterback on when you sell that vertical route.
Yeah.
So I'll go with Tyler Lockett there, and that's like that's one of my guys. He's always been one of my guys.
That's not a bad list. That's not a bad list at all. I don't mind that one.
All right, well, good. I'll take that as a little bit of validation from you, Justin.
Not a bad list. That one's not bad. I'm glad Tyler Lockett got some love there. I think it's fair. I think Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams are probably 1-2 for me. And then after that, I mean, we've got so many good receivers in the league. Jamar Chase in the conversation. Keenan Allen has always been one of the better route runners. CeeDee Lamb is one, though, that I think should also be starting to get emerged. And I think Garrett Wilson at the end of the year, he's going to be one of those guys.
How's everything going with you personally?
I'm fighting through.
I thought you were going to clear that out during that extended audio cut.
I did, but he came back. He crept back on me.
You do some cigar smoking last night after
No
after
cigars.
the peaks?
No cigars. I don't know.
CD
I'm
has
getting emotional after that JSN injury.
I understand, dude.
CD has the skill set, I think, to run great routes. He just needs to be more disciplined, needs to be on the same page with the quarterback and do the exact things better. Salute to Chase, though, getting on that list as a younger guy. All those other dudes have been in the NFL for at least 6 or 7 years and honed the craft. I think Jamar Chase, maybe he doesn't have the experience. He's just so physically dominant with those hands.
Yeah, and of course they played together at LSU, so Justin Jefferson's going to give him some love.
I'll say this though, to me, the ones that I was impressed with was Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Adams. I mean, it always felt like
and Amari Cooper too.
There was always
absolutely Amari deserves to be mentioned.
Amari he's a technician. I mean, he knows I got to take 7 steps and then be back this way and all that. But I think the thing with Adams, when you watched like his old Green Bay days, there always appeared to be some type of separation with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he would get down the field and Rodgers would be play action and all of a sudden look up and then launch the ball, and there's like, God, why is he's got 7 yards on this guy?
It gives you the feeling that is a skill set that can be developed quite a bit, because Devontae Adams did not come out of the gates in the NFL being the player that he is now. And it wasn't like he got so much faster, so much bigger, so much stronger. Certainly the chemistry he built over time with Aaron Rodgers was very unique, but I think the skill that he really developed was the route running.
Yeah.
And now he's the best in the league.
Year 3, he really took off.
Yeah, there were some questions about him coming out of Fresno of really how fast was he? You know, and that's what happens to a lot of these guys. So if you're not fast, you got to figure out ways to
get open,
manipulate
get
the route. Yeah. And like he's a big guy, then all of a sudden, but his ability, like these guys the route's supposed to be run at 12. They're running it at 12.
We did a football porn thing with him last year.
What did we do?
Where he goes inside his mindset during the route. I need to bring that back up.
That was amazing.
That was like it was like 30 to 60 seconds of him taking you through what is going through his mind at the snap of the ball and even like sort of before the snap. And it is just fantastic hearing it from him, who is the best. And there's so much like cerebralness to it all.
Looked like Trayvon Diggs is a big fan of your football porn genre as well over the weekend.
My guy.
I did see that. Yeah, that's the second time he's been
He doesn't realize the likes on X, Twitter, whatever, are public.
What do you do?
Yeah. It's a triple X
He
for
liked
him.
something?
He liked
Yeah, he liked a little something.
He might not have seen the full picture of what he liked.
He thought he was looking at a catcher, and all of a sudden it was a pitcher.
Damn.
They're wearing
with a sort of a prosthetic pitcher.
Always strapped.
You know, when I hit the club. Yeah, you got to bookmark them joints, man. You got to bookmark them.
Yeah,
I used to screenshot them until my old lady told me she could see my screenshots. And I was like, well, it went drastically down the hill, my screenshots did.
Yeah, but hey, that's our guy right there.
I think he looked at like 90% of the photo, but that last 10% told the story.
No doubt.
And that was unfortunate for him.
Oh, man.
Lucius takes a screenshot and his wife's phone alerts. Bling, bling.
Yeah, bling, bling.
Wifey's like, yeah, she's cute. Let's get her over.
So what you doing? So who's Sarah? Huh? Who's Sarah? They always sing it when they catch you.
It goes back to the patience. It goes back to the patience they have, Lucius. They wait to capitalize. How long has she been getting dinged on those screenshots? And she kept that in until whenever she decided it was time.
It was half a bottle of tequila before she finally told me at the pool. I can see those.
I was like, oh. Now the honesty's flowing. Ravens had their 24-game preseason streak end after the Commanders beat them last night. Sam Cosmi, former Texas tackle, guaranteed victory before the game, so he's feeling really good about himself. John Harbaugh was just like, it was a remarkable run.
And our Brian's probably feeling pretty good about his Sam Howell call.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
back-to-back years now. Purdy and now Howell. He's coming true on. Now you just got to get the first rounders right. You'll be really onto something with these quarterbacks, Brian.
I'll tell you what, I'm pretty good at finding those guys that aren't supposed to be able to play.
Yep. You always have Mahomes.
And Josh Allen.
And he might not want to claim Josh Allen, but there was that time where he really wanted to claim him, and now he might distance himself.
I would still claim Josh Allen.
I'll claim Josh Allen.
No, he's still claimable now, but like
after the year,
things, who knows where this goes? All right, I watched him scramble around on 37 in a preseason game, get sacked.
Aiden O'Connell from
Aiden O'Connell. He was a guy that definitely stood out.
Yeah.
I liked him quite a bit as well. Tevin Jenkins, Bears tackle, formerly of Oklahoma State. He's out indefinitely with a leg injury. He's going to miss the start of the 2023 season. He also missed his rookie year with a back injury. This might be one of those dudes.
He's a hurt dude.
Who's a hurt dude, absolutely. All right, Eric's favorite player, Will Levis. He's got himself a Hellman's mayonnaise deal, the first NFL player to do this. They've put out a commercial, and he is basically
bring
doing
out the Hellmann's,
a
bring
press
out the best.
conference with Hellman's mayonnaise. The beat writers are asking him questions. Is this cringy or is it brilliant? Here's Will Levis.
I want to thank everyone for coming. Today is a very special day. It really is the culmination of years and years of hard work to become the best football player that I could possibly be. And for it to come to this moment is a dream come true. It's not every day that someone offers to compensate you in mayonnaise. I'm proud to officially announce that I've signed a lifetime supply of Hellmann's contract. I'd like to thank my mom, who introduced me to Hellmann's mayonnaise and started my love for the beautiful condiment that it is, as well as my high school lunch lady, Miss Lisa, who knew that extra mayonnaise meant extra mayonnaise. I'll now take any questions.
Will, Andreas Ryder, Sports Talk. You had so much success as a college football player, iconic moments. Now that you've reached the highest level of the sport, what does this epic signing mean to you?
I mean, it just means the world to me, honestly.
That's him
If you're
pouring
making a
mayonnaise.
coffee,
Sips it.
are you going to go mayo macchiato or mayo mocha?
I haven't tried either, but I would probably think that mayo mocha would be pretty good.
Will, does this mean your agent will be getting a percentage of Hellmann's product?
Well, we haven't talked about the specific details of it yet, but I do know that he's a big fan of their new garlic aioli, so there is that.
First and foremost, I just want to say congratulations, Will. This moment is just huge. And this deal is unprecedented. What do you think it is that Hellmann saw in you to make such an offer?
You know, I really don't know.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I actually have to head out to practice now. Thank you so much for your time and for joining me on this great day. Take care.
214
Fairly well
says
produced.
cringe. Yeah, it was. It was good. I think it's a little long. We probably could have edited that down to like just a question instead of having 3 questions in that presser. But all in all, kind of funny.
The visual of it was pretty good, where he's pouring coffee and then
Sipping
squirting
it.
his mayonnaise into it while being asked a question.
I still
sipping
can't
it.
believe he does this.
Overall, it's a pretty good commercial, but I think we might have a better Bijan Robinson commercial that we'll get to later
His
on in
is
the
better.
program.
Yeah, and because it's short and sweet.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, though, that Hellmann's, if it was Duke's mayonnaise, it'd be a better product.
Oh, shots fired at Hellmann's.
So are they saying he's getting financial compensation for this? Well, he's not just getting paid in mayonnaise.
No,
right?
he's getting paid.
Oh, yeah. You feel confident.
Big dough. But he is
The agent is fired, bro, if you give me back some
It's just Hellmann's mayo.
What are you doing over there? Was that a serious question?
No.
Okay, I was a little worried there.
Is it true that if you don't use it, you lose it?
I mean, how much
Is that a serious
mayonnaise could
question?
you seriously consume over the course of a calendar year? Is this like one $8 jar per month?
Well, if he's serious about actually putting it in his coffee and crap, then he's got a legit problem.
2 jars a month,
and he's going through a couple jars.
Yeah,
a month,
he probably is. But he's got to use the squirter bottle.
Yeah, which
sure.
I always prefer instead of scooping the mayonnaise out with like the spoon or the butter knife. The squirt. It's like ketchup,
Let me tell you
mustard,
what,
and mayonnaise was like late to the squirt party.
No. The thing with you and your love for like mustard in the squirt bottle mustard.
Yeah.
The water condensation that gets in there in that first
You better
squirt.
shake it.
Oh yeah,
Oh, you
big
gotta
time
shake
shake,
it.
and
Yeah.
you gotta have like a pump fake, like a mulligan squirt before you actually go on the dog.
I feel
or
like
the burger.
you're
next level.
wasting that though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
You have to-
it's a risk I'm willing to make.
Wasting it. What are you, from the greatest generation,
I
keeping your
am.
tinfoil?
I am.
He's burying his money in the backyard.
I just think that like he was talking about like scooping it out of the actual jar, which I think is very therapeutic. Yeah.
Oh, that's a little ASMR for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
You,
stuff's
you can
blowing up.
you can control.
Yeah.
That's a little
He's so
ASMR
old and
for you.
crusty.
It's very rewarding.
He
Just scoop the
continues to
mayonnaise.
scoop
Love to
his
squirt out
mayo.
the bottle.
Despite being old, crusty, and arthritic with his fingers, he still
There's
scoops
nothing
that
better.
mayonnaise
That's
out
what
of
you
the
get.
jar.
Yes. Why not?
Hey, we got a sports hodgepodge coming up. We got the
we?
stadium rankings.
Do
We do, Chief. Oh, I haven't sent you the show
If we
sheet.
could get that, that'd be fantastic.
Ask that about what 1 o'clock today?
And 2:30.
It's real broadcasting, baby, right here.
There we are. You guys should just yell at me more. Okay,
We've
we're
tried.
touche. Where are we going, Chief?
So this is a hodgepodge
This is a
situation.
yeah.
We continue our game, baseball or butt crack. Next.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula. Live and local at night.
Controlled on your phone with a single app. Get it by July 31st.
Welcome back, Nation. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Segments brought to you by Soda. That is state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Now here's the chief with that hodgepodge.
All right, it's time for the second installment of Baseball or Butt Crack. Wolchuk will be our resident crack checker here.
Gotcha.
And yesterday we were 2-0 versus the Crack, which was very, very exciting. And we came out of the gates hot with Roger Clemens. It is true. He did put icy hot on his downstairs.
That's amazing.
So that he could never be comfortable on the mound. And I believe he alleged that he did it before every single game. So that was something that we decided as a team to add to our bet payoff board, the Roger Clemens. And so throughout football season, I'm sure at some point we'll be doing the fire ants dance right here in studio, or potentially on remote somewhere.
Yeah,
which could be pretty amazing. We'll have to parse through some of the details specifically on the icy hot down there, but
the level,
I think
the level of how much.
Yeah, the quantity.
How
much?
much?
I was thinking more, what's the specific location, but we can get into the nuts and bolts at a later time.
Is this like a cream? I've never used icy hot, or do you just
it's a cream.
It is, okay.
Well, I guess they have patches as well.
I thought it was patches.
You could do the old sack patch.
We don't
if
need
you
no
want.
stinking patches.
Now, what do you think about a bet payoff here? This got me thinking about real fire ants in your pants.
No,
Gavin, we're not doing that one.
No, you were talking about your poor daughter.
I like where your head's at, though. Like we're still in the no bad ideas phase, okay?
His daughter got bit.
I'm
right?
allergic to them.
Yeah.
I'll swell up, you know?
See? Now we're talking.
I would rather do that than eat a raw steak again.
What about eating ants?
That haunted him. Have you even had a cooked steak since then?
I have.
I
have. And it hurt me.
You're a caveman animal.
It impacted the flavoring.
Oh, no.
It did.
The enjoyment level.
I can taste it too much now. Yeah,
I bet, dude.
I think I might have become a well done guy.
Yeah. We're gonna be no pig for Dawson. Now,
no pigs.
Not what he said yesterday.
It has been 13 years.
Not what he said.
Wifey's begging.
Yes, said he's begging.
I said a lot of stuff yesterday.
Yeah, well, no, it's the same space, man.
Were said. We also noted, and this was also factual, less impressive but still cool. Tim Wakefield ate a pound of spaghetti before every game he started. And I'd like to think he had a food scale. You know, in like superstition baseball, we're not doing, an ounce under, ounce over, none of that. We're going full on pound here right on the dot. So Tim Wakefield, that was true. Now we get to today's installment. We have two more of these. Do you guys want to start with Bo Jackson, or do you want to start with Jorge Posada?
Bo knows.
Bo Jackson created his own improvised clubhouse range and practiced archery before every game. Baseball or butt crack? Wolchuk, let us know.
On this?
Now, I don't know. We know he was a multi-sport athlete, so maybe he had some type of
He is from Alabama.
archery dominance in his background.
Hunting. I would say this is probably true. Yeah,
This is baseball.
Yeah, this is baseball. I think it's baseball as well.
Yeah.
And you'd have to be like, you have to have the status of Bo Jackson to be able to like make clubhouse renovations. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't just throwing a ping pong table in the middle of the room and saying, cool. This is archery. Like, we're going to have to set something up specific, but you're Bo Jackson and we will acquiesce, sir.
Probably did it in the batting tunnel. You got all the netting and all that stuff kind of around.
Oh, it's built. It's perfectly built.
It's perfectly long. You can set up after everybody's finished taking their cuts, you put your target down at the end and you just start firing at it.
Early
returns?
Early returns are that he had one at his house in his own yard, but I don't know that he did this in the clubhouse. But he definitely was doing this stuff he had a range set up in his own yard, but I don't think in the clubhouse.
Seemed very believable.
It seems so believable. That felt like baseball all the way. I would still like, and even Walchuk's admitting this is just he's just skimming the research pages.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Still extremely possible.
The thing with Bo Jackson though is he was a simple, quiet, and humble man, and I don't think he would ever think he would impose on his teammates like that. Like, he wasn't diva style superstar. He was like quiet superstar.
Okay.
And I don't think that dude is asking an employer if he can set up to do his hobby while he's on the job.
Yeah.
You know.
Unless he had a bunch of, archers on the squad and he felt like it was a team bonding thing.
Could be.
This could be a leadership tactic.
Maybe he had some other hunting dudes. Yeah. Guys like to hunt with him.
No question. Okay. We'll sort of follow up on that. I'm still going to give that baseball for now, but then we'll circle back and fine tune some of the details on that.
You got to figure out when he played with the Royals or other teams or stuff like that, because maybe there's somebody we might know. You know what I'm saying?
You can reach out.
Maybe there's somebody,
that was on the
CJ Nikowski or somebody, I don't know, somebody probably played with.
I mean, I know CY didn't play with them, but maybe there's maybe this is something that was talked about.
The assistant GM, the assistant GM for the Rangers was the GM for a long time with I don't know if he was that long, when Bo was playing. Might be a completely different guy.
But people probably talked about it, and still do to this day, if it's true,
Yeah.
Okay, Jorge Posada.
Used to shoot apples out of his teammates' hands, apparently. He's quite a crack shot.
Okay.
What?
This is feeling more and more baseball to me. Jorge Posada, baseballer butt crack, peed on his hands during spring training to toughen up his hands.
This is true. I've heard this story.
You were there. You saw it.
Yeah. I've heard this story. I mean, I didn't see him do it, but
sure you didn't.
And because you know what? If you watch him hit, he doesn't have batting gloves.
This is true.
He never wore batting gloves.
Yep.
So
this goes back to 2004. We got articles about it, so this is true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one is this? Sorry, I was down the Bo Jackson rabbit hole.
No, that's a great
on
rabbit
his
hole.
hand
to
to bat.
Oh,
Jorge
Moises Alou?
Posada.
Oh, Jorge Posada.
Yeah.
I knew Moises Alou did once in the outfield, which was a crazy urban legend as well. But
Middle of the game.
He said it would make his hands calloused.
And that's the thing here. It's to toughen up the hands.
Yeah. The alkaline nature of the urine, I guess.
And apparently, it works and it holds. Like the urine holds to where it's just a spring training tactic. And then by the time you get into the regular season, they're toughened up in a way that you no longer have to pee on your hands.
He had ammonia hands then, huh?
Yeah.
He'd probably zap you when he shook your hand. Ow, what is that?
Well, when he goes on the IL, then he probably had to do a repeat. I would think, like if he's banged up, he's not able to continue to swing the bat and do the things he's used to doing, then to get back on the field to play and feel good about the toughness of your hands, you probably go with a repeat. So I guarantee you it was more than actually just spring training now that we've sort of fleshed this out a little bit.
So can you wash your hands afterwards? That's what I want to know. Or do you have to let it linger?
I think you have to let it dry on there. I think that's the point.
Okay.
I don't think you're just peeing on your hands and then going and washing them and feeling like anything was accomplished.
Man,
I think that's sitting.
We'd have a no high five policy at that spring training, boy.
No doubt.
We're just fist bumping with old Posada.
We're going Bash Brothers.
Maybe a little forearm,
straight elbows.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bo Jackson grows up hunting and fishing pretty much out of necessity. Tells the story of the Iowa Chronicle's Steve Bruder back in the day, right?
That's from Alabama.
He was fishing and hunting for a lot of food. His knowledge of archery tackles second to none, and has taught himself to be his own bow technician and can tell you every intricate detail about anything you want to know about his bow or yours.
Wow.
As a pregame ritual, he would shoot inside the Royals clubhouse before playing a game. Jackson said the pregame ritual was his way to relax. He said on ESPN2's Highly Questionable back in the day.
Wow, dude.
And that is when the story came out. He shot apples right out of their freaking hands.
You got to have a lot of trust.
Jackson admitted some of his teammates used to let him shoot apples out of their hands. When questioned on his seemingly dangerous archery practice, Jackson said with a straight face, "Listen, it's not dangerous for me.
I know what I'm doing."
That's amazing, dude. What a talented individual.
Yeah.
And a unique individual.
Did he really run a 4.12?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Dear God.
He's a little bit older than me, but yeah, I know I could ask some people at the Raiders and stuff. The Raiders used to time their guys in full pads. So, yeah.
So it might only been a 4.21?
Yeah, 4.21 maybe, yeah.
I like that, honestly. I wish they would do that at the Combine.
Full pad run?
Full pad 40?
Yeah,
I think a full pad 40 is fair.
I totally agree with you.
It'd probably be better.
Yeah.
Get a better idea.
Yeah, you get a much better idea.
I think we should do archery skills too.
But yeah, the more I'm seeing, I think you got to let that pea soak for a while.
Okay.
So that's an interesting spring training baseball tactic. But if you need to toughen up your hands, just pee on them, dude. I mean, the versatility of the pee, from the jellyfish healing to the hand toughening, and who knows what else is there. I mean, potentially a laundry list of things that pee could do for you and me.
Or he has.
That could keep you alive, keep you hydrated. You know, if you're stuck out in the desert.
Yeah.
I think you have to keep on giving.
More importantly, according to Posada, keep you hitting dingers.
All right. Any other baseballs or butt cracks?
That's 2 thumbs up there.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, Chief will have a college football super segment for you. Looking forward to that. We have stadium rankings. Which are the best 5 and the worst 5? Which billionaires should strong-arm their tax-paying fans for a new stadium next? We'll find out. And where's AT&T rank? Is there any stadium in the land better than it? You'll find out next year in the nation. I want to talk D&M Leasing, though. They're always winning big awards. Dealer Rater, 2023 Leasing Company of the Year.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. College football super segment is coming up at 4 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Have some NFL stadium rankings here. All 30 venues from best to worst. This is from the Athletics, 30 different NFL writers. So a lot of guys that have traveled around the entire league and have strong opinions. I'd love to hear from Brian, maybe his top 2 or 3 stadiums. What about you as well? The truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. It's open for you. I don't know. I think I've only been to like 3 or 4 of them. New Orleans was okay. It was really cool how close to Bourbon it was. But yeah, I guess that'd be my other favorite. I mean, I've been to. I mean, I'll tell you what, the Kingdome sucked back in the day where Seattle played. That was horrible. It was like a giant warehouse with concrete turf. It was just brutal. At 877-881-1053, let's jump into what they say. I was shocked to see AT&T at 4. I wonder if Jerry's seeing this and thinking he needs to bulldoze it and come up with something else. But still, a really good ranking. What's higher than AT&T? Any guesses?
What's newer than AT&T?
Vegas,
Atlanta's. Oh yeah, Vegas,
and then the Vikings, the Vikings stadium.
Yeah, Minnesota is a nice one.
Vegas comes inside the top 10.
Oh,
but Wolchuk hit it over there. The Minnesota Vikings, U.S. Bank Stadium, 66,000. They say it's just perfect how the natural light and everything works in conjunction. And when the weather's nice, it just opens up and it is amazing. It was opened in 2016, so 7 years after AT&T Stadium. Then they put SoFi at number 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about SoFi.
That takes care of 2 teams, right?
That's true. Yep, Chargers and, of course, the Rams.
Number 3 is Lambeau, which is shocking to me.
That's got to be nostalgia, right?
It's number 1 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I would put Lambeau as the number 1 destination. It's on my bucket list.
Even if you're a fan of just the NFL, if you're a fan of football, you got to go up there. I'm not saying go up there in December for a game. Go in there in November. If you could get a chance to go, it doesn't matter who's playing. Just go and take that all in up there.
They keep it clean and everything. It's not dingy.
Absolutely, yes. It's fine. It's the outdoors, the tailgate, the people are super friendly. So if you're just like you're just up there, hey, I'm just hanging out. I just want to see this place. Like somebody will hand you
a brat
and beer and they'll keep it
cheese curds. Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually it's not the easiest place in the world to get to. Flying to Milwaukee and drive up. You could actually stay in Milwaukee. It's only about like driving from here to Waco is about how far you're dealing with. But, man, it's worth the experience. It really is.
940 must be nice to have natural light benefit you on the field instead of blind you.
That's true.
Dude,
yeah, I mean, did the Cowboys get dinged for that? I think some writers that have experienced that would probably be like, that's bad planning. That's bad synergy with Mother Nature. SoFi does, says the 832. Mercedes is number 1, says the 817. I was pretty hammered when I was there, but it seemed like a pretty nice place, but like they had upgraded an old place. Like it was dark, the overhangs, like new construction is all like open air and open floor plans and kind of built for TV. In the old ways, they were dark and you had like a lot of walls and stuff around you. And they did a nice job renovating in New Orleans over the years. But, and obviously the volume in there is incredible when you have that sort of an echo chamber or whatever that is. At 877-881-1053. What are the worst stadiums out there, Brian? Which ones do you not want to go to?
I'll tell you what, I was never the one at FedEx Field is the worst.
FedEx dead balls last.
FedEx was the worst one I've ever been to in my life.
Let's burn it all to the ground.
27 ballots had FedEx in the bottom. It's old and not revered. The basic amenities are outdated for the 21st century world. The locals choosing to stay away in recent years.
I think Chicago's another one that I'm not a big fan of.
Really, Soldier Field?
Yeah.
I mean, they're building a new one.
Yeah, not a fan of it at all, though. I just never felt like the sight lines. I mean, I used to watch Field.
23, bad stadium, but has nostalgia still.
But that's the problem is, though, they built that inserted into the old stadium where you have that history, but there's a new part of it, and it's not very modern. It doesn't. I don't think it's very conducive for their fans. I'll tell you another one that I was not a fan of at all is the one in Miami.
Yeah.
Miami's a bad stadium.
That one comes in 28th, so third last.
Well, it's in Jacksonville.
Hard Rock Stadium.
You've always said Jacksonville was bad, and then everybody that went to the game last year was just not having anything good to say about Jacksonville.
Yeah, second last.
Buffalo?
Buffalo is not coming into the bottom 5. Okay, they're there. Hey, New Orleans is 26th.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Giants, Jets, MetLife Stadium, 25th. And there is Buffalo there, Highmark Stadium coming in 24th. Okay, there's a list of some of the best and some of the worst stadiums in all of the NFL, according to the Athletic Writers. How much are the Eagles coming on here, guys? This is my thought right now on the Cowboys. What we've seen is Scooney hurt, Overshown out, Mozzie Smith disappointment, and what we've seen in Philadelphia is Jalen Carter looking like the rookie of the year. Darius Slay saying he's a baby rhino. He's pushing folks back. You can ask Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson said he's one of the best tackles in the game already. He said this guy's going to be ready to play right now and ready to take control of a game right now. He's already a game changer. Going into the draft, I thought I'll take the Cowboys, be better than the Eagles. Coming out of the draft, I was like, oh, okay. Now, after camp, we got nothing in this rookie class. We're hoping day 3 guys can show up, and they got something. They have invested in that defense, I'm hopeful here right now. But they added this dude to a team that had 71 sacks last year, and the Cowboys did not reinvest in their offensive line. You see who's winning in the NFC. Bucks went all in on the defensive line. Rams, Aaron Donald. Niners, all in on defensive line. Eagles, all in on defensive line. In the last 5 years, the Cowboys have been scaling out at offensive line. They are ill-prepared to go against the great teams, and now Philly, I think, might have thrown a knockout punch. If this player is as good as what Lane Johnson is talking about, already to be a game changer, adding to what they already had last year, forget about it. I'm willing to go hard. I'm willing to go stronger than ever right now as camp breaks, that things have fallen too far in favor of Philadelphia since the draft started to be that bullish on winning this division. How about you guys?
I like where you're going there when it comes to the way that it's shaked out for the Cowboys, a team that perpetually really leans on their draft classes because they're not usually adding talent elsewhere in an offseason. Now, fortunately, this year you did. Usually your biggest moves are the moves you made in the draft. And this year it was a little bit different because you brought in Cooks and Gilmore. And I think those two pillars are huge, and I don't want to just overlook those. And what did Philadelphia do in free agency? They re-signed their quarterback.
They re-signed a lot. They restructured secondary. Yeah,
they lost Hargrave.
They lost Hargrave. But in terms of bringing in new pieces
and 2 linebackers, they didn't bring in new pieces.
And then they bring in a DeAndre Swift at the running back spot. Okay,
Penny.
Probably get hurt. Rashad Penny, who's clearly doesn't have the same burst in this preseason as we've seen him in years past. But it's like, okay, do I trust these rookies who are certainly flashing, and they're at premium positions like Jalen Carter? He's on the defensive line. Maybe it's defensive tackle, not super, super premium, but the way he plays makes it a premium position with the way he can get after you. And Nolan Smith, who is an edge rusher, that's premium right there. But I will bank on, because that's what we're really talking about. We're talking about those two players.
Yeah.
And for the Cowboys, I'll still bet on Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore having a bigger impact.
Okay.
At this point, I'm just leaning towards veteran.
I like that.
Yeah, I think their rosters are closer this year than they were last year. I thought the Eagles, hands down, had the better roster last year. The reason why we thought the Cowboys had a chance was because of the quarterback. We didn't think Jalen Hurts was very good this time last year.
Yeah.
I think the Cowboys closed the gap, and the rosters are very, very comparable. The Eagles still have a better offensive line, and their defensive line might be better, but the Cowboys' front seven is still damn good.
Okay, Gavin, I usually agree, but not this time. Our defensive line is one of our strengths. They most certainly have not neglected the D-line. I meant to say O-line, so you could match up with the opposition's defensive lines. A lot of these, we've countered with Connor Williams and Connor McGovern and Tyler Biadasz and Terrence Steele and now an injured Tyron Smith to try to take on guys like Aaron Donald and Vita Vea and Javon Hargrave. And the Cowboys have made a lot of good decisions, Brian, but I think right now you're seeing what kind of teams are winning. And you should know, teams build against the strengths of their competition. I just don't know why they've let the offensive line slide to this extent in general. And then you look at what Philly is adding. I think I'm going to go into like a 5th straight off season next year saying they got to sign a premium offensive lineman and use a day 1 pick, a round 1 pick in order to fix this offensive line. And that's why I think the edge is bigger. I think the edge of Cowboys to Eagles is bigger than what we saw last year. What do you think about that?
I feel like that when you look at, and I'm just going back with the draft, and to get players like Carter, you have to be picking. Okay, the league has to say there's something wrong with this guy, and they did. They say they were, this was a guy that was probably going to be one of the top 3 players in the draft.
They got super lucky to get him there.
And the draft gods smiled on him. They found a team that the Eagles general manager Howie Roseman has done a great job of always having that second pick. He found a way to get the pick from the New Orleans Saints the year before. So it ends up to be the 10th pick. He trades up. Now it's the 9th pick, So now they get a player that slides, and they're in position to draft that player. Very similar to how bad you were at the Cowboys in 2020 when you were 6-10 and you had the opportunity to draft Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm. Except you sucked to get that spot, and they just made a great trade.
They made a great trade. And see, that's to me where a lot of these teams, and especially the teams that are really good at roster building, are the ones that find a way to get that extra pick and take advantage of the league when the league is saying, I don't want this player, even though this is a top 3 player. I think the Eagles knew exactly what they were doing with the player because everybody was worried about his situation off the field. Was he going to be able to play? Were there going to be criminal charges and all this stuff? So to me, the Eagles have done that. They've taken advantage of trading next year's picks for first-round picks, which have set them up to build the defense the way it is. The Cowboys took the Cowboys, the one thing you could say about their offensive line, if they draft offensive linemen in the first round every year,
they usually hit.
Yeah. They usually hit.
I need another one.
It's the defensive line that they've had problems with. That's the issues that they're running into. But I felt like this time, I think the rosters are closer. I think their quarterback is better. And I didn't say that this time last year. But I feel like that overall, the Eagles roster is probably a little bit better than what the Cowboys roster is, even though it's a 50-50 game when you play them now.
Hey, and the Cowboys still have, a good shot if they play great, if they have young players step up. It's a war of attrition. Who knows who will have the most injuries, and it's definitely close enough you could find yourself on top. But right now, I'm handicapping it Philly.
Yeah, they can't beat the 49ers for some reason. They can't. I mean, and maybe it's what the point you make is
toughness in the O-line.
The toughness in the O-line and the toughness across the front 7 that they have to deal with.
Gonna have to pee on all their hands.
Yeah, the Eagles led the league in sacks, and their defensive line could be better. And Sidney Brown, the safety they took out of Illinois in the 3rd, they might have had a better draft than you this year.
Can you pee on a mindset and toughen it up? Because if so, let's pee on the mindset of that O-line.
We might need to do that.
I think
I'll volunteer.
They put themselves in great positions to draft. They really have. And players, like I said, to get Nolan Smith, people didn't think about Nolan Smith at all with that whole thing with him and the injuries with the pec injury and all that stuff. That's why the guy goes sliding down the board. He might be the best pick in the round when it's all said and done.
Well, if that's the case, we might be looking at 5 years of Philly on top, man. I think Roseman giving a master class once again on championship team building. Cowboys giving a master class on how to make the playoffs and make the most money. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the College Football Super segment.
What TCU is not doing to get ready for Week 1 versus Dion, and the come up is real for this program. That's next right here in the nation. But let's get you that Ford car, truck, or SUV, brand new that you want at the only place in North Texas to do it. That's right.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Great truckwreck.com fan text traffic coming in throughout the break. Appreciate your feedback. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. 214, please stop talking football, Gavin. I love you guys. I really do. Love the take, General. Good for calling out the Cowboys' flaws. All I hear is how great the Cowboys are. It's the same results every year. Gavin thinks it's easy to get a great O-line. Boy, it's a love-hate relationship with you people. Let's talk some college football. Here he is, Eric Chiafalo with that super seg.
Sonny Dykes, head coach of the TCU Horned Frogs, 7:20 in the morning next Thursday, August 31st, hanging out with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton in the morning. So looking forward to that conversation. And he's already lended voice to the fact that week 1 versus the Colorado Buffs, which is going to be all eyes on Fort Worth that day when Dion and company come to Fort Worth, take on the Horned Frogs, and I believe potentially the Wooly Bully will be there.
Carter's trying to snag some tickets right now.
College football Carter's ready to get in the mix, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And because of the new look nature of this Colorado team, Sonny Dykes is like, we're not watching any Colorado Buffalo football, any tape to get ready for this game. They have so many new players, obviously new system, so they're watching Jackson State stuff. And I believe it's Kent State, who they also brought in a coordinator from. So they're having to look at and he's even going back as far as to 2018, 2017 tape of certain schools based on the coordinators and stuff that Dion has at Colorado. So a very weird way, I would imagine, to prep for a game.
Definitely.
Where you're usually there's usually something, I would imagine, something from the previous year's team that is worth watching to prep for the next year's week 1 game. But this is a unique situation where it's all new coaches and a complete re-rostering.
I wonder how much of that 2017, 2018 film's even relevant with how much guys are changing and how much the game's evolving. I think you might have better luck just using your resources to try to find a spy. We got to get somebody at that practice.
Dial up.
Somebody's got to know somebody that knows somebody willing to talk.
Yeah, you got to.
That's our best shot.
Everybody should have a direct line to Foxborough to iron out some things like this.
I think so.
I think so.
Brian, does that ever happen in your world, college football?
Spy?
We ever sending a spy over?
Oh, yeah.
We ever talking to somebody who's been there?
Oh, yeah.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
That's how you learn the Colorado scheme if you want to make sure you get a week 1 win.
I think the reason why you would watch Jackson State is trying to kind of get an idea of what gives Sanders
the quarterback
problem. Yeah, it gives him problems. Is there anybody that's kind of figured him out? Have they made him a half field thrower? Have they made him like always move to his left? Is there somebody that's done something that can kind of give you a little bit of an idea of how to play the player? Not so much the scheme, but maybe force the player into something he doesn't want to do.
Well, and Travis Hunter, the wide receiver. They're both coming over, so you'll be able to get something on both those guys.
And Deion Sanders, the businessman, is really, really impressing folks with what he's doing right now. And he's got carte blanche, it really feels like, at Colorado. And him and his agent finalized a deal with Amazon for a behind-the-scenes documentary series, Coach Prime.
Hell yeah.
He was previously doing it while coaching at Jackson State. But unlike Amazon or Netflix series similar to this one, the University of Colorado isn't receiving any compensation, and Deion Sanders is going to be cashing all of these checks.
Yeah.
And so it's like it's his production company or agency that is actually the ones that are really doing the filming and everything like that. They're just using Amazon as the place where they're going to unveil it to everyone. And so it is just brilliant where it's his people, and the agency already represents his son, Shador's other Shiloh Sanders, Travis Hunter, who you just mentioned, who's one of the game breakers on their squad. So it's Smack Entertainment, basically. And that's Deion's entertainment company. And so
that's genius.
It's amazing.
Sure, I'm going to come coach, and we're going to do a TV show, but make no mistake, nobody's tuning in for the pageantry of the Colorado Buffaloes. So this is my TV show. I know it's going to be at your university, and you will benefit from the publicity I'm giving you a lot.
And they understand that. They're totally on board with it.
Well done.
USA Today wrote the deal turns the athletic department into a part-time film production business on the side, and says the producer Smack Productions shall participate in weekly meetings about the project with the athletic director and of Colorado. But I mean, it's going to be this is great for Deion
I don't
Sanders,
love the camera. The camera loves me. I don't love money. Money loves me. That's prime right there for you.
Yeah. I imagine it's not going to be a great situation because players, coaches, they get annoyed by this being at their training camp for 2 weeks. This is going to be all season long, so it might be a little bit of a circus, a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I kind of feel like, though, if you're going to be part of this with him, you just better be ready for the circus.
And it was always going on at Jackson State and didn't stop them from kicking ass.
No, he brings this on him. He brings the pressure on himself. But these kids, when they're going to play for him, they're going to understand that. It gives them a good opportunity to also promote themselves.
Dutch and Keller says, General, I was in the Marines. I'll put my camel back on and see what intel I can gather. Apparently willing to do whatever it takes for his guys at TCU. And that's Dutch and Keller also wants to say, tell Wolchuk he's the man.
Oh, thank you, Dutch.
Heck yeah, Dutch. And sports books are set to make a killing if Deion Sanders and Colorado do fail to surpass expectations.
Is everybody betting the over?
It's 3.5 is the over under for wins and losses, and if they go over their win total of 3.5, it's the most bet season win total at multiple sports books. BetMGM, 80% of the bets, 89% of the handle are on the Buffs over, so they're going to be in a world of trouble if they do in fact get that fourth win. And then also Colorado over 3.5 wins is the most bet over under by both dollars wagered and total bets at DraftKings as well. And at Caesars. So
do we got like a Colorado State on the schedule or something like that? Do we have that?
I don't know exactly what the schedule looks like.
I'll take a peek ski.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now myself.
I did want to head up to Nebraska for a moment if we could, because they have really revamped their football facilities. And it's impressive. All of these universities, it's just ridiculous, man. Like they're all competing
TCU,
for the coolest locker room and facilities.
We got Nebraska and Colorado back. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, we absolutely do. So the new locker room, everything, all these different amenities, nap pods, tricked out recovery pools, a sauna, high-tech showers, whatever that means, state-of-the-art equipment room, of course. And so they unveiled it to the players, and here is one of the players. I don't know the player, but here is a player walking through, and he's really marveling at the pools. They got a lot of indoor pools that look like high-class hotel, ridiculous. There's flat screens and stuff. And so here's him giving you a little bit of a tour, and he's fired up.
Straight pools, bro. Yes, bro. This is about to be lovely, boy. Ooh, bit love. Bit love. Ooh, boy. Hey, bro. This junk. But look at it's a pool, bro. It's a big ass pool all around. We got two rooms of pools, bro. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Look, flat screens in the pool, bro. What we got going on in Nebraska, bro? What we got going on in Nebraska, bruh? Dang, bruh. Hey, this mug is love, boy.
He's fired up, and everybody, you see all the other players, and they all got their cell phones out, just showing it, just hyped, like they can't believe. And I don't know what the old Nebraska facility situation looked like, but it's clearly just a giant come up with Matt Rule coming to town.
Yeah, but back in the 80s when they were really, really good, they had one of the best they were on the steroid programs and stuff like that. Boyd Epley, who was the strength coach there, was a guy that was dialed those players in. It's got the Dave Remington, Tranowitz. I mean, they got all those huge offensive linemen. They figured out the game way ahead of everybody else in college football in the 80s. And you used to go to their facilities, and they had one of the biggest weight rooms in the country at the time. So they were really they were trying to kind of, that was something that was their big selling point. But nowadays you have to have these other amenities. You're talking about the locker rooms,
nap pods in the locker.
Exactly.
That sounds phenomenal.
Yeah, you have to have all these things instead of just having a locker room and a big weight room. You have to have everything else, all the other bells and whistles.
And Dominic Sue has donated a ton of money to their athletic department as well. And I think their engineering school. I think he's donated over $2 million. But I'm hoping Nebraska's back, man. I think that's good for college football.
I think Eli Manning just helped build a new facility at Ole Miss. So
I
you're getting
believe.
some of these players coming back and doing that. Yeah.
All right, well, Chuck, I know you got some college football for us as well.
Yeah, when it comes to the quarterbacks, Ohio State is going to possibly play both guys in their 2023 opener. They've had a quarterback battle between Kyle McCord, who was Marvin Harrison Jr.'s high school quarterback, who has been waiting for the chance to start with C.J. Stroud there, and Devin Brown. Devin Brown's more of an athletic run-around type of quarterback, so they might just go ahead and alternate and play both of them in their season opener against Indiana on September 2nd. Whoever plays better might have the opportunity to learn to earn that job. I think Kyle McCord's been the favorite, but this Devin Brown kid's been really, really impressing in camp as well. So that'll be interesting. And then Carson Beck has been named the starter for Georgia, as Kirby Smart is going to go with the veteran to take over for Stetson Bennett, as they're looking for an unprecedented three-peat there in college football to win the national championship. You also had predictions from ESPN. They went ahead and predicted every single conference along with all the awards and some big predictions of games that would happen within the conference. The prediction from the Big 12 is that Texas wins the conference this year. They write Texas is back. No, really. The Longhorns have all the pieces in place to win 10 games or more. As long as they keep it between the lines of the field, off the field, they should have a chance to win their first Big 12 title since 2009 in their last season in the conference. They're also picking Oklahoma State to win the final Bedlam game November 4th between Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. So Carter not going to be happy about that. But they do write that Oklahoma should bounce back this year. There's no way their defense can be as bad as it was a year ago. They were 9th in the Big 12 in run defense, dead last against the pass, and they had a couple of big transfers along their defensive line, including this kid McCullough, who entered the transfer portal as well. They also think Dylan Gabriel will be okay. So they don't think they'll win the conference. They are projecting a 9-3 season for Oklahoma. They've also got Texas Tech at 9-3, Kansas State at 9-3. Texas wins the conference at 10-2, and they're predicting an 8-4 season for TCU, a 7-5 season for Baylor and Oklahoma State. And Houston, their first season in the Big 12, they're predicting a 5-7 season for them. So you've also got Defensive Player of the Year, Jalen Ford. Freshman of the Year, they're giving it to Anthony Hill, Denton Ryan's own out of Texas. Jalen Daniels, the Kansas quarterback, Offensive Player of the Year, is their projected winner. And Coach of the Year, how about our guy, Joey McGuire, Texas Tech.
I wonder, okay, Texas is lost. They give them 2, right?
Yes.
So they're saying they're probably going to lose to Alabama.
Probably Bama.
And then what would be their other loss? I assume that's a conference game then, right?
I would assume it's, because they have them 8-1 in conference. So they have them dropping one conference game.
Yeah, just a random, barely 500 team.
Like you brought up, maybe
Iowa
at
State.
Iowa State.
That's
tough.
Cyclone will hit like you. I say, I worry so much about Texas is their ability to, they've just never been able to go and handle success that way when it comes to having to go win a game at, like I said, at Iowa State and slip up against a stupid Kansas team every once in a while. You know, you just worry about that if you're a Texas fan.
By the way, SEC, they've got Georgia running the table, going 12-0 and winning the SEC again.
Who they have winning the West?
The West is your LSU Tigers at 11-1.
I like these Tigers, man.
So we'd have an LSU-Georgia rematch again. And they also are predicting that LSU beats Alabama in Tuscaloosa this year.
That'll be tough.
Is UT not winning a division worse than the Cowboys not getting to the NFC title game? Which one of those is the lamest that we've witnessed? Probably UT is even worse than the Cowboys.
You know what? It probably is Texas with the talent that they've got in the state. I mean, all the resources. That's pretty damn shit. Both are terrible, but Texas probably is worse.
Yeah, live it up, Cowboys fans. Not the most disappointing team in the state anymore.
Texas A&M's right there with them, too.
No
There
doubt.
was some
Yeah.
disappointment.
All righty. When we come back, Nation, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that?
All right, it's National Bao Bun Day, so I've made a list of my top 10 appetizers. What's your favorite appetizer? What do you think of my list? And some NFL over-unders. Which are the most popular bets in the NFL right now? That's next.
I'm going to have to think about my... You're having a good one. There's some Mavs news today. We'll reset that for you coming up in 15 minutes. Right now it's time for the top 10 with Zach Wolchuk. This segment here is brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. We get to my top 10 appetizers in just a moment on National Bao Bun Day. I don't know what's going on. A lot of the talking heads on ESPN and other networks are trying to say the Cowboys need to trade for Jonathan Taylor. The Miami Dolphins are the team that has emerged as the front runner right now as a potential suitor for Jonathan Taylor, according to Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald. They are exploring a trade for him. Jerry Jones was asked about it. Calvin Watkins tweeting, and he said that, well, would they feel comfortable about the running back room? But when asked about a Taylor trade, quote, we'll look at every opportunity, end quote. So he didn't shut it down, but I don't think Jerry really ever does shut those things down. It just doesn't make any sense, because if you trade for Jonathan Taylor, you've got to pay Jonathan Taylor. And you've already got $10 million into Tony Pollard. You're paying dead money for Ezekiel Elliott. You feel good about Deuce Vaughn. Now maybe they let Tony Pollard walk and they do sign Taylor, but it just doesn't make sense from a business standpoint.
No, it would be a terrible decision. And you say Tolos are asking for this? Cowboys Twitter's asking for this?
No, a lot of talk. Like Marcus Spears today on First Take said the Cowboys should go all in and trade for Jonathan Taylor.
I love Marcus Spears. He's my guy.
That's an indictment.
If you have that take either on national TV, Twitter, or just the truckwreck.com fan text, you need to go back and look at the Cowboys roster harder. And you need to do better because it's a horrible take.
This is the times I love Marcus. I really do. And and he knows, I mean, he was a former Cowboy and all that, but it goes back to just really knowing this football team. Study this team, kind of figure things out. Look at the roster, take your all 22, read, follow people. I mean, that's they have they're not going to add another running back. They're just not going to do it. No. They're going to let these guys play and go the route that they, play the hand they've been dealt.
The hottest under bet, according to BetMGM in Vegas, is the Jets and the Giants. Those are the top teams right now that are getting bet to hit the unders right now.
What's the Giants?
The Giants,
7.5?
7.5, yes, for the Giants.
I like the over for the Giants better than that.
And then, of course, the under for the Jets is 9.5.
Yeah, and I like that under. I could see the Jets winning 9 games much easier than I
think the Darren Waller edition is going to be huge. Jalen Hyatt was a steal in the third round. I could see the Giants being another 9-win team this year.
Yeah, I think they added a fair amount of talent. I know they won in the margins last year, and a lot of those close games you think maybe you regress a little bit. But if you're expecting any sort of improvement from Daniel Jones with some additional weapons around him, and if you believe in Brian Daboll, which I tend to believe in Brian Daboll, plus some of the youth they have defensively, which I think are solid players, I don't know. I think we're talking about an 8-win team. That's all they got to do is win 8 games.
All they got to do is win. Yeah, I think the over's the bet there too. The most bet overs are actually the
Jets are over though.
You think the Jets are going to go over 9.5?
Yeah. It's going to be a really good team.
I could see him being a 10-win team, but that's a stay away for me.
Hey, dude, that's an offensive line that Gavin Dawson would not sign off on.
No, that's a bad line.
I wouldn't, but they have Aaron Rodgers and a really good group of running backs, or at least one really good running back.
They're really good on defense.
Oh, yeah, and they've added Dalvin Cook. Yeah, I mean, they are great on defense, and they've got weapons. There's no question about it. But if their offensive line is leaky, that might hurt them. But most bet overs. Patriots 7.5, and I like that over. The Broncos at 8.5, and the Steelers over 8.5. I think Patriots and Steelers make sense. I could see the Steelers being back in the playoffs this year, but the Broncos over 8.5 is ballsy for me.
I kind of feel like that Sean is, me, I love Sean. I don't think his quarterback's any good. I don't think Russell Wilson's any good.
I think he's got enough good traits though that he'll tailor something around him to be effective.
I think he'll mess up. I think Sean will try and do things and try and help him, and
so that's the end of Russell Wilson's career if Sean can't fix it.
I think Russ is done as well.
To me, this is going to go down as probably one of the worst trades. And you could save this clip for bad takes or whatever you want to do. I think Sean was brought in to try and help the situation. I think he's going to become completely frustrated with Russell Wilson as a player. I just don't think it's going to work out for him. I really don't.
Well, he's probably going to want to establish the run and do a lot of the things that he was trying to do in New Orleans. And in the great years they had in New Orleans, the run game was there and good defense was there. I think you have a good defense with Denver.
Yeah.
And if you have a great defense.
There's no question they have a good defense. They've got to figure out the quarterback situation.
No doubt.
But didn't Denver, didn't Sean Payton sub out his defensive coordinator who was there last year for somebody else?
Yeah, he sure did.
Is it Vance Joseph? That's a downgrade. I'm pretty sure he brought in Vance Joseph to be his defensive coordinator.
I think it is Vance Joseph, and I just can't. I think their former DC went to Houston or Carolina, one of the two, and I can't ever remember his name, but he did a fantastic job. He's one of the best young coaches in all of football.
Yeah, I think it was Carolina, but a lot of people are selling the idea that Russell Wilson came in out of shape last year.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like the same built guy. He was also dealing with, again, these are the people that are trying to sell you on the Broncos, selling you that Russell Wilson is in much better physical condition, and he was dealing with, I believe it was a similar Dak Prescott lat issue during the season. So that's what they're trying to sell you. I do believe in Sean Payton. This is a very, very difficult one for me, man. It's a stay away. Because I could be convinced either way.
People are betting on that, but who knows?
I mean, he had 3 consecutive 7 and 9 years with the Saints, so it's very possible.
You're right. Yeah. All right, let's slide into the top 10. Happy National Bao Bun Day. Bao buns are delicious. If you've never had one, you can get them filled with barbecue pork, chicken, all kinds of delicious Asian meats that you can get in there. They're fantastic. If you've never had a bao bun, look it up. They're delicious.
Had a bao.
But I've got my personal top 10 best appetizers, and of course we can go around the horn here. We'll start in the Pim Cup with Lucius Alexander. Your go-to appetizer, Lucius, if you could only have one.
I got too many.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just give me a few.
I'm sorry, bro. I got way too many.
Lay it down.
I know one of them, Lucius.
Del Frisco's cheesesteak egg rolls.
Cheesesteak egg rolls. That's the one seed, dude.
Spinach dip. I like that from Applebee's.
The artichoke with like spinach artichoke kind of deal?
Yeah, spinach artichoke dip. The buffalo chicken egg rolls from Grand Lux Cafe.
Oh, I've never had those. I got to put that on
Grand
the
Lux
list.
is underrated.
Yeah.
They've got a big menu, but they got a lot of good food.
They're very similar to Cheesecake Factory, but a good spot.
And the darn fried pickles from Hooters. Or my son calls it Hoolas. Hoolas, because he couldn't say Hooters for some reason.
Hoolas.
Are we going to Hoolas? We sure
that's a
are,
good
son.
one. That's good. You're going to learn today. Absolutely. You guys have any go-to apps? I know we saw you guys yesterday. I know you're a big fan, like Lucius is, of the fried pickles there, Brian.
I love fried pickles, but Lucius is absolutely right about those, the cheesesteak egg
Del
rolls.
Frisco's?
Yeah. And we actually
brought them up one time?
Brought them in one time. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's the first time I ever had them, and he's absolutely right about those.
They're extremely special. I'll throw a little something in there for the mac and cheese, the fried mac and cheese.
Got it. The top 5 for me.
The Pluckers,
We're gonna get there.
Holy Mac.
Yep.
But like mozzarella sticks in general,
No doubt.
I
No
think
doubt.
are always.
I
a
like the
win.
cheese curds at Twin Peaks. Those were fantastic yesterday. The chips and hot sauce in honor of Brian is always a
Absolutely.
winner. Coconut fried shrimp. But to me, the smoked and charred wings that they had at Twin Peaks yesterday is the best appetizer.
Absolutely.
going.
And I was fighting for a little bit. I was like, should I put wings on here? Is that an appetizer? But it is. I mean, it's listed as an app, but it's also a meal. But I put wings on there.
Okay, so then you put nachos on there as well then.
I left nachos off because I've got other types of dips.
Ooh.
I know. Nachos
That hurt. I know that was a tough call.
This list
That's
was,
the 54th man on the 53-man
this
roster.
was so damn tough to do. I mean, the
Okay,
honorable
Stephen
mentions.
Jones.
This was a hard cut to make,
Stephen
man.
Jones.
You sat down nachos in the room. You went face to face with him.
I
Listen,
was-
we'd like to bring you back on the practice squad. Hopefully, no one signs you on
Please.
waivers because we really want to keep you
I'm
around
not even
here.
playing you in the third game because I'm trying to sneak you over.
Nachos, we want you in striking distance.
Yeah.
Everybody
Golly.
loves you around here, man.
I got dude,
You brought so much value.
the honorable mentions here were so tough. I mean, I've got nachos. I've got meatballs. I'm a big meatball guy. I
Yeah,
love
it's
kind of
a good call,
starting.
dude.
I got to
Good call,
sample
meatball.
the meatballs, man. The bloomin' onion from Outback.
How did you find 10 better, though? How did you find 10 better than the meatball?
I think you're going to find
And nacho.
because I put the spinach and artichoke dip at 10.
I can't wait to
And
see
the
where he's got
meatball was at 11.
the crab cakes.
I got the crab cakes high.
Spinach and artichokes.
Yes.
All right.
Big fan.
That
You
dip.
just, no,
So
no,
good,
you
bro.
just
Damn good
lost
dip.
Dawson. You just lost.
I know
him.
that's not. Well, it's a vegetable thing. I mean, I know you're not a fan of that, but
When you said the word spinach,
it's delicious.
You lost
And
him,
dip.
right?
I mean, you can share it with
That's on the
everybody.
adult menu.
Would you rather have meatballs or spinach?
Listen, I'm always gonna lean meat.
The
there,
thing is, I
Dawson,
can
so
order.
you
I can get
cornered me.
Green
meatballs
spinach
with
is
the
actually
entree.
pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but the spinach and artichoke dip is pretty fire. I mean, you could sub a buffalo chicken dip if you want. There's so many dips.
I
just
love
didn't-
that.
Just didn't want to flood it with too many dips.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
is there ever too many dips.
There's just so many good appetizers. I felt like I had to put the
Show
variety
respect to
on
the.
here.
Okay, listen, I'm not going to hate on your list before I hear it, but I think you're onto something special here. But the nachos, gosh dang it.
Trust me, dude, it was tough not having the nachos.
Were we
there.
talking about lettuce wraps at the start of the day?
Lettuce wraps, honorable mention. For me. Didn't make the top 10.
Keep them out of my top
but
10.
Good.
I mean, there's
dumplings,
a place for them.
pretzel bites, potato skins, all honorable mentions, all delicious, all replies that
Loaded
I got.
fries?
Loaded fries.
The loaded fries?
That's aside from me. Not an app.
Okay.
I never
Have
order
you
that
been
as
to
an app.
Snuffers?
Yeah,
The
but you can
Snuffers-
even get that as a meal.
Okay, but so you're saying with the wings? I mean, listen, it's
The wings
it's
are the one thing I
arbitrary.
was saying appetizer. I didn't put loaded fries on here. That was a no-go for me.
A lot of Southwest egg rolls coming in hot.
The chili Southwestern egg rolls are a favorite for me.
The egg roll variety on the appetizer list, from
Hell
the
yes.
cheesesteak to the buffalo chicken, whatever. I mean, that sounds delightful.
Incredible.
And then to the Southwest,
Number 9.
cheeseburger. You were doing cheeseburger egg rolls.
Cheeseburger egg rolls at Cheesecake Factory. Delicious. Number 9, I've got calamari.
Oh, yeah, come on.
Yes, dude. Wow.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
it's. I know you're not a calamari guy, Dawson.
I like calamari.
You like
Fried
calamari?
rubber-
No, it's the rubber band man over
fried
there.
rubber
He
band.
doesn't
He's
use
the
the
one you
super.
didn't like calamari.
Yeah, that's garbage.
This is your list, right?
My list.
Okay.
This is a
Okay,
me. This is a
I'm
me
sorry.
thing.
My list, it's
Number 8, I've got shrimp cocktail.
I don't think you can shrimp cocktail.
Okay, all right.
You can go wrong with a shrimp
Yeah,
cocktail.
Nice cold shrimps.
Yeah.
Cold
So
cocktails.
you're telling me if I had a shrimp cocktail right here or a freaking badass thing in nachos, you're going with the cocktail?
I'm going shrimp cocktail.
Okay.
I'm going.
There's
shrimp
little,
cocktail.
there's little fried popcorn shrimps from KFC or a shrimp cocktail at the fanciest steakhouse ever. You're taking the Popeye shrimp.
I'm a shrimp cocktail guy, man.
Now,
Cocktail is good,
Before
bro.
we went to California, he ordered shrimp cocktail when we were
I
at
did.
the airport.
It was outstanding.
Yeah.
No, but listen, that's you're on a soda situation. You're having to
Yeah.
make business
There you go.
decisions. But when the
Yes, I
nachos
had to.
available on the menu,
My man is selling the nachos over there.
I love the
I'm
nachos,
sorry.
but they were 12 for me. They were just on the outside looking in.
What was the
Meatballs were
Volchuk?
11?
11. Okay,
Meatballs
okay.
were 11 because I'm a big meatball
Imposter
guy.
Volchuk.
Number 7 is mozzarella
The
sticks.
300-pound Wolchuk would have not said that.
Mozzarella Mozz sticks, you can't go wrong. Number 7, mozzarella sticks.
100%.
Number
10.
6.
That could be a little rubbery, too.
Yeah.
It could be a little
Well,
rubbery.
you want to take them while they're hot. Yeah,
Yeah,
I want
that's what
that.
I'm saying.
That,
You gotta
that
get 'em hot.
cheese needs to. I need to get a good pull with the cheese.
That could be biting into some rubbery Play-Doh-like
Yeah.
stuff if
Yeah.
you go catch them wrong.
See, 870 nachos is a meal, not an app. I mean, we're fringe here. You can make it a meal if you want, but it also is an app. I mean, they have it on appetizers.
I think tried and true, you're seeing nachos more often under the appetizer
I
logo or
agree.
headline than you are the entree.
I agree.
But it is a tweener.
It's a
It-
tweener.
it's a-
It's a
no
tweener, much
question.
like the wings. It's a tweener.
It's a Randy Gregory of food.
Number
When
6.
Eric digs in, he's usually right. He doesn't take
With
a
the
stand.
nachos?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I looked at appetizer lists, like menus from restaurants. Wings are on there, nachos are on there, so they qualify as
I
apps.
cannot wait to take you to Cousin's Barbecue and get you the loaded brisket nachos.
I'd love to.
And just
I'd love to
freaking
try 'em.
just home run kick this thing in
I'd
the
love
face.
to try them. All right, number 6, crab rangoons.
Oh,
baby.
I
Good
can't
pull.
believe
Good
believe
pull.
people haven't given this more love.
my baby.
I can't remember.
I thought you were going
order
to
it
say
too.
crab rangoon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we need 2 of those, don't we,
Dude,
Lucius?
they are so good. Crab rangoon are
I
fantastic.
just discovered that like 5 years ago, too.
Bro.
Where has the other 25, 35 years of my life been?
Got cream cheese in there, Dawson.
Incredible.
You're out.
It's
Yeah,
nowhere to
turn
be
my
found.
mic off.
Nowhere to be found on the truckwreck.com fan text either.
I know. Number 5 is the Holy Mac or a fried mac and cheese ball.
Yeah, dude.
However you want to do it. You can go to the chorizo ones from Cousins.
I highly
but
recommend
those
them.
are outstanding. Delicious. Number 4, I've got the crab cakes.
Wow. I thought they were going to be number
Double
1. Well,
crabs.
Chuck, I thought they were going to be at least, well, they're on the Mount Rushmore.
They're on the Mount Rushmore. Number 4 is the
You
crab
get
cakes.
rangoons or cakes, Volchuk, not both.
I'm a crab cake fiend, bro. I really am.
Now, you're more
Crab dip
well-versed.
is really good, too.
You're more well-versed when it comes to just the crab cake, the art of it, and everything. I said Sharif's were the best I've ever had. Are you co-signing that, or have you had better crab cakes?
I've had Sean's were delicious. They were cooked a
Feel
little
a
bit
butt coming.
different,
Feel a butt
but
coming.
yeah, not the best
Did
I've
he
ever had.
fry them or bake them?
They were fried.
Fried?
They were fried.
I'm more of a
crispy.
pan-sear guy on the crab cake, but Sean's were delicious. Not downgrading those at all, but not the best I've
You
ever
were
had.
earlier, though.
I wasn't.
Off the air.
Top 3. Number 3 is egg rolls.
Just okay. You're sort of all
They're
encompassing.
all encompassing.
Spring?
All right.
Any kind. You can go spring rolls. You can go the cheeseburger egg rolls. You can go with
Like
the
that good
cheesesteak egg
cabbagey
rolls.
one, the one that got
Yes.
the cabbage in it. Yeah,
Yeah.
bro.
Spring rolls
your buffet.
are where it's at. Egg rolls in general, loving it.
Hey, salute to the 469 with the sliders.
Sliders,
they at least
absolutely.
deserve a mention.
They do. They do. Number 2 for me, best app, wings.
I'm not here to hate, dude. I consider wings to be a more of an entree. But at the same time, they're more often than not filed under the appetizer header.
I know.
So,
They can be bad, though, if they just cook them in the oven and put sauce on top. If that's all you got.
You can get bad ones.
That doesn't bother Eric at all.
But wings are
listen,
good.
when you order them, you're going to wolf them down one way or another.
I saw
okay?
you had like 6 right during the break the other day.
Well, those were on point, delicious, smoked to the gills wings.
No, I think it was the other ones you had. The sauced up ones too.
When we were in Surprise, Arizona, I did consume the worst wing I ever had, and I had all of mine and all of Baskey's.
There you go.
He punted on him. Yeah, he punted on him after one. I was like, bro, I will take those.
That place,
They do suck. I will acknowledge, but I'm going to crush them.
Not good. Number one, though, best appetizer. And being on soda, this has really been stressful anytime I've gone to one of these sit-down restaurants and they're complimentary at the table. But it is chips and salsa or queso.
Ooh.
You can't go
When
wrong.
I say hot sauce there, Dawson?
That is always delicious. You want to put guac as well? Go
Yes,
for it.
I do wanna
But
put
the
guac.
chips, salsa, guac, queso combo, undefeated, unbelievably delicious.
It's the one that goes without saying of like everybody, we know this is happening, and then let's talk about amongst ourselves at the table, what are the other one or two that we want to add on here?
Yeah, everyone's getting that. Everybody can find some deliciousness.
The bread and butter of appetizers.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Now,
So
bread and
there
butter
that
at a
is.
table is not a bad call.
Bread and butter, not bad.
I did
No.
the thing at Dreamland Barbecue with barbecue sauce and a loaf of white bread.
You go to an Italian restaurant, they're doing
Wait,
the
you're
oil
just
and
getting
vinegar.
loaf of white bread, dipping into some barbecue sauce like a savage?
They put a loaf of white bread in front of you, rip it open with a bowl of barbecue sauce.
And nothing else? Not even some
Wow.
pulled pork?
No, that's the appetizer.
little butter on
okay.
that bread?
That sounds good.
Whatever.
That was complimentary?
Complimentary.
Oh, nice.
Loaf of
Butter, rolls, biscuits, stuff
Yes.
like that. Yeah.
Yes.
If my dad took us somewhere to eat and catch us eating all of that, he'd be like, I didn't pay for this. You eat bread.
Yeah.
Get that meat, boy. Fill up on that meat.
Well, I'm never going to Texas Roadhouse then with Pops.
That's been a problem for me because I'm so impatient. I'll
Yeah.
get through with 2 of those Outback Steakhouse bread rolls.
Oh,
there's
geez.
no way I'm hungry for a dinner. I'll have a salad and go home.
Yeah, they say you wasting money.
Mavs news: they've made a move to get rid of their biggest problem contract. And plus, coming up at 5 o'clock, Jerry speaking. He's addressing reporters. And we'll get the latest Cowboys and Mavs stuff here over the next couple of segments here with you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. We have a little bit of Mavs news here for you, and then at the top of the hour, the latest on the Cowboys and Jerry Jones speaking, Mike McCarthy speaking this hour, with a practice coming up at 6 o'clock. Your chance to get up there to the Ford Center and check things out. Yeah, the news came from Shams earlier today that the Mavs plan to use the stretch provision on JaVale McGee and release him if they cannot find a trade for him in the next, what do they have, 8 days here before the end of the month? So that will reduce the impact on the salary cap for JaVale McGee. A horrible signing that I think Jason and Kidd made last year, 3 years and $18 million for an aging center who had been really an on-again, off-again player as far as even being in a coach's plans. He spent a big portion of the previous 5 seasons like DNP coach's decision. And then the Mavs added him. So that's the end of that after one disappointing season. And the Mavs open up enough cap space to retain Markieff Morris, who's a big man they added late last year and should give them some decent shooting and rebounding and a pretty good versatile defensive player. Where are you guys right now with the Mavs? I think we're kind of in the same spot, hoping that the young players they brought in and Grant Williams can improve the defense. Do you think this is going to work? Is the defense going to be better? Kind of comes down to Omax Prosper. Got a big heart, big basketball IQ, great intensity, great athleticism. Derek Lively, the rookie. I'm kind of thinking this will probably take a while, but I can't rule it out that, as much as they're going to emphasize it in practice and as many good athletes as they've added, maybe they could surprise us and have a good defense and, be that 50 to 55 win team that we're hoping.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be depending on a lot of young guys to, develop quickly, especially on that side of the floor. And that's sort of their calling card at this point, the young guys that they've brought in. But I don't know that it's going to be enough. At no point will we be discussing them as being a good defense. I do expect it to be better for the reasons you mentioned, where it's really going to be the point of emphasis. But how much buy-in do you get from your best players in Luka and Kyrie? Because I really don't feel like you're ever going to have more than, at times maybe 3, but for the most part, you're going to have 2 guys on the floor at any given time that are plus defenders. And you're going to put a lot of stress on young guys to, hey, we need you to contribute right now. And that's not necessarily the fairest thing to ask of some of these guys. So hopefully as the season goes on and the younger guys develop, and then just the grasping of the defense, the strategy behind everything, for these guys, hopefully it gets better. But we've seen Jason Kidd we didn't look at the roster and say great defenders all over the place, but they had more wing defenders at the time. Whenever they had Dodo, they had Bullock, guys that were proven veteran wing defenders. And right now, other than Grant Williams, Maxi Kleba for sure, but can you trust his health? So I don't know. I don't have high expectations for it.
Yeah,
no,
Omax.
It's a huge year of transition. Omax
is the guy that I think they're going to have to rely on. But to me, I don't want to just chalk it up to one player. How good is Rashawn Holmes? Like, if Rashawn Holmes struggles, then they're going to be in a really, really big mound of hurt right now because they don't have bigs that you can rely on. Is Derek Lively? You don't want to give him 30 minutes a game.
No, and I think the coaches are on the line and the front office is on the line big time.
Yeah,
because this should be about completing the journey towards a championship that started at the end of the 2022 playoff run, and instead we're going in the wrong direction. And if these moves don't work out, that's why Dennis Lindsay is here to be a front office helper, and they just promoted Ricciardi, the local kid from Plano who's been working with the Nets for the last decade.
Strong year for Plano,
I think they're ready to pounce with big sweeping changes to their leadership.
There's no question. I think Sean Sweeney is, as the defensive specialist, defensive coach, there's a lot on him. They've got to come out of the gates. And I think it all starts really with when you start training camp and stuff. What's your attitude about playing defense? Are you going to be a team that's lax and comfortable just playing in a certain style? But it's important for this staff, I feel like, just to not allow things to, like, okay, it's all right, nobody died, that kind of line again that we hear. Yeah. No, it needs to be priority number one is that you find ways to take advantage of the great players that you have with Kyrie and Luka, but everybody else, you better figure out about how to play some defense. And then when it's your opportunity to knock down a shot or two, but that's on the coaches. That's on the coaches. Again, Sweeney, Jason, those guys, they have got to figure these things out.
All right, it's time to hit some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral. Jerry and Mike are speaking, and Jerry has thoughts on the wide receiver taking teammates up in his private seaplane. That's coming up next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
They poke fun out of From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's been a big day as we open up Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Full 5 tonight. Rangers continue in Arizona trying to snap that 5-game losing streak, and the pregame will be at 8 o'clock this evening. They're off tomorrow. And then visiting the Twins Thursday. It's going to be an early one, a 6:10 on Thursday, 7:10 first pitch on Friday. So a little bit of a different series and an awkward schedule here. So I wanted to prepare you for that coming up for the rest of the week. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral. And McCarthy speaking to the presser. Practice coming up in 1 hour. Stephen Jones talked earlier up there at the Star. In that area, they opened up like a Miller Lite Tavern type deal. So there's an official Miller Lite bar now at the Ford Center. You can go check out at the Star. And Jerry Jones talked as well. So we had a lot of updates on a number of stories. I'm going to start with Jerry Jones on your first-round pick. To me, this disappointment here, along with Scooney and Overshone, and the Eagles rookie Carter being so impressive, I think this is significant. We need Mozzie Smith to get this turned around. But Jerry asked about Mozzie, said he's going to play a lot of football for us. He's going to be an outstanding player. Can you set the floor for us right now, Brian? I know he's not peaking and awesome, but can he at least as a rookie be a guy that you could trust to be a run stopper?
Yeah, I think you can. I'm interested to see how with him it's going to be about understanding how they want him to play right now and not how he played at Michigan. And I think that's what he's reverting back to at times when he gets in trouble. You know, the read, the react, the read. And so to me, he's got to figure that out right now. I'm interested to see when he has some success, which he's had a little bit more success, more down in, down out.
So at Michigan, you're allowed to like pop up and like look for where the ball's probably going to go and then go?
That's two gap. That's what they call two gap, where you extend and you look and then you go.
And we're just firing into a gap on this.
We're playing gaps, and then we're finding the ball from the gap. Is what we're doing right there. And I think with Mozzie, these blockers are smart enough. In college, they're not smart enough to do this. In the pros, they are. If you're dealing with a powerful guy, play on his edge. Don't play him. Don't play Mozzie Smith head up. So what happens is if you get quick guys that get in position on him and then get in and do get position and kind of shield themselves, and now he's having to fight through those blocks. He's got to learn how to get rid of those guys quicker with his hands and play with his hands. When his feet stop, I see he's got some problems with that too. Mozzie on the move is much better. He plays against double teams pretty well at times.
He does.
It's the single blocks that tend to give him a little bit more problems right now.
Okay, so that is definitely one storyline. Jerry confident and kind of setting expectations. I think he's moving to reset expectations. Like, don't expect the guy to blow you away rookie year, but he's going to be a quality player for years. Do you still believe that?
Yeah,
in the guy?
I still do believe, and I'm interested to see with him and Hankins and how they could play together. And to me, I've said this before, if Mozzie's successful, it's the plays are at him at point of attack. If he's able to make those plays or the ball spills, that's when Mozzie Smith is doing his job.
Yeah, I'd imagine goal line, short yardage type stuff. That'd be an awful imposing group.
Well, in Jacksonville, that's when they got down into the red zone inside the 5. That's when he was actually playing pretty well.
Yeah.
When it came really small, a small area there. But I think that because I think Oso Odighizuwa is going to have a big year.
I'm on that, man. So I'm on that Osa train.
How Mozzie can watch Hankins and kind of learn, okay, this is how you need to play. That's, I think, but he's stuck right now a little bit caught between Michigan technique and Dallas Cowboys technique.
I hope so. It just doesn't seem like they're getting anybody to develop a defensive tackle into a player that we love.
Well, Osa's, I mean, and Bohanna.
We're still waiting on it though.
Yeah, but the thing with Bohanna is it's taken him probably 3 years is himself to kind of figure out how to play better up the field. I mean, he was a guy that I kind of felt like, okay, cut down to 53. Quentin Bohanna might not have always been on your 53 list.
It can be a process.
Same with Neville Gallimore. I mean, he's a guy that hasn't really developed the way you'd like.
Neville hasn't been good.
Yeah, there's been, I mean, you've had David Irving over the years. You had Jay Ratliff. We've had players, but drafting and developing guys at that position to be anything more than a.
It's opposite of what they've done with the offensive line.
And there's a lot of different guys have been through here and tried their hand at it.
And now they're taking ends and moving him inside. They did it with Chauncey Golston, and they're doing it with Junior Fehoko, the rookie now.
Okay, what would you think if you were running a team and you found out one of your players was flying a plane, but you found out he's got a pilot's license, but you also found out he got the license in the last year? I think a lot of people would be too nervous to even get up in that plane. And if you manage a team, well, I don't think Jerry Jones cares too much, but he was asked about it today and said, boy, I'm glad I didn't know that was going on.
Yeah.
Part-time pilots are not the way to go. No, you want a full-time pilot. Full-time referee, please, as well. But apparently we talked with Brandon Cooks, and that's his part of the country. He told us he's up there in the Puget Sound. He's flying planes around those San Juan Islands. He's dropping down. He's looking at orcas. This is his thing. It's what he does. And the single plane is terrifying to be in because it bobs around.
Yeah,
you're like on a tiny little dinghy in the middle of an ocean is what it feels like.
Yeah, that's the thing. But he said he was working on his twin engine license, right?
Yeah,
and then he was working on jet engine license too.
Yeah,
so that would be
graduate.
That'd be the Lears and stuff like that he can learn to fly.
That's where you want to get.
Yeah,
be the Lear, be able to afford and fly a Lear jet.
Yeah,
that's top of the world stuff right there. You just need an incredible engineer and maintenance guy.
You need to have you need to have the income where you can keep the maintenance of the program up. Yeah, or you can lease. What you do is you could fractionally own a jet.
I like that idea.
Yeah,
that's the guy. I just got a membership in this jet.
Yeah,
and I get so many hours or so many weeks per year. I like that idea. I could just never trust it because a car is going to break down. You're going to be going down the highway, even sometimes in brand new cars. It's like, engine went out, radiator went out. How can they be so much more confident in the plane parts? They're not overheating up there. They're not stalling.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, because there's no just pull off onto the shoulder when you're up in the dang air.
Oh, it's steaming. I guess let's just go ahead and pull off here, see if I can find a mechanic. No, you're in the air. This is bleep.
That's why I'm always looking at flight attendants. Like, I understand if you got to fly a couple of times a year, you have a little bit of anxiety, you're going to get over it. But if you're lining up to do that like hundreds of times every year, sometimes twice per day, eventually the numbers game would intimidate me. I'd be like, I don't know if I can, there's a roulette. There's a little bit of a roulette feel to it, isn't there?
Yeah, when you start having too good of a run as a flight attendant, you got to start wondering like, when is it my turn to deal with some turbulence that turns into a little bit more.
Like that flight coming out of Hawaii a couple of months ago, it takes off, it climbs to 5,000. All of a sudden, it drops within 100 feet of the ocean, like a lawn dart, bro. Just somehow the pilot was like, you pulled him right out of it towards the bottom.
What a stud. I don't know how you ever get on a plane after that.
Didn't his co-pilot or something took the wrong direction? And that's what made it go down?
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, can we get a 26 on a 4? All right.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, just one of those. I'm done. That's my last day at work if I'm a flight attendant. I'm like, okay, I knew this could happen. I guess it's a cool job and there's benefits to it, but it's not like you're getting rich.
No,
you're not getting rich doing
those
that.
Pilots though are pretty rich.
Oh no,
the
pilots.
Yeah,
they get compensated.
Flight attendants, no.
Yeah,
and the pilot, you gotta. My brother's one, and there's some stages, but there's like an end point where like in a certain amount of time you're gonna get to a place where you are doing fantastic, and you're like working less than you were before, and you're making way more.
Oh
like
yeah,
it's all about putting that time in as the pilot. But yes, the future is super bright.
And then all of
for
a sudden
any
you
of those
get
guys.
that overseas, like Dallas to Rome, and you get those kind of trips.
Yeah, you start working
those long trips.
Work like 2 trips a month, and you're making like double what you used to make when you were working sort of all month. But if you're a customer in that situation, that's when you start investing in like the Madden Cruiser way of traveling.
Yeah.
Like I'm done after an experience like that.
Yeah, maybe a VR headset, something like that for my travel. I'm pretty good at the traveling, but I understand the anxiety. Okay, 903, there's frequent inspections to check for those issues. You don't inspect your car daily. That's why they don't catch those things. If it stalls out, you just glide down, says the 972. 214, they have multiple engines on those jets.
I love that. Just glide down, bro. It's all right.
We're gliding.
Okay, we go to Patrick Walker, voice of the star. Brandon Cooks did tell Mike McCarthy, I own a parachute. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I didn't think anything. I just thought it was badass. I wasn't thinking about the negative effect of like, oh, what if they crashed, and then now all of a sudden you've lost 3 of your best players. That would stink. I don't know. I didn't think of the morbid way about that.
I absolutely did. I was like, okay.
I trust Brandon Cooks, I guess.
No, it's not even necessarily about Brandon Cooks. I'm not even thinking about user error necessarily, but as he said, like I'm not as well versed in what the upkeep is of these planes, single engine, things get weird on you, and that's a risky proposition, especially for these guys. Like they just met Brandon Cooks. I know they're around him all the time. They met him like a few months ago, and all of a sudden they're trusting him to go up in the single engine situation.
Choice they made.
I got lots of questions.
You're saying so he's flying with guys like David Durden and other guys like that. You wouldn't care.
Well, Brandon Cooks by himself is enough to be highly concerned about.
Broadus, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Jose Barbone.
I was like, oh, cool. Brandon Cooks is doing his thing, and then it panned out, and I'm like, oh, there's Micah Parsons.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What are we doing here? Precious cargo.
Yeah.
All right. Elsewhere in Cowboys Twitter, Jerry on the Jonathan Taylor trade idea. I look at every opportunity, but the way our young backs are playing, I'm very comfortable with where our backs are at right now. That would be crazy. Just so many reasons that shouldn't be a thing, but it is apparently. On the Cowboys not playing most of their starters during the preseason, I like Mike's approach. He wants those players there in December. It looks like they're going to do the same thing with the Raiders. No big surprise. I mean, but the Overshown injury, the John Stevens injury, the Joe Burrow day one of practice, all of those should be reminders. I'm getting to a point now where if you're on the team, I don't want you playing. I'm going to go play with the other 40 guys and a couple of the second stringers who are bad, But really, if you're on my 2 deep, I don't want you playing in these preseason games, Chief.
No, I lean that way as well. I'm trying to be as conservative as possible when it comes to this, and you try and callous your guys throughout camp, and when it's a little bit more controlled and it's on the grass in Oxnard instead of the turf, and then all of a sudden the Overshown situation. But everybody's different. Great coaches. Andy Reid is playing Pat Mahomes for 2 quarters, so there's no right or wrong answer. But I lean conservative here, and you've seen it both ways. Like McCarthy's done this, and the year that Dak was hurt, and they open up at Tampa Bay, the night game, and it's high flying, looking great. They didn't play in the preseason. Okay, this is beautiful. And then last year, same thing, but you open up versus Tampa Bay, and you look like you've never played football before. So I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what's the better move.
It's tough. It's tough to decide. I'm gonna go with injury prevention until somebody can show me clearly with more evidence that, hey, if you have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, you're going to win. I need to see the benefits of it. I just don't think they're there. The final story on Cowboys Twitter, I'm only going to save a couple of minutes for you. Trayvon Diggs has learned Twitter likes are public in a very hard, shocking, and horny way, writes Barstool.
Oh, horny.
Hard. Now, it's very possible that he just liked this photo, not understanding the full context of it, because a lot of times if you're just scrolling through, it doesn't give you the full picture.
Just didn't look down.
And on the bottom of this picture, if you'd actually clicked the picture, you could see that it was a rather attractive and fit lady showing herself nude from the waist up, but tied to her waist is a rather impressive strap-on. There's no other way to say it. And the caption is like equals you'd blank it.
You'd S it.
Yes, 4-letter S word right there.
Oh no!
Like if you
he definitely didn't read that.
He did not read it
whatsoever.
No, because
my man was scrolling. He
didn't
like
and go situation.
No, but again, you would, if you're just looking at the top portion, you can connect those S words with the top portion,
the bosoms.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He was locked on the top 90 in that it was the.
I'll get both those.
The bottom 10. Then I come to.
That 10% at the bottom is what really told the story there.
Didn't quite realize we were dealing with a trifecta. I thought this was a two-headed
I don't
monster.
think this is the first time with Diggs. The plug for the TD Tuesdays?
Oh, yeah.
I think he's been caught liking some of her stuff, too.
Yeah, you can't like it, man. You got a bookmark.
So that's
give it a
funny
whack
and
for
embarrassing.
the ladies.
He was scouting what he thought was a catcher, and it was a pitcher.
Yes.
And that would throw anybody off.
Yeah, he's just trying to let his intentions be known. I would sign up for that deal and probably was not aware. Yeah, I figure you're just going through kind of like those dating apps where people just swipe right constantly. You're just liking anything that appears to be down that path.
Yeah, but that's also playing a little bit sloppy.
It is.
Clean it up a little bit, Trayvon.
I would agree. Okay, and then what would you guys be willing to trade Michael Gallup for? That's another interesting topic across Cowboys Twitter. Mentioned it earlier.
Quinnen Williams.
There you go.
We tried to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Can we run that one back?
at that time, people didn't want to do it either.
No, they did not.
It's not likely. There's no reports the Cowboys are considering it. But Brian, he did tell you yesterday one of his takeaways from the Seahawks game was that Tolbert could threaten Gallup for the third best wide receiver.
Oh. Gallup admitted it too.
Yes.
To us when we interviewed with us. Yeah.
If Tolbert is that good, you're dealing with the redundancy and issues. Maybe you want to go 4 wide. Maybe you want extra injury prevention. But I think you need an offensive lineman way more than you would need a fourth 1,000-yard capable wide receiver. Gentlemen, what do you say?
I'm team offensive line always. If you can build in the trenches, I just don't know. Like we got to find out who the player would be. Like who are you willing to swap? Because the most likely it is that team also can't afford to lose an offensive lineman. So there's a reason they're going to give you that player. I don't think the contract would be something that teams would be scared of. I think $12.5 million a year is affordable for a wide receiver Gallup's caliber.
It would have to be like a veteran. You're picking up salary.
Yeah.
You're not planning to pay him next year.
Right.
And so it'd be a tough trade to find, but it could be out there.
I don't know that there's a lineman out there that's available with the scarcity of that position
that would warrant
that is more valuable to you than what Michael Gallup is when he is at his best. And I think we saw more often than not him being closer to his best than the guy that he was last year when we were out in training camp.
No,
and watching.
I agree with that. I think he's going to have a bounce back season, no question.
And we have to start appreciating the fact that, and I know the trenches matter more than anything.
They do.
Tyreek Hill, the most explosive weapon in the sport, was just talking about how nothing matters more than your O-line and D-line in the trenches. I get that. But the wide receiver position on the positional value power rankings rapidly climbing up the charts. You need some studs. Mm-hmm. You need some guys that can get the ball in their hands and make big plays with it. And I think Michael Gallup is close to that. And if you sell off Gallup and you get a hamstring on CeeDee Lamb, now we're running Cooks and Tolbert and Turpin and Jalen Brooks. That sounds terrible to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose a Gallup or if somebody loses, you lose to injury, I get it. But if you can't block, you can't get Gallup the football. Yeah. So if your offensive line is that bad and you have an opportunity to go and get somebody, I would do it. I think it'd be more of a trade deadline trade. But I don't think the Cowboys would move him.
Yeah, we got to see teams that are out of the playoffs that are hopeful right now, and they'll be more willing to be sellers. 808 on Diggs says, how do you know that he does not like that type of thing? It's very possible it is. And, usually I think a player would like to come out of the closet before he starts liking that, but maybe that's a come-out move. Maybe it's just a slow rollout type of deal.
Oh, the old soft launch?
Yeah, possible.
Or a hard launch.
Yeah. Okay, we got to run, though, Nation. Whatever the case. It's time for the Rangers Player Show.
It's hard.
And Josh Spores is set to join us here. The Rangers right-hander will be on with you next. It is the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Well, let's chat Frankels, though. If you get hurt in an